Volume 2. Chapter 101. Chapter 101, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Qin Yun conversed with Palatial Lord Essenscharm and company for about an hour before they saw a stretch of immortal palaces in the clouds a distance away. "We have reached the Inspector Heavenly Alliance," said Palatial Lord Essenscharm with a smile. "Wow! Sky Palace, a Sky Palace!" Qin Yun's niece and nephew shouted excitedly in their parents' arms. Qin Yun looked from afar and felt astounded. A palace above the clouds was shrouded amid mist. It looked like an immortal paradise. After storing the golden flying boat, Palatial Lord Essenscharm led everyone on a cloud to reach the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. Senior Essenscharm. Some of the young Taoists in the Inspector Heavenly Alliance were extremely weak. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refinement realm and had yet to knock open the gate of immortality. They were mainly in charge of miscellaneous chores. A grey-robed man who had opened the gate of immortality came over immediately and appeared very polite. Palatial Lord Essenscharm ordered, "Yanfu." "Senior Essenscharm," replied Yanfu respectfully. "Arrange for people to take good care of the family of our young friend, Qin Yun." Palatial Lord Essenscharm instructed. Following that, he said to Qin Yun, "Qin Yun, your family can have a rest while we busy ourselves with proper matters first." "All right." Qin Yun nodded. "It's only necessary." Qin Liehu said immediately from the side. Having arrived in the Inspector Heavenly Alliance, Qin Liehu and company were left in a state of bewilderment. These were the immortal realms or sky palaces of legends. The grey-robed man immediately led Qin Liehu and company away genially. The trio led Qin Yun away. "The moment we arrived in the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, some of the Taoist children will immediately report it. Your conferment as an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador will also be arranged. Let's bring you to see the Heaven Inspecting Mirror. It saved your life after all." "I can see it?" Qin Yun was astonished. "Ha, even these Taoist children can see it," Taoist Yin said with a laugh. "Let's go, it's just ahead." Qin Yun was led along a path. Soon, they came to what seemed like an ordinary hall in the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. The hall was extremely quiet, and the moment they entered, they saw a gigantic bronze sphere floating in midair. On the bronze sphere, mountain ranges, great plains, lakes, and rivers could be seen. Senior Essenscharm. The man and woman that were on duty were two connate false core realm cultivators. They immediately got up and spoke respectfully. They smiled when they saw Qin Yun. "They were the two on duty during your battle with Gongye Bing," Palatial Lord Essenscharm said with a smile as he pointed to the two. Qin Yun said immediately, "Thank you, fellow Taoists. There's no need to thank us. We did not know that there was a warrant for your arrest. If we knew it earlier, we would have queried Palatial Lord Essenscharm in the middle of the night," said the female cultivator immediately. "It doesn't matter if it was a little later." Qin Yun laughed. After all, his family did not suffer any losses. Qin Yun's gaze landed on the gigantic bronze sphere. There were mountain ridges, plains, lakes, and rivers. Having roamed the world, he knew immediately from the landforms that the surface reflected the land in its entirety. Occasionally, there would be beams of light appearing in regions on the bronze sphere. Perhaps, powerful cultivators were sparring, or it was the cultivation of powerful fiendish demons. No matter how powerful the Heaven Inspecting Mirror is, it's impossible to monitor everyone in the world. Palatial Lord Essenscharm said, "Only when the fluctuations reach a particular threshold would the Heaven Inspecting Mirror pay close attention to it. Neither is the Heaven Inspecting Mirror omnipotent. For example, in special places like Taoist sacred lands, the Heaven Inspecting Mirror is unable to monitor them." Qin Yun nodded. "The ones that can avoid the monitoring of the Heaven Inspecting Mirror must be few in number. Few places in the world can prevent that. With this Heaven Inspecting Mirror, we will be able to know the actions taken by the great fiendish demons, giving us the advantage. Great fiendish demons? Many of them are old monsters that have lived for more than 1,000 years. They are very crafty. Palatial Lord Essence Charm said. Let's go, it's time we leave. Palatial Lord Essence Charm and company led Qin Yun through the Inspector Heavenly Alliance as they introduced him to the various places. The Inspector Heavenly Alliance was, in fact, a joint alliance between the Taoist sects, the Buddhist sects, and the imperial government. It allowed for more centralization of forces to deal with fiendish demons. There are two types of Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. One of them is the Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, while the other is the Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Taoist Yen explained passionately to Qin Yun's side. To become a Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, one has to be either at the Khanate Golden Core realm or kill Khanate Golden Core fiendish demons in the past. On the other hand, to be an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, they must be capable of killing a Khanate True Core realm fiendish demon or have profound accumulations in the Khanate True Core realm and be recognized by the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. To be recognized by the Inspector Heavenly Alliance? Qin Yun was puzzled. Cultivators at the Khanate True Core realm cannot immediately become Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors? No. Abbot Lunar Magus explained, there is nothing to be doubted for experts at the Khanate Golden Core realm. Every one of them cultivates in the best heritages and have a deep understanding of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it is only natural that they become Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. However, the Khanate True Core is different. Some of them might cultivate only in second-rate legacies and do not have pure and exquisite quintessential essence. Reaching the Khanate True Core realm for them is the limit. They also lack the strength, so they naturally will not be recognized. Take me for example, I'm an itinerant cultivator. I had fused Magus arts and Taoist arts as one, and I was only recognized and made an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador after 8 decades of being at the Khanate True Core realm. As for you, you are different. Taoist Yen said with a chuckle. You killed a Khanate True Core realm fiendish demon in a direct assault. There is no need to doubt your strength. As long as you are not a human traitor, you can be made an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. It all depends on whether you are agreeable to it. You must be agreeable to it, right? Asked Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Naturally. Qin Yun nodded. He had seen a lot. So he naturally did not falter from killing fiendish demons. As the group walked, they quickly came to a majestic grand hall. On both sides of the hall stood some cultivators. All of them had extraordinary bearing and a few of them even matched Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Essence Charm is here. Is this Qin Yun, from your Jian Prefecture's cultivation world? Impressive. At just 21 years of age, he is capable of producing the flying sword art of Rainbow Blooming Sword Beam? One cultivator after another smiled at Qin Yun. Palatial Lord Essence Charm exhorted him. Stand here. In a while, you will be today's star. With that said, he walked to have a casual chat with other old friends of his. Qin Yun stood in the middle and waited quietly. On both sides were Purple Token and Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors who were waiting to witness the ceremony. The elder arrives. A Taoist child shouted loudly. From the back of the grand hall, an elder with a large beard walked out. He looked ordinary as though he was mortal. He was smiling at Qin Yun. Elder. Palatial Lord Essence Charm and company all bowed respectfully. Qin Yun was alarmed as he immediately bowed. Elder. There's no need for these niceties. The bearded elder chuckled. On first look, Qin Yun found him to be an ordinary person. However, he suddenly felt a fear-invoking power suffuse from the bearded elder's body. The power seemed to represent the heavens or the earth. Oh? The bearded elder frowned slightly. As formless light scattered down, it quickly repressed the power that left Qin Yun feeling trepidatious. After repressing it, the bearded elder returned to being ordinary. Elder. Palatial Lord Essenscharm and company were a little worried. It's fine. The punishment inflicted by the heavens is only a little troublesome. It will be over after bearing with it. The bearded elder looked at Qin Yun with a smile. Your name is Qin Yun? Qin Yun responded hurriedly, yes. You are pretty impressive. You defended against the demon horde in the northern borders, killed that water ape and Grand Dominance, and also eliminated a fiendish demon spy. The bearded elder nodded. You are only 21 and you have already grasped an impressive flying sword art such as the rainbow blooming swordbeam. Impressive. I wonder, which sect are you a disciple of? Such an excellent disciple should have been known to our cultivation world long ago. I am Qin Yun, an itinerant cultivator. By fortuitous luck, I obtained a sword immortal legacy in my youth before I embarked on the path of cultivation, replied Qin Yun respectfully. There was no need to conceal his present strength anymore. Furthermore, there were only a few sects with sword immortal legacies. It was pointless trying to conceal the matter. An itinerant cultivator? The other Inspector Heavenly ambassadors that were in the Grand Hall watching the procession were taken aback. Qin Yun, you say that you are an itinerant cultivator? You managed to independently cultivate and knock open the gate of immortality? Said a middle-aged man immediately. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. The middle-aged man said immediately, the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, inherited teachings disciples my sword tower selects, have to go through countless experiential training and a great deal of nurturing, yet, the number of sword immortals that manage to knock open the gate of immortality before the age of 20 is pathetic. This, to cultivate independently without seniors or masters helping you, you managed to knock open the gate of immortality? The bearded elder laughed loudly when he heard that. Wonderful! To cultivate to such a stage at the age of 21 without any masters or seniors just because you obtained a legacy is truly rare. Very rare. We, humans, have talented people every generation. Qin Yun bowed slightly as he listened humbly. All right, Qin Yun. Let me ask you. Are you willing to take on the role of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, watching over a region of the world so as to protect humans? The bearded elder said loudly. His voice resonated in the hall as the witnessing Inspector Heavenly ambassadors in it fell silent. Qin Yun said solemnly, I, Qin Yun, am willing to watch over a region of the human world and protect humans without regrets even at the cost of 100 deaths. He already had such an understanding after experiencing the battlefields in the northern borders. What a great saying! Without regrets even at the cost of 100 deaths. The bearded elder's eyes lit up. Qin Yun, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin. Accept this token. With that said, an azure-colored token flew towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun accepted it respectfully with both hands. The bearded elder, as well as the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador witnesses, all experienced vicissitudes of emotions when they saw the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Chapter 102, Apricot Fragrance, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. There were 19 prefectures in the world. Cultivators also had their own matters to deal with. Some cultivated in seclusion and some roamed the mortal world. Others guided their disciples. The Inspector Heavenly ambassadors seldom stayed in the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. For example, the Jiang Prefecture had Palatial Lord Essenscharm, Abbot Lunar Magus, Taoist Yen, as well as the newly appointed Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun. Furthermore, Palatial Lord Essenscharm had specially brought Qin Yun there. Here is the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's treasure repository. Taoist Yen accompanied Qin Yun and introduced him to the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. This is a very important place. If there are any treasures you need, you can buy it here. The stores of treasures here are no way inferior to the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands. Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he said immediately, itinerant cultivators like us have extremely few resources. With treasure repository, it makes it a lot more convenient. It's not that convenient either. Lunar Magus shook his head. It's still quite alright with ordinary treasures, but if it were truly rare treasures, there are contribution requirements. For example, one has to be credited with 3,000 merits in order to use something to exchange for a 5th grade Dharma treasure. Without the 3,000 merits, Treasure Repository would not sell the 5th grade Dharma treasure to you. Qin Yun understood. This is also to encourage us to slay fiendish demons. By the way, I'll go in for a while, said Qin Yun immediately. Oh? The trio beside him was astonished as they followed behind him. An elder sat cross-legged in Treasure Repository. He opened his eyes when he sensed the visitors. He looked at the trio that arrived and smiled at Palatial Lord Essence Charm. This is Elder Qian. Palatial Lord Essence Charm whispered. Elder Qian. Qin Yun was alarmed. An elder? He immediately bowed. By his side, Abbot Lunar Magus and Taoist Yen had already bowed respectfully. Treasure Repository has everything. You can take a look at whatever you would like to buy. Elder Qian smiled as he pointed at dozens of thick books by the side. Those books record the treasures Treasure Repository possesses and the requirements needed to purchase the items. Qin Yun said, Elder Qian, this place allows the exchange of goods. Is it possible that you help me appraise something? Ascertaining the value of items is also part of my responsibility. Elder Qian had a very mild temperament. Qin Yun immediately flipped his hand over, took out a gray bottle, and handed it over. I want to know what blood is in there. And what kind of blood is it? Elder Qian took it and released the stopper to take a look, and instantly, his expression changed. He had an extremely mild temperament, and even the other Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors very seldom saw him angry. Where did you get this blood from? Elder Qian's voice was low and deep. His eyes flickered with purplish lightning flashes. Instantly, his aura turning extremely horrifying as it wrapped the entire treasure repository. Palatial Lord Essence Charm could withstand it, but Qin Yun, Taoist Yen, and Abbot Lunar Magus felt stifled almost immediately. This blood was obtained after Divine Firmament Chapter Disciple, Xiao, and I slew Grand Dominance County's water ape. I could not recognize what it was, but 9 Mountain Island Lord had sent his subordinates to attack me. The Motai family had also previously come to purchase this blood. Later on, the local county governor, Gongya Bing, dealt with my Qin family also because of this bottle of blood, Qin Yun explained. The Heaven Inspecting Mirror had vindicated me, so after becoming an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, the burning question I have is to know what blood this is. Elder Qian nodded. I know about your situation. I never expected it to be because of this bottle of blood. That water ape? He made all of Grand Dominance County sacrifice their children, so it appears that the true motive was to gather the blood of children's hearts. The blood of hearts? Qin Yun was alarmed. This much blood are all from hearts? Yes. Elder Qian nodded. By the side, Taoist Yen also sensed it somewhat. He could not help but say, it's almost as much as a tiny river. How many children lives were needed? Palatial Lord Essence Charm added, there are about 1,000 villages in Grand Dominance County. Every year, about 20 children need to be sacrificed from each village. A county has millions of people. How many children need to be sacrificed a year? What happens after 200 years? We, cultivators, have long been wanting to kill that water ape, but he possessed an ancient water ape bloodline. He could sense a 5-kilometer radius around him. He would immediately enter the river the moment there is any stir. In the river, even I won't be able to pose a threat to him. Settle it yourself. Elder Qian handed it over to Qin Yun. It's best to resolve it cleanly and do not conspire to use it for any benefit. Although some fiendish demons and some magus arts have a need for this, using it for benefits would only result in being taxed by sin. Palatial Lord Essence Charm added. Qin Yun took the gray bottle over and looked at it. The scene of him separating from his younger sister in his youth surfaced. Father, mother, big brother, second brother, save me. Save me, the cries of his younger sister still sounded in his ears. The blood of the hearts of countless children just like sister. Qin Yun sensed the blood that seemed to form a river as his eyes turned moist and reddened. Taoist Yen suggested, Taoist Qin, if you don't mind, I can cast fire arts to help you dissipate this blood. Thank you. Qin Yun nodded. I'll be troubling you soon. In the outskirts of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, Palatial Lord Essence Charm, Qin Yun, and company stood there. Phew. Taoist Yen cast his Dharma spell as instantly, fierce flames emanated the surroundings, causing a sea of fire to rise above the layer of clouds. Qin Yun removed the gray bottle's stopper. He controlled the blood with his quintessential essence. Go! Immediately, a stream of blood flew out and into the sea of fire, dissipating completely. Like a sanguine mist, it rapidly burned into nothingness amid the inferno. Qin Yun silently watched the endless sanguine mist burn and dissipate. By the side, Palatial Lord Essence Charm and company were silent as well. Fiendish demons wreaking havoc had been seen a lot by them. And the blood of the hearts of children was one of them. On a golden flying boat. Palatial Lord Essence Charm and company brought Qin Yun's family and departed the Inspector Heavenly Alliance and headed for Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance. We are reaching home soon. Qin Yun and his wife teased the two children. We are going back. We are going home. Going home. The two children were happy. Qin Yun also revealed a smile. Everything was over. That day, Grand Dominance City bustled more than ever because, in the day, an immortal boat had brought the Qin family back and descended into Qin Manor. Didn't young Master Qin Yun kill the county governor? According to my brother working at County Governor Manor, the county governor is really dead. Why is young Master Qin Yun's family back again? Aren't the officials going to do a thing? Who knows what goes on with immortals? The commoners broke out into a flurry of discussion. The commoners did not know, but the top wealthy family clans in Grand Dominance had received news. Grand Dominance. Hong family. Hong Lingtong held a wooden stave as he looked at the golden flying boat descend from a high altitude. He could tell very clearly that the famous Palatial Lord Essence Charm of the Jiang Prefecture's cultivation world was on the boat. There were also Taoist Yen and Abbot Lunar Magus. They were having a casual conversation with Qin Yun. Lingtong. Lingtong. The Qin family is back. They are back. Old Master Hong rushed over. I never expected that Gong Yabing to be a fiendish demon spy. Qin Yun killed that fiendish demon and has now been conferred the title of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. How impressive. Truly impressive. Our Grand Dominance County has also produced an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Father. Hong Lingtong smiled and said, Brother Qin is only 21. He has a bright future. Don't you see Palatial Lord Essence Charm from the top sect, Scenic Mountain sect, personally accompanying Qin Yun? Scenic Mountain sect also knows that in another 1 or 2 decades, our Jiang Prefecture might even produce an additional cultivator at the Khanate Golden Core realm. They naturally want to establish ties early. Old Master Hong was enlightened. It's simply icing on the cake, but how can it compare with providing timely assistance? Hong Lingtong smiled as he turned to leave. Lingtong, are we not preparing any gifts to visit the Qin family? Old Master Hong said immediately. There will be too many people today. We can make a visit 3 days later. Hong Lingtong had already entered his room as his voice sounded from inside. "All right." Old Master Hong nodded. His son was meticulous in his plans, considering every conceivable possibility. He was already long accustomed to this. There was no mistake when it came to listening to Hong Lingtong. The Qin family began to flourish, but it continued maintaining a low profile. Yet, it naturally became the best family in all of Grand Dominance County. There were some weaker itinerant cultivators that willingly deferred to the Qin family. After all, how many Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were there in the entirety of Jiang Prefecture? Although many second-rate cultivation sects had Kane True Core Realm experts as their patron, it did not mean that being at the Kane True Core Realm was sufficient to become an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Now, the Qin family naturally became one of the top families in the Jiang Prefecture. It was all simply because of having one Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. In a blink of an eye, several months passed. It was already the 25th of February. Early that morning, Qin Yun left home using sword kinesis flight. He proceeded through the clouds and in an hour, arrived in Wusu County. Wusu County. Windblast Pavilion. Qin Yun silently landed in a spot. Windblast Pavilion was one of the rather famous scenic spots in Wusu County. It neighbored the gigantic lake, Little Cloud Lake. Many people came to visit it. There were tiny bridges and flower beds in the vicinity, adding to its beautiful scenery. How fragrant! It was early spring and the apricot flowers had bloomed. A light fragrance made Qin Yun unable to resist smiling. He walked along a small alley and walked towards a pavilion that wasn't far away. He felt an upheaval of emotions and did not even use his psyche to probe, afraid that he would be rude to the beauty. Oh! After walking around a bend, Qin Yun looked over. In the distant Windblast Pavilion, beside a bed of apricot flowers, a girl in a light blue dress was standing by the lakeside alone, watching the boundless lake. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, Meeting Again. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun recognized the familiar figure as Xiao instantly. He immediately walked forward, and when the woman in a light blue dress sensed him, she turned to take a look. When she saw Qin Yun, her face naturally effused a look of pleasant delight. Qin Yun. Xiao greeted. Xiao, I heard you mention that it's your birthday today. I happen to have come across an item recently. I think it suits you well, so consider it as a birthday present. As Qin Yun spoke, he took out a decorated box and handed it to Xiao. Xiao accepted it with astonished anticipation. When she opened it, there was a water blue hair clasp with aqueous streams of light. It was beautiful and exquisite with some runic patterns stored within. This is a Dharma treasure made from aqueous cloud essence, right? There are water elemental lightning Dharma runic patterns within. This is an 8th grade Dharma treasure? Xiao said immediately. It's too valuable. It's your 20th birthday. Qin Yun said with a smile. Accept it. Xiao stole a glance at Qin Yun and said with a smile. All right then. I'll accept it. By the way, how did you know I'm 20 this year? I don't recall telling you my age. There was a natural tendency for women to be more sensitive towards their age. This, Qin Yun hesitated before saying, back then, your uncle Master Mingxiang, who fetched you from Grand Dominance, informed me. He told you my age? Xiao was astonished. What did he tell you behind my back? Nothing much. Just some encouragement. Qin Yun said with a smile. He said that you will step into the Khanate realm at the age of 19 when you return. He said that I had yet to break through at the age of 21 and that I should work hard at cultivation. Oh. Xiao nodded, but her eyes indicated her disbelief. Following that, Xiao said, it's true that after my return, the sect bestowed me with great gifts because of Water God's death. His death allowed me to rub off some of your honor. After I entered seclusive cultivation, I did break through to the Khanate in one go. I heard of what happened to you when I came out of seclusion. That fiendish demon, Gonya Bing, dealt with you because of Water God? More or less. To be precise, it was because of the heart blood of children, Qin Yun explained. After finishing the explanation, he said, thanks to the heaven-inspecting mirror, I was vindicated. If not, I would only be able to hide on a tiny island in the East Sea. Perhaps, I wouldn't have been able to come here today, but... Yi Zhao's heart palpitated as she said apologetically, back when I invited you to help me in the fight with Water God, I never expected such repercussions to happen. If the Qin family had not been eventually vindicated, there was no doubt that they would be wiped out. Yi Xiao would have definitely blamed herself. This has nothing to do with you. Killing Water God was my greatest desire, said Qin Yun. I would have risked my life to do it. I see. Yi Xiao nodded. Qin Yun, I also know that as a legendary sword immortal that happens only once every few centuries, your name will rapidly be made known throughout the world. Back then, you killed a Khanate true core fiendish demon in a head-on assault in less than half a year after you killed Water God. You became an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador as a result. Now, anyone under the heavens with a reliable news source has heard of a 21-year-old sword immortal itinerant cultivator who became an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. That is the life goal for most cultivators. Life goal? Qin Yun was stunned. Isn't that so? The Khanate Golden Core realm is too distant. And to become an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, even among Khanate True Core realm cultivators, only a portion of them has a chance of succeeding. Yi Xiao said, this goal is only slightly lower than reaching the Khanate Golden Core realm. The ultimate goal many cultivators from second-rate tier cultivation sects have is to become an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Qin Yun nodded with a smile and said, Yi Xiao, as a disciple of the Divine Firmament chapter, you are probably not that far from becoming an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Yi Xiao turned to look at Little Cloud Lake's water and whispered, but cultivation has never been my goal. Qin Yun was slightly startled. Qin Yun, tell me. Why did my mother abandon my father and me at an age before my first memories? And why would my father abandon me when I was 9? Yi Xiao looked at Qin Yun with moistened eyes. Why did they do that? What wrong did I do? I thought that if I were to work hard at cultivation, my father will definitely think differently of me. I diligently cultivated, and even in the Divine Firmament chapter, a Taoist sacred land, I was the most excellent one. I cultivated in the 5 internal organs and 5 elements, with each step being excruciatingly painful. Finally, I mastered the 5 elemental lightning dharma. It is the best foundation in the lightning dharma, which paves the only way towards cultivating the best lightning dharma, Divine Firmament lightning dharma. The time I took to master 5 elemental lightning dharma was shorter than eldest senior brother. Yi Xiao shook her head. Even the Yi family elders think highly of me, but my father has never come to see me even once. Qin Yun listened quietly by her side. Yi Xiao was confiding in him because she trusted him. On my 9th birthday, we came here. He even bought me candied fruit and many delicious foods. But with a turn of his head, he abandoned me and I never managed to find him. Yi Xiao murmured, although I have heard of him appearing elsewhere, I have never seen him. Every year, I would come here to wait, but it was useless. My father has never appeared. After a short chat, Yi Zhao's eyes drifted toward Little Cloud Lake in silence. Qin Yun stayed by her side and maintained the silence. An elder from the first great sect, Tu Chen, was walking toward the lake on a tiny path from afar. When he suddenly saw Qin Yun and Yi Xiao, his expression changed slightly. Oh? Tu Chen looked carefully and noticed the duo sitting on a boulder beside the lake. They appeared intimate. Who is that sitting so close to Fairy Yi Xiao? Tu Chen's expression turned ugly. After a moment's thought, he walked over immediately. And on the other side. Although Xiao was constantly peering at the lake, Qin Yun was focused on his surroundings. He saw the middle-aged man, Tu Chen, walking over. Tu Chen smiled at Qin Yun and beckoned his hand over slightly. Is there something? Qin Yun was a little puzzled and stood up to walk over. Friend, Tu Chen said with a smile, you look extraordinary in bearing and you are also a cultivator. Do you know our fairy? Qin Yun was slightly taken aback and nodded. Yes, who are you? A disciple of the Divine Firmament chapter? Not really, said Tu Chen immediately. I'm only a servant. I receive orders from the Divine Firmament chapter's eldest senior brother to serve our fairy. Do you know who our Divine Firmament chapter's eldest senior brother is? Qin Yun looked at him. My Divine Firmament chapter's eldest senior brother is named Xiao. He had long entered the Kane True Core realm and had been imparted the number 1 lightning dharma in the world, the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. Tu Chen said proudly. In the future, he has a high chance of reaching the Kane Golden Core realm. What are you getting at? Qin Yun looked at him. Tu Chen said with a smile, everyone in Divine Firmament chapter knows that eldest senior brother with our fairy is a perfect match made in heaven. If you continue pestering our fairy, I'm afraid eldest senior brother will be unhappy. Tu Chen. A cold voice rang. Xiao walked over and stared at him coldly. Eldest senior brother and I are only fellow disciples and nothing more. Besides, no matter what, it's not your place as a first-grade sect disciple to wag your tongue. I'm only, Tu Chen flinched with an ugly expression. From now on, I do not want to see you again. It's best you return to the first-grade sect. I do not need your service any longer. Xiao said coldly. My first-grade sect is a local sect of the Jiang Prefecture. Fairy, serving you is only necessary. Tu Chen said hurriedly. After entering the Khanate realm, Xiao's status was naturally elevated. Even the first-grade sect master did not dare slight her. Qin Yun spoke. First-grade sect? Since you are a cultivator from a local sect, you should have heard of my name. Tu Chen was taken aback. My name is Qin Yun, an itinerant cultivator of grand dominance. Qin Yun looked at him. Tu Chen's expression changed. Qin Yun? In the entire Jiang Prefecture's cultivation world, other than a few Khanate Golden Core Realm cultivators, the remaining powerful ones were the Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. The first-grade sect was only a second-tier sect and the entire sect only had one cultivator at the Kane True Core Realm, first-grade sect master. In his advanced age, if he were to die and without the rising of a new Kane True Core Realm cultivator, the first-grade sect would likely deteriorate even further. How could they be compared to a young sword immortal that had killed a Kane True Core fiendish demon at the age of 21? But how impressive of a first-grade sect disciple to actually come minding my business. Qin Yun said casually. Your first-grade sect master had visited Grand Dominance a few days ago and had quite an enjoyable conversation with me. Perhaps I need to ask him how he disciplines his disciples? Senior Qin, Tu Chen was at a loss for words. Also, don't use whatever eldest senior brother's name to repress me. It's useless. Qin Yun said, you may leave. Yes, I'll make my move right now. Tu Chen did not dare continue blabbering and turned to leave. Tu Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he was a distance away. Mortals suffer when gods fight. Is that man actually Qin Yun? Sect Master said that Qin Yun is an existence that has the highest chance of reaching the Khanate Golden Core Realm in all of Jiang Prefecture. Tu Chen thought to himself. However, eldest senior brother had also instructed others to command me. What do I do? Forget it. I'll just send all the information to eldest senior brother. I'll ignore everything else. I'll forget about taking sides for benefits or it might rob me of my life. Xiao smiled as she glanced at Qin Yun. You were pretty aggressive. Qin Yun shook his head. The first great sect master has pretty good relations with me. So it's not good if I bullied him. I just reprimanded him a little. Elder sister. Sister. Suddenly a voice sounded from afar. Qin Yun turned to look, and far away, a woman disguised in men's attire was rushing towards Xiao. An elder followed beside her. Oh. Qin Yun sensed something and immediately activated his Dharma eyes. He looked over. The woman rushing over was filled with surging demonic aura, and it seemed to manifest as a flood dragon. Flood dragon? Qin Yun was astonished. Sister Long. Xiao smiled as she welcomed the younger girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Divine Firmament Chapter's Eldest Senior Brother. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Xiao looked delighted when she saw the girl of Flood Dragon descent. I know that sister would definitely be here on the 25th of February. The dragon girl looked at Qin Yun as her eyes lit up. Sister, but in the past, you would be alone here on the 25th of February. Why is there another person? Is he my brother-in-law? Qin Yun, who was smiling by the side, was startled when he heard her statement. What are you talking about? Xiao could not help but blush as she hurriedly said, He's my good friend, Qin Yun. Oh. Good friend, I see. The dragon girl laughed oddly. Xiao was left helpless and said to Qin Yun, Let me do the introductions. This is Sister Long from the East Seas Water Races, Myriad Serpent Valley. She is the Valley Lord's daughter and her name is Long Xiaolian. She's just 18 this year and is still very young. She's good at everything else except her penchant for causing trouble. I do not cause trouble at all. Long Xiaolian's big eyes were bright. She carefully looked at Qin Yun and said, He looks ordinary. I can't tell how is he powerful. Xiaolian, it's time we leave. An elder beside her whispered. The people from the Scenic Mountains sect are waiting for us. Oh. Long Xiaolian nodded and said immediately, Sister, I'll be busying myself with official matters. After I'm done with it, I'll come look for you. It's rare for me to leave the East Sea, so I must have a good tour of the human world. I want to see the prospering human world. Sister, you must accompany me. All right. Go busy yourself first, said Xiao with a smile. Yeah, I specially arranged to meet the human cultivators today at the Cloud Lake Tavern nearby. I just finished some of my official business, so I came to find you. Little Cloud Lake giggled. Following that, she looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, my sister is like a fairy. In my East Sea, I've never seen any person more beautiful than her. If you like her, you must grab the opportunity. Quickly become my brother-in-law, if not, sister will be snatched away by someone. Cut the nonsense and quickly leave. Xiao's blush never dissipated. You humans are so troublesome. We from the water race would directly say it if we like them. Long Xiaolian grumbled and blinked her eyes at Qin Yun. She turned and headed for the Cloud Lake Tavern nearby with the elder beside her. When Xiao saw Long Xiaolian depart, she said, She's from the East Sea and is here to discuss some trade deal with us humans. The East Sea's water race has their exclusive treasures and us humans have what they need, so it's natural we trade among each other to obtain what each party needs. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Isn't it said that the water race and humans trade mostly in East Sea County? Why would she come all the way here to Wushu County? The East Sea County, Wushu County, Golden Qin County are the most prosperous counties in Jiang Prefecture. Xiao explained, to trade with humans, the East Sea County is the most prosperous, but the Wushu County and Golden Qin County have quite a fair bit of trading too. For example, the Scenic Mountain sect. It is the top cultivation sect in Jiang Prefecture, but its sect is located in the Vestal-Altar County and is very close to Wusu County. Typically, the trade deals are done in Wusu County. Qin Yun nodded slightly. He had only been an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador for a few months, and although he knew the various factions in Jiang Prefecture, he knew little about the trade deals between the East Sea Water race and humans. He only knew that the profits were astounding. After all, it was trading with the entire East Sea Water race. The East Sea Dragon Palace is the strongest faction in the East Sea. Xiao said, just like we humans have many sects, there are various factions both big and small in the East Sea. All of them have their own needs. The myriad Serpent Valley that Sister Long hails from was established by 3 serpent demon siblings. The myriad Serpent Valley's Valley Lord is a Khanate Golden Core demon, and the 2nd and 3rd Valley Lords are at the Khanate True Core realm. Furthermore, the 3rd Valley Lord is a woman, but their relationship with the East Sea Dragon Palace is far from average. It's because this sister of mine has a dragon bloodline. Qin Yun nodded. I can tell. She's already a flood dragon at the postnatal realm. Clearly, she was born like that. The water race had some cultivation methods that allowed the body to evolve into a dragon. However, to be a flood dragon at the postnatal realm, the demon must have been born that way, not. Humans and the water race from the 4 seas had rather good relationships. This was because the humans mainly lived on the land and the water race of the 4 seas occupied the 4 seas. There was naturally no conflicts between the two. The first time I saw Sister Long, she was crying a fountain. Xiao said with a laugh. However, she treats people sincerely and isn't scheming at all. I can tell. Qin Yun nodded. The sky gradually turned dark. Long Sholian and the Elder, as well as 2 cultivators, were walking together. Uncle Chang, you are overly petty. You aren't giving any discounts. Long Sholian grumbled. The 2 cultivators beside her smiled helplessly. They could not say much to a dragon girl. Oh. The 2 cultivators saw Qin Yun and Xiao from afar. Daoist brother Qin. A middle-aged cultivator walked over with a smile immediately. I never expected to meet you in Wusu County. Qin Yun turned to take a look. He got up and said with a smile, oh, it's fellow Daoist Chang. Xiao stood up as well. Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Scenic Mountain Sect's fellow Daoist Cheng Wang. Qin Yun said with a smile. He had good relations with the Scenic Mountain Sect. Palatial Lord Essence Charm had brought a delegation to his Qin Manor, and likewise, he had been to Scenic Mountain Sect before. After all, it was Jiang Prefecture's greatest sect. In the past, it was once a Taoist sacred land. Although it had waned, it was still a top cultivation sect. There were 2 cultivators at the Khanate Golden Core realm and as many as 8 at the Khanate True Core realm. There were even more at the Khanate False Core realm. Even the imperial government would use the Scenic Mountain Sect's help in the Jiang Prefecture. Fellow Daoist Chang, this is Xiao, a Divine Firmament chapter disciple. Back then, she had joined forces to kill that water ape with me, Qin Yun introduced. I know about that. You really rid a huge scourge of our Jiang Prefecture. Cheng Wang said with a laugh. Xiao smiled faintly as well. Uncle Chang, your fellow Daoist brother Qin is my brother-in-law. My elder brother. My elder brother. Long Xiaolian walked over and changed her words when she saw Xiao stare at her. He's my brother. Since we are all one big family, how can your Scenic Mountain Sect be so demanding on us? Qin Yun was puzzled. By the side, Daoist Cheng smiled when he saw the way things played out. Well, I never expected Miss Xiaolian to have such a relationship with fellow Daoist Qin. You should have said so early. Then, I'll give you a discount. 5%. When Long Xiaolian heard that, she smiled. Uncle Chang is the best. Cheng Guang smiled at Qin Yun and said, just some trade deals with the water race. There's naturally a need to square the accounts. However, since we are all one big family, we can let it pass. Giving a little discount during the price negotiation process was nothing, to begin with. They naturally needed to be more calculating when dealing with the water race, but since Qin Yun was here, he took the opportunity to give Qin Yun face. Friendship. This was how it was formed over long periods of time. Then, thank you fellow Taoist Chang. Qin Yun said with a smile. It's nothing. Chang Guang looked at Long Xiaolian. Miss Xiaolian, everything is settled. Let's go according to what we proposed. In the future, your myriad Serpent Valley will trade with our scenic mountains sect in accordance with what was discussed today. All right. Long Xiaolian nodded. Fellow Taoist Qin, I'll bid you farewell. Chang Guang cupped his hands. The partner beside him said similar things. I won't be sending the both of you off. Qin Yun cupped his hands together with Xiao. Have a pleasant journey. Long Xiaolian said immediately. Chang Guan smiled as he waved his sleeves. Phew. A cloud rose as the duo left on a cloud, returning to Vesalalter County's scenic mountain sect. After they watched them leave, Long Xiaolian looked over to Qin Yun and exclaimed, Brother Qin, you are pretty impressive. The scenic mountain sect actually takes you into account. I was planning on negotiating with them for 2 weeks. It would have been pretty good if I got a 2% discount, but I never expect to get 5% immediately. This is the biggest discount the scenic mountain sect has given the water race from what I know. We are all from the Jiang prefecture, so it's naturally easier to negotiate. Qin Yun did not elaborate. However, Long Xiaolian thought to herself, a large sect like the scenic mountain sect thinks nothing of ordinary cultivators. From the looks of it, this brother-in-law of mine has an extraordinary background. I should cling on to this powerhouse. Sister, my work is done. I have lots of time to have fun. I want to go to Golden Qin to see the beauties and to Grand Dominance to eat the delicacies. Accompany me. Long Xiaolian said immediately. Xiao smiled as she said, all right. However, I'll be spending another 2 to 3 days in Wusu. Then, I'll accompany you. When the time comes, we as sisters can have fun together. Long Xiaolian's eyes lit up. The human world is so much more interesting than our East Sea, but when the time comes, I'll bring you around. I'm a Jiang prefecture local. Qin Yun said with a smile. Of course you have to go. I even want you to treat me. It's not easy for me to earn some silver. Long Xiaolian said. Qin Yun laughed. Xiao was feeling slightly better. If she was only 15 or 16, it was unlikely she would even smile while waiting for her father at Windblast Pavilion. It was a thing of the past now, and Xiao was able to ascertain the situation calmly. However, she continued feeling a little disheartened over the matter. She looked up slightly and it was already dark. It was a star-studded night and unfortunately, she failed to meet her father. It was her 20th birthday, so she intended to wait another 2 or 3 days before leaving. Taoist Sacred Land, Divine Firmament Chapter, 3 Yang Peak. The eldest senior brother of Divine Firmament Chapter's present generation, Shui-Yong, sat cross-legged on the peak. He watched as the distant morning sun rose as lightning bolts swirled across his body. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. A girl ran over. Oh. Junior sister Shandong. Shui-Yong looked at the girl as the lightning on his body converged. The girl blushed slightly and handed an envelope over. This letter, it's from Jiang Prefecture. Oh. Shui-Yong received the envelope and took out the letter inside. Then, his brows furrowed slightly. Junior sister Shandong, go busy yourself, said Shui-Yong. Oh, okay. The girl answered immediately and walked down the mountain peak. But before she left, she could not help but turn back. The figure at the top of the mountain peak, which was bathed in sunlight, was like a god or immortal. After stealing a glance, she turned and left, afraid that she would be discovered by her eldest senior brother. Xiao glanced at the girl that had descended the mountain. He had released his psyche, so he long knew that the girl was peeping. Junior sister Xiao and that Qin Yun are close? Xiao put down the letter. Everything should be left up to fate. If we are not fated, that's fine. Love is not to be forced. Xiao zapped the letter with a lightning bolt, turning it to ash. Following that, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Sword Beam Slays Demons. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. 3 days later. Qin Yun, Xiao, Long Xiaolian, and a turtle demon were on a cruise that headed for Golden Qin County. Eastxi County, Wushu County, and Golden Qin County were three of the most prosperous counties in Jian Prefecture. Geographically, they went from south to north. According to Qin Yun's original plans, they could have flown directly to Golden Qin. How fast was that? But Long Xiaolian insisted on traveling by boat. Wow, how beautiful. Standing on the deck, Long Xiaolian looked at the banks. It was early spring and the willows had already begun budding. Occasionally, there would be a smudge of red amid the greenery along the banks. Further away were large swaths of farmland. This is the human world. The human world. Long Xiaolian was excited. Beside her, the turtle demon elder said with a smile, "In a few more days, with the flowers blooming by the shore, it will be even better. Now, the cherry blossoms are still buds and have not completely bloomed. In about a month's time, that will be when the willows fly everywhere. It would be ugly then." And in an exquisite cabin on the boat, Qin Yun and Xiao sat at a tiny table, drinking and having some fruit and dessert. We could have flown to Golden Qin in less than an hour. Now, with the boat proceeding so slowly, it will take a few days. Qin Yun shook his head. It's rare for Sister Long to leave the sea so naturally. She finds everything fresh and new. Xiao said, previously, she was busy with her trade deals and did not have the leisure to appreciate it fully. Now that she has the time, she naturally wants to enjoy herself. However, it's almost March, and the Jiang Prefecture's scenery is indeed pretty. In terms of scenery in March, Grand Dominance is truly the best in the world. Qin Yun said proudly. I have traveled the world and can guarantee that even though the neighboring Golden Qin has pretty good scenery in March, Grand Dominance has a little more flair to it. And heading north, the colors turn a little washed out. Heading east, it gets affected by the ocean. It's Grand Dominance that is perfect in every aspect. Xiao smiled as she nodded. When Sister Long returns to the East Sea, Xiao, you have to spend some time in Grand Dominance. I previously mentioned that I would bring you everywhere in Grand Dominance to enjoy its delicacies, but you returned to your sect so early, said Qin Yun. Sure thing, after I broke through to the Khanate realm, I was planning on touring the world. Xiao naturally agreed. Qin Yun could not help but smile. The duo enjoyed a casual conversation as they looked at the scenery outside the boat. Hoo! High in the sky, a group of avian demons was spreading their wings and flying. At the same time, they overlooked the land in every direction. That cultivator sure is bold. He dared kill the young lord. The great king has commanded us to capture the cultivator and torture him to death. His flesh is to be eaten and blood drank. Look carefully. Don't let that cultivator escape. An avian demon barked as he studied the land beneath him. He won't escape. His Majesty has given his orders and now, the demon mob is out in full force to capture him. He's a cultivator not even in the Khanate realm, so how can he possibly escape? As the demons conversed, they were carefully searching the area. As avian demons, their eyes were also very sharp. There is a bunch of farmers over there. Yellow feathers, the few of you go take a look. See if the cultivator is hidden among them. All right. Immediately, 5 avian demons flew into the distance. Phew! Phew! The 5 avian demons swooped down at extremely fast speeds. The boatsman and his daughter were busy serving lunch to the guests on the front deck. At that moment, when they looked up, they saw 5 dots rapidly flying over. They were appalled to realize that there were 5 avian demons. Demons! Demons! The boat's owner and his daughter were alarmed. Demons? Qin Yun and Xiao walked to the berth and came to the deck where Xiao and the turtle demon were. They looked up and saw 5 avian demons flying over rapidly. Demons are actually attacking? Are they going to eat people? Long Xiao could not help but marvel. Although demons would occasionally appear in the city outskirts, it's very unlikely to encounter them. Traveling merchants would encounter them once after dozens of trips. To many lesser merchants, it's a calamity. Qin Yun looked up and watched the 5 incoming demons. When the 5 demons approached, they noticed the 4 people on the deck. However, they did not have Dharma eyes and could not recognize that Long Xiao and the elder were demons as well. What a beautiful woman! Truly beautiful. The 5 avian demons were instantly attracted by Xiao. As demons, the divine concealment spell was useless against them. He, such a great beauty. The other girl might be a little young, but she's very pretty too. One of the 5 demons laughed oddly. Kill all the men and eat their flesh. Bring the 2 women away. The great beauty shall be left to His Majesty, and the young beauty is mine. Leader, there's a boat maiden over there too. Kill them for flesh. Check them after they are dead to see if the cultivator is hidden here. The 5 avian demons were floating in front of the boat as they discussed. The old boatsman on the boat, as well as his daughter, were trembling. Father! The boat maiden hugged the old man. It's fine. It's fine. Although the old boatsman said so, his body could not help but quiver. It was relatively safe from Wusu to Golden Sheen. Few demons passed the water channel and it was far away from the demon lairs. He never expected to encounter demons. In a while, if you see things turn bad, jump off the boat immediately. Perhaps, we might still be able to live. The old boatsman whispered to his daughter. His daughter was already tearing up. Jumping off the boat to live? The demons could still kill the people in the water. The chance of surviving was extremely low. Are you going to kill us and capture us? Long Xiao showed no fear and instead, took the initiative to speak. The 5 avian demons were taken aback. Cut the nonsense. Attack! The leader of the flying demons gave the order. However, Qin Yun extended his hand out. Who? 5 blurry sword beams that resembled a drizzle flashed in midair, penetrating the 5 avian demons. Immediately, the demons were alarmed, but following that, they reverted to their true forms, plummeting into the river as gigantic flying birds. Why did you kill them so quickly? I haven't had a chance to have fun with them. Long Xiao could not help but grumble. Qin Yun frowned as he looked into the distance. Kilometers away, another 5 demons were flying towards a group of farmers. When the farmers saw the demons, they were horrified and began running in all directions. After Qin Yun entered the Khanate realm, it was as though he had been reborn. He could still see well even several kilometers away if the weather was good. These demons. Qin Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Shoo, dot. A purple beam of light flew out from the scabbard by his waist, leaving behind a remnant shadow behind. In a blink of an eye, it appeared several kilometers away. It tore through the flying demons consecutively, revealing the demons' true forms as they plummeted to the ground dead. When these farmers saw the situation unfold, they came to a halt. They agitatedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, gods. Thank the gods for saving our lives." To Qin Yun, he was only doing it in passing, but to these farmers, it was their lives. They were the pillars of their family, so if they were to die, their wives and children would only have tragic outcomes. Phew! The purple light flew back into the scabbard by Qin Yun's waist. It was an 8th grade Dharma treasure that he exchanged with the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. Odd. Qin Yun frowned. Wushu County and Golden Qin County are one of the top 3 counties in Jiang Prefecture. Furthermore, Golden Qin County is governed by the prefecture overseer. Demons would seldom take action there, much less be so obstreperous. Xiao nodded as well. We humans hold the advantage in such large counties. Demons would be clandestine when they come out, so why are they being so flagrant? Qin Yun nodded. We should pay attention to our surroundings. Perhaps something has happened. And about 5 kilometers from where Qin Yun was, Hong Lingtong was holding onto a wooden stave and traversing through a forest nervously. His face was pale and he could not help but cough. Wealth comes from taking risks. In order to repair my treasure, I was really rash this time. The 2 risks I took previously was within my divine calculations and I escaped unscathed. This time, I killed the Demon King's only son. He's furious and has sent demons everywhere to capture me. All my invisibility charms have been used up. What do I do? What should I do? Hong Lingtong ran as he anxiously thought of solutions. His divination spell was not omniscient. Furthermore, the world was profound. Not everything could be divined. As Hong Lingtong escaped for his life in panic, he searched for a way out of his peril. Oh! The moment he came to a distance exactly 5 kilometers from Qin Yun. The strange ancient turtle shell with cracks that floated inside his dantian began trembling, passing him new information. Survival is in the east. There. Hong Lingtong looked in the direction where Qin Yun and company were on. However, the boat was 5 kilometers away and with trees and hills obstructing his line of sight, he could not see a thing. But Hong Lingtong knew. He knew that the chance for survival was in that direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Chapter 106, Grand Dominance, Qin Yun. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Hong Lingtong carefully dashed through the hills and woods and soon, he scaled a mountain. In front of him were large patches of farmland. There's nothing ahead that provides any cover. Hong Lingtong gritted his teeth and maintaining his divine concealment spell, he once again used a Dao talisman, divine traversal charm. His speed rapidly reached a peak. So, he immediately ran at his fastest possible speed on the farmland and headed east. He was dressed in a green outer robe and it was inconspicuous in the woods or farmlands. After all, it was green everywhere in early spring. With the 10 avian demons in the vicinity having been killed by Qin Yun recently, Hong Lingtong managed to run for about 1,500 meters. Despite running across the vast and empty farmlands, no demon noticed him. However, there were still avian demons that eventually flew over. The 3 avian demons flew in the sky and overlooked the area beneath them in search of their target. Quick, look there. What's that? It's running really fast. These avian demons even swooped down to investigate. It's that cultivator. One of the demons shouted immediately. Found him. Here. He's here. 3 avian demons immediately shrieked. The voice that contained demonic power quickly spread in every direction. They were only ordinary lesser demons and knew that although the cultivator below them had yet to enter the Khanate realm, he could match a typical Khanate false core cultivator if he fought desperately. Their young lord had died under the cultivator's hand, so even though he was heavily injured, none of the ordinary lesser demons dared to embark on a suicide mission. Han Lingtong darted across the farmlands and heard the sounds coming from above him. When he looked up, he saw the 3 avian demons in midair. Oh no, I've been discovered. Han Lingtong's heart palpitated. Quick, quick, quick. Han Lingtong panicked as he ran desperately. Has that cultivator been discovered? The voice spread to another end. Instantly, large swarms of demons received the news. As they passed the news to their king, they proceeded to stop Han Lingtong. Quickly head there. Catch that cultivator. An ox demon in midair instantly gave the command as he commandeered a cloud and proceeded. And elsewhere. On the boat, Qin Yun and Xiao had also heard the demon shrieks coming from high up in the sky. They were standing on the deck watching from afar. Qin Yun and Xiao cultivated in top heritage, so although Xiao had yet to comprehend the charms of the heavenly Tao, causing her to condense a Khanate false core that was slightly weaker than Qin Yun's, she could still barely make out a figure that was running at a high speed 3 kilometers away. As for Qin Yun, he was able to discern it even better. He could vaguely make out the other party's looks in silhouette. It looks like Han Lingtong? Qin Yun was a little astonished. Go. With a thought from Qin Yun, the purple flying sword instantly unsheathed itself from the scabbard by his waist and streaked through the sky noiselessly as a purple beam. It was like a drizzle that left traces of a faint sword beam in the sky. Han Lingtong was desperately running on the farmlands while he crossing streams as if he were on flat land. However, it was clear that the demons gathering in the sky were increasing. What are you all afraid of? That cultivator is already heavily injured. He's not even my match. With a loud call, a hawk demon swooped down. It was one of the demon leaders and its strength was approaching that of the Khanate false core realm. With the hawk demon leading the way, 2 other demon leaders charged downwards as well. With a whoosh, a large number of lesser demons swarmed forward. Oh no! Seeing the 3 demon leaders lead dozens of lesser demons down, Han Lingtong immediately revealed a look of despair. Survival is in the east. How far away is the east? Cultivator, you won't be able to escape. The hawk demon rushed in front of him and struck out with his talons. Shoo! A purple light that resembled a drizzle flashed past. The ferocious hawk demon widened his eyes in terror, but before he could say a word, he immediately transformed into his true form and flew backward. Han Lingtong struck the hawk demon's corpse with his wooden stave. He was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the purple beam of light that streaked across the sky like a flighty fish. Instantly, it pierced through the avian demons one after another. In a blink of an eye, dozens of demons, including the demon leaders, fell to the ground after reverting to their true forms. They had all died on the spot. With a whoosh, the purple beam of light circled around and stopped beside Han Lingtong. It was a purple flying sword that rapidly expanded to several feet long. Aren't you getting on? A voice resounded in the surroundings. When Han Lingtong heard that, he revealed a look of delight. Brother Qin? At that moment, he was thrilled to tears. He had previously lived in Grand Dominance City and for the past few months, he had been visiting Qin Yun frequently. They had a great friendship, so he naturally could identify Qin Yun's voice instantly. Hold on. Han Lingtong waved his hand and released his quintessential essence, which engulfed the 3 demon leaders' corpses, sweeping away some of the items the demon leaders had. Quickly! There are more demons coming, urged Qin Yun. All right. Han Lingtong immediately stepped onto the purple flying sword. So, the purple flying sword quickly flew back. When more demons rushed over from various regions, they saw that Han Lingtong had landed on a boat after traveling on a purple flying sword. Hong Lingtong saw Qin Yun, Xiao, and company standing at the bow of the boat. When he landed, he greeted gratefully, "Brother Qin." As for the purple flying sword, it shrunk and flew back into Qin Yun's scabbard. "You are eyeing even that tiny bit of treasure?" Qin Yun looked at Hong Lingtong as he carried a bunch of trinkets. "It's better than nothing. Those ordinary lesser demons are very poor while the demon leaders have accumulated a little more wealth. Hey, this banknote worth 100,000 taels of silver is yours, while I'll keep the remaining trinkets." "You don't think much of them anyway," Hong Lingtong said immediately. As he spoke, he could not help but cough twice. His face flushed red as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, he wrapped the blood in quintessential essence and sent it off the boat and into the river. Qin Yun did not think much of the banknote and instead frowned while looking at Hong Lingtong. "Your injuries are very severe?" "It's all right. I won't die from them." Hong Lingtong's face was pale. "I did not dare to spit out the blood while escaping, afraid that the demons could track me through the smell of my blood." Qin Yun stretched out his hand and grabbed Hong Lingtong's wrist. A wisp of quintessential essence was sent into Hong Lingtong's body to probe it. His expression changed slightly. "You are seriously injured. Your innards have shock wounds. You will have to return and recuperate. This bit of injury is nothing. I've gotten into trouble. I killed Black Demon King's only son," said Hong Lingtong. "Black Demon King?" Long Xiolian and the Turtle Demon was alarmed. They had long heard of Black Demon King's fame. Xiao frowned slightly as she looked at Qin Yun. "Black Demon King?" Qin Yun nodded. "All right. Hong Lingtong, have a good rest for the time being and leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I'll definitely send you back to Grand Dominance County safely." "Are you confident?" Xiao could not help but ask. Although she had entered the Khanate realm and the lightning arm she cultivated was extraordinary, allowing her to match that of an ordinary Khanate true core realm, she believed she was not Black Demon King's match. Qin Yun glanced at Xiao and said, "Xiao, you can just watch by the side." Xiao was astonished when she heard that. Following that, she heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. "Then, I'll watch here." "Brother-in-law, are you really that Black Demon King's match?" Long Xiolian asked immediately. "Black Demon King is very powerful. Even my mother is no match for him." And at that moment, there were more and more demons gathered in midair. They were scattered in the surroundings and staring at the boat. The boatsman and his daughter panicked as they held their breaths. The maiden whispered, "Father, immortals and demons are about to fight." However, the boatsman had an unconcealable glint in his eyes. So many demons in the sky do not dare to attack. The people on our boat must be some powerful immortals. This is enough for me to brag for a lifetime. Among all the demons in the sky, an ox demon finally arrived. The stocky ox demon came over while standing on a cloud. While being clustered round by the horde of demons, he overlooked the area beneath him. "Who's that on the boat? How dare you make an enemy out of my Goathorn Mountain?" The ox demon's voice reverberated like thunder throughout the world. He was also a great demon at the Khanate False Core realm. Grand Dominance, Qin Yun. Qin Yun stood at the bow of the boat and spoke while looking at the horde of demons in the sky that resembled a black cloud. "It's him?" When the ox demon heard that, his expression changed. "Retreat! Retreat! Whoosh!" The ox demon, as well as the demon leaders that knew of Qin Yun's name, retreated a great distance away in fright. Although the other lesser demons were somewhat at a loss, they naturally retreated quickly when they saw the Khanate great demons retreating in fear. Instantly, they retreated about a kilometer, putting a distance of about 3 kilometers between them and Qin Yun. "I heard that a flying sword can kill the enemy at a great distance. Now that we are so far, I'll escape the moment his flying sword moves. I should be fine." The ox demon thought to himself. Why do we need to flee? Leader, who is Grand Dominance's Qin Yun? What background does Qin Yun have? Some of the lesser demons asked amid whispers. The ox demon naturally couldn't be bothered to elaborate. A few demon leaders immediately explained in hushed tones, Grand Dominance's Qin Yun is one of the strongest cultivators in Grand Dominance County. He has been conferred the title of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. A flying sword can kill us from a great distance. Demons like us will only be sending ourselves to our deaths no matter the number. He's that powerful? The lesser demons' hearts were seized with fear. Long Shelian, the turtle demon, the boatsman and his daughter noticed that by simply declaring his name, Qin Yun had forced the numerous demons in the sky to retreat rapidly. Instead of pressing down on them, they had retreated about a kilometer, opening a gap of about 3 kilometers. They were all somewhat faltering. Qin Yun. At about 3 kilometers away, the ox demon bellowed, I would like to inform you that the cultivator you saved a moment ago has killed my Black Demon King's only son. He will definitely kill him for revenge. If you release that cultivator now, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are gutsy. Come over and speak in front of me. Qin Yun's voice sounded out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, Qin Yun and Black Demon King. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun's voice wasn't loud, but every demon in a 3-kilometer radius heard it clearly. It sounded like it came from beside them. The ox demon seemed to gag as he widened his mouth but did not speak another word. Do you think I'm dumb enough to send myself to my death voluntarily? This Qin Yun clearly has intense killing intent. The ox demon overlooked the area beneath him and at a glance, saw the demon corpses of those that had been killed a while ago. Against such a terrifying cultivator, I should wait for His Majesty to come first. I expect His Majesty to be arriving soon. Elsewhere in midair. Black Demon King was thin and he wore black armor. The black goat horns on his head seemed eager to pierce through the firmament as his purple pupils were cold and sinister. There were black gases swirling around him as numerous subordinates followed beside him. The rest of his subordinates had scattered in search for the cultivator, Hong Lingtong, who had killed his only son. Phew! A golden beam of light flashed from a distance. A great demon with dark golden wings and dark golden fur on his face arrived. He was none other than Great Demon Golden Firmament. Brother Golden Firmament. Black Demon King spoke. Brother Goat, he's found. Your subordinates have discovered the cultivator. Golden Firmament said immediately. He was Nine Mountain Island Lord's personal disciple and was also of Cloudfiend Mountain descent. Although his strength in the Kane True Core realm was only considered ordinary, his escape arts were unparalleled. In order to find Hong Lingtong, Black Demon King had sought Golden Firmament's help. Golden Firmament was adept at flying, so he traveled everywhere and got to know many powerful great demons. In terms of strength, he was probably the weakest among the great demons at the Kane True Core realm in Jiang Prefecture, but in terms of the number of friends, no one would dare challenge him. He's finally been found. A cold glint flashed in Black Demon King's eyes. Brother Golden Firmament, please lead the way. All right. Whoosh. Golden Firmament immediately controlled the wind and swept Black Demon King and the demons around in a tempestuous storm as they tore through the air. In a few seconds, Golden Firmament had brought the demons to arrive in the place where the demons were gathered. Your Majesty. Instantly, the ox demon and other demons bowed respectfully. The black gases around Black Demon King stirred as he looked down coldly. Golden Firmament stood by the side. The other great demons at the Kane False Core realm stood behind him while the avian lesser demons were spread across the sky. There were already more than 100. Of course, with Black Demon King's influence, the demons under him numbered in the tens of thousands. However, the number of flying demons were fewer in number. Besides, many of them had not rushed over in time. Where's he? Has he been captured? Black Demon King glanced at the ox demon. Your Majesty, the cultivator that killed the young lord is on that boat. The ox demon said in a hushed tone, we also wanted to attack, but there is an extremely powerful cultivator on board that boat. He's also an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Black Demon King knitted his brows. However, Golden Firmament felt his heart tighten as he converged his aura greatly. He was only of ordinary strength among those at the Kane True Core. He was not the match of any Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, and he was bent on escaping the moment he saw things go south. Of course, he was extremely confident in escaping. It's fine. With Black Demon King here, no matter which Inspector Heavenly Ambassador it is, it will be Black Demon King spearheading the matter. I'm only here to help him find the murderer and not to risk my life for him. Golden Firmament thought to himself. Black Demon King frowned as the bloodlust in his eyes turned richer. He said coldly, did you say that the cultivator had killed my only son? I said so, said the ox demon immediately. But it was useless. He doesn't give me face? Black Demon King said coldly, which Inspector Heavenly Ambassador is he? Grand Dominance, Qin Yun. The ox demon whispered immediately. It's him? I've heard of him. A young human fellow who thinks that he has the qualifications to challenge me because he killed some Kane True Core fiendish demon of some unknown origin? Black Demon King sneered. By the side, Golden Firmament's eyelids twitched. Qin Yun? He did not know that the Kane True Core fiendish demon, Gongya Bing, was his uncle master, as his identity was always kept a secret. However, ever since he knew that Qin Yun was the one who killed Gongya Bing, he suspected that the aggressor at Qin Manor that night was Qin Yun himself. Qin Yun might have been controlling the flying sword, and he might have already broken through to the Kane False Core realm back then. On the boat, Qin Yun looked up and saw Black Demon King appear at a distance. He's here. Yi Zhao's expression was heavy as she said, Black Demon King is a goat demon. He has cultivated for more than 5 centuries and is excellent at melee combat. Even more powerful is his 5 fire white bone beads. It is an entire set of Dharma treasures and has been refined by him into an unfathomable state. He can even form his own domain. Qin Yun, you have to be careful. I'm from the Zhang Prefecture, so I naturally know all the fiendish demons in it at the back of my hand. I have also heard from other cultivators about Black Demon King's 5 fire white bone beads several times. Besides, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance has intelligence that counters his methods, so I'm confident. Qin Yun said with a smile. However, these demons sure are one of a kind. That water ape dared to call himself a god at the Khanate False Core realm. This goat demon might be a rather famous old demon at the Kane True Core realm, but he dares to call himself a demon king. Yi Xiao smiled as well and nodded. We humans naturally have our rules. Conferment of nobility or royalty is done by the imperial government. Cultivators would not dare wantonly claim to be gods or kings. Correspondingly, demons are rather lax in this aspect. You humans just have too many rules. Long Xiaolian grumbled from the side. Phew! The horde of demons flew over once again. As they approached, even the mortal boatsman and his daughter could see the black goat-horned fiendish demon in the billowing black clouds. Just the sight alone made their hearts tremble and their legs go limp. The one below, are you Grand Dominance's Qin Yun? Black Demon King's voice echoed. Black Demon King. Qin Yun spoke as well. Black Demon King looked downwards and carefully studied Qin Yun's looks. He said coldly and sinisterly, I truly envy you humans. Just a few decades is enough to match centuries or a millennium of our cultivation. You must already know that the cultivator you saved killed my only son today. Regardless, I have to kill that cultivator to avenge my son. Whoever stops me will be my blood enemy. Release him now and I'll forget this matter. After this, I'll send subordinates to present you with great gifts at Qin Manor. How about that? Offered Black Demon King. Truly powerful great fiendish demons had fought with cultivators since time immemorial. The stronger they were, the more fearful they became. Because in a truly desperate fight, the great fiendish demon might be killed, but so could the cultivator. Therefore, without confidence, the more unlikely it was for top existences to clash. Especially on the human side, as long as they could ensure that the fiendish demon showed some restraint, allowing human commoners to lead a relatively normal life, human cultivators would not risk their lives in a desperate fight without absolute confidence. In a desperate fight, what was being risked was one's life. Even the most powerful cultivator or great fiendish demon only had one. On the ship, Hong Lingtong saw the horde of demons in the sky and his heart tightened from seeing the fiendish gases billowing around Black Demon King. Hand him over? Impossible. Qin Yun said coldly. Black Demon King was immediately incensed as his eyes turned green with rich killing intent. He bellowed angrily, "He killed my son. Is there any wrong with me wanting to kill him? Qin Yun, depart quickly or I'll kill you as well. I'll kill anyone that stops me today." The other humans and demons remained silent. Ha ha. Fiendish demons eat and kill humans. Is there any fault killing one of you fiendish demons? Qin Yun bellowed furiously. Black Demon King turned even more vexed. He was already infuriated having his only son killed. However, having cultivated for more than 5 centuries, he was not one to easily pick a fight with an expert at the same level, even though he found Qin Yun young and lacking in experience. He roared once again, "Qin Yun, it was not easy for you to cultivate to this stage. Are you really going to risk your life to fight me for a weak cultivator? Attack if you want to attack. Cut the nonsensical crap. Watch your front." Qin Yun suddenly waved his hand as a silver sword beam instantly flew out. A rush of air that spontaneously tore through the sky transformed into a dazzling rainbow beam that shot at the distant Black Demon King. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, Misty Rain Sword Art. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. What, we are fighting just like that? Black Demon King's heart trembled. Although he was enraged previously and made fierce threats, fighting with Qin Yun was the worst of his plans. For him to be able to cultivate for more than 5 centuries, it was because he seldom risked his life in battle. Every time he risked his life, it was like traversing the borders of life and death. Therefore, unless cultivators and great demons had the confidence or had reasons that forced them to risk their lives, they would not easily come to blows. A recently promoted junior sure has an exaggerated opinion of his abilities. It appears that I've not fought for a long while that even a junior doesn't think much of me. Rich killing intent burned in Black Demon King's eyes. Although such great demons would not easily risk their lives, they would naturally not go easy once they decided to take action. Black Demon King looked down at the boat as his voice rumbled with his shout. "Qin Yun. Since you insist on death, I'll fulfill your desire." He waved his hand. A string of white bones on his wrist flew out, separating into 5 white bone beads. Each of them burned with black flames, and from the size of a fingertip, they rapidly expanded to the size of a human head. There were dense runes engraved on them. With the black flames that accompanied it, they were like 5 meteors that streaked across the sky. They are clashing. A clash just like that? On the boat, everyone looked up anxiously. The boatsman and his daughter watched in a daze. Be it the fiendish demon or the 5 fire white bone beads, both of them moved too quickly. As humans, they could not discern it at all, but they were extremely excited. Immortals and fiendish demons are fighting using the Dharma. Fighting using the Dharma. Look, there's light everywhere. Qin Yun looked up as well, his eyes burning with ardor. His intrinsic flying sword transformed into a rainbow beam of light and clashed with the 5 fire white bone beads in midair. In an unparalleled and mysterious manner, the 5 fire white bone beads blocked the sword beam and resulted in a boom. The intrinsic flying sword was sent flying backward from the shock, but like a fish, it circled around and shot high into the sky at his opponent. Black Demon King stood in midair with black demonic gases billowing around him. He sneered as he overlooked the area in contempt. Whoosh! The 5 fire white bone beads attacked the flying sword from every angle and black ripples emanated from it, which unmistakably affected the intrinsic flying sword. Boom! 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 In midair, the intrinsic flying sword transformed into a sword rainbow with majestic might as it constantly darted around like a fish. However, the 5 fire white bone beads formed its own domain, affecting the flying sword with its black ripples. While being assaulted by the 5 fire white bone beads' barrage of attacks, the silver flying sword was completely trapped like a fish in a net. It was unable to escape. It doesn't look good. This brother-in-law of mine doesn't seem like he is Black Demon King's match. He's going to lose. Long Xiaolian turned nervous. The 5 fire white bone beads are famous. The Black Demon King is not to be provoked. The Turtle Demon Elder panicked as well. If Qin Yun were to lose, they would likely be implicated. I wish that Qin Yun is able to lead us in an escape if he loses. Sister, can brother-in-law win? Long Xiaolian grabbed Xiao and asked softly. Xiao glanced at her exasperatedly. Don't worry. Qin Yun's flying sword only appears to be at a disadvantage, but sword immortals are not only good at the offensive, their sword kinesis flight is also extremely famous. Even if he's not Black Demon King's match, he can easily escape with us using sword kinesis flight. In terms of flying arts, that Black Demon King is absolutely inferior to Qin Yun. That relieves me. Long Xiaolian patted her chest. When Xiao saw this, she shook her head and turned to look high into the sky. She was also worried. Did Qin Yun miscalculate Black Demon King's strength? She looked at Qin Yun beside her and saw that he was clearly immersed in battle. And at that moment, the demon horde in the sky was turning excited because they could tell that their Black Demon King was having the upper hand. The Ox Demon added, to think that a recently promoted Inspector Heavenly Ambassador dares to challenge His Majesty. He truly has a suicidal wish. He's too young and he lacks experience. Golden Firmament laughed and said as well. Who wantonly take action without sufficient experience and confidence when engaging in combat at this level? In a true battle between cultivators and fiendish demons, it would truly mean life and death. Sword immortals are adept at sword kinesis flight. Beside Golden Firmament, Black Demon King sneered and said, for this flying sword to have such might, it's likely his intrinsic flying sword. I'll trap his intrinsic flying sword before killing him. If he tries to escape, he will have to give his intrinsic flying sword up. Brother Goat, great strategy. Golden Firmament heaped praises on him. Black Demon King commanded with his mind. The 5 fire white bone beads that had trapped the flying sword suddenly separated, allowing for a white bone bead to hurtle at Qin Yun like a meteor. The other 4 white bone beads continued to trap the silver flying sword. After the clash from before, Black Demon King had an understanding of Qin Yun's flying sword arts. From the prior clash, 4 white bone beads should be sufficient to trap his intrinsic flying sword. The other beads can be used to kill him. Even 1 white bone bead could produce the peak strength at the Kane True Core realm. I've been underestimated. Standing at the bow, Qin Yun grinned. Have a taste of my Misty Rain sword art. Phew. The flying sword in the air suddenly experienced changes. Who? There's wind? Black Demon King watched his surroundings in a daze. There was a sudden gust of wind that was extremely gentle. My demonic gases fill the area and any wind should be blocked by the demonic gases, why would it reach me? The boatsman and his daughter, Long Sholian, the turtle demon, and Xiao could sense a special wind stirring in the surroundings. It was no ordinary wind but one that faintly contained special energies, one that left one's heart palpitating. Accompanied by the gentle wind was rain. A gentle spring rain wafted everywhere. Yet, the flying sword vanished. The flying sword that was in the form of a rainbow beam had fused into the rain. The misty rain naturally enveloped the 5 white bone beads and surrounded the distant black demon king. Pang! A wisp of the drifting rain struck a white bone bead that was burning fiercely with black flames before revealing its true nature, a silver flying sword. The silver flying sword sent the white bone bead flying after the collision. Pang! 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 The 5 fire white bone beads received a bombardment of attacks. No good, domain suppression. Black Demon King's expression changed as he flipped his hand to take out a trident. At the same time, he tried his best to control the 5 fire white bone beads domain. Circular black ripples pulsed outwards, sweeping across the drifting raindrops. Finally, the raindrops were affected to reveal their true form. They were trajectories of the flying sword. These flying sword trajectories seemed like a huge net that enveloped a region. Every flying sword trajectory contained great might and had about 10% of the flying sword's strength. The strength the flying sword possessed was even more terrifying. In fact, attacks like the cyclic sword flash could not make the flying sword truly be everywhere within a huge sphere. Instead, they were remnant sword beams, each containing rather powerful sword intent. That was also why the flying sword's strength decreased. Pooh! The 5 fire white bone bead were affected after being obstructed by countless flying sword trajectories. Furthermore, the flying sword was shooting straight at Black Demon King himself. What sort of move is that? A sword is able to parry my 5 fire white bone bead and still attack me? Black Demon King waved his trident and fended himself in melee combat. With a clank, he parried the flying sword. However, under the countless wispy rain and the constantly changing flying sword trajectories, a flying sword beam slashed across his chest. Thankfully, he had chest armor that shielded him, resulting in sparks as the beam streaked across. Another sword beam fluttered to his arm, lacerating a bloody wound. As for Golden Firmament, the ox demon and the other demons, they had long retreated frantically. Due to the aftershock from the sword beams, quite a number of lesser demons had their bodies penetrated directly. They died on the spot, reverting to their true forms as they plummeted into the sea. Golden Firmament retreated far away and shouted immediately, "Brother Goat, be careful." Legends speak of connate golden core sword immortals that can divide their swords' beams. A sword can be split into thousands of sword beams. This strike of Qin Yun's feels like it can divide into swords beams. Sword beam division? Black Demon King's pupils constricted as his heart skipped a beat. That ridiculous? How could a newly promoted Inspector Heavenly Ambassador have such a flying sword art? Qin Yun, what flying sword art is this? Xiao could not help but ask. She too could tell the mightiness of the flying sword art. It was great at attacking en masse. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful. Previously, Qin Yun was already adept at attacking en masse before he broke through to the Khanate realm. However, he was now completely different from before. A flying sword art I created myself called Misty Rain Sword Art. Qin Yun said, "This strike is the Misty Rain Sword Art's Spring Rain." Among sword immortals, if they could grasp an inkling of the Heavenly Tao's charms and gain insights into their own sword intent, they could gradually begin to create flying sword arts for themselves. Like several of the sword arts like the Gossamer Setting Sun sword art from before, the sword intent contained within them belonged to the ancients and not his. Only by creating a sword art that was based on his sword intent could he produce the strongest power. Back when he was dealing with Gong Yabing, Qin Yun did not have the time to slowly create a new sword art. Naturally, he first found the Gossamer Setting Sun sword art that matched his Misty Rain sword intent for cultivation to enhance his strength as fast as possible. After becoming an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, Qin Yun had the time. He calmed his mind and began researching the flying sword arts from the sword immortal legacy he had obtained. After amalgamating some of the techniques within the flying sword arts, he fused them with his misty rain sword intent and began creating a new flying sword art. Qin Yun named this flying sword the Misty Rain Sword Art. And this strike that he used was a move that attacked en masse spring rain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, The Great Battle's Curtain Call. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Like the 6th level of the Gossamer Setting Sun Sword Art, the Wispy Thousand-Knotted Heart from before, it was also a move that attacked en masse. However, it did not contain sword intent, while Qin Yun's Spring Rain was much better. You want to beat me with this bit of strength? Black Demon King was enraged. There was naturally a reason why he was infamous throughout the Jiang Prefecture. So, 2 white bone beads flew back quickly and circled Black Demon King's surroundings. It constantly revolved around him, blocking Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. Furthermore, Black Demon King held a trident in hand, and together with the 2 white bone beads, his defense was impenetrable. Infinite fire hell. Black Demon King's expression was hideous. The white bone beads suddenly spewed black flames that surged outwards, enveloping Black Demon King within. At the same time, more flames flared towards the ship beneath. So much fire. Black fire. The boatsman and his daughter watched as the massive black flames descended down from the sky in a boundless manner. It was as though a black cloud was pressing down. Their faces were white and they were trembling. They also wanted to muster their courage to not tremble, since their survival depended on the outcome of the battle between the immortal god and the fiendish demon. However, they could not control their bodies. Be careful. This is the toxic flames that have been stored within the 5 fire white bone beads for a long time. Xiao warned immediately. Releasing the flames? Simply trivial. With a thought from Qin Yun, the entire ship floated up and escaped the water surface. The purple flying sword by his waist flew out and rapidly formed a massive cyclic sword flash that wrapped the ship within. Boom! 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 The black flames descended like a cloud, and although the flames were toxic, they failed to penetrate Qin Yun's enhanced cyclic sword flash. This was Qin Yun's best defensive move. Casting it with an 8th grade Dharma treasure was in no way weak either. After the roaring flames were the 3 white bone beads that blazed down like meteors. However, they were similarly blocked by the cyclic sword flash. The white bone beads' might is only average. It can't break through my cyclic sword flash. Qin Yun flipped his hand. There was a bangle originally wrapped around his wrist. It was formed from 2 thin layers of metal, but now, 1 layer of the bangle flew up and flattened. It was the black flying sword. Back when Qin Yun killed Gongya Bing, he had received the treasures Gongya Bing had accumulated for years. Gongya Bing was, after all, a rather powerful Kane true core realm fiendish demon. He was also a county governor, but because he had not cultivated for long and he was only promoted to a county governor for a short period of time, the treasures he left behind were not enough to exchange for materials to raise Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword to the 5th grade. One had to know that at the level of Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, the Dharma treasures they had were typically at the 5th grade. It could only be explained that Gongya Bing was somewhat poorer than Taoist Red Jade, Taoist Yen, and company. Of course, Qin Yun still exchanged for materials at the Inspector Heavenly Alliance headquarters treasure repository, raising his intrinsic flying sword to the 6th grade. But compared to the other Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, Qin Yun was still a little deficient. He only raised his intrinsic flying sword to the 6th grade, with about 30 to 40% of the treasures left behind by Gongya Bing remaining. As for making it reach the 5th grade? The treasures needed would be sufficient to make 3 or 4 6th grade Dharma treasures. Therefore, Qin Yun used Gong Yebing's treasures and exchanged them for array formations to set up in Qin Manor. Now, Qin Manor was pretty much impregnable. It was only slightly inferior to County Governor Manor. He had also exchanged for 3 8th grade Dharma treasure flying swords to supplement him. For example, the 8th grade clasp he gave Xiao was also exchanged from Treasure Repository. Another flying sword? Long Xiaolian saw as the blazing sea of black fire was being warded off by the massive swordbeam shield. Then, she looked at the floating black sword in front of Qin Yun and could not help but pat her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yun glanced at Long Xiaolian and said with a smile, "I don't dare to make absolute statements about other aspects such as my flying sword arts offenses, but in terms of defense, it's what I'm most confident of." "I believe you, brother-in-law," Long Xiaolian said immediately. "Long Xiaolian! Enough!" Xiao could not help but yell through a voice transmission. Long Xiaolian widened her eyes as she rolled her eyes wittily and acted dumb. As for the boatsman and his daughter, they were in a trance as they watched the ship float off the water surface and saw the black inferno being fended off by the sword beams above them. "Father, our ship is flying." The boat maiden said immediately, "Our ship can fly too? Has it become an immortal's Dharma treasure?" "I do not know, but these Dharma spells are truly pretty." The boatsman looked at the cyclic sword flash that enveloped them. "It's more beautiful than the fireworks I've seen in the city." Qin Yun looked up and frowned. He does have a bit of strength to be that renowned. This bit of area of effect move is still too weak. Misty Rain sword art's blood runs cold. A glimmer flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as he immediately struck out with another death blow. The wind and the rain vanished. The raindrops that were pelting the surroundings of Black Demon King dissipated. It left Black Demon King slightly taken aback. However, the 2 white bone beads continued to revolve around him warily. His trident was on constant alert. As for the silver flying sword, it appeared a distance away. Following that, the silver flying sword rapidly expanded, transforming into a glaring swordbeam, colored by a biting hint of blood. "Kill!" Black Demon King heard the battle cry faintly in his ears. He seemed to see the blood drifting through the battlefield and could smell the blood lingering. No good. Black Demon King was experienced and knew that things weren't going well. He tried his best to ward off the influence the flying sword had on him. Some moves that powerful Khanate Golden Core realm experts employed could even influence the senses of others. They would lose their lives without realizing it. This was because the moves contained a portion of the implications of the heavenly Tao. Bam! Bam! The 2 white bones beads were indeed powerful. They were able to defend against blood runs cold that was less variable than spring rain. However, blood runs cold seemed like a relentless general on the battlefield. It would hunt its enemy down without any regard. Its might was a lot greater than spring rain. The 2 white bone beads were sent flying after being struck, and although they circled around to fly back, there was a momentary gap in the defense. Black Demon King immediately brandished his trident to fend off the attack. Bam! Black Demon King blocked the flying sword, but the collision left him in a staggering retreat. The flying sword flashed and resumed its assault. The sharp blood-colored beam grazed past Black Demon King's abdomen just as the 2 white bone beads returned, boring a huge wound in him. Return! Black Demon King felt the danger of death and immediately controlled the other 3 white bone beads that remained far away. Whoosh! 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 Dot! Realizing that he could not spare the effort to deal with Qin Yun, Black Demon King rapidly withdrew the 3 white bone beads that flew back like meteors. After all, he was only about a kilometer away. As the formidable blood-colored flying sword beam repressed the 2 white bone beads in his trident, another blood hole tore through his shoulder when finally, the other 3 white bones beads returned. Despite the 5 white bone beads revolving around his body, the Black Demon King could barely block the menacing sanguine beam with his trident. Oh! When Qin Yun saw the turn of events, he commanded, "Go! Go! Pew! Pew! Dot!" The black flying sword that was floating in front of him and the purple flying sword in midair immediately transformed into two streams of light that shot towards the distant Black Demon King. Now, the Black Demon King had retracted the 5 fire white bone beads for an all-out defense. Even the black toxic flames had been withdrawn. As such, there was no need for Qin Yun to continue using cyclic sword flash. What, another 2 flying swords? Black Demon King's expression changed when he saw that. Escape! He ignored everything else. As the 5 fire white bone beads circled around his body while he held the trident, Black Demon King immediately fled. As for Golden Firmament, who was a distance away, he immediately flapped his dark golden wings when he saw the situation go awry. With a whoosh, he vanished into the horizon. And in another blink of an eye, he vanished completely from Qin Yun's vision. In terms of escaping capabilities, Golden Firmament was indeed excellent. He escaped? When Qin Yun saw the situation unfold, he did not pursue him even though he could control the flying sword at a distance of more than 5 kilometers. I was planning on testing out my sword array art from my Misty Rain sword art. However, I'll pass on it since he has escaped. These 2 flying swords are only at the 8th grade and not an intrinsic flying sword. It's much less formidable than my intrinsic flying sword. Even if I use a sword array art, it is unlikely to do much harm to him with his fortified defense with the 5 fire white bone beads. There are still so many fiendish demons around. Qin Yun cast his gaze onto the demons that were fleeing across the sky. They were much slower, completely incomparable to Black Demon King. Goathorn Mountain is a famous land of fiendish demons. Countless humans have died under their talons and eaten by them. I'm powerless if they hide in their lairs, but now? A cold glimmer flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. The intrinsic flying sword flew back. The purple and black flying swords transformed into 2 beams of light as they swiftly pierced through the demons around. Your Majesty, save me! Your Majesty! No! These demons were horrified, but it was useless. Previously, they would feel joyous excitement seeing weak humans being terrified in front of them. Now, they could no longer be excited when in the same situation. There was only despair. No, Your Majesty, save me! The Ox Demon was anxious as well. He was a Khanate False Core Realm Great Demon after all. Fua! The purple and black beams of light crossed each other instantly, drilling through the Ox Demon's body. Even while controlling 2 8th grade flying swords, Qin Yun was still able to showcase strength at the peak Khanate True Core Realm. Killing a Khanate False Core Realm Great Demon was trivial. Soon, demon corpses began plummeting from the sky with only Black Demon King and Golden Firmament managing to escape. Before Black Demon King took action, he had never expected for such an outcome. Victory? Black Demon King has escaped? Xiao looked up in astonishment. Black Demon King himself had the strength of an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, so it was considered fairly impressive to take the upper hand. But to cause the Black Demon King to escape for his life without regard for his subordinates? It was truly rare. As for killing him? The difference in strength between both parties was even greater. If he fights me head-on, his strength is weaker than mine. But his life preservation methods are rather powerful. With the 5 fire white bone beads revolving around his body, it's like a turtle shell. Qin Yun said. For these old demons to settle in and strike fear to a region, they must have extremely capable life-preserving methods even if we ignore the other aspects. Xiao said. Bam! The boat landed in the river at the same time, causing the river's surface to splash upwards. And this battle similarly reached the lower threshold of the Heaven Inspecting Mirror. After learning of this matter, the information would be recorded in Black Demon King and Qin Yun's dossiers. At the same time, the cultivators on duty immediately informed the local Jiang Prefecture's Khanate Golden Core experts, Palatial Lord Essence Charm and Pingyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, 9 Mountain Island Lord's Old Friend. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. So. The purple and black sword beams flew back, carrying a bunch of items. There were rare and valuable treasures, banknotes, and even one 9th grade Dharma treasure. Qin Yun took out his cosmic bag and with a whoosh, all the items flew into it. Then he placed the cosmic bag by his waist. Wow! Long Xiaolian widened her eyes as she looked at the treasures that were entering the cosmic bag. Brother Qin Yun, as she spoke, she stole a glance at Xiao beside her. Brother Qin Yun, that's a lot of treasures. Long Xiaolian coveted them. This bit isn't even enough to raise my intrinsic flying sword by even half a grade. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. He had only collected the treasures of the Ox Demon and other seemingly powerful demon leaders. He was eager to amass more treasures as early as possible to quickly allow his intrinsic flying sword to attain the 5th grade. I came all this way to discuss business, but my mother only rewards me with little. Killing and robbing are indeed faster. Long Xiaolian said excitedly. However, the turtle demon beside her said, killing the enemy to snatch their treasures might eventually lead to your death. If you were to wantonly murder, that makes you a fiend. On the land, human cultivators will hunt down fiendish demons. In the sea, the East Sea Dragon Palace will also hunt down fiends. As for truly powerful fiendish demons, which one of them can you beat? Okay. Long Xiaolian twitched her mouth. Xiao glanced at Long Xiaolian with a laugh. Hong Lingtong's injuries are rather heavy. He needs to return and recuperate. Qin Yun looked at the pale Hong Lingtong and said, in that case, shall we fly back to Grand Dominance first? I'll send him back and everyone else can tour Grand Dominance for a few days. As for Golden Qin County, we can return to it after finishing touring Grand Dominance. The journey back would also make it easier for Xiaolian to enter the sea through East Sea County. All right. It's a common saying to visit Grand Dominance in March. Now that it's almost March, it's the same going to Grand Dominance first. Long Xiaolian did not mind it at all. Xiao nodded as well. Hong Lingtong said immediately, sorry for troubling all of you. Hey. Come on, tell me, what did you do? How did you kill that only son of Black Demon King? Long Xiaolian asked curiously. Boatsman, Qin Yun said as he looked at the old boatsman and his daughter. We will return straight away. Do you want me to bring the both of you to the nearby provincial city, or do you have other plans? That is up to you. As for this boat, I will compensate you with silver. Treat it as though I bought it. There's no need at all. It's our good fortune for immortals to ride our boat. The boatsman immediately bowed and said with an obsequious smile. Besides, the nearest Golden Marshal provincial city is only a couple of kilometers away. It wouldn't take long to reach it. Qin Yun nodded. All right then, let's go. Qin Yun waved his hand, lifting everyone into the air. The intrinsic flying sword flew out and expanded to dozens of feet long as it held up the group of people. With a whoosh, it flew into the sky and headed north. The boatsman and the boat maiden looked up. Father, the immortal said that he would compensate us with silver. He would even send us to the nearest county city. This boat of ours is only worth 50 taels of silver. The immortal might have easily produced 100 taels, said the daughter. What do you know? The boatsman's wrinkled face was filled with excitement as he looked at the distant demon corpses on the shore. I saw it clearly. The immortal only took away the treasures of a few powerful demons. There are many demons that the immortal couldn't be bothered with. This is the luck immortals have bestowed on our Zhang family. Whether our Zhang family strikes it rich will all depend on this. Quickly head for the bank. Okay. The boat maiden nodded immediately as they did their best to steer the boat towards the bank. Father, with so many demons dead, would other demons come? Would immortals come? Will they kill us? The boat maiden was still a little afraid. That whatever demon king has fled. No demon will rush here temporarily. The other immortals will take time to rush here too. Let's be quick. Gather some of the loot and leave. Furthermore, the powerful immortal did not think much of the treasures that some of the ordinary demons left behind. As he spoke, the old man jumped onto the bank and immediately began running. Although he was old, he was still at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm from his years of work. After all, Qi refinement formulations had proliferated the world. Typical villages would also have people at the 3rd or 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. The old boatsman burst forward at an unprecedented speed and arrived beside the demon corpses. Quickly, he scooped up items from the corpses. Banknotes, gold, golden leaves. The boatsman rapidly grabbed whatever he could see. He searched nearly 20 demon corpses successively. Quick, let's go. The boatsman ran back to the ship. Why, father? The boat maiden asked immediately. I got a big one. The boatsman widened his eyes as he said hurriedly, the other demons are very poor. I only got 1,000 taels of silver after collecting from more than 20 of them. 1,000? The boat maiden turned excited. I just got a big one. It has more than 20,000 in banknotes. Also, there are some treasures. The immortal must have missed out on this powerful demon. The boatsman was extremely excited. Let's leave quickly, the faster the better. Our Zhang family is going to be rich. Rich, I tell you. All right. The boat maiden nodded immediately. My dear daughter, you will be a daughter of a rich family in the future. I'll definitely get you a fine man as a husband. The boatsman said with a chuckle. The boat maiden's tanned face that had been weathered by the elements blushed. She began shaking the oars with even greater strength. Indeed, Qin Yun's 2 flying swords had killed all the demons in the air. He only collected the treasures of demons he considered powerful. In fact, there were 2 demon leaders that performed poorly when facing the flying sword. They were killed instantly, causing Qin Yun to mistake them for ordinary lesser demons. The old boatsman had looted one of the demon leaders' body, earning a windfall in the process. Goat Horn Mountain. Phew! Black Demon King returned to his lair with the trident in hand and the 5 fire white bone beads revolving around him. Only then did he keep his Dharma treasures. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! His Majesty is back. Immediately, demons came forward to welcome him back. Your Majesty, did you catch that cultivator? Pang! The demon leader that spoke was sent flying backward, slamming into a distant mountain wall. The fall nearly took his life. Black Demon King scanned his surroundings coldly. The demons fell silent in fear because it was apparent that their king was in a bad mood. Grand Dominance County's Qin Yun? How is he that powerful? He's only 22 and he can suppress me. In another few years, wouldn't I fail to preserve my life in a one-on-one battle with him? Black Demon King thought to himself. Forget it. I'll stay away from that Qin Yun in the future. Furthermore, I was the one that suffered this time and I didn't kill anyone of his. He probably will not constantly target me. Black Demon King was truly a little afraid. A 22-year-old was already this terrifying. What if he was 30? Humph. Goat Horn Mountain is my territory. I have long established powerful array formations, so I am definitely safe in Goat Horn Mountain. Black Demon King felt assured in his lair. Brother Goat. Golden firmament landed beside him with a flash of golden light. Brother Golden Firmament, you sure escaped quickly. You probably reached here earlier than me. Black Demon King shot Golden Firmament a glance. You also know that I'm too weak. I wouldn't be of much help by the side. If I had charged ahead, what if that Qin Yun attacked with his flying sword? Wouldn't I be dead? Golden Qin said immediately with a chuckle. Black Demon King nodded slightly and did not speak further. Golden Firmament's strength was indeed rather weak when it came to head-on clashes. Having suffered so badly, what do you plan on doing, Brother Goat? Golden Firmament asked. Black Demon King frowned slightly and said, I'll give it further thought. That's right. We demons have long lives. We shouldn't be too concerned about those short-lived humans. Golden Firmament nodded in agreement. Brother Golden Firmament, I'm not in a good mood, so I won't be entertaining you further, said Black Demon King. All right. I'll make a move first. Golden Firmament smiled as he left immediately. Palatial Lord Essence Charm and Company had received news of the battle from the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. They were at the Khanate Golden Core realm and were also the leaders among the Jiang Prefecture's cultivators. They were immediately informed of any serious matters that happened in Jiang Prefecture by the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. Oh. In Scenic Mountains sected Vessel Altar County, Palatial Lord Essence Charm was holding on to his purple token. He perceived the news coming from it, and the purple Inspect Heavenly token even projected a series of images of Qin Yun's battle with Black Demon King. How impressive of Qin Yun! He is improving at a tremendous speed. The last time, he was barely able to use Rainbow Blooming Sword Beam and his moves were relatively simple. Now, his flying sword arts are a lot more brilliant. He can even beat Black Demon King and cause him to flee so pathetically. Palatial Lord Essence Charm nodded slightly. In my Jiang Prefecture, he is probably ranked in the top 5 of all the Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the Jiang Prefecture were categorized into 3 groups. They were the Scenic Mountains sect, the Imperial Government, and everyone else. Among the remaining cultivators, there were experts from Taoist or Buddhist sacred lands that were stationed in the Jiang Prefecture. As Jiang Prefecture's East Sea County was an important area which traded with the East Sea's water race, there was no lack of experts being stationed there. Finally, there were the other factions like the Grass Magus sect, First Great Sect, and the Lunar Magus Temple. It was naturally impressive to be ranked in the top 5 among the Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in the Jiang Prefecture. I have to make this known to the other juniors of the Scenic Mountains sect and make them strive for improvement. If we can produce a junior that is hard on Qin Yun's heels, I would probably laugh myself awake. Palatial Lord Essence Charm shook his head gently. Sigh, I wonder when my Scenic Mountains sect will be able to be restored to a sacred land of yesteryear. Cloud Lake. On Nine Mountain Island. In the opulent palace in the depths of Nine Mountain Island. On the throne at the top of the Grand Hall, countless black mist rose and coagulated into a black-robed man. Under his blood-colored brows, his eyes effused a look of puzzlement. Why would that tiger suddenly look for me? It can't be for a good reason. Although he had such a thought, he gently waved his hand. Buzz. A phantom project appeared in front of him in midair. It was an old demon with a tiger's head atop a human's body. He was smiling, eyes filled with goodwill. Nine Mountain. The old demon said with a smile. Why is a tiger like you suddenly looking for me? Nine Mountain Island Lord asked. The old tiger demon widened its gaping jaws as it grinned. I just heard of a piece of news. The goat demon at Goat Horn Mountain had fought with a cultivator and had to escape in panic. He even abandoned his subordinates. Oh? There are about 10 cultivators in Jiang Prefecture that can accomplish such a feat, aren't there? Nine Mountain Island Lord asked. That goat demon is cautious and crafty. He would hide away if he encounters someone he can't beat. He can't have overestimated his strength, right? But he did take action. The tiger demon chuckled. The cultivator he fought with is even an old friend of yours. Old friend? Nine Mountain Island Lord frowned. The old demon nodded. That cultivator comes from Grand Dominance County and is named Qin Yun. Nine Mountain Island Lord's expression immediately stiffened. His disciple, Water God, had been killed by Qin Yun. In order to help him obtain the blood of the children's heart, his junior brother, Gongya Bing, perished. It made Nine Mountain Island Lord's master somewhat displeased. As for the tiger demon, his standing in Cloudfiend Mountain was in no way inferior to Nine Mountain Island Lord's. The only difference was that they did not share the same lineage. He had gotten wind that Nine Mountain Island Lord had suffered quite terribly under Qin Yun. This Qin Yun is considered an old friend of yours, right? Fate lies deep for the both of you. The tiger demon grinned as he laughed joyfully. By the way, that goat demon had to flee in a panic after being beaten. Your disciple, Golden Firmament, was also present. Why? Didn't your disciple tell? Before he even finished the statement, the projection in front of him dissipated. Nine Mountain Island Lord had directly cut off their connection. I knew that tiger was up to no good. Nine Mountain Island Lord grunted coldly. However, that Qin Yun has truly grown too quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Dharma Treasure Robe. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. Having returned to Grand Dominance City, it was only natural for a local like Qin Yun to warmly entertain Long Xiaolian. March in Grand Dominance was truly beautiful. During the times Qin Yun and Xiao accompanied Long Xiaolian, they would tour the lake on a boat or at times listen to the local tunes of Grand Dominance. At times, they would eat delicacies that had a long history. Naturally, Qin Yun and Xiao became closer while accompanying Long Xiaolian. My mother has urgently summoned me back. I can't continue having fun. Sister, brother Qin Yun, there's no need to send me off. Long Xiaolian rubbed her belly. I think I've grown fatter after eating so much in my 2 weeks in Grand Dominance. Grand Dominance is pretty close to the East Sea. You can come at any time, said Qin Yun with a smile. That's a deal. Long Xiaolian's eyes lit up. Long Xiaolian suddenly chuckled. Brother Qin Yun, when will I be able to call you brother-in-law without being scolded by my sister? I'm leaving. Long Xiaolian ran off the moment she said that. With the turtle elder leading the way, they left on a cloud. She's finally gone. All I've heard these few days are of her chattering, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Xiao shot a glance at him and nodded. Yeah, I also think I've been slacking too much over the past few days. I haven't managed to cultivate my Dermic Dao properly. I'll return to my residence and cultivate peacefully for a period of time. The cultivation of Dermic Dao shouldn't be done alone. It's best to discuss and exchange ideas on the Dao to achieve greater improvements. Qin Yun said immediately. He could not let Xiao enter seclusive cultivation. Who knew how long her seclusion would be? Xiao smiled and nodded gently. All right, in 3 days, we can have a sparring of our Dermic Dao. I'm actually really interested in seeing the Divine Firmament chapter's methods, said Qin Yun immediately. With that, Xiao turned and left. Regardless, she did not stay in Qin Yun's house. However, her residence was located near the tiny mirror-like lake, slightly more than half a kilometer from Qin Manor. Qin Yun watched Xiao's back and felt a sense of anticipation. Ever since he escaped into the East Sea, Qin Yun realized his true feelings when he reflected how there was no more hope between him and Xiao. However, he did not plan on being overly eager, afraid that he would scare her away. In the following days, Qin Yun and Xiao resumed their normal cultivation. However, they also discussed the Tao every 3 days and sparred in the Dharma every 5 days. Apart from those activities, they would tour Grand Dominance to enjoy its delicacies. Perhaps it was a tiny inconspicuous tavern around the corner or a lavish restaurant. They might even mount the clouds, traveling to the river banks, where they ate fresh catches from the river. At times, they would even get cooks to prepare fish that they had personally caught in the river. Uncle Tian. In a chamber one day, Xiao contacted her good friend through a communication Dharma treasure. A projection appeared in midair. It was a fat old man with a little gray in his hair. Beside him was a gigantic fire cauldron. Xiao. The fat elder said with a laugh, "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" "I would like a set of 8th grade Dharma treasure robes," said Xiao. "Are there any requests?" asked the elder. "Does it need any lightning Dharma methods imbued?" "No, it's not for me." Xiao hesitated. "It's a male Dharma treasure robe." "Male?" The elder was astonished. "Yeah, the robe is for a sword immortal. I wish it's stronger in the defense aspect." "That's all," said Xiao. The elder said in shock, "My dear girl, you want to buy a Dharma treasure robe for a male sword immortal? Furthermore, at my divine artisan lane? Tell me, what's your relationship with that male sword immortal?" Divine Artisan Lane was the best artifact refinement sect in the world. The Dharma treasure they produced were all absolutely exquisite items. Don't delve further. Finish it as soon as possible and send it to Grand Dominance, said Xiao. Grand Dominance? Male sword immortal? The elder widened his eyes as his mouth curved into a circular smile. I think I know who it is. Xiao's face blushed slightly as she cut the communication. The 15th of June was Qin Yun's birthday. Early that morning, Changlan cooked a portion of longevity noodles personally. She had placed eggs in it as well. It was a birthday custom they had since they were young. Qin Yun finished the large bowl of noodles together with the soup clean. After finishing his meal, Qin Yun returned to his own compound. Qin Manor was a lot bigger than when it was first given to him by County Governor 1. With Qin Yun becoming stronger, he needed dedicated chambers for seclusion, practice, as well as ground to meet friends and visitors. Therefore, after paying premium prices, he purchased the surrounding manors in the vicinity and interconnected them. Now, about half of Qin Manor belonged to Qin Yun. He had also set up powerful array formations in the entire Qin Manor. Oh! When Qin Yun came to a back garden, he saw Xiao, dressed in a pale red robe, sitting on a rock not far from him. She was watching the lake. Xiao, Qin Yun was a little surprised. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Xiao carried the robe that she had placed to her side and handed it to Qin Yun. I know it's your birthday today. This is for you. Qin Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the gift. The patterns on the robes were exquisite and they contained runic arrays within. Furthermore, there was a label that could be seen inside the robe. It stunned Qin Yun. Divine Artisan Lane? Qin Yun looked at Xiao, who was offering the robe up to him. At that moment, she was carrying it with a tiny blush on her face, making Qin Yun find her exceedingly beautiful. What are you looking at? Can't you take it? Do you want me to keep holding on to it? Xiao said with a blush. Oh. Qin Yun immediately took it. However, he immediately confirmed that it was an 8th grade Dharma treasure robe when he sensed it upon receipt. It's too expensive. This, Qin Yun said immediately. This is an 8th grade Dharma treasure robe and it's from Divine Artisan Lane. Didn't you give me a hair clasp previously? That was an 8th grade Dharma treasure as well, said Xiao. But that was a hair clasp. This is an entire robe. It's more precious than ordinary 7th grade Dharma treasures. Qin Yun said immediately. He was not even willing to splurge it on himself. The treasures left behind by Gong Yebing had been used to raise his intrinsic flying sword to the 6th grade. The remaining was used to buy the numerous items needed to set up Qin Manor with array formations. Therefore, the remaining Dharma treasure flying swords he bought were at the 8th grade. The robe set was double the cost of the 3 8th grade Dharma treasure flying swords he had. Why didn't you mention the 6th grade Dharma treasure, the Blackwater Oxhorn Trident, that was left behind by Water God? Countered Xiao. Besides, if you really do not want it, I'll take it back. I want it, Qin Yun said immediately. It was a robe Xiao gave him. How could he not want a robe given to him by a woman? At that very moment, Qin Yun truly sensed Xiao's intentions. It left him delighted. Phew! He quickly refined the Dharma treasure robe and wore it. Indeed, clothes make the man. Qin Yun immediately turned more handsome. Of course, as a Dharma treasure, the robe could increase and decrease in size. The color could change as well. There were varying styles to select from too. When Qin Yun sensed the robe, it was indeed suitable for sword immortals. After a sword immortal's sharp and pure dharmic powers were produced, it could be converted by the Dharma treasure robe into countless threads twined together that formed a protective layer to envelop his body. Impressive! Qin Yun revealed a look of glee. Xiao watched by the side and saw the new look after Qin Yun changed into the Dharma treasure robe. Upon seeing the beams circulating on the robe's surface, she could not help but say, "Stop showing off. You can slowly figure it out in the future by yourself." All right, Qin Yun said immediately. The robe returned to normal, making it no different from an ordinary robe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, with the moon as witness. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. This was the first time Qin Yun was wearing a Dharma treasure robe. It was very likely that he would not be switching it out for a very long period of time. After all, as a Dharma treasure, it was invulnerable to water and fire and could forever remain clean. In addition, the color and style could be changed. And most importantly, it was given to him by a woman he liked. Qin Yun was naturally happy wearing it. In the coming days, the duo would continue discussing the Tao or spar in the Dharma occasionally. The only difference was that they met each other more often. Without knowing it, it was already the 15th of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mid-Autumn. Xiao sat in front of a drawing and looked out the window where a bright moon shone like a round disk. She could even see some of the fireworks set off in Grand Dominance City. It was the night of the Mid-Autumn, the best day for reunions. Reunion, however, Xiao felt a little down. Before her first memory, her mother left her. She did not even know who her mother was. At the age of 9, her father had abandoned her heartlessly. She had been alone since she was young. Only because of her accomplishments in Qi refinement did she have a little status in Kunlun Prefecture's 1,000-year-old family clan. After all, such ancient family clans would have a lot of descendants. Every mid-autumn, Xiao would feel her loneliness more acutely. So, a figure landed inside the courtyard outside the window. "Who's there?" Xiao spoke. "It's me. It's me." Qin Yun's voice sounded. Only then did Xiao relax slightly as her face suffused a smile. She stood up and walked into the yard. "Seriously, you should have knocked on the door instead of flying in directly. I thought you were some flying bandit. It's my fault. My fault," Qin Yun said with a smile. Xiao's residence naturally had servants, but he would directly fly to the area outside Xiao's courtyard and knock on the door. However, it was already late at night and he seldom intruded on her at such times. "Why are you here so late into the night?" Xiao looked at him. Qin Yun smiled and revealed an oilskin bag he had kept behind him. He opened it and inside, there were quite a number of mooncakes. This is Zhang-branded mooncakes from the streets. I personally lined up early in the morning because they close at noon. It tastes excellent and there are lines in Grand Dominance just to buy them. Xiao looked at the mooncakes and could not help but feel her eyes moisten. However, she instantly hid her emotions. She said with a laugh, "As a mighty Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, you actually lined up by yourself to buy mooncakes?" "I cast a divine concealment spell so no one knew me." Qin Yun responded with a smile. "The line only took me an hour, but you could have gotten a servant to buy it for you," said Xiao. "The thought matters." Qin Yun smiled as he walked to a stone table. He placed the mooncakes down and sat down. He urged, "Come, quickly take a sit. Admire the moon as we enjoy the mooncakes." Xiao walked over and took a seat. "Have some." Qin Yun picked a piece of mooncake directly and took a bite. "It smells heavenly." Xiao picked one mooncake as well and nibbled on it gently as she watched the bright moon in the sky and the rising fireworks in the distance. At that moment, she felt her mood uplifted. That sense of loneliness had decreased greatly. One has to eat mooncakes while watching the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Qin Yun said, "Our families in Grand Dominance City usually does this." "How does a 1,000-year-old family like the Yi family spend the Mid-Autumn?" "The Yi family?" Xiao was slightly taken aback as some memories suffused her mind. She said softly, "There are too many rules in a large family clan. With a heritage of 1,000 years, each lineage has no feelings for each other. All they know is to vie for the benefits the family has. It's too cold and heartless. Those with talent and strength lead better lives. However, the ordinary members that are abandoned or ostracized are really worse off than ordinary commoners." "Worse than ordinary commoners?" Qin Yun was astonished. "Yeah, some ordinary family members would even secretly live in a city and not reveal that they are part of the Yi family. But even so, they would occasionally encounter others from the family that purposely come to mock them. Some even deliberately bully them." Xiao shook her head. "Let's not talk about this." Qin Yun nodded slightly. "By the way, let me bring you somewhere." Qin Yun picked up the mooncakes and said immediately, "Where to?" Xiao stood up as well. "Just follow me and you'll know." Qin Yun began using a flying art. Phew! Immediately, mist gathered beneath their feet and rapidly brought them up into the sky. The flying art was a rather difficult Dharma spell. Very few people in the Khanate False Core realm could use it. However, be it Qin Yun or Xiao, they cultivated in top heritage and were highly intelligent, hence, they also were able to grasp the flying art. Compared to sword kinesis flight, common flying arts were a lot slower, but it was stabler and more comfortable. Swoosh! While riding the clouds, Qin Yun brought Xiao towards the moon as they flew east. They flew out of Grand Dominance City and to the Lanyang River before they continued east of it. "Where are we going?" Xiao was puzzled. "You'll know in a while." Qin Yun did not let on. The further east they flew, the wider the Lanyang River became as they approached the East Sea. Soon. "We're here." Qin Yun came to a stop. This was a circuitous mouth at the end of the Lanyang River, also known as Circuitous Behemoth. There was a strong tidal current every year during mid-autumn in the mouth leading to the East Sea. It was also a famous site, Grand Dominance Tidal Current. Grand Dominance Tidal Current? Xiao's eyes lit up as she made a correct guess. That's right. The best of the three great tidal currents in the world, the Grand Dominance Tidal Current. Qin Yun nodded. Circuitous Behemoth was beneath them. The river's surface was broad and very peaceful. The bright moon was reflected on the river's surface. But from afar, one could see a white line that stretched across the entire sea. It appeared calm, but as the white line approached the river's mouth, the entire tidal wave rose to a height that towered over the river's surface like a stampeding team of horses. Like thousands of horses, the tidal current stampeded up the river. And the spots that were not inundated by the tidal current remained extremely calm. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and beneath it, the couple sat on clouds as took in everything. And indeed, the beauty was absolutely breathtaking. Grand Dominant's tidal current is extremely terrifying. It's fun watching it from afar, but when it comes nearer, especially when it hits the bay, it sounds louder than thunder. Qin Yun said with a smile. I see. Xiao nodded gently as she took in the beautiful scenery. The river's surface reflected the bright moon as Grand Dominant's tidal current surged down a path. With Qin Yun by her side, Xiao felt that this was the happiest mid-autumn she had spent ever since she separated from her father. Have some mooncake. Qin Yun handed a mooncake that was wrapped in oilskin to Xiao. She turned her head and accepted it with a smile before eating it. Qin Yun also picked up another one to eat for himself. Admiring the moon, the Grand Dominant's tidal current, and a beauty. Qin Yun looked at Xiao's side profile and the scene of the beautiful moon, and the beauty left a deep impression in his memory. He felt that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. None of them spoke. Xiao turned to look at Qin Yun, who was sitting beside her. She smiled too. And at that moment, Qin Yun looked over. Their gaze met. The sounds coming from Grand Dominant's tidal current's waters were still gentle. The moon was a blur momentarily. Under the moonlight, Xiao looked like a fairy from a dream. Looking at the woman he loved, Qin Yun could not help but lunge forward for a kiss. None of it went through his mind, but his action was motivated by his very heart. He could not curb his emotions as he kissed her. Xiao was momentarily stunned seeing Qin Yun's approaching kiss. She froze up and did not react at all, nor did she reject it. Their lips met. How soft. Qin Yun felt as though he had immersed himself in a cloud as his mind went blank and his heart raced. That instant seemed very short and also very long. Even though cultivators were able to have a precise take on time, Qin Yun and Xiao did not know how much time had passed. The only witness to this scene was the bright moon in the sky. They heard a sonorous boom that was louder than thunder. The Grand Dominant's tidal current finally struck the bay and shot up more than 100 feet, inundating the bay's surroundings. The terrifying sound jolted Qin Yun and Xiao from their reverie. Xiao immediately retreated as she widened her eyes. The usually calm her felt her heart racing as she turned flustered. Qin Yun blinked as well. Had he kissed her? How did he kiss her? Why did he do that just now? Wasn't he always worried that he would be too imposing? Xiao's face blushed red all the way to her ears. She looked at the radiant moon in the sky and said immediately, "It's no longer early. Let's go back now." Phew! Riding a cloud, Xiao flew straight for Grand Dominant's county. She isn't mad. Qin Yun, who was feeling rather flustered, turned excited as his eyes lit up. Wait for me. Qin Yun shouted immediately as he chased behind her while riding a cloud. Xiao and Qin Yun flew onward, with one behind the other. Xiao ignored him the entire journey until she returned to her residence. It's no longer early. Go back and have a rest, Xiao said before flying into her yard. Xiao, let's have crab tomorrow. It's the best season for crabs, Qin Yun said immediately. Xiao did not reply. She went straight into the room and closed the door. In midair, Qin Yun began to panic. Did I take things too fast today? Did I scare her? Why did I do that? Qin Yun had chaotic thoughts running through his mind. All right, tomorrow at noon. A voice came out of the room. Qin Yun's eyes immediately lit up as he revealed an ecstatic look while clenching his fists tightly. All right, tomorrow at noon. Qin Yun replied quickly and immediately returned home. Inside a room. The lights were lit as Xiao sat in front of her dresser, looking at her reflection. She felt her face boiling hot as she could not help but recall the scene that happened above the river. Under the bright moon, they had shared a kiss above the clouds. Why did I? Xiao's burning face took a long while to return to normal. After exhaling gently, the corners of her mouth curled up ever so slightly. She smiled. I never expected him to be so gutsy. It's good anyway. It's good. Xiao looked at herself in the mirror and spoke to herself. Back at home, Qin Yun was extremely excited as he felt his blood boiling. He did not feel sleepy at all despite lying in bed. He could not help but recall the scenes that had happened just a while ago. She's not mad. She doesn't mind. She still agreed to go out with me tomorrow, no matter how silly Qin Yun was. He understood her thoughts. Qin Yun rolled, climbed out of bed, and walked out the house. In his yard, he beckoned with his hand and with a whoosh, a jug of alcohol flew out from a room beside him. Qin Yun took a swig at the jug and drank large mouthfuls of it, staining his clothes with alcohol. It feels great. Qin Yun threw the finished jug aside and turned to fly to a corner of the yard. Flipping his hand, a silver flying sword appeared in his palm. It rapidly expanded to 3 feet in length. Come on. Qin Yun did not know where to vent his excessive excitement. He began engaging in swordplay as his blade shimmered under the moonlight. It was like smoke or agile raindrops. The sword flashes were filled with infinite joy and happiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Sword in 10th Second Level. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. As he did his utmost while engaging in his swordplay, the sweat his body produced and the blood that boiled within him made him feel hotter. It was already autumn, making it rather cold deep into the night. However, Qin Yun only felt hotter the more he engaged in his swordplay. His brain felt the hottest. With a beckon of his hand, another jar of alcohol flew out. Grabbing it with his left hand and wielding his sword in the other, he drank and continued with his unrestrained swordplay. He did not care for time nor bother what sword art he was using. The sword flashes became more agile, wanton, and joyful. Gradually, Qin Yun immersed himself in his swordplay. Throwing the alcohol jar aside, his head no longer felt hot. The burning blood coursing through his veins slowly calmed down. However, his mind turned empty, without any distractions. He infused all his pleasure and joy into the sword art. My sword arts of the past were a little too cold. Humans have the feelings of pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy. It is the same with sword arts. It too should have pleasure and joy. Qin Yun's sword arts were changing. Phew! The sword flashes gradually seemed to manifest a swimming dragon of mist. The appearance of the sword flashes seemed like misty dragons swimming around with unfettered flair. The misty dragons gradually turned blurry and transformed into an indistinct phantom dragon formed from water droplets. Whoosh! Rip! The sword flashes tore through the sky. They did not contain any quintessential essence but were produced from the most routine sword arts, yet they contained terrifying and unfathomable strength. Qin Yun continued without regard for a while. Even the dragon phantom vanished along with the water droplets, leaving behind only an ordinary sword. However, when the sword flash shimmered, it would appear even more mysterious. The sword's speed alternated between slow and quick. When it was fast, it was faster than the flying sword's rainbow blooming sword beam, yet it was done with ease. Phew! Phew! It was not only the sword. Even Qin Yun's motions would occasionally produce a burst of speed as though he was teleporting. Technically speaking, at certain speed thresholds, a sonic boom would result, but Qin Yun moved like an elegant sword flash that was without sound. Finally, Qin Yun reached a refractory state. He naturally kept his sword and sat cross-legged on the yellowed grass. He kept the intrinsic flying sword into his body, which transformed into a sword ball in his dantian. Wah! He seemed ordinary sitting cross-legged, but if a true expert were here to sense him, they would see that there was a horrifying amount of sword intent soaring into the sky. Even 50 feet around him was completely permeated with sword intent. This feeling sure is bewildering. Qin Yun sat cross-legged and was long able to release his psyche. But at that moment, every blade of grass, sand particle, or speck of floating dust in a 50 feet radius, and even the soil deep beneath him, the water table, and gravel were enveloped by his sword intent. In the past, the sword intent enveloped objects. For instance, it was contained within the sword and could be blasted outwards. But now, the sword intent was so powerful that it naturally spread outwards. It even permeated every object in a 50 feet radius. Sword intent unleashed, naturally formed domain. My sword intent has already reached this state? Qin Yun felt a faint sense of joy and satisfaction. Tonight might be my luckiest day. Following that, he did not continue thinking further. He focused and began to learn from the experience he obtained from the sword intent. During normal cultivation, typically only at the Kane false core realm would cultivators manage to perceive the heaven and earth, attaining heaven-man unity after nurturing their mind to a sufficiently high state. This was extremely rare even in the false core realm. Of course, this was only limited to human cultivators. For fiendish demons, they might be strong in combat, but they were much weaker at perceiving the heaven and earth when compared to humans. One could only ruminate over the heavenly Tao after attaining heaven-man unity. With the accumulation of time, there would come a day when one would gain enlightenment over the implications over the heavenly Tao, however tiny it may be. If one was a sword immortal, this bit of insight could be transformed into sword intent. Therefore, under normal circumstances, only a small number of Kane true core realm cultivators could grasp that little bit of charm of the heavenly Tao. And at a higher state, long periods of cultivation would only constantly fortify one's insights into the heavenly Tao's charms. Come one day, it would experience a qualitative change. The heavenly Tao charms could even be projected outwards, enveloping a region. This was the so-called sword intent unleashed, naturally formed domain. This also represented the second realm. Even among Khanate Golden Core experts, only a small number of them had the chance of approaching the second level after spending a long time in the Golden Core realm. As for Qin Yun, he was a sword immortal of legends. When he was in the postnatal realm, he did not even have heaven-man unity. Just through the cultivation of the sword, his heart aligned with the sword as he roamed the world. While risking his life in the northern borders, his life and his brother's lives depended on the sword. Finally, he was enlightened with the misty rain sword intent on the battlefield. It was expertise nearing Tao, with his skill reaching a natural apex, and through such an opportunity, he grasped sword intent with a special state of mind. This meant that Qin Yun possessed a heart of the sword, and he innately would pursue the true nature of the sword. Without heaven-man unity, he could not perceive the heavenly Tao, yet, he had managed to achieve that step. After attaining heaven-man unity and killing Water God, he experienced tumultuous changes. He improved at an exponential rate. There were improvements every day, and the daily insights accumulated. This was also the reason that great fiendish demons would hunt down legendary sword immortals the moment they were exposed. For him to gain insight into sword intent without attaining heaven-man unity was truly an occurrence that appeared once in several centuries. After attaining heaven-man unity, he naturally could soar to the 9 heavens. At the age of 20, he had gained insights into the misty rain sword intent on the battlefield. At the age of 21, he attained heaven-man unity, allowing him to slay Water God. At the age of 22, having attained heaven-man unity for about a year, his hard work under the full moon allowed his sword intent to finally experience a qualitative change. It stepped into the second realm of sword intent unleashed, naturally formed domain. Sword intent raised one's strength in every aspect. For example, the nurturing and cultivation of an intrinsic flying sword took even shorter amounts of time. Even the quality of the materials was lowered. Back when Qin Yun first grasped the Misty Rain sword intent, he was able to shorten the time to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword by 10 times. However, the requirement for the materials remained the same. And if he reached the second realm of sword intent, the time needed for the cultivation of his intrinsic flying sword would be halved. The number of materials required would be greatly reduced as well. If he could truly grasp sword Tao as depicted by legends, he could refine an ordinary weapon into a Dharma treasure simply with the nourishment of the sword Tao, even without any materials. Sword intent was the nurturement of the soul. It enhanced one's quintessential essence cultivation, dantian, and meridians in every aspect. Especially with the breakthrough he just had, the all-round enhancement left Qin Yun immersed in it. He sat cross-legged in the yard till it was bright. Qin Yun opened his eyes as he basked in the warm sunlight. It's the second day. I'll have to accompany Xiao to have some crabs at noon today. Qin Yun stood up immediately. I have to make some preparations and get the biggest and best crabs. Immediately, he prepared for lunch. When it was almost noon, Qin Yun landed outside Xiao's inner courtyard. Young Master Qin. The maidservants outside were rather polite. There were a few who let out uncontrolled giggles as they had seen Qin Yun come often. Knock. 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 Qin Yun knocked on the door. Xiao. Xiao, it's me. Qin Yun shouted. After a while, the door opened as Xiao, who was dressed in pale red robes, walked out. The clothes accentuated her red cheeks as she shot a glance at Qin Yun. Let's go and have some crab. Qin Yun said warmly. All right. Xiao nodded. The duo walked out together. As they watched the couple leave, the maidservants in the courtyard began murmuring. This young Master Qin frequently visits Mrs. Why do I think that they are a lot closer today? Look at them standing side by side. Their shoulders are almost touching. A fat maidservant said in a hushed tone. I also think something isn't right. Look at the way Mrs. looks at him. Wow, even I feel my heart palpitating. A petite maidservant said immediately. Do you think it's possible that young Master Qin and Mrs. have already? A maidservant touched her index fingers together. Cut it out. Do you have a death wish to say something like that? Speak less. Don't be heard or we'll be chased out. Xiao cultivated in the lightning Dharma and she too had her pride. However, when her heart recognized the one, she would become a lot milder. The both of them met almost daily and not like every other day or two of the past. One day, Xiao walked alone on the street and browsed the stalls. She stopped in front of a stall that sold old books because she knew Qin Yun liked them. Of course, it referred to old book collections that contained sword arts. This book. Xiao was naturally knowledgeable. She picked up an ancient book and browsed through it. She felt that the sword arts demonstrated in the book seemed to keenly impose palpitations within her heart. Of course, such sword art books could not be sold for a lot. After all, sheer refinement and the knocking open of the gate of immortality were the foundations. Weapon art books were common when sheer refinement techniques proliferated the world. Even villages had several who practiced sheer refinement. It looks pretty extraordinary. Qin Yun should like it. Xiao's face suffused a faint smile. I want this book. How much is it? Asked Xiao. Miss, this is obtained from our Grand Dominance's sword Immortal Manor's Qin Manor. My second uncle's cousin was a servant at his place, the hawker began boasting. Tell me the price. Xiao looked at him. The hawker raised up 5 fingers and said, 5 taels of silver. That's an honest price. 1 tael of silver, and I'll take it, bargained Xiao. All right, 1 tael of silver it is. The hawker smiled immediately. The price of such old books was susceptible to wild speculation. A tael of silver was his income after 2 months of hard work. He originally believed that selling it for 2 to 3/10 of a tael of silver would be quite a great sale. This was only because the book itself was considered a valuable item. After putting down 1 tael of silver, Xiao kept the book. Just as she turned to leave, Xiao saw a figure in the distance. Far ahead, there was a man and woman that looked like a married couple. It was only because Xiao was a Khanate false core realm cultivator that she was able to notice at a glance. Furthermore, that figure had appeared in her dreams numerous times, so how could she forget it? Father? Xiao's expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, Xiao's father. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Although her father, Kaisher, lacked talent in cultivation, he had also knocked open the gate of immortality. Therefore, he did not look too different from 11 years ago. Who's that woman beside him? Xiao could only see the woman's side profile. Why is she so intimate with father? Xiao repressed the agitation in her heart as she carefully followed them from afar. And on the other side, Kaisher, Grand Dominance might be quite nice now, but we should have come in March. It's said that March is when it looks best. The purple-dressed woman said as she clung to Kaisher's arm. Third Madam, didn't you say that I have to accompany you to every city in the world? By visiting one city after another, it's already autumn when we reached Grand Dominance. Why don't we come again in March next year? Kaisher said with a smile. He looked slightly older than 30, but he had a scholarly look and was rather handsome. He had a smile that warmed people, and it was this smile that had smitten the purple-dressed woman. The purple-dressed woman said with a chuckle, "There's no rush. Let's come to that after we've finished touring the world. The world is so large with its myriad of cities, both big and small. We haven't even visited half of them all. Let's talk about it again after we are done." As you wish. Kaisher said with a smile. Okay. The purple-dressed woman smiled sweetly in return. The couple walked without heeding their surroundings as they took in the sights. Occasionally, they would buy some snacks at the hawker stalls by the roadside, and in a while, it was noon. As for Xiao, she followed them a kilometer away. The more she saw, the more anxious and puzzled she became. Who is this woman? Why is my father so intimate with her? Is she my mother? Or is she some other woman? Is she the reason why my father has never come to see me after the age of 9? Upon thinking back to how her father had never visited her once but engaged in such intimacy with the woman, Xiao felt even more upset. At noon, Kaisher and the purple-dressed woman returned to their temporary residence in Grand Dominance City. It was a rather large manor. Inside the manor, Princess. A voice transmission sounded in the purple-dressed woman's ear. She turned around and saw a hunchbacked elder standing far away around a bend. He nodded at her slightly. "I'll have a chat with elder son," said the purple-dressed woman. "Sure." Kaisher proceeded into the inner compound. The purple-dressed woman walked over to the hunchbacked elder and asked, "Elder son, what's the matter?" The elder whispered, "Princess, when both of you were out, a woman was secretly trailing the both of you." Following me and Kaisher? A cold glint flashed in the purple-dressed woman's eyes. Who wants to deal with me? We have already locked onto her. She's currently in the manor, said the elder. Suddenly, he frowned and added, "That woman has already flown into the manor. She is heading for Kaisher." "Protect Kaisher well," said the purple-dressed woman immediately. "Don't worry. We have set up an array formation in this manor," said the elder. "We know her every move in the manor. Kaisher is only an ordinary cultivator with no standing in the E family. Find out who she is and why she's pursuing Kaisher. The purple-dressed woman frowned as she headed for the inner compound with the hunchbacked elder. In the inner compound, Xiao cast an invisibility spell and silently entered the compound. When she flew into the manor, she had discovered her father already in the inner compound. In a small yard in the inner compound. Just as Kaisher was about to enter a study, he suddenly realized a female silhouette standing in the corridor beside him. Oh! Kaisher turned his head to give a careful look. Instantly, his expression changed. The woman was looking at him with tears in her eyes. Shower. Kaisher felt disbelief. Why are you here? Father, so you still recognize me? Xiao looked at the scholarly and handsome man. She could not help it as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's been 11 years. 11 years. Father, how could you steal your heart and not seek me? Can you tell me why you are this heartless? Why didn't you ever come looking for me? Why? Kaisher wanted to say something. All these years, he had secretly been keeping up with news of his daughter. He could recognize her at a glance as he had long seen a picture of a grown-up Xiao. I've let you down. Kaisher said softly. Tell me. Why did you do it? Xiao's eyes were red as she stared at the man in front of her with tears gushing out her eyes. He was her father, her only relative in the past. Now, there was an additional Qin Yun in her heart, but she could not get over her father. She never understood why her father had abandoned her. Father, do you hate me? Xiao asked. Do you think of me as a burden that will affect your good times with that woman? You? Kaisher looked angered, but when he saw his crying daughter, he sighed with a heart filled with shame. Don't ask any further. It was all my fault. I was selfish and heartless. Xiao, you are grown up now. You are also a divine firmament chapter disciple. You can already take care of yourself. In the future, it's best we not meet again. Forget that I was ever your father. Xiao's face drained of its color as her body quivered. Although she was filled with rage and sadness, he was still her father. She still wanted to reunite with him. But after anticipating this reunion for 11 years, her father had told her to forget that he was ever her father. He even proposed that they never meet again. Father, how can you be so heartless? What made you ostracize me, that you would not want your daughter? Xiao looked at Kaisher. Shower, I didn't ostracize you. Kaisher frowned as he bellowed. Leave, let's not meet ever again. Not far away, outside the yard's entrance, the purple-dressed woman and the hunchbacked elder were being concealed by the array formation as they watched the scene play out inside the yard. So she's the daughter of Kaisher and that slut. The purple-dressed woman chuckled. In the deep recesses of her eyes were coldness. I remember her name as Xiao, a divine firmament chapter disciple. Humph, she sure is pretty. That slut must be equally beautiful. It's no wonder she managed to seduce Kaisher. This Xiao is likely also a seductive slut. Princess, the elder asked in a hushed tone. How shall we deal with this Xiao? Should we send her to the door, or? Humph. How can it be as simple as sending her to the door? The purple-dressed woman laughed as she glanced at the elder beside her. Elder son, do you think I have turned soft-hearted after all these years of having Kaisher accompany in my travels? The elder smiled obsequiously. Princess, you had previously promised Kaisher, so I thought you would only want to send that Xiao off. The purple-dressed woman said indifferently, yes, I promised him that, but he had also promised me to never meet his daughter, that he would dedicate himself to accompanying me and compensate me. But now, he has not held up his side of the promise, so it's no longer my fault. Yes, answered the elder immediately. That slut has run and vanished. I shall let that slut's daughter have a taste of everything I suffered, said the purple-dressed woman with a chuckle. The elder listened to her obediently. He knew very well that the princess was 16 years old back then. Her heart had been given to Yi Kaisher and she was extremely naive. But ever since she was heartbroken by Yi Kaisher, she had a drastic change in personality. Her schemes turned more brilliant, and with her wielding power, it made many people willing to pledge their allegiance to her. Swoosh! The purple-dressed woman took a stride and walked out of the concealment region of the array formation. Yi Kaisher and Xiao turned their heads over and saw the smiling purple-dressed woman walk over. The way the purple-dressed woman smiled at Xiao while she looked at her was as though she was seeing fish on the cutting board. Third madam. Third madam. However, Yi Kaisher was panicking in horror. He said immediately, "She only happened to enter. Why aren't you leaving now?" Saying that, he glared angrily at Xiao. "Since you are here, there's no need to leave," the purple-dressed woman said with a chuckle. And elsewhere, at Xiao's residence, Qin Yun came outside the small yard and was about to knock on the door. "Young Master Qin, our missus isn't back yet," a maidservant said from the outside immediately. "She's not back? We agreed on having lunch together." Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. "When did she leave?" "It has been more than 2 hours," replied the maidservant. "It's already noon. Where did she go?" Qin Yun was puzzled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Save Me. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Inside the manor, Xiao looked at the purple-dressed woman that had an air of aristocracy in her eyes. When she saw her face, Xiao could not help but say, "You are the Zhengli family's Princess Marshall Maple? You actually recognize me." The purple-dressed woman smiled. Xiao knew very well. The Kong Prefecture's Zhengli family and the Kunlun Prefecture's Yi family were the few thousand-year-old families in the world. They were all conferred royal titles by the imperial government. To be conferred the title of Princess Marshall Maple, the reason was none other than her being the daughter of the Zhengli family's patriarch. Common women from the Zhengli family had no right to call themselves princesses. "What relationship do you have with my father?" Xiao looked at Yi Kaisher before looking back at the purple-dressed woman in front of her. "Leave quickly. Stop asking any further," Yi Kaisher shouted anxiously. Princess Marshall Maple said, "Young lady, don't you worry. I won't be able to give birth to a daughter like you. Only a slut like your mother can bear such a child." Yi Zhao's expression changed immediately. "Third madam," Yi Kaisher said hurriedly, "let Xiao go. I promised you never to meet her again. I will do it. It was her who came here herself. That's none of my business. You have met her and right in front of me." Princess Marshall Maple said with a smile, "Do it, take her down." "Yes." Voices sounded from around the inner compound. Boom! The array formation within the compound triggered. During Princess Marshall Maple's tour of the world, every place she stayed at would naturally have array formations set up. The defenses were not inferior to those at County Governor Manor. Princess Marshall Maple retreated as she watched everything unfold with a smile. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 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 5 Khanate False Core Realm cultivators, including the hunchbacked elder, controlled an array formation together in a collective assault. Instantly, golden ropes flew within the compound, with one of them binding Yi Kaisher. He could not put up any resistance as he was hurled to the side of Princess Marshall Maple. Following that, golden ropes began to encroach towards Xiao. However, Xiao flipped her hand. "I summon the lightning." Boom! 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 5 gray and blurry lightning bolts flew out from her palm, hurtling in 5 separate directions. It was also the 5 spots that Xiao vaguely figured were the operation nexus of the array formation. She also found it troubling. There's a very powerful array formation inside this manor. It can isolate the heaven and earth powers. I can only use a portion of the heaven and earth powers within the manor. This was the main lightning dharma that Xiao was presently cultivating in Divine Lightning of Khanate Breath. It was much more powerful compared to her fight with Water God when she used the false corpil and Tao talismans to cast Divine Lightning of Khanate Breath. If she cultivated it to perfection, she would be qualified to cultivate the strongest lightning dharma in the Divine Firmament chapter, Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. It's the Divine Lightning of Khanate Breath. 5 revolutions array formation. The 5 Khanate false core cultivators remained calm and confident. They were in-name disciples of the patriarch Zhongli. They cultivated extraordinary heritage, and the collective strength of the quintet was no weaker than that of a Khanate true core realm cultivator. What's more, they had the array formation that accentuated their combined strength. Golden ropes began to spiral over as Divine Lightning of Khanate Breath struck them. The golden ropes took the initiative to parry them and could completely withstand the bolts. Furthermore, there was a golden rope barrier that was rapidly bearing down on her. Oh! As she cast a Tao talisman in one hand, she conjured lightning in the other. Her entire being felt like a ghost. Unfortunately, with her trapped in an array formation, there was no way she could step out of the inner compound. The golden ropes completely filled the tiny area, making it worse for Xiao, who was not adept at combat in close quarters. She sure can struggle. Princess Marshall Maple smiled as she watched. In terms of strength, she can match a Khanate true core realm cultivator. Unfortunately, she's trapped in the array formation and there's no way for her to escape. Yes. She will eventually be taken down no matter how much she struggles. A white-haired elder said with a smile from the side. Third Madam, let her go, Yi Kaisher pleaded. I won't do much to her on your account. Just a little torment. Princess Marshall Maple glanced at Yi Kaisher. If you disappoint me, don't blame me for being heartless. Yi Kaisher felt anxious and helpless. The white-haired elder beside said with a smile, Junior Sister Marshall Maple, do you need me to take action? This Xiao seems to have many means of life preservation. She is quite a tenacious one. It's fine. Princess Marshall Maple chuckled. Isn't it rather interesting to watch? By the way, the battle in here cannot be sensed from outside, right? Silver Peak Monastery's Reverend Immense C is now a guest at County Governor Manor. We have even visited him previously. It wouldn't be good if he were to intervene. Don't worry. Many array formations isolate themselves from perception, cutting off all fluctuations. One will not sense any fluctuation even by standing outside our compound. The white-haired elder said confidently. That's good. Princess Marshall Maple nodded. As they spoke, Xiao tried every means she had. She even used her Dharma treasures, but as she was trapped inside an array formation, she was finally bound by a golden rope. Soon, she was tied to a pillar. Seal off her dharmic powers. Princess Marshall Maple instructed. And at that moment, Xiao knew that things were going south. She finally could not ward the menacing golden ropes off. Just before she was tied up, she immediately used her communication treasure she carried with her and sent a message to Qin Yun, east of the city, Jade Belt River. Inside a compound. Save me. Phew. After sending her plea for help, immense dharmic powers began sealing her dharmic powers through the golden ropes. Outside the inner compound of Yi Zhao's residence, Qin Yun was still waiting. Why isn't she here yet? Qin Yun was feeling anxious and puzzled. It doesn't make sense for Yi Xiao to do this with no reason. Young Master Qin, wait a little while longer. Mrs. might have been delayed by something, said a maidservant. Qin Yun's expression suddenly changed as he flipped his hand to reveal the Inspect Heavenly token. Powerful cultivators typically had communication treasures. For example, Gongye Bing had one back then. After entering the Khanate realm, Xiao was bestowed one by the Divine Firmament chapter. Qin Yun's Inspect Heavenly token could also exchange messages. With his present relationship with Xiao, they had long left behind their mark on the communication treasures, allowing them to communicate with each other. East of the city, Jade Belt River. Inside a compound. Save me. A line of text surfaced within the azure-colored Inspect Heavenly token. Qin Yun's expression changed the moment he saw it. Save me? Xiao needed saving. She was calling for help. Who dares attack Xiao? Qin Yun's eyes went red as his silver flying sword instantly grew to a length of 3 feet as he stepped onto it. Instantly, he transformed into a beam of light that tore through the sky, heading straight for the east. Although the western part of the city was rather far from the eastern part of the city, Qin Yun was very fast. In a few seconds, he had arrived at Jade Belt River. Where? Standing on the flying sword in midair, he surveyed his surroundings. Surrounding the area that resembled the wealthy residences around the mirror-like lake. The manors neatly lined the Jade Belt River and there were many pedestrians on the street. Everything was peaceful and quiet. Qin Yun overlooked the surroundings and failed to find any battles in the vicinity or any special commotion. Heaven-man unity could not sense any fluctuations at all. Where is it? Where is Xiao? Qin Yun panicked. Right, search the area. Qin Yun instantly reacted. Now, the release of my psyche through my intrinsic flying sword can reach 2,000 feet. The Jade Belt River area isn't that big either. Qin Yun immediately conducted a carpet search. The area around Jade Belt River was only a few kilometers long. The intrinsic flying sword's perception could envelop an area of about a kilometer, but Jade Belt River was a meandering river, so as Qin Yun flew along the river, he checked everywhere. About 10 seconds passed. Oh! Qin Yun suddenly turned his head to look at a manor beneath him. My perception is unable to penetrate that manor. There must be an array formation sealing it. Powerful array formations such as the array formation at County Governor Manor could typically isolate its ward from external perception. In all of Grand Dominance City, other than County Governor Manor and my Qin family, there is another place that is impervious to my senses? Xiao must be there. Boom! Qin Yun instantly controlled his flying sword. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the intrinsic flying sword brought with it a terrifying might that pressed down from the heavens. It crashed straight down into the manor as he plunged down behind it while atop a black flying sword. Inside the manor, Xiao had been tied to a pillar and Princess Marshall Maple walked over with a smile. When she stood in front of her, she raised Xiao's chin. What a beautiful woman! Your beauty is enough to make me envious. Back then, that slut must have been very pretty as well, allowing her to seduce Kaisher and making him leave me. With that said, she looked sideways at Kaisher. Kaisher had a complicated expression as he said hurriedly, "Third madam, let Shower go. Everything that happened between us has nothing to do with Shower. I can't find that slut and there's nowhere to vent my anger all this time." Princess Marshall Maple looked at Xiao. Besides, it's only right for a daughter to pay for her mother's crimes. I want to let her experience everything I endured in the past. Princess Marshall Maple's eyes were cold and maniacal. Such beauty. There must be many people pursuing you. Perhaps, you already have a beau? Xiao glared at her. Mother. This was the first time she knew so much about her mother. Tell me, will those that pursue you or are even intimate with you still be mesmerized by you after they discover that you have turned ugly? Princess Marshall Maple flipped her hand and produced a knife. Simultaneously, she said, "Senior brother, prepare some poison powder. In a while, I'll pour it onto her wounds, preventing her scars from ever healing." As she spoke, the blade slashed across Xiao's face. Xiao glared at her with reddened eyes as well as her father, Kaisher. Third Madam. Kaisher rushed over to stop her. Princess Marshall Maple waved her hand. Phew! She threw Kaisher far away. When he fell to the ground, he looked up into the distance and a golden rope flew over to bind him. As he watched Princess Marshall Maple slash at his daughter's face, he immediately felt his heart wince as he shouted angrily, "Third Madam, Xiao is innocent. That's why I'm only making her ugly." Princess Marshall Maple had already slashed down once. Immediately, blood gushed out Xiao's face, but she remained silent. All she did was look at the distant Kaisher. Her father had truly disappointed her. Will Qin Yun still like me after I become ugly? At that moment, Xiao felt an upheaval of emotions. She looked at her distant father again. Disappointment and her mixed emotions caused her to tear. She's crying. Crying. A beauty's tears sure winces the heart. However, you won't be a beauty in the future. Princess Marshall Maple slashed at Xiao's face again and again. Cultivators can easily recover from such superficial wounds. However, if some rare and special poison powder is smeared into the wounds, the scars would turn ugly and gruesome. It will be a lot harder to treat it. Alright, your family's patriarch is formidable. If he were to pay the price, he will likely be able to treat you, but do you think the patriarch will spend the effort to save a junior like you? As she said that, Princess Marshall Maple lowered the knife that was dripping with blood. She instructed, "Send her to my room. I will not only slash her face, I want her entire body to be ugly. Then, I'll smear some poison powder. Let's see if the young men courting you would continue their endeavors. You should taste the feeling of abandonment. Quick, send her into my room. I want to rip off her clothes and pepper her body with wounds." Princess Marshall Maple's eyes were maniacal. "I'm very benevolent. I'm not getting the men to rip your clothes. Your chastity will not be sullied. Look at how good I am to you." Immediately, a cultivator came forward with a sneer. He grabbed Xiao and was about to escort her into a room. Suddenly, no good. The expressions of the 5 Khanate false core realm cultivators that were presiding over the array formation changed. Boom! A terrifying force descended. The array formation flared with layers of barriers, but under the terrifying force, it was completely torn apart easily. A horrifying flying sword had forcefully torn through everything as Qin Yun swooped down from a high altitude. At the moment, the array formation was cracked apart, allowing him to perceive everything inside the manor. He saw Xiao's injured face that was covered in blood. Xiao! Qin Yun's eyes turned red immediately. Boom! The intrinsic flying sword revealed its unfathomable might the moment it reached ground level. Boom! The cultivator that was escorting Xiao instantly blasted to smithereens. No good. Retreat! The white-haired elder grabbed Princess Marshall Maple as a shield made up of layers of fish scales appeared in front of him. However, he was still sent retreating dozens of feet because of the wanton and terrifying might of the flying sword. Phew! Qin Yun swooped down and instantly hugged Xiao. "Qin Yun, you are here." Xiao looked at Qin Yun. "Xiao, I'm here." Qin Yun could not even hold back his tears as his eyes turned red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Pangs of Fury. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun felt reverberations through his heart. He blamed himself for being too late. He hugged Xiao as he casted Drought Rainfall spell on her. Quintessential essence began to enter Xiao's body, shredding through the seals within her body. Hua! The Drought Rainfall spell gathered vital powers and tore into Xiao's face, fusing into her skin. It slowly caused the bloody wounds on her face to heal and shrink. The bloodstains were cleaned up by Qin Yun, but the wounds remained very hideous. Princess Marshall Maple had been cruel with her knife. Xiao watched Qin Yun do everything silently. Seeing the anxiety and pain in his eyes, Xiao felt her heart grow warm. "Am I very ugly?" Xiao asked Qin Yun as she looked at him. "Not at all. I'll cast the drought rainfall spell every day. You'll be fine in a few days," Qin Yun said softly. "Xiao, wait here for a moment. I'll avenge you right now." On the other side, the white-haired elder had grabbed Princess Marshall Maple and retreated a great distance away. The golden rope had also thrown Kaisher to Princess Marshall Maple's side. "Junior sister Marshall Maple, he is the best cultivator in Grand Dominance County," the Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, Qin Yun. The white-haired elder's expression was especially solemn. "I know him. A genius itinerant sword immortal?" Princess Marshall Maple watched Qin Yun cast drought rainfall spell from afar. She shot a glance at Kaisher in a disdainful manner. "She lives up to being that slut's daughter. She's really great at seducing men. But she truly lacks taste. I always believed that she would seduce the eldest disciple of the Divine Firmament Chapter, the future sect master of the Divine Firmament Chapter. Who knew that she would seduce an itinerant cultivator without any backing? Third Madam, Xiao is innocent. Why don't you forget it?" Kaisher said immediately. "Forget it?" Princess Marshall Maple scoffed. And at that moment, Qin Yun whispered to Xiao, "Wait here for a moment. I'll avenge you right now." He's going to take action. Be careful. The guards under Princess Marshall Maple immediately turned tense. Qin Yun turned, sweeping his gaze at the group before landing his gaze on the purple-dressed woman standing behind the white-haired elder that was standing far away. She was still holding a knife that was dripping blood. The signs of blood on the knife infuriated Qin Yun even more. If he had been a little later, what would they do to Xiao? It was a horrifying thought. "Qin Yun, that is the Zhengli family's Princess Marshall Maple. She is the daughter of Patriarch Zhengli," Xiao said worriedly. "You have to be calm." She did not want Qin Yun to get into trouble because of her. "Fellow Daoist Qin." The white-haired elder beamed and said immediately, "Shall we forget this matter? Miss Xiao might have suffered some physical pain, but she will recover very quickly. Besides, this is a matter between the Yi family and the Zhengli family. Fellow Daoist Qin, there is no need for you to get involved in this matter. Where were you bringing Xiao to? If I had not arrived, the atrocities she would face would probably be a lot worse than this," said Qin Yun coldly. "Can't you stand down?" The white-haired elder knitted his brows. "Qin Yun, are you going to oppose the Zhengli family? Stand down? Ha ha ha. You want to leave after doing such deeds? Dream on." Qin Yun's eyes flared with killing intent. "I don't care about any Zhengli family. Today, none of you will leave." Boom! The silver flying sword floating in front of him rumbled and instantly transformed into a dazzling beam and brought with it sonorous thunder as it shot forward for the kill. "Protect the princess." The 5 Khanate False Core Realm Guardians mustered the array formation as the golden ropes came flailing over. Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword completely ignored the golden ropes, allowing for them to reach in front of Qin Yun. Pang! 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 A black flying sword immediately used cyclic sword flash in front of Qin Yun, forming a curtain of light that blocked everything. As for the intrinsic flying sword, it bolted ahead with ease. It repelled the golden ropes that attempted to obstruct it as the array formation was ripped through directly. 5 Revolutions Seal, ensnare him. The 5 Guardians anxiously changed their array formation. The temporary manor that Princess Marshall Maple lived in had many array formations. There was a variety of offensive, defensive, concealment, and other arrays. Instantly, 5 light streams of different colors swirled around the white-haired elder, Princess Marshall Maple, Kaisher, and the 5 formation casters. This 5 revolution seal's defensive strength is extremely powerful. It's absolutely capable of protecting us, just as the white-haired elder spoke. Boom, dot. The intrinsic flying sword struck the array as the 5 colored streams produced crunching sounds with cracks appearing. Princess, the enemy is too strong. We can't last much longer. The 5 guardians were panicking in horror. What? This is an array formation given to me by father. Princess Marshall Maple said immediately. Boom! The intrinsic flying sword brought with it formidable might as it struck the 5 colored streams once again, causing them to produce another round of crunching sounds. The number of cracks increased several times as the array formation that had long been set up in the manor began to tremble. Qin Yun. When Xiao saw this, she was worried that Qin Yun would make a hot-headed act. She said immediately, she's Princess Marshall Maple, after all, the daughter of the Zhengli family's patriarch. Did she show you any mercy? Qin Yun's voice continued reverberating. Boom! The intrinsic flying sword pummeled the 5 colored streams a third time and finally, they collapsed under the relentless assault. The array artifacts within the manor began to tremble and some were even flung to the side. The array cracked as the golden ropes were immediately retracted one after another. The Khanate False Core Realm Guardians turned pale as they began to feel horrific unease. They were utterly crushed with the aid of the array formation. Without it? They were only waiting to be slaughtered. The difference was too great. Qin Yun, you are going too far. The white-haired elder bellowed as he waved his hand. A golden hoop flew out, forming circular binding ripples that wrapped around Qin Yun's flying sword. With another wave of his hand, shields made up of fish scales flew out. The white-haired elder held a Dao talisman in hand and instantly it burned by itself. Lightning fire descent. As the saying goes, it never rains but it pours. It perfectly described the white-haired elder's actions, for he naturally used all his strength. Against an Azure token inspect heavenly token, how could he dare hold back? After all, he might be at the Khanate True Core Realm, but he had never been invited by the Inspector Heavenly Alliance to be an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. As for Qin Yun, he was already one. Boom, dot. The lightning flames descended from the sky as the cyclic sword flash beneath expanded in size. It warded off the lightning flames and not a single tongue managed to penetrate the cyclic sword flash's interior. Just this? Qin Yun's voice was still resounding. Boom! The golden hoop was sent flying. Layers of fish-scaled shields began peeling off as it was struck by the intrinsic flying sword. Quickly leave. Once you are in County Governor Manor, you will be safe. He would not dare to attack County Governor Manor. I'll hold him back for a while. The white-haired elder's expression changed as he urged. Princess Marshall Maple could tell that her senior brother was not Qin Yun's match. She began to panic as she grabbed Eatseisher's wrist and was about to escape. The 5 Khanate False Core Realm Guardians also planned on leaving while protecting her. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, Qin Yun waved his hand as the purple flying sword rushed instantly into the sky and hovered above the manor. Since I'm not letting any of you leave, none of you will escape, said Qin Yun. Princess Marshall Maple and the 5 guardians watched the purple flying sword in midair and did not dare proceed. Senior brother, can't you hold him off? You have already entered the Khanate True Core Realm for decades. Princess Marshall Maple whispered. Cultivation is not about age. He is an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador while I'm not, replied the elder immediately. If he were an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, how could he have been a mere guardian of a princess all this while? I'm not asking you to defeat him. Can't you protect us while we escape? Princess Marshall Maple turned flustered. Boom! The shield was finally sent flying after failing to withstand the attacks. With a whisk in hand, the white-haired elder brandished it as large amounts of threads expanded to protect the surroundings. He shouted immediately, "Junior Sister Marshall Maple, quickly seek Reverend Immenssee's help. Of the people in a few hundred miles, only he can hold Qin Yun back." All right. Princess Marshall Maple sought Reverend Immenssee's help through her communication treasure as she yelled loudly, "Qin Yun, are you really going to make my Zhengli family an enemy? Have you thought of the repercussions of being the Zhengli family's enemy? By involving yourself in this, even your family would be implicated." Princess Marshall Maple had no other choice. As she requested for help, she began to make threats. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Boom! 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 The intrinsic flying sword struck the whisk's threads thrice in a short amount of time, and the third time was when the threads were completely ripped apart. "I can't hold him back any longer," the elder shouted as his expression changed drastically. The threads broke one after another, stressing the remainder threads in his bid to withstand the flying sword, but all he could do was last a little longer. "You can't touch the princess! You can't touch the princess!" Elder son, the hunchbacked elder roared by the side where the 5 guardians were. "Who is to save me? Who is to save me?" Princess Marshall Maple truly panicked. She thought that her senior brother and guardians would have no problems facilitating an escape against a mere Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. However, Qin Yun was too powerful. Her senior brother was unable to withstand him for long and could not even escape. "He doesn't dare to touch me. He wouldn't dare." Princess Marshall Maple silently consoled herself. However, when she saw the coldness in the eyes of the youth standing in front of Xiao a distance away, she could not help but lose her confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Differences between Mortals and Immortals. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. In County Governor Manor. Reverend Immenssee was chatting with County Governor Song in front of a piece of calligraphy. "Reverend, the flavor in your calligraphy has improved. It's as though mighty waves are striking the shore. Jagged rocks of grotesque shapes." County Governor Song shook his head as he could not help but heap on praises. "It's really good." However, the words jagged rocks by themselves look great with the edges of the strokes exuding the feeling of tumultuous waves. But as a whole, it seems to lack that unbridled freedom. "Yes, definitely." Immensssee nodded. "I also think that something is lacking. I have written the words jagged rocks for many years and always feel that I've yet to attain mastery. It seems a little trite and doesn't lack that natural mastery. But I find the word itself perfect. It simply lacks that feeling when placed together with other words. I know my shortcomings, but as for how I should improve, Brother Song, do you have any advice as a great calligrapher?" "Ha, Reverend, your calligraphy skills are not inferior to mine." County Governor Song laughed as he stroked his beard. "As for advice, you have consulted me several times and I have given you some. But it wasn't effective," Immensssee said immediately. "I had even stayed by the seashore and watched the waves strike the jagged rocks for 3 years. It was useless." County Governor Song nodded slightly. "Perhaps there is a need for some epiphany." "Epiphany? When would I have one?" Immensssee sighed helplessly. Boom! A distance away, Qin Yun unleashed his flying sword at the manor's array formation. Although he was far from County Governor Manor, the terrifying shockwaves reached it. Mortals might not sense it, but Immensssee immediately noticed it. "Oh!" Immenssee's white brows pricked up as he turned to look outside. "Lord County Governor!" A middle-aged man rushed inside and said frantically, "There are powerful experts fighting in the city. Why are you panicking?" "There's Reverend here," and so is young Master Qin. Grand Dominance City will be fine, County Governor Song said indifferently. When the middle-aged man heard that, he nodded immediately. He was the current commander of the personal guards for County Governor Song. Immensely frowned and said, "The battle is about 4 kilometers from here. There is an immense amount of power. In order to prevent innocents from being harmed, I'll go take a look. Reverend, let me accompany you. I'm the top official of this land after all," County Governor Song said immediately. The middle-aged man said by the side, "I'll protect you, County Governor." Although the middle-aged man was at the Khanate False Core realm, the cultivation manuals he used were of inferior quality. He could not even fly. "All right." Immensely nodded. Phew. A cloud gathered immediately and lifted Immensely, County Governor Song, and the personal guard commander. They flew out of County Governor Manor and headed quickly for the battleground. They flew at an extremely fast speed. A request for help? Immensely also received Princess Marshall Maple's call for help. Previously, Princess Marshall Maple had visited County Governor Manor and met Silver Peak Monastery's Reverend Immensely. She had been rather respectful back then. Under normal circumstances, Princess Marshall Maple would not make an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador her enemy. Reverend Immensely was an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. "This is Princess Marshall Maple's residence. The princess is in danger." County Governor Song overlooked the manor below and could not help but panic. The cloud they were on was about 800 feet above the manor and they could see what was happening within. The manor was now in ruins as a purple flying sword floated in midair. Another flying sword was attacking Princess Marshall Maple that she needed to call for help. "Young Master Qin?" County Governor Song was alarmed. "Why is he fighting Princess Marshall Maple?" "Fellow Taoist Qin, please hold back," Immensely said immediately as his voice reached the manor. Inside the manor. Just as Princess Marshall Maple and company were in a horrified panic, a voice was heard from above. "Fellow Taoist Qin, please hold back." Qin Yun stopped. He looked up and saw Immensely and company flying down. County Governor Song even said, "Young Master Qin, is there some misunderstanding?" At that moment, County Governor Song also saw Xiao behind Qin Yun. When he saw the gruesome wounds on her face, he immediately understood what had happened. "We can always calm down and discuss the matter. Discussion is impossible." Qin Yun looked coldly at Reverend Immensely. "Reverend Immensely, are you stopping me?" "Fellow Taoist Qin, I should not interfere in your matters, but this person is, after all, a princess. If there's anything, we can all calm down and talk about it, all right?" proposed Immensely. "Reverend, you and I are good friends, but I cannot defer to you on today's matter," said Qin Yun. The two were indeed good friends. Immensely was the abbot of Steadfast Mountain County's Silver Peak Monastery. He too was an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. And since Qin Yun was Grand Dominance's Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, the two neighboring counties made Qin Yun's ties with Immensely a lot closer than other Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. When dealing with fiendish demons or other problems, the nearest Inspector Heavenly Ambassador would naturally render assistance, therefore, they often helped each other. "Quick!" The white-haired elder, Princess Marshall Maple, and company surreptitiously rushed towards Immensely's side. Shoo! The purple flying sword flashed and obstructed them. "It's best you do not move." Qin Yun scanned his gaze at them coldly. Immensely looked at Xiao. When he saw the gruesome wounds on Xiao's face, he said with a wry smile, "Fellow Taoist Qin, I know you are furious, but I cannot agree with your actions. Why don't we do this? I'll attack you once, and if you can parry it, I'll not interfere in this matter." "All right, I have always wanted to fight you, but you were always unwilling," said Qin Yun. "What's the point of all this wanton destruction? Fellow Taoist Qin, be careful," Immensely said as he waved his right palm. Buzz. A golden light suffused his palm as he struck out. A massive translucent golden palm flew out as the surrounding area echoed with Buddhist chants. Shatter! Qin Yun waved his hand as the intrinsic flying sword flew out. It manifested sword shadows formed from a large number of raindrops. It looked ordinary in might, but when it clashed with the gigantic golden palm, a large number of cracks appeared on the golden palm. Following that, it shattered while the silver flying sword appeared in its true form in midair. What? He's so much stronger than back when he fought Black Demon King? Immense C was alarmed. Although it wasn't considered an all-out desperate attack, he had used 70% of his strength. He never expected it to be overwhelmed in such a direct manner. Immense C held his palms together. I'm indeed no match against fellow Taoist Qin's flying sword arts. I shall not intervene in this matter. Reverend, how can you not intervene? Princess Marshall Maple said in a panic. Are you going to watch him commit atrocious acts without doing a thing? I'm helpless. Immense C landed in a corner. County Governor Song was about to say something, but he did not say a word. He had also seen how Immense C had failed to hold back Qin Yun. Reverend, your fiend-subduing staff arts are famous. You also have the Buddhist divine power of divine leg power. It will be easy for you to help us escape, said Princess Marshall Maple immediately. Immense C gave a faint smile but did not say a word. Junior sister Marshall Maple, whispered the white-haired elder. Can't you tell? Reverend Immense C is standing on Qin Yun's side. They are all Jiang Prefecture cultivators and they are good friends. Boom! Qin Yun remained coldly indifferent as he sent his sword on another assault. The elder brandished his whisk in a desperate attempt to last a little longer. All of you are in this together. Whatever happens today will be made known to the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. My father will be informed as well. Princess Marshall Maple's eyes were filled with maniacal rage. Qin Yun, if you dare touch me, aren't you afraid of infuriating my father? Beside them, Reverend Immense C shook his head gently. Foolish. Infuriating. Qin Yun scoffed and said, Princess Marshall Maple, I know. Your Zhengli family is a 1,000-year-old family. Its patriarch is an immortal that has cultivated to the essence soul realm. But so what if he is immortal? Don't you know that the heavens have heavenly laws? Immortals have to face tribulations as well. Princess Marshall Maple's expression stiffened. Why, do you think I do not know anything? Qin Yun sneered. I'm an itinerant cultivator. I might have just become an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, but I still know the rules. In this world, there are so many great demons at the Khanate Golden Core realm. They wreak havoc everywhere. Yet, essence soul immortals do not dare interfere. Why is that so? Qin Yun sneered. It's because there are differences between mortals and immortals. Immortals would not interfere in mortal matters. The more they interfere, the greater the karma, causing even more negative karma. Essence soul immortals may have an everlasting life, but they also have to face tribulations. If they are unable to withstand them, they would also die. The mortal world is toxic. The heavenly laws are heartless. Even if thousands of mortals will die, immortals will not intervene. Even if Khanate Golden Core realm experts die, essence soul immortals would not easily take action. What's more when they are such trivialities? There were 3 major cultivation realms. Postnatal, Khanate, essence soul. Essence soul immortals were already legends of old. Qin Yun believed in the past that there were no immortals in the world, but after becoming an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, he learned of the true nature of the world. He understood that the 1,000-year-old families, imperial government, Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands, Sky Demon Palace, and the many factions in the fiendish demon world had human immortals or fiend celestials at the essence soul realm presiding over them. It was nothing to speak of when immortals fought fiend celestials. However, they would not easily attack mortals. The greater the karma the mortal had, the less likely they would take any action. For example, Qin Yun had killed the water ape, gaining the gratefulness of millions of commoners in Grand Dominance County. Many of them had even set up plaques in their families to wish goodwill on Qin Yun, so the amount of karma he had was extraordinary. If immortals dared to take action, the tribulations they feared the most would immediately happen. Furthermore, it would be even more terrifying. It was even possible that they might perish. Under the maneuvering of the heavenly Tao, Qin Yun and other cultivators were only considered as mortals. Only those that attained essence soul, allowing them perpetual youth, would they be immortals, fiends, or gods. The postnatal and connate realm meant that they were still mortals. My father has numerous disciples, Princess Marshall Maple insisted on carrying on. Cut the nonsense. Use whatever moves you have. Qin Yun sneered. Before he attained the second level of sword intent, he might have been fearful of connate golden core cultivators, but having gained a higher level in the heavenly Tao, Qin Yun even wanted to attempt fighting someone at the connate golden core realm. Boom! The countless threads of the whisk exploded and finally failed to put up any further resistance. Bam! 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 The flying sword swooped down as the white-haired elder and company fell to the ground while spitting out blood. Qin Yun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Princess Marshall Maple. Stretching out his hand, he grabbed her neck and lifted her up. He stared into Princess Marshall Maple's eyes. It's your turn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, 20% Strength. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Princess Marshall Maple began feeling fear creep into her heart. She wanted to speak, but the grip around her neck prevented her from doing so. She instinctively wanted to struggle, but Qin Yun injected a wisp of quintessential essence into her body, sealing her of her dermic powers. Stop! Qin Yun, put down the princess. Everything can be discussed. The white-haired elder and the guardians stood up one after another as they shouted anxiously. Young Master Qin, please let Princess Marshall Maple off. Yi Kaisher panicked as well. Noticing how Qin Yun did not react, he said immediately, I'm Yi Xiao's father. Qin Yun took a glance at him before turning to look back at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao only stared at Yi Kaisher without saying a word. You are Yi Xiao's father? Qin Yun continued grabbing Princess Marshall Maple's neck as he looked at Yi Kaisher. Yi Kaisher looked rather handsome and had a scholarly bearing. He immediately said, Young Master Qin, let third madam off. She wouldn't dare take action again. Were you watching your daughter being sliced in the face without doing a thing? Qin Yun's voice was filled with anger. I spoke out. I pleaded with her, said Yi Kaisher instantly. You said a few words in passing? Qin Yun lost his temper. I can't stop her. She doesn't listen to me, Yi Kaisher said in a panic. And now, you can't stop me. Qin Yun coldly looked into Yi Kaisher's eyes. Young Master Qin, please show mercy. Please. Yi Kaisher said anxiously, I owed her in the past. I owe Xiao too. It's all my fault. Qin Yun shook his head. What a loser. You are wrong. What does this have to do with me? She injured Yi Xiao, so you have no right to plead on her behalf. Qin Yun sneered as he looked at Princess Marshall Maple. Her face was flushed red from the right grip around her neck. Without being able to say a word, her eyes were filled with plea. You now know fear? Won't you very ruthless while dealing with Yi Xiao? Qin Yun threw her to the side. Bam! Princess Marshall Maple flew out and fell in front of Yi Xiao. The fall left her head bloody as she looked up at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, requite like for like, said Qin Yun. Miss Yi Xiao, shouted the white-haired elder and the other five. Xiao, it's my fault, Yi Kaisher said immediately. Princess Marshall Maple crawled up, but her eyes were still staring at Xiao with resentment. Xiao suddenly struck out. Pa! Princess Marshall Maple was slapped in the face as she flew backward. Xiao released her quintessential essence and grabbed her back in front of her. Pa! 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 Xiao's quintessential essence held Princess Marshall Maple as she slapped her in the face with her right hand. Instantly, Xiao's palms manifested themselves as shadows as the successive slaps struck Princess Marshall Maple. It left her face covered in blood. You had slashed at my face 12 times and I returned you with 12 slaps, said Xiao. You slapped me 30 times, said Princess Marshall Maple in a hoarse voice as she struggled to speak. The remaining 18 slaps were for my mother. You kept using the word slut. You have no right to say that of my mother. Xiao withdrew her quintessential essence and said coldly, leave and don't you appear in front of me ever again. I will still beat you if you appear. Princess Marshall Maple clenched her teeth. Being slapped 30 times by the slut's daughter was a huge ridicule. You wait and see. Wait and see. Princess Marshall Maple thought to herself as she turned to leave. The white-haired elder, guardians, and Ikaisher heaved a sigh of relief. The outcome was better than they expected. Hold it! Qin Yun commanded coldly from the side. Princess Marshall Maple, who had walked a few steps, came to a quivering halt. She looked at Qin Yun and said, She has let me go. However, Qin Yun queried with a voice transmission. Xiao, she had slashed your face with a knife. If I had not come in time, her next acts would be even more ruthless. Are you just giving a few slaps? Letting her off just like that? Forget it, Qin Yun. She is a princess after all. Let's put this matter to rest. It has already come this far. She will definitely bear a grudge, replied Qin Yun with a voice transmission. I can't implicate you. Xiao said with a voice transmission as she looked at him. Qin Yun's heart warmed as he smiled. He understood Xiao's considerations. How silly. All right, leave it to me. Qin Yun beckoned with his hand as the knife that Princess Marshall Maple had been thrown on the ground flew into his hand. Qin Yun, don't you be foolish. She didn't have any intent to kill. Punishing her would do. Xiao said hurriedly with a voice transmission. Qin Yun. Stop! Exclaimed the white-haired elder, Ikaisher and the rest. As for Reverend Immense C, he frowned slightly when he saw the situation play out. He said with a voice transmission, Fellow Daoist Qin, the Zhengli's family patriarch is a human immortal, one of the supporting pillars of humanity. You should show some mercy. I respect Zhengli's family patriarch as well. Qin Yun said with a voice transmission. Him having merit doesn't mean his daughter can do anything as she pleases. Don't worry. I won't kill her. Immense C heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yun walked over with the bloodstained knife in hand. Princess Marshall Maple's face turned pale. What are you doing? I only slashed with the knife. I didn't pour any poison powder. The wounds would recover very quickly. That Xiao has hit me too. Why are you still? Poison powder? Qin Yun's expression changed. You were even planning to use poison powder? Princess Marshall Maple became even more panic-stricken. The white-haired elder and company beside were seized with anxiety. Princess, why did you mention the poison powder? Where's the poison powder? Qin Yun bellowed coldly. No, I don't have it. Princess Marshall Maple said immediately. By pouring poison powder on the wounds, even cultivators will not be able to rid it once the toxins permeate the wounds. They will be scarred for life. Qin Yun was very aware of the tactics that were employed by scoundrels. He turned and swept his glance across the white-haired elders and the others. Speak, where's the poison powder? The six shook their heads. Are you trying to deceive me? Qin Yun said curtly. The 6 of you are accomplices regarding this matter. I'm only taking action against Princess Marshall Maple now and haven't gotten to the 6 of you. Deal with us? We were only obeying orders. We, the 6, panicked. Qin Yun swept the 6 with a glance. How I deal with you will depend on your honesty. Hand over the poison powder obediently and I will be lenient. If not, I will not kill you, but cripple the dantians of you 6. What do you think of that? The 6 were horrified. Crippling their dantians? Ending of their cultivation path? It was worse than death. Where's the poison powder? Hand it over. If you don't, there will not be any chances. This is my last warning. Qin Yun said indifferently. It's with me. The white-haired elder took out a red bottle from the cosmic bag by his waist. He looked at Princess Marshall Maple apologetically. Junior sister Marshall Maple, we have no other choice either. Qin Yun took the red bottle and turned to walk towards Princess Marshall Maple. There's no way you would. Princess Marshall Maple was about to retreat when formless heaven and earth powers left her immobile. Paying one back in her own coin. Qin Yun said, when you do what you do unto others, why didn't you think of the suffering they have to endure? Have a taste of that suffering. Xiao. 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 The knife slashed over. Kaisher was panicking by the side, but it was useless. Qin Yun ignored him completely. 12 slashes. Qin Yun stopped and pulled the red bottle stopper and scattered it suddenly. Phew! The poison powder hit Princess Marshall Maple's face as she immediately held her face in pain. Can I leave now? Although Princess Marshall Maple was in pain, she continued clenching her teeth and speaking hoarsely. No rush. Qin Yun looked at the 6 and said, since you have handed over the poison powder, I'll not cripple you of your dantians. Hand over all your Dharma treasures and other valuable items. Consider it as a tiny punishment. All valuable items? The Dharma treasures we obtained from decades of cultivation, the white-haired elder and company panicked. The purple flying sword hovering in midair approached them. We'll do it. We'll hand them over. The 6 immediately responded. And you? Qin Yun pointed at Princess Marshall Maple. Hand over all your Dharma treasures and valuable items. Soon. A huge number of treasures piled in front of Qin Yun as they emanated waves. Qin Yun looked at the 7. At that moment, Princess Marshall Maple covered her face with a veil. She looked at Qin Yun with a cold glare. Can we leave now? The clothes on you is also a Dharma treasure. Hand it over. Qin Yun said indifferently. Princess Marshall Maple's eyes were filled with harshness. But against Qin Yun, who was looking at her calmly, her Dharma treasure robe flew out and landed on the pile of Dharma treasures in front of Qin Yun. At that moment, all Princess Marshall Maple was left with were white body-hugging clothes. You can leave. Qin Yun waved his hand. Let's go. The white-haired elder immediately cast his flying art and brought everyone, including Kaisher, away. Kaisher gave Xiao a conflicted look. He then came close to Princess Marshall Maple and looked at her with a pained heart. Phew! Princess Marshall Maple and company left quickly on a cloud. After flying out of Grand Dominance City, the silent Princess Marshall Maple turned and looked down at the blurring city. She said hoarsely, I'll definitely have my revenge. Third Madam. Kaisher looked at Princess Marshall Maple with a pained heart. That daughter of yours has only seduced an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. If he were a Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, I would not be able to do a thing. But an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador? Princess Marshall Maple sneered. She and the Qin Yun will not remain complacent for long. Then, Princess Marshall Maple looked meekly at Kaisher. Kaisher, don't worry. She's your daughter after all. I won't kill her. Qin Yun kept the treasures. Young Master Qin, you have truly offended that princess. County Governor Song could not help but comment. You even took all their Dharma treasures. Immensely said with a smile as well. Since I'm offending her, I might as well offend her fully. Qin Yun said with a smile. Besides, Reverend Immensely, you know that I haven't cultivated for long either. I'm very poor. Alright, I won't be entertaining the both of you. We'll be leaving first. Qin Yun held Xiao's hand. Xiao allowed him to hold it as they left on a cloud. While flying in midair, Xiao looked at Qin Yun, who was holding her hand. She felt her heart warm, but she was worried as well. She felt remorse. Qin Yun, you have truly offended Princess Marshall Maple. She will definitely think of a way to seek revenge. Don't worry. It will be fine. Qin Yun said with a smile. Let me tell you a secret. Xiao was taken aback. In the battle just now, everything was within my grasps. Besides, I only used 20% of my strength, said Qin Yun. 20%? Xiao was astounded. You defeated the group of guardians and repressed Reverend Immensely. Qin Yun smiled. Since I know Princess Marshall Maple will seek revenge, how can I display all my strength? Xiao was surprised and delighted, as well as astounded. The strength that he demonstrated was a little stronger than when he defeated Black Demon King. Yet, it was only 20% of Qin Yun's strength? Could he already match someone at the Khanate Golden Core realm already? I'm only telling this to you. No one else knows. Qin Yun chuckled in a hushed tone. Remember, keep it a secret. Xiao nodded and immediately felt relieved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, The Flaw of the Sword Immortal Lineage. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Lady Chen Shuang lived in a particular wing of Swallow Phoenix brothel. Ever since she became courtesan belle a year ago, her popularity skyrocketed. The number of scions that courted her increased greatly. In addition, Chen Shuang's charm and allure also amplified. She had also dominated both Lady Scented Dress and Lady Clear Autumn. The courtesan, Lady Chen Shuang, was also very famous in the other counties of Jiang Prefecture. There were frequently other distinguished guests that came to Grand Dominance to meet her. In terms of fame, Chen Shuang was likely ranked 5th among all the renowned courtesans. After all, one had to know that Eastsea County, Golden Sheen County, and Wushu County were more prosperous than Grand Dominance County. There were even more renowned courtesans in their brothels. This brother of yours has truly extraordinary strength. At a young age, he is able to suppress that old monk, Immensely. Although Immensely might have deliberately gone easy by using a portion of his strength, it's likely that Qin Yun's true strength isn't inferior to Immensely. A seductive red-dressed woman smiled as she looked at a water mirror floating in front of her. The mirror revealed Qin Yun's domination over the guardians, as well as the scene of him fighting with Reverend Immensely. Brother Yun began truly practicing his swordsmanship at age 8. At the age of 13, he attained one with the sword. Chen Shuang looked in the mirror and her eyes suffused pride. But it seems like he likes the lady behind him, said the red-dressed woman with a smile as she pointed at Xiao through the mirror. Chen Shuang looked at it and fell silent. Following that, she smiled. I'm also happy for Brother Yun to have someone he likes. Besides, I saw Brother Yun and that lady together a few days ago. They have been in Grand Dominance City for several months now. Don't try to lie to me. I can tell that you like this brother of yours, said the woman. Besides, he can only be considered an adopted brother. Chen Shuang nodded in silence. Yes, I like him, but I do not deserve him. There's nothing about deserving when it comes to cultivators, said the woman with a smile. I told you before. As immortal that the Magus Matriarch Gu pursues, a trip into the Magus Matriarch cave would ensure that your cultivation advances by leaps and bounds. There would not be any bottlenecks for you to step into the Khanate realm. Furthermore, you gained a rudimentary understanding of the mystic arts I taught you in a day. Now, you are close to mastering it. Isn't the number of people courting and liking you increasing? This is only an ordinary bewitching spell. Your talent in Magus arts is extremely high, much higher than mine. It will be a waste if you do not cultivate in Magus arts. Besides, you are already 20 this year. The Taoist and Buddhist sects have a saying it would become impossible if one didn't pass the gate of immortality before they turn 20. Only our Magus lineage allows even an old granny to have a chance. The red-dressed woman said with a smile. Among all the sects in the world, other than the Taoist and Buddhist sacred land, there are 19 other top sects that are scattered across the world. Our Magistress Mountain is the only top sect that remains of the Magus lineage. The various Magus arts we have are the most complete as well. Even the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands would not dare to touch our Magistress Mountain. If they offend us, they might die without even knowing why. Chen Shuang looked in the mirror and saw Qin Yun flying off together with Xiao while holding her hand. If you do not cultivate, in another decade or so, you will lose all your present luster. You will age, and when you are wrinkled and aged, your brother Yun will remain extremely young. The woman persuaded her. And if you were to enter Magistress Mountain, you could replace that woman if your brother Yun separates from her. You will only stand a chance as long as you live long enough and remain young and beautiful. Tell me, do I have a 50% chance of walking out of Magistress Mountain's Magus Matriarch cave you mentioned alive? Asked Chen Shuang. Yes, replied the red-dressed woman. You made the Matriarch Gu adore you that much, so the chances of surviving are very high. Although the other Magus Maiden candidates will enter as well, it's unlikely any one of them can survive. As for you, you have at least a 50% chance. Once you survive, you will become the incumbent Magus Maiden. And once you attain the realm of Heaven Magus, you would immediately be known as Magus Matriarch. Persuaded the red-dressed woman. 50% chance. That's probably just you sweet-talking me. Lady Qin Shuang whispered. The woman smiled and said immediately, You have also seen how much the Magus Matriarch Gu likes you. I only have one request, said Qin Shuang. Feel free to tell me, replied the red-dressed woman immediately. She had found a most suitable Magus Maiden candidate while passing through Grand Dominance. Therefore, she was trying every means possible to persuade Qin Shuang. After all, entry into Magus Matriarch Cave needed to be voluntary. Hundreds of people from my escort company and my brother, CLA, died because of East Gong County's Bailey family. I want the masterminds that caused my brother's death to all die. The Bailey family's patriarch has to die as well, said Chen Shuang. Only with them dead will I be willing to go to your Magistress Mountain and enter Magus Matriarch Cave. The red-dressed woman smiled. If it is something this trivial, rest assured. My Magistress Mountain now represents the Magus lineage. In terms of strength, we are much stronger than top cultivation sections. A single Bailey Qin can be easily killed. Chen Shuang nodded. Since she had decided on entering the cultivation world, she asked, I want to know what the factions are in the cultivation world. Why aren't fiendish demons eradicated yet? In terms of the strongest factions, said the red-dressed woman, we humans naturally have the imperial government, the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands, as well as the top cultivation sections. My Magus lineage was in no way inferior to the Taoist and Buddhist sects in ancient times, but now, it has waned. Many of the arts are lost and the cultivation arts of battle magi are gone. But even so, the remaining Magus arts remain extremely powerful. As for fiendish demons, the woman frowned and said, speaking of which, other than the Four Seas Dragon Palace, the fiendish demons are mainly split among the Sky Demon Palace and the 9 lineage fiendish demons. Sky Demon Palace and humans do good together and favor coexistence. As for the 9 lineage fiendish demons, their cultivation heritage stems from the other realm fiend celestials, explained the woman. They are most vile. Be it humans, the Sky Demon Palace, or the Four Seas Dragon Palace, all of them deal with the 9 lineage fiendish demons. Is the 9 lineage fiendish demons so powerful? Chen Xuan was astounded. Very. The red-dressed woman nodded. What about my brother Yun? Asked Chen Xuan. He's considered a sword immortal. The red-dressed woman shook her head. It has to be said that sword immortals are very powerful. Among peers of the same level, their offensive means are the best. However, sword immortals also have an enormous flaw. Flaw? Chen Xuan was puzzled. Yes. The red-dressed woman nodded. The Khanate Golden Core realm is the limit for the legacies of sword immortals. There are no methods to condense one's essence soul. Since ancient times, no sword immortal at the essence soul realm have been produced. How powerful are sword immortals? Their prowess leave fiendish demons crying for their parents, but it's because there was no essence soul immortal holding down the fort, which resulted in many sword immortal sects being destroyed by fiendish demons several times. Therefore, the sword immortal legacies have been lost. They have tried to renew themselves a few times, and of course, the Taoist sacred land, Numinous Treasure Mountain, always has sword immortal legacies stored with them. Whenever there's an opportunity, they would release them, nurturing new sword immortal sections. The red-dressed woman smiled and said, of course, we are speaking about an entire sect. How many years does it take to produce immortals that can condense the essence soul? And how difficult is it? To attain the Khanate Golden Core realm with sword immortal legacies makes one the cream of the crop. They are only slightly weaker than our Magus lineage. Our Magistress Mountain still has a Magistress alive. It's possible to cultivate to the realm of Magistress, and that is equivalent to Taoist essence soul immortals. Chen Xuan nodded. Brother Yun won't be able to become immortal? What are you thinking about? With the strength of that brother of yours, he is extremely likely to attain the Khanate Golden Core. It will be pretty impressive if you can chase up to him to become a Magus matriarch, said the red-dressed woman. Chen Xuan nodded. As for the Bailey family, I'll begin arrangements, said the red-dressed woman. Just wait for the good news. With that said, she turned and left. Elsewhere, Qin Yun and Xiao were together. Xiao had a veil across her face as well. I was too foolish when I was young. Xiao said softly, but after seeing my father this time, he has truly disappointed me. My father actually put up with her calling my mother slut again and again? Perhaps, compared to the feelings he had with my mother, his feelings for Princess Marshall Maple is deeper. Perhaps he has his own difficulties, Qin Yun consoled her. Difficulties? Xiao fell silent before saying, regardless, there is no longer a need for me to go to Wushu County's Windblast Pavilion to wait for him. It is, at least, clear to me now that compared to me, he is more willing to be with Princess Marshall Maple. As for protecting me? That Princess Marshall Maple will not be able to touch me, be it in the Divine Firmament chapter or in the Yi family's ancestral ground. If my father was willing to bring me along back then, I would be willing to live in the Yi family's grounds all my life. Qin Yun only provided her companionship. Let's not talk about me any further. Xiao said immediately, what's most important is that Princess Marshall Maple must be incensed. The Zhenli family will also feel disregarded. Don't worry. I took all their treasures at the end. Qin Yun picked up a cosmic bag and poured out the bag. Out came another cosmic bag that continued pouring down. All the spoils of war were revealed. That Princess Marshall Maple sure is deserving of being a princess. She has so many treasures. It's enough to match 7 or 8 Gonya Bings. Qin Yun said with a laugh. As for her guards, they add up to match 2 or 3 Gongya Bings. Why do you keep mentioning Gongya Bing? Xiao felt helpless. No choice. He's the only Kane true core fiendish demon I have ever killed. Qin Yun laughed as he looked at the treasures. With these, my intrinsic flying sword can be upgraded by 2 grades, reaching a 4th grade flying sword. My Qin family's array formation can also be upgraded a lot more. You can have it upgraded by 2 grades? Xiao was astonished. My estimates say that it's not sufficient. Didn't I tell you that I had a breakthrough in strength? The amount of materials needed to cultivate my intrinsic flying sword has been drastically reduced. Qin Yun smiled and said, let's not delay it any further. I'll be going to the Inspector Heavenly Alliance to exchange for treasures in a while. Xiao nodded. Princess Marshall Maple and the Zhengli family will need at least a few days to divert manpower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Myriad Temple. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Unfortunately, my intrinsic flying sword will take about half a year to reach the 4th grade, said Qin Yun. Xiao immediately asked, Qin Yun, are you sure you can control a 4th grade flying sword at the Khanate False Core realm? In the postnatal realm, one could at best control a 7th grade Dharma treasure. A 6th grade Dharma treasure could not be used even if it was placed in front of them. And in the Khanate realm, under normal circumstances, the Khanate False Core realm allowed one to control 5th and 6th grade Dharma treasures. Khanate True Core realm allowed one to control 3rd and 4th grade Dharma treasures. As for the Khanate Golden Core realm, they could control 1st grade Dharma treasures. Although that was the rule of thumb, Dharma treasures were just too expensive. Most Khanate True Core realm cultivators would typically use 5th grade or 6th grade Dharma treasures. My sword immortal lineage gives pure quintessential essence, and the Khanate False Core I condensed is a lot better than sword immortals at the same level. I'll be able to control a 5th grade flying sword as well, said Qin Yun confidently. With the 4th grade flying sword being my intrinsic flying sword, it can match the power of a 2nd grade Dharma treasure in my hands. With the flying sword, my strength can increase by another 50 to 60%. Qin Yun was just too powerful, so the aid the Dharma treasures gave him wasn't that exaggerated either. However, being able to have his strength increased by 50 to 60% alone was astonishing enough. I just wonder what means the Zhengli family will employ. Xiao was a little worried. I will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation. Besides, whoever dares to attack me has to be prepared to be killed by me. Qin Yun showed no fear. He naturally felt emboldened with his strength. The Kong Prefecture's Zhengli family was a 1,000-year-old family clan. A provincial city had been conferred to the Zhengli family, and even if the dynasty changed, the provincial city continued to be helmed by the Zhengli family. This city was also called Li City. At night, in Kong Prefecture, in a grandiose manner in Li City, there were hordes of servants and the rules were strict. In a hall. Mother, I ask for your justice. Princess Marshall Maple knelt in front of a woman as she hugged her leg and sobbed. All you know is cry. The woman waved her hand and 2 screens appeared in midair. One screen was of Xiao slapping Princess Marshall Maple 30 times. The other one was Qin Yun spraying poison powder on Princess Marshall Maple's face. Stare at it and watch it carefully, said the woman coldly. Princess Marshall Maple had no choice but to watch the 2 screens obediently. The scenes repeated again and again as the fury in Princess Marshall Maple's eyes grew. Whenever you calm down is when you can speak to me. The woman got up and left. Princess Marshall Maple obediently remained silent. Her mother was Patriarch Zhenli's present wife, Matron Lu. Patriarch Zhenli had several wives, but as he everlasting youth, his wives died one after another. Matron Lu was a female disciple that Patriarch Zhenli had taken in the past. As they spent time frequently, she eventually became the present matron of the Zhenli family. Matron Le had already reached the Khanate True Core realm and wasn't even 100 years old. She wielded a lot of power in the Zhenli family. At dawn of the second day, Matron Le returned to the hall. Princess Marshall Maple was still obediently kneeling and watching the two screens floating in midair. "Have you calmed down?" asked Matron Lu. "Yes, I have." Princess Marshall Maple nodded obediently. "Do you know where your fault lies?" Matron Lu asked again. Princess Marshall Maple whispered under her breath, "I didn't heed your words and attacked Xiao without your permission. She is a divine firmament chapter disciple after all and a child of the Yi family. By getting into trouble, I will displease father. Your father may have everlasting youth, but he has to suffer tribulations too. If you can lessen the troubles he faces, do it." Matron Lu said. "As for the matter in grand dominance, I'm very disappointed. Firstly, you were not calm and did not listen to me and directly attacked Xiao. Secondly, after deciding to take action, you didn't listen to my teachings of planning before taking action." Matron Lu looked at her daughter. Did you wonder why she was in grand dominance? Could she have companions? Could she have seniors from her sect? Without even thinking, you took action immediately. Do you think you are really invincible? Look at the final outcome. You got smacked in the face and disfigured. You have sullied the reputation of the Zhengli family completely. Although there is one Khanate Golden Core Realm cultivator among your father's disciples, even your father will find it difficult to order him to do something, much less the two of us, said Matron Lu. At the Khanate Golden Core Realm, one also had their own family clan that had responsibilities weighing down on their shoulders. They would not easily engage in life and death acts of revenge. After all, Qin Yun had extraordinary potential. If the assassination of him failed, it would only result in endless problems. Princess Marshall Maple obediently remained silent. A few years ago, you did things well, but in recent years, you have been touring the world and having fun with that Ikaisher. I think you have turned dumb. Matron Lu reprimanded, do you think just because we are the Zhengli family clan, it permits us to do anything we wish? It's my fault. Princess Marshall Maple said obediently. Mother, I leave everything to you. Since this matter has been done, there's no need for regret. Matron Lu said calmly that Qin Yun is only a mere itinerant cultivator, but he doesn't consider our Zhengli family at all. He was even so ruthless against you. Even the Inspector Heavenly Alliance knows about it, which means many factions in the world will learn of it. Now, the one being disgraced is not only you nor me, but the entire Zhengli family. Qin Yun has to be taught a lesson on this matter, or it will only let others deride us. In the future, how would our family clan exercise our authority on the masses? How so? Princess Marshall Maple's eyes lit up. How else? It's too troublesome causing a din. It's better to just straight up kill him cleanly, said Matron Lu. How do we kill him? Princess Marshall Maple could not help but ask. He's rather powerful and I can't think of any way that has absolute certainty. Matron Lu shook her head slightly. Naturally, we look for something with certainty. She waved her hand. Phew! A phantom image appeared in midair. In it was a coiled flood dragon that was covered with dark red scales. The dragon's head was staring at the screen as the surrounding water flowed. Matron Lu, what matter do you have to seek me? Said the blood-colored flood dragon in human speech. I need the Myriad Temple to kill a person, said Matron Lu. Who? Asked the flood dragon. In Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance, there is a sword immortal by the name of Qin Yun, Matron Lu said. I wish that you can rid of him as soon as possible. The flood dragon nodded slightly. That is a recently promoted Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. He had defeated Black Demon King head-on and his strength is not inferior to Silver Peak Monastery's Reverend Immense C. Killing him requires 3 immortal crystals. 3? Blurted Matron Lu. Yes. The flood dragon nodded. Matron Lu hesitated for a moment before nodding. She said, then 3 immortal crystals it is. I wish that the Myriad Temple can kill him as soon as possible. Rest assured with my Myriad Temple on the job. Please send the 3 immortal crystals as early as possible. The flood dragon nodded slightly and the transmission was cut. Princess Marshall Maple watched all of this from the side without daring to make a sound. After the communication ended, Princess Marshall Maple asked immediately, "This is the Myriad Temple? The omnipotent Myriad Temple that encompasses all myriad phenomena? Myriad Temple only cares for treasures. It does not care if they are human, fiendish demon or from the water race." Matron Lu said. And indeed, they are infinitely resourceful. Can I get a Myriad Temple transmission mark? Asked Princess Marshall Maple immediately. Matron Lu shook her head. Myriad Temple only leaves a transmission mark with humans or demons that it acknowledges. The unacknowledged cannot contact them. Princess Marshall Maple muttered softly, they are deliberately putting on airs. But the Myriad Temple has the strength, countered Matron Lu. Regardless, no one can prove that it was us who took action if it's the Myriad Temple. No evidence will be left behind. Now, all you need is to wait for news of Qin Yun's death. Matron Lu truly did not think much of Qin Yun. So what if a junior that did not have any backer died? By being Patriarch Zhongli's partner, she had previously seen truly terrifying existences in the world, such as immortals and fiend celestials. Even the mark used to contact the Myriad Temple was given to her by a fiend dragon from Myriad Temple that matched the level of a fiend celestial. Matron Lu naturally thought highly of herself, so she was indeed furious over Qin Yun's ruthless acts against her daughter. As for her daughter acting against Xiao? From her point of view, Xiao was only a lowly child of the Yi family, while her daughter was a daughter of an immortal, so how could Xiao compare with her? Alright, I'll wait for news of his death. Princess Marshall Maple felt a sense of anticipation. Are the scars on your face removable? Asked Matron Lu. No, Princess Marshall Maple nodded. It's very troublesome, but if father were to help, it would be a lot easier. No rush. Wait a little longer. Find your father when he is out of seclusion. Do not disturb his cultivation, said Matron Lu. Princess Marshall Maple could not help but ask, how long do I have to wait? That I wouldn't know. It could be as short as a day or two, and as long as a decade, answered Matron Lu. Don't worry. I'll bring you to meet him the moment he's out. All right. Princess Marshall Maple answered obediently. The Zhongli family's patriarch was the supreme existence of the Zhongli family clan. Princess Marshall Maple was only one of his many daughters in the patriarch's long life after all. As for the Myriad Temple, it began preparing for the assassination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. Chapter 121, Entering a Sect. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Grand Dominance County, Qin Yun? A man with handsome looks that bordered on seductiveness was looking at a mirror in front of him. It displayed a blood-colored flood dragon. Multiform poison codger, are you willing to do it? The blood-colored flood dragon asked. If you kill Qin Yun, you can obtain 1 immortal crystal. The man chuckled softly and said, I have assassinated people at the Kane True Core realm before, but I have really never killed an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. Your Myriad Temple knows that I'm close to the end of my life and is in dire need for treasures to break through. Alright, I'll accept it. I'll kill Qin Yun in a month. A wall of text appeared in the mirror. This is the detailed information regarding Qin Yun. The dragon cut off the communication once it was done. Only 22 years old. the man said in a deep voice. I'm almost 200 years old and I'm only at the Khanate false core realm. However, with regards to killing people, I have a variety of means. The man got up and left the house. There were female servants waiting on him outside the house. Young master, said a servant politely. However, he did not say a word. As he walked past the servant, her eyes widened as she collapsed to the ground, dead. She had black blood flowing out her nostrils. As he walked, wherever he passed, the servants and maidservants would die one after another. Husband, why did you kill all of them? In a garden, a woman was alarmed when she saw the servants fall to the ground dead. Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill people after I marry you? The man smiled and said, back when I came to your Wang family, I killed 300 guards as well as members of your Wang family. None of you dared to say a word and didn't you end up marrying me still? But our Wang family has not slighted you in any way over the past year or so. The woman was seized by panic. It's true, but I'm leaving, said the man. Leave? The woman's heart was filled with anticipation and fear. This terrifying fiend was finally leaving. Before I leave, any woman that I encounter shall die, commented the man. You want to kill me? The woman trembled. I have killed everyone along the way. Treat it as if they will be accompanying you in death. The man smiled and said, finally, I have one thing to tell you. I'm, in fact, already 192 years old. Ha ha. The woman widened her eyes. The man waved his hand as the woman fell to the ground dead with blood flowing out her nose. Following that, the man's appearance changed into a thin and tiny old man. His eyes flickered with a gold glimmer. What a good risk. As long as I succeed in killing an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, I can obtain an immortal crystal. This is more than all the treasures I have obtained in the past. Perhaps, I might be able to use it to break through to the Khanate True Core realm, extending my lifespan. Qin Yun? A sword immortal? Sword immortals are proficient at their flying swords, but their weaknesses are obvious as well. Multiform Poison Codger snickered and left with the wind. The compound he was in belonged to the Wang family. The Wang family had already discovered that a large number of servants had died, therefore, they hid far away. Even some of the guards fled and returned only at night. A probe was made. He's gone. That fiend is finally gone. The Wang family heaved a sigh of relief. That cultivator didn't focus on his cultivation and kill fiends but ended up harming us mortals. The Wang family's patriarch looked at the corpses in front of him as his eyes filled with tears. Other than a daughter, there were other servants and members of the Wang family among the corpses. They had all been killed by multiform Poison Codger in passing. The Wang family was quite a powerful faction, so they understood that multiform Poison Codger was a terrifying cultivator. No one in their county was probably multiform Poison Codger's match, therefore, they could only tolerate and pander him. The Wang family did not even know multiform Poison Codger's true identity even to the very end. Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. The Qin Manor had been refurbished with array formations. Every night, Qin Yun would cultivate his intrinsic flying sword, hoping to push it to the 5th grade as soon as possible. Yun'er. Qin Liehu came to Qin Yun's cultivation yard. Before Qin Liehu could knock on the door opened automatically. Qin Liehu instantly saw Qin Yun sitting cross-legged inside. With a whoosh, the flying sword flew back to Qin Yun and vanished. Father, why are you here? Qin Yun got up and smiled. I have something I need to trouble you with. Qin Liehu stammered in hesitation. Father, just speak your mind if there's something for me to do, said Qin Yun with a smile. Qin Liehu said, you also know that I have a good friend, your Uncle Su. Back when I was a constable, your Uncle Su shared a great relationship with me. Although he has moved to Golden Qin County, he is recently back in Grand Dominance. He came to me, hoping to get some help in sending his youngest son into the Scenic Mountain sect for cultivation. Scenic Mountain sect? Qin Yun frowned. That is the only top cultivation sect in our Zhejiang prefecture. Such a large sect would not easily accept disciples. His son is 12 years old and is at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. He's quite talented. Shi Liehu said, if he lacks the talent, I wouldn't dare to seek your help. You also know that I've rejected those that come to seek our help in order to not make things difficult for you. But for my relationship with your Uncle Su, it's really. Qin Yun asked, did he fail to enter the Scenic Mountain sect's normal recruitment? He failed to even become an in-name disciple, said Qin Liehu immediately. Father, Qin Yun said. Get Uncle Su to bring his son to me. I'll take a look myself. Although Scenic Mountain sect was once a Taoist sacred land, it is still extraordinary at present. The requirements for it to take in a disciple is stringent. Although my relationship with the Scenic Mountain sect is pretty good, I can't send any person in. Even second or third tier sects were very careful with taking in disciples, much less top cultivation sects. By the way, Father, what is your relationship like with Uncle Su? Asked Qin Yun. If I made the request, it is definite that the Scenic Mountain sect would accept him as an in-name disciple without elaboration. However, there is a limit to the goodwill between people. I can't keep sending people in. Help him. I have rejected everyone else, but your Uncle Su and his friendship with me was tested by life and death, replied Qin Liehu. Alright, get his son over here first. Qin Yun nodded. 2 hours later. A man as fat as a bear brought a plump youth to see Qin Yun. Qin Liehu accompanied them by the side. Young Master Qin. The man spoke with restraint as he said immediately, this is my kid. His name is Su Lai. Liar, quickly greet young Master Qin. The plump youth knelt down immediately with eyes that were filled with idolation. Without further ado, he said, greetings young Master Qin, I am Su Lai. Dispense with the formalities, said Qin Yun instantly. Then, a formless heaven and earth powers lifted up the youth. When Su Lai felt the formless energy, his reverence for Qin Yun grew. Uncle Su, back when I first met you, I think I was even younger than he was. Qin Yun smiled. In a blink of an eye, it's been 12 years. That's right. But young Master Qin, your talent in sword arts is a lot better than my kid. The man rushed to flatter Qin Yun. Although he was also a silver badge constable in Golden Qin County, there were golden badge constables in such large counties. He had also seen experts in Golden Qin County, so he was acutely aware of how much power an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador wielded. He naturally did not dare to act as an elder. After all, they had only met a few times before. Here, come over to me. Qin Yun looked at Su Lai. Su Lai ran over immediately. Qin Yun extended his arm and grabbed Su Lai's wrist, and immediately Su Lai stiffened up. Yeah, Qin Yun nodded slightly. 7th level of the Qi refinement realm and a good physical constitution. You are rather suitable for cultivating the God-fiend arts, or methods such as the physical establishing sage. Only the imperial government possesses the formulations of the God-fiend lineage, and it's very hard to reach a deep mastery. The man said immediately. As for physical establishing sage, it's even harder. Qin Yun nodded. Our Zhejiang prefecture's first great sect does have physical establishing sage formulations, but it's overly ordinary. Reaching the Kane true core realm is its limit. Out of the 3 Taoist sacred lands, the primordial chaos sect was a sect with physical establishing sage formulations. However, the primordial chaos sect was extremely stringent in its recruitment conditions. It was the toughest out of the 3 sacred lands. Su Lai's talent was far inferior to the youths that came from top family clans that nurtured them with all sorts of herbal treasures. All of them had great physical constitutions. What are you good at? Asked Qin Yun. Pole arts. Su Lai said immediately. Also, I'm good at calligraphy. Soon, Su Lai did his best to demonstrate his pole arts. By the side, Su Dehan was feeling especially nervous. After a while, Su Dehan placed a piece of calligraphy paper that had been prepared ahead of time on a stone table. Su Lai began writing his calligraphy. Calligraphy was the basics of talisman arts. That's not bad. Qin Yun nodded. Su Lai barely qualified to be an in-name disciple of Scenic Mountain sect. However, Scenic Mountain sect naturally chose the cream of the crop. In addition to personal ties and influence from one's family clans, it was natural that Su Lai, who lacked any background, wasn't recruited. Su Dehan looked nervously at Qin Yun as Su Lai did not even dare to breathe. The moment that determined his fate came. Uncle Su, Qin Yun said with a nod. Your child is still all right. However, after entering the Scenic Mountain sect, Su Lai, you will have to put in a lot of effort. Su Lai immediately revealed a grateful look. By the side, Su Dehan's body trembled as he said immediately, Liar will be able to enter the Scenic Mountain sect? Bring him to the Scenic Mountain sect. Remember, being an in-name disciple is just the beginning. To become an inner sect disciple or inherited teachings disciple will depend on his diligence, said Qin Yun. Sure. Su Dehan nodded immediately, but he could not help but ask, is there no need for a letter? There's no need. You may leave, said Qin Yun. Su Dehan nodded immediately. Yuner, I'll walk your Uncle Su out and stop disturbing you. Qin Liehu said with a smile. With that, he led the excited Su Lai and his father out. Qin Yun watched as they left before flipping his hand to reveal the Inspect Heavenly token. Buzz. A phantom image appeared beside the Inspect Heavenly token. It was none other than Taoist Yen. Fellow Taoist Qin, why are you suddenly looking for me? Taoist Yen chuckled. I heard that you taught that young princess of the Zhengli family a lesson. It's just a trivial problem, said Qin Yun. Fellow Taoist Yen, I do have something to trouble you with. What is it? Asked Taoist Yen. Qin Yun said, there's a young kid named Su Lai. He's 12 years old and at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. His foundations aren't bad. I'm wondering if you can admit him into the Scenic Mountain sect as an in-name disciple? An in-name disciple? Taoist Yen nodded. That would be simple. It will be troublesome if it was an inner sect disciple. If it's just an in-name disciple, all I need to do is just pass the message. Oh, by the way, the child's name is Su Lai? Yes, Su Lai from the Golden Qin County. His father is also a silver badge constable and was once a constable in my Grand Dominance County, elaborated Qin Yun. Looks like it's a family friend. Taoist Yen nodded. All right, I'll give the instructions immediately. Thanks, said Qin Yun. It's nothing, said Taoist Yen forthrightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Assassination on the Streets. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Xin Liehu hosted his good friend, Su Dehan, and his son, with some hot tea and desserts. The maidservants served desserts that were meticulously prepared. Su Lai chomped down on it. Eat slowly. Su Dehan could not help but glare at him. Eat more if you like it, Xin Liehu said with a laugh. Su Lai nodded immediately. When Su Dehan saw this, he could not help but shake his head and smile wistfully. Liehu, back then, we were a bunch of old buddies, but you are really impressive now. You even have cultivators guarding your home. High officials like the county governor also come to your family as a guest. How could it be because of me? It's all because of Yuner, said Qin Liehu. Young Master Qin is kind-hearted to help this child of mine, Su Dehan said. I know that it was because of you. I'll remember this for sure. The gifts I give will probably be nothing to your Qin family. Why are you talking about this? Qin Liehu said immediately. We have a friendship that was tested by life and death. Also, your son is only entering Scenic Mountain sect as an in-name disciple. What happens in the future will depend on the young fellow. Su Dehan turned to look at his son. Su Lai's cheeks were bulging from the food he stuffed in his mouth, but he nodded immediately. Do well, Su Dehan said. Su Lai swallowed the desserts in his mouth and said immediately, Don't you worry, father. The path has opened up in front of you, so do well. Su Dehan was filled with anticipation. Even family clans with greater powers than his would find it extremely difficult to send their children into Scenic Mountain sect. Now, his son, Su Lai, was ahead of many children from large family clans. Hong family. Brother, without my permission, no one is to disturb me. Hong Lingtong instructed solemnly. Don't worry, replied his eldest brother. Okay. Hong Lingtong entered the chamber and with a rumble, a stone door closed. The seclusion chamber was specially constructed. It had traps and array formations. It was almost impossible for people beneath the Khanate realm to barge in. Back then, I confronted the greatest danger by stealing the treasures left behind by the ancients from Black Demon King's son. Inside the chamber, Hong Lingtong sat cross-legged on a mat. Now that I've done sufficient preparations, I can break through into the Khanate at any time. The seclusion this time is first to fix my treasure and secondly to enter the Khanate realm. When the time comes, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. I'll also be qualified to investigate the immortal cave abode. Hong Lingtong thought to himself. However, I'm still quite lacking and won't be able to enter alone. It's best if I get a partner? Qin Yun is extremely powerful and he had saved me from Black Demon King. Furthermore, he is very trustworthy and is suitable for being roped in. I'll leave everything to after I make a breakthrough. Hong Lingtong stopped thinking and closed his eyes to calm his mind. Days passed one by one. Qin Yun and Xiao were still thinking of the possibilities of revenge from the Zhongli family. However, it never came. In a blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. It was almost winter. The morning sun rose and the sun was nice and warm. Qin Yun and Xiao basked in the sun as they leisurely walked down the streets. Where do you plan on eating? Xiao asked with a smile. We haven't come out in days. Why don't we go to Cloud Restaurant? I want to eat their hot oil noodles. In all of Grand Dominance, only their rendition has the local flavors of Qin Prefecture. Back when I toured the world, I went to Qin Prefecture and had a taste of it. Cloud Restaurant was quite an extravagant place, but many of their dishes were very authentic. Xiao could not help but laugh. Look at you, you are almost drooling. Just thinking of it makes me want to drool. Qin Yun said with a laugh. All right, let's do it. Let's go to Cloud Restaurant. Xiao nodded. The two strolled down the bustling streets that had hawker stalls lining the sides. Commoners were bargaining at the stalls. Not far ahead was a stall that repaired umbrellas. The owner was an elder with a messy white beard. He wore a thick patched cotton jacket. Although he was old, his hands were nimble. In a moment, he repaired an umbrella. He handed it to the woman in front of him with an honest smile. The repair is done. The woman took the umbrella, opened it and closed it a few times. After a careful inspection, she smiled and nodded. She took out 2 coins from her pouch and handed it over. Here you go. The elder stretched out his somewhat blackened hand and accepted it with a beaming smile. The woman turned and left. The elder sat down and continued repairing the umbrellas the other customers left with him. He would look up at times as the sunlight shined on him. He also found it very comfortable. As he looked at the commoners on the street, his eyes were filled with unsophisticated passion. When Qin Yun and Xiao walked over from afar, Qin Yun also noticed the umbrella-repairing elder. With his eyesight, he could tell at a glance that he was a skilled craftsman. Now, even without his flying sword, Qin Yun could sense a 300-foot radius around him. Within this range, he could instinctively make a judgment purely with his subconscious. Phew! The umbrella-repairing elder looked at Qin Yun and Xiao as he smiled humbly. When facing rich scions, these ordinary craftsmen would appear very humble. Following that, he lowered his head and continued with his work. He picked up an umbrella and studied it carefully. When Qin Yun and Xiao passed his stall, his focus was still on the umbrella. He pressed the button on the umbrella and was about to open the umbrella to study it carefully. When he pressed the button, the umbrella opened. Boom! The umbrella in his hand instantly blasted out dazzling red streams of light. It was much more terrifying than any demon annihilation crossbow or star-chasing crossbow. At that moment, he was only 10 feet away from Qin Yun and Xiao. A distance of 10 feet. The umbrella suddenly shot out the red beams at a supersonic speed. That instantaneous speed was not inferior to Qin Yun's flying sword. This bit of distance was not something even Kane True Core Realm cultivators could react in time. Even if they subconsciously reacted, their bodies might not be able to parry it in time. Multiform Poison Codger was best at machinery arts. Some umbrellas had more complicated structures. A specially made umbrella was enough to prevent cultivators from noticing anything special. Die. If I was a kilometer away, a sword immortal would be able to easily kill me with a flying sword. Even if I had more powerful techniques, I would not be able to do a thing to you at a great distance. Now that you are right in front of me, my machinery arts is a forbidden art that the imperial government keeps disclosed. Humph. Even typical soldiers can threaten powerful cultivators with a star-chasing crossbow. As for this specially made umbrella of mine, it has killed someone at the Kane True Core Realm before. He reacted eventually but did not have the time to block it. The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. Shoo! 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 The red light that shot out from the umbrella formed 9 beams. Every beam was extremely fast and ruthless. Most importantly, the distance was very short. Qin Yun noticed it from the corner of his eyes as a cold glimmer flashed across his eyes. Wang! Formless waves instantly enveloped the surroundings. The area within a 60-foot radius instantly turned silent. There was complete isolation both in and out. Beyond 60 feet, no one could see what was happening within 60 feet of Qin Yun. When the elder saw the surroundings turn dark, his expression could not help but change. However, he continued staring at the 9 red beams of light with anticipation. The 9 red beams that shot out at high speed was enveloped by an invisible will. Sword Intent Unleashed, naturally formed domain. Unlike his initial breakthrough, Qin Yun's Sword Intent domain could now envelop a region of 60 feet. The Sword Intent wrapped around the 9 red beams of light, causing their speed to rapidly slow down. They posed a threat because of the machinery arts, but their speed was constantly reducing with the Sword Intent obstructing them. Finally, they stopped an inch in front of Qin Yun. They were 9 black steel needles, and the reason why they manifested as red beams of light was purely that of their immense speed. Multiform Poison Codger widened his eyes as he looked at Qin Yun in horror. The scene that had just happened left him astounded. Without using his flying sword, Qin Yun was able to make the 9 black steel needles stop. He knew very well that impeding them purely with heaven and earth powers at a distance of 10 feet would, at best, reduce the steel irons by 1/100th. Intent domain? How is that possible? The legendary Intent domain is only mastered by a total of 6 Khanate Golden Core Realm experts in all of Jiang Prefecture, including the imperial government and the Taoist and Buddhist sacred lands. And most of the 6 have only gained a basic grasp of the intent. Qin Yun has already reached the stage of an intent domain? Multiform Poison Codger was flabbergasted. While reeling in shock, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Don't kill me. I'm Multiform Poison Codger. I'm skilled in machinery arts. I cultivate in the physical establishing sage and am best at transformations." He wanted to live. Naturally, he had to demonstrate his usefulness. Before he even finished his voice transmission, a piece of cloth, containing sword intent, from the ruined umbrella in his hand flew up. Pew! It pierced through his heart, widening Multiform Poison Codger's eyes as he collapsed to the ground. His body contorted as he reverted to a thin and short tyrannical elder. That was Multiform Poison Codger's true appearance. Inside the sword intent domain, everything could contain sword intent and become a powerful weapon. When Qin Yun saw this scene, he thought to himself, "My breakthrough in sword intent should only be known by you and Xiao. Since you know of it, it's best you die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 123. Chapter 123, Multiform Poison Codger's Treasures. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Xiao was in a state of shock from beginning to end. Multiform Poison Codger's attack was too sinister and quick. She would not have been able to fend against it if it were her. "Qin Yun, if he was assassinating me, I would already be dead," Xiao said from the side. Combat and assassinations are completely different matters. Assassinations depend on it being a sudden attack, catching the target by surprise. Once the attack fails, nearly all hope is lost. Qin Yun waved his hand and the Multiform Poison Codger's cosmic bag flew over from his corpse. The umbrellas beside him flew over as well. Qin Yun attempted one umbrella after another by knocking on them and carefully studying them. Xiao looked at Multiform Poison Codger's corpse and could not help but say, he was an ordinary old umbrella mender a moment ago, but now, he has changed so much. For his body to change so easily, he must cultivate in Dharma formulations like physical establishing sage. In the control of one's body, physical establishing sage was the most impressive Dharma formulation. Furthermore, those who typically cultivate in the physical establishing sage would focus on having a strong body. Even if their looks change, there would be very minute changes. For him to undergo such changes that even his bones, figure, and the color of his beard changes, he must have cultivated in a physical establishing sage Dharma formulation that is adept at transformations. Xiao was baffled. To be a thin old man that is adept at assassination, I can only think of one person. Multiform Poison Codger. Qin Yun took out a special umbrella he found after studying the various umbrellas and placed it in his cosmic bag. Yes, his name is Multiform Poison Codger. When he failed to assassinate me, he frantically sent me a voice transmission, saying that he was Multiform Poison Codger and was skilled in machinery arts and transformations, confirmed Qin Yun. However, it might have been fine if he didn't say a thing. The moment he revealed his infamous name of Multiform Poison Codger, I naturally did not hesitate to kill him, considering how his hands are stained with the blood of many human lives. There has not been enough evidence to indict Multiform Poison Codger for his crimes, but the imperial government has put up a warrant for his arrest. Xiao nodded. With his transformation arts, he has probably secretly done a lot of heinous crimes. However, because he keeps a very low profile, the imperial government has not put in the effort to apprehend him. After all, he is a mere Khanate false core realm cultivator. Capturing him would be extremely troublesome as well. The imperial government isn't willing to spend too much effort. Qin Yun checked the cosmic bag and scanned it with his psyche before keeping it. Subsequently, his sword intent enveloped Multiform Poison Codger's corpse, and with a thought, the corpse instantly dissipated. Even a single drop of blood was disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. A sword intent domain sure is great for getting rid of evidence, Xiao said with a smile. Unfortunately, my domain only spans 60 feet. If not, it would be more powerful. Qin Yun sighed.
Sword intent would permeate the 60-foot domain, resulting in sand or dust to become his weapon.
The items on his enemy's body could be used as a weapon as well. He could even forcefully control the enemy's weapon. Of course, if the enemy was very strong, he could not control it. All he could do was weaken it. By the way, would that battle be discovered by the heaven inspecting mirror? Asked Xiao immediately.
No, Qin Yun shook his head. I only augmented a piece of cloth with my sword intent. It's likely at the strength of the Peak Kane True Core realm. It's still lacking greatly compared to my flying sword Rainbow Beam.
As for his machinery skill, it's only extremely fast. Its strength is only at the Kane True Core realm. Compared to my attack with the cloth, its strength is slightly weaker.
That's good. You should keep your sword intent domain as secret as best as you can.
In that case, even if the Zhengli family tries to scheme against you, they would underestimate your strength and suffer in the end, said Xiao. By the way, are there other cultivators or demons around? Asked Xiao.
Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword appeared in his hand. Through it, he sensed his surroundings. No cultivator or demon was found upon inspection.
There shouldn't be any. It's unheard of that multiform poison codger has accomplices when he commits crimes. Qin Yun said with a laugh. Let's go. I still need to eat my hot oil noodles. All you know is food.
Xiao was rendered helpless as she accompanied Qin Yun to Cloud Restaurant. With their casting of a divine concealment spell, the passers-by around them could not remember them. They only realized that an umbrella-mending elder had suddenly disappeared beside them, as well as how an area spanning 60 feet fell into darkness. They were only feeling astounded. The few passers-by that were within 60 feet were expelled previously.
An immortal. It must be some means of immortals. Just now, the region turned dark. The passers-by exclaimed one after another. Cloud Restaurant. 7th level. In an exquisite room.
Qin Yun and Xiao were sitting at a table as delicious food was served.
A big bowl of hot oil noodles was brought in front of Qin Yun.
Sir, all the dishes have been served, a waitress said.
All right. All of you, leave. Without my instructions, none of you should enter, instructed Qin Yun. Yes.
The waitresses shuffled out and closed the door to the room.
Qin Yun continued wolfing down on his hot oil noodles.
He had specially requested for a humongous serving.
Across him, Xiao laughed as she glanced at him.
She was in no rush as she ate slowly. This was a habit she learned with her upbringing in the Yi family. As for Qin Yun, he grew up in a village and had roamed the world for 6 years. He often ate with hooligans and, with fiendish demons lurking in the world, all the hooligans did was think with their other head. As such, their eating habits were naturally a lot more unrestrained.
Qin Yun typically ate rather quickly as well. All right, I'm full.
After Qin Yun finished the food, he immediately went one corner and grabbed multiform poison codger's cosmic bag to pour its contents out.
Items began to fall out one after another, forming a tiny pile.
Qin Yun directed with his mind. Under the control of the heaven and earth powers, the items immediately began splitting into various categories.
There is actually such stuff?
Yi Zhao's face blushed slightly. In one corner, there were private items like underwear, and it was easy to tell at a glance that they had been used before.
Destroy them, Qin Yun said immediately.
The intimate wear was immediately reduced to nothingness when it was enveloped by sword intent. This was much better than burning items to rid traces of items. After splitting the items apart, he carefully looked through the loot.
As for treasure?
Compared to the items he swept off from Princess Marshall Maple, multiform poison codger had fewer treasures.
However, it was as good as Gongye Bing's. After all, a powerful assassin would have treasures that exceeded cultivators at the same level if they could live long. He has a few cultivation formulations with him.
Qin Yun flipped through the cultivation formulations. They were manuals made of special materials and were extremely precious. He shook his head gently. The most powerful Qi refinement formulation peaks at the Kane True Core realm. Perhaps, these were obtained by multiform poison Kajar by some other means.
Unfortunately, it doesn't include his physical establishing sage formulation.
Xiao added, a physical establishing sage formulation that allows for all sorts of transformations must be something he learned from somewhere.
As for the cultivation manual, he probably doesn't have the right to carry it with him. But there are manuals on machinery arts and venom arts. Qin Yun flipped through them and his eyes could not help but light up. The machinery arts recorded in the book was extremely abstruse.
So this is called the flying crane shadow.
Qin Yun was holding a cylindrical item. This is called heavenly lightning strike.
Qin Yun took out another spherical item.
Qin Yun confirmed the names of the poisonous items one after another.
These machinery and poisonous items are rather rare and are useful,
Qin Yun said.
Xiao, this flying crane shadow strength allows one to reach the peak Kane True Core realm.
Do you need it? No, I don't. My lightning dharma is even faster.
Its strength is not much weaker than it is, replied Xiao.
Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun, with these, you probably have found quite a number of cultivation manuals, right?
Said Xiao with a smile.
There are some.
That water ape, Gongya Bing, and the group of people with Princess Marshall Maple had cultivation manuals among their treasures. But most of them were ordinary, with a few special ones. Qin Yun smiled and said, if I must count, I already have 2 cultivation formulations that can reach the Kane True Core realm.
I also have books on talisman arts and even alchemy.
However, they are too common and pedestrian. As for these machinery and venom arts, they are rather powerful. This multiform poison Kajar has only mastered about 70% of the machinery arts. If he were to master it completely, only someone with strength at the Khanate Golden Core realm would be able to withstand his attacks.
Xiao chuckled. With so many dharma formulations, you can even establish a sect. That's right. Qin Yun nodded.
The sword immortal legacy I obtained is a complete legacy. That senior, Taoist Chen, wished the juniors would be able to spread and flourish it.
When I have sufficient strength, I will establish a sect too, a sword immortal sect.
As for these manuals, I can give it to interested disciples for cultivating.
My Qin family currently has some distinguished mercenaries. If they do a good job, I can also pass these formulations to them for cultivation.
Now was the period when he was improving by leaps and bounds, so he naturally lacked the time and effort to establish a sect.
To establish a sect? Leave it to the future. The reason why factions like the Scenic Mountains sect established good ties with Qin Yun so early on was due to the potential they saw in him. But even so, they never imagined that Qin Yun had managed to grasp sword intent through expertise nearing Dao in the postnatal realm, and that he had reached the sword intent domain at the age of 22. When multiform poison Kajar died, Myriad Temple immediately learned of it.
Oh?
The blood-colored flood dragon was astonished. Multiform poison Kajar's messaging mark has dissipated. He actually failed and died?
That old man's machinery arts are very powerful and he has rich experience. Although the Qin Yun is powerful, he is still young. Logically speaking, multiform poison Kajar should have quite a fair bit of chance. But failing is quite normal too. There are always failures in assassinations. I have to find a more powerful assassin. The dragon did not care about multiform poison Kajar's death. His relationship with the Myriad Temple was only a cooperation. Since he was dead, he naturally would not receive the reward of an immortal crystal. It also meant that Myriad Temple did not suffer any losses.
At most, it lost a partnering operative. Myriad Temple's information network was extremely good.
Its partners were spread among humans, fiendish demons, and members from the water race. As for clients, only those with sufficient strength or status would receive their invitation. For example, Matron Li's invitation was only because she was Patriarch Zhongli's wife.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 Demon Monarchs. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. It was a day with good weather at a village with a population of thousands. The guards were on alert on an arrow tower while the children in the village were running around. The scene was peaceful and quiet. Phew! 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 3 black-robed figures revealed themselves from 3 black-colored twisters that descended. They were a flood dragon demon, a leopard demon, and a cat demon. Demons! Demons! Run! Demons! Children, my children! The villagers broke out in hysteria. Some even rushed forward to carry their children away. The flood dragon demon scanned the surroundings. Take action. Do it as fast as possible. Yes, brother. The leopard and cat demon replied before they immediately took action. They transformed into 2 black streams of light that shuttled through the various regions of the village. As for the flood dragon, he exhaled deeply. The breath he exhaled was slightly dark in color. It swept through every corner of the village like a gust of wind. Any villager that made contact with it would collapse to the ground silently. Their bodies turned thin as their flesh and blood were absorbed clean. The black breath also gradually suffused the color of blood. The black breath howled in every corner. The crimson color turned richer as more lives were culled. Release the sounding arrows. Release the sounding arrows. The village guards shouted with burning eyes. Immediately, a sounding arrow sounded with an ear-piercing shrill. However, the surrounding heaven and earth powers had insulated the sound, causing the sounding arrow from being effective a distance away. Kill! Kill! The leopard and cat demons flitted around crazily, and wherever they passed, injuries would appear on the villagers' bodies. In addition, their bodies would rapidly shrivel into what seemed like desiccated corpses. There were villagers who ran desperately with their children out the village. However, the heaven and earth powers lifted them up into the sky as they were thrown back into the village. Then, a black wind with the color of blood would rip through them, shriveling the villagers and their children's body into breathless husks. It took less than 30 seconds from beginning to end before the entire village with a population of thousands was wiped out. Heave, the flood dragon suddenly took a deep breath as the black breath brought back with it dense and rich sanguine light. It was absorbed into the flood dragon's nose and mouth. After he finished the absorption, the flood dragon demon sat cross-legged and began cultivating quietly. Phew! Phew! The leopard and cat demons flew back and immediately sat by the side to cultivate. Is it done? Moments later, the flood dragon looked at his partners. Yeah. The leopard and cat demons nodded. The flood dragon solemnly took out a unique black figurine. It was about a foot long, but it was a fiend celestial figurine that emitted a strange captivating allure. Phew! The flood dragon immediately opened his mouth and spewed out a blood-colored beam that shot towards the fiend celestial figurine. The leopard and cat demons also spewed out 2 blood-colored beams that fused into the fiend celestial figurine. When the blood-colored beams infused the ordinary-looking fiend celestial figurine, it emitted all sorts of strange lights. The figurine's eyes turned much brighter as though it was alive as it looked at the 3 demons in front of it. The 3 demons only rested after they finished spewing out the sanguine beams from their mouths. Thousands of humans have been dedicated to the fiend celestial. With this batch, I estimate that we have gathered nearly half of the flesh and blood powers required. It will be over once we finish gathering everything. The flood dragon put away the fiend celestial figurine. The leopard demon snorted angrily, "We have never left a trace in Cloud Prefecture before. Human cultivators did not even know that the crimes were done by us from Evil Dragon Mountain. Who knew that in one of the villages we slaughtered, one of the men had a secret relationship with a fox demoness? That fox demoness pursued us crazily and even prompted the Inspector Heavenly Alliance to discover our Evil Dragon Mountain. The 12 counts of village massacres were piled on us. Now, we don't even dare to return to Evil Dragon Mountain." The cat demoness' voice was a little colder. "Second brother, back when we slaughtered the humans with eldest brother, we knew the outcome of being exposed. Eldest brother's cultivation had reached a most critical juncture. As long as he broke through, he would be at the Khanate Golden Core realm. Back then, we took the risk to engage in the slaughters, but it was previously agreed upon. There's no need to feel any regret now." "I don't regret it. I only blame it on that fox demoness. She forced us to escape to the Lu Prefecture," said the leopard demon. The flood dragon let out a rapturous laugh. "The amount of flesh and blood dedicated is almost half done. Once all of it is dedicated, the Fiend Celestial will bestow me with great gifts. My fiendish body would improve again and I'll break through to the Khanate Golden Core realm. As for you two, the Fiend Celestial will likely bestow you with something, allowing your strength to greatly increase. When the time comes, would we be afraid of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance? And that six-tailed fox demoness thinks that we can't do anything to her because of her movement techniques. When I enter the Golden Core realm, I'll squeeze her to death directly. No, I'll capture her and torture her to death." "Yes, torture her to death," said the leopard demon immediately. "Second brother, third sister. Quickly deal with the village. Make it clean. I do not want the Inspector Heavenly Alliance to suspect that the slaughtering of this village is a result of our Evil Dragon Mountain. After you are done, we shall leave this county and head for the next." "All right, brother." The leopard and cat demon proceeded to carry out the orders. Moments later, the 3 great demons left the village with the wind. It was only nighttime when soldiers from the local on-site inspection office discovered that the village's villagers were all dead. Everyone was dead? The local on-site inspection office immediately informed the higher-ups. News reached County Governor Manor before reaching Lu Prefecture's prefecture overseer. The prefecture overseer was infuriated as he immediately sent forces to investigate. In the clouds, the flood dragon great demon and the other 2 demons were flying. Oh! Suddenly, they came to a halt. "Brother, what's the matter?" The leopard and cat demons were puzzled. The flood dragon flipped his hand and produced a bronze mirror. A blood-colored flood dragon with unfathomable might appeared in the mirror. "Senior." The flood dragon immediately spoke respectfully. "Luli, I heard you are pursued by the Inspector Heavenly Alliance after you slaughtered humans in Cloud Prefecture?" The blood-colored flood dragon said, "You were too rash. It was because a fox demoness had leaked the information. But whatever, I have already made plans." The flood dragon laughed. "Senior, is there something good that Myriad Temple has for me?" "There is one." The blood-colored flood dragon said, "In Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance, there is a cultivator by the name of Qin Yun. He is a newly promoted Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." "I've heard of him." The flood dragon nodded. "For an itinerant sword immortal to be that powerful is truly rare. Kill him and you will be rewarded with 2 immortal crystals," said the blood-colored flood dragon. The flood dragon's eyes lit up as he nodded. "All right, I'll accept the mission." "How long will it take to complete it?" asked the blood-colored flood dragon. "It can't be rushed." "In 3 months," replied the flood dragon. "All right, this is Qin Yun's detailed information. Read it carefully." The dragon cut off the communication once it was done speaking. Rows of dense text appeared on the bronze mirror. The flood dragon read it carefully with the leopard and cat demons. "Brother, are you going to kill the sword immortal, Qin Yun?" the leopard demon asked. "Aren't we busy with the sacrifice? We have been extremely careful while gathering the powers from the flesh and blood. Every village we wipe out needs us to flee 500 kilometers away. We wait for a period of time before taking action again carefully. This way, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance might not be able to find us, but to gather all the powers from the flesh and blood would probably take a year or two." The flood dragon said, "Our original plan was to travel across the various prefectures. Let's go to the Jiang prefecture while passing by it. By killing that Qin Yun, I can obtain 2 immortal crystals. With what I have previously accumulated, I can exchange for some treasures and attempt another breakthrough. Perhaps, I might be able to directly break through into the Khanate Golden Core realm. Even if the breakthrough doesn't happen, it will ensure a robust foundation. When we gather enough power from the flesh and blood, the Fiend Celestial would bestow its grace on us. The more robust my foundation, the higher my chances of me entering the Khanate Golden Core realm," said the flood dragon. Although he was about to break through, it was still the gap between the Khanate True Core to the Golden Core. He did not have the confidence of succeeding either. Naturally, it was best if he made even more preparations. "Well, when we kill Qin Yun, we can also take advantage of wiping out more villagers as a byproduct of the battle," said the cat demoness. "Killing an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador is indeed very simple through our collective efforts." The leopard demon was very confident as well. They had the capacity to be confident. Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 demon monarchs, Flood Dragon King Luli was a flood dragon himself. He was naturally born strong. Furthermore, he had cultivated in Fiend Celestial heritage, and now, his accumulation of power meant that he could break through to the Khanate Golden Core at any time. While fleeing recently, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance had sent Golden Core realm cultivators, but he had managed to successfully escape. Although the other 2 great demon monarchs were much weaker, their strength was exceedingly close to an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. The trio was collectively infamous. This time, they were hoping to amass a large amount of blood and flesh, allowing the Flood Dragon King to break through into the Khanate Golden Core realm. With so many fiendish demons in the world, there were some that entrenched themselves in a particular area, and there were others that scattered themselves in various parts of the world. There were 2 reasons why one would wander the world. First, they lacked the ability to protect themselves. By settling down in one area, they were afraid of being vanquished by cultivators. Therefore, they could only wander the world. The other possibility was that they were too cruel and had wreaked too much havoc. For example, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance did its best to hunt down Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 demon monarchs. They naturally could not stay in one place and had to wander everywhere. Such wandering fiendish demons were even crueler. To the Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 demon monarchs, killing Qin Yun was a freelance job done on the way past Jiang Prefecture. An Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador? They did not think anything of him. Grand Dominance. Qin Manor. Qin Yun and Xiao were by the lake discussing the Dermic Dao. Of course, about a third of the lake belonged to the massive Qin Manor's grounds. Second young master. Second young master. Far away, Ague shouted from the yard entrance. "Oh?" Qin Yun stopped in puzzlement. "Ague, what's the matter?" "Second young master, a cultivator has come to our residence and wants to be a distinguished mercenary of our Qin Manor," said Ague immediately. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 125. Chapter 125, 5th Grade Flying Sword. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Your Qin Manor has quite a number of cultivators as distinguished mercenaries already, right? Xiao said with a smile. 6, said Qin Yun.
With the one that just came, that would be 7, but.
Xiao nodded. That's already more than third-tier sections.
That's right, in terms of strength, just you alone are stronger than several second-tier sections.
Typically, second-tier sects would avoid or escape if they encountered demon monarchs like the Black Demon King.
However, Qin Yun's flying sword had sent the Black Demon King scampering. If he were to encounter Black Demon King's provocations again, Black Demon King would probably be instantly killed by the flying sword.
But ever since the last encounter, Black Demon King was completely horrified. He no longer dared to make Qin Yun an enemy.
I'll go and take a look at the background of this cultivator.
Qin Yun got up. Go busy yourself.
Xiao picked up a book beside her and flipped through it leisurely by the side of the lake. Qin Yun headed for a hall meant for hosting guests, where a thin youth was already sitting there. The youth immediately stood up even when Qin Yun was still a great distance away.
Young Master Qin.
When Qin Yun walked into the hall, the thin youth immediately greeted him politely.
Qin Yun sat in the seat of honor and looked at the youth that was standing in a restrained manner. He nodded and said, "Have a seat."
Only then did the youth sit down before immediately saying, "My name is Qin Yun, a local from the Chang province of the adjacent Sea County.
I had been cultivating in Chang province's Solar Cave Conservatory.
As I offended the Grass Magus sect, the Solar Cave Conservatory expelled me. I could only wander the world, and when I heard of young Master Qin's inspiring reputation, I came specially to pledge my allegiance.
Please accept me. Solar Cave Conservatory is a third-tier cultivation sect. It naturally doesn't dare to offend the Grass Magus sect." Qin Yun nodded. Indeed, the Grass Magus sect does things in quite an overbearing manner. But tell me, how did you end up offending the Grass Magus sect? Do not lie to me.
If I were to find out any embellishments, you should know what sort of outcome awaits you if you deceive me.
Yes. Qin Yun nodded immediately. How would I dare to deceive you, young Master Qin? I will naturally be honest and speak no embellishments. Go ahead and tell me. Qin Yun nodded. I was dedicated to cultivation in Chang province's Solar Cave Conservatory. While traveling through the various provincial cities in the vicinity, I would mete out punishment when coming across injustice on the roads, said Qin Yun. However, I never expected that I had broken the leg of a foppish son of the Grass Magus sect's elder. The Grass Magus sect sent people to deal with me, and thankfully, I escaped quickly or I would have died. The Grass Magus sect also sent people to fault the Solar Cave Conservatory. The conservatory master could not offend the Grass Magus sect, so he expelled me. Ever since then, I'm no longer a disciple of the Solar Cave Conservatory. I also know that the conservatory master had no other choice and that it's a good outcome. I wouldn't implicate it. Qin Yun nodded. Meting out punishment? What did that foppish son do for you to mete out punishment?
He abducted commoner girls in broad daylight and pulled them straight into his carriage. When I discovered it, I saved that woman in a hot-headed action. I then taught him and his guards a lesson.
Qin Yun said immediately.
Later on, I learned that he was Grass Magus sect elder's Lucian's son. That Lucian is a man Magus and has unfathomable Magus arts.
Got it. Qin Yun nodded. How's your cultivation at present?
I cultivate one of the Qi refinement Dharma formulations of the Solar Cave Conservatory, the extended Azure Art. Cultivating it to the apex allows one the chance of reaching the Kane True Core realm, but to date, the only person to step into the Kane False Core realm is the conservatory master himself. As for me, I'm currently at the 11th stage of the Qi refinement realm, Qin Yun elaborated. I usually cultivate in 2 talisman arts. One of them is the Azure Flame Talisman Arts, the most famous talisman art of the Solar Cave Conservatory. The other is the One Breath Capturing Art. As for the other means I mostly rely on some Dao talismans. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Small sects were just like that. The best Dharma spells they had were typically a mere handful.
Xu Yuan waited nervously for Qin Yun's reply. After all, he had offended the Grass Magus sect, and finding a backer was not easy. The Grass Magus sect was rather infamous in the Zheng prefecture. After all, it was the only Magus sect in the Zheng prefecture. From today forth, stay here in my Qin manor. The yearly remuneration will temporarily be 1,000 taels of silver, said Qin Yun. If you work diligently and honestly, I'll have Dharma spells and treasures to bestow. Yes, I will definitely do my best while working at Qin Manor. I'll work hard for you, young master. Xu Yuan was overjoyed. The hiring of a servant typically cost 8 to 10 taels of silver a year. As for hiring experts at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm as guards would typically cost a few hundred taels of silver a year. As for hiring cultivators? Just the silvers alone would exceed 10,000 taels of silver. As for truly large clans, or important figures like the county governor, cultivators would be willing to pledge allegiance to them. They didn't even request for high annual remunerations. Why? It was because these factions typically had Dharma spells and other manuals stored in them. Many itinerant cultivators wished to cultivate but had no outlet to do so. Therefore, a low remuneration was of little importance. But the Qin family was different. With an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador like Qin Yun around, it was more powerful than typical second-tier cultivation sects. By coming under it, that was equivalent to having a great backer. Furthermore, there were chances of obtaining Dharma spells, treasures in the future. Just like joining a sect, there would be cultivators willing to join it even without silver given. Ague, bring Xu Yuan to my father, instructed Qin Yun. Yes, Gue responded immediately. Xu Yuan was beaming, for he no longer needed to worry about his future. He retreated respectfully. The reason why he had come to the Qin manor was that he had heard that the Grass Magus sect's Grand Elder's family clan, the Motai family, had previously offended the Qin family slightly. After Qin Yun became an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, the Grass Magus sect even officially sent ambassadors to make recompense. Large amounts of gifts were given. Clearly, no matter how powerful the Grass Magus sect was, it did not wish to make an enemy out of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun. They would rather provide compensation. His feud with an elder's son was nothing worth mentioning to the Qin manor. There are 7 cultivators now and I haven't even made any deliberate recruitment. Qin Yun shook his head. In a few years, Qin Manor will probably have 10 to 20 cultivators, a number more than the typical county governor manor would have. An Inspector Heavenly Ambassador's family clan was naturally more attractive than a county governor. And having more cultivators in Qin Manor was a good thing. The array formations within the family and the security would be enhanced. It could also let the cultivators deal with most of the things outside of Qin Manor. Days passed one by one. Qin Yun was also very surprised. A month had passed ever since multiform poison Kajar's assassination. Yet, there was no new trouble. It can't be that the Zhangli family has given up, right? Qin Yun thought to himself. Did they only send multiform poison Kajar? Who cares? I'll focus on cultivating my intrinsic flying sword. Tonight, it will likely be able to break through to the 5th grade. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a bed as he watched the floating silver sword in front of him. He took the cosmic bag from his waist and opened it. Who? Large amounts of items flew out and formed a tiny pile in the room. As Qin Yun circulated his Dharma formulations, the silver flying sword immediately began to extract the essence from the numerous treasures beneath it. The essence constantly fused into the intrinsic flying sword as dots of light, and just as he expected, after about 30 seconds of refinement, the silver flying sword began to vibrate intensely. It let out a sword hum and the refinement speed accelerated drastically. The treasures beneath it began to turn to dreg. Moments later, the sword hums came to a rest as the sword stopped absorbing the treasure's essences.
At that moment, it was light silver in color and its surface seemed to be covered by a layer of jade water. It felt like jade water was flowing across it and the original misty mirage it exuded seemed to disappear. It made the flying sword appear more substantial.
How beautiful!
The intrinsic flying sword has finally reached the 5th grade. With this, I can release the might of a 3rd grade Dharma treasure.
Qin Yun looked at the flying sword in front of him. There was a terrifying might accumulating within it subtly. As he sensed it, he nodded gently.
Even though I have reached the realm of having a sword intent domain, the flying sword's enhancement has increased my strength by nearly 20%. The same moves had the same sword intent, but the flying sword was much faster.
Its strength was also more terrifying.
That was the benefits of a Dharma treasure. Furthermore, his intrinsic flying sword was nurtured using his Misty Rain sword intent. Therefore, it had a greater synergy when producing strikes that contained Misty Rain sword intent.
And the higher his realm, the higher his strength.
The intrinsic flying sword had also a clear increase in strength. Consider a peerless sword immortal who had grasped the sword Dao, a tree branch, and a 7th or 8th grade Dharma treasure flying sword would not differ much in strength in his hand. Due to an overtly weak Dharma treasure, it did not increase his strength much. It was even possible that under the nourishment of sword Dao, an ordinary weapon could gradually transform into a Dharma treasure. Of course, Qin Yun was still a distance away from that level.
Phew! Qin Yun extended his hand as the 3-inch-long flying sword landed in his palm.
With a whoosh, the flying sword rapidly expanded to 3 feet.
He got off the bed while holding the flying sword and walked out into the yard.
In the dark night under the bright moon, Qin Yun held his 5th grade intrinsic flying sword and began using his Misty Rain sword arts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Bright Moon Over River. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
The enhancement of the flying sword going from 6th grade to 5th grade was done by nurturing it constantly with sword intent. And in the recent few months, his Misty Rain sword intent had reached the realm of sword intent domain. It added several characteristics of sword intent to the flying sword after its breakthrough. Even a nonchalant wave of it would result in sword flashes that manifested a blurry misty rain that had a faint sense of exuberance and sentience. The demonstration of the Misty Rain sword art was naturally done easily. Unknowingly, the mid-autumn scene surfaced in Qin Yun's mind. The gentle sounds of the river's waters, the blurry moonlight and his uncontrollable kiss with Xiao above the clouds.
That gentle river water. The blurry moon hanging high in the sky. The fairy under the moon was even more unforgettable. Phew! Qin Yun put away his sword and stood there. He lightly exhaled a sword breath. Rip. He spewed out a white sword beam from his mouth that instantly tore through the skies, streaking across Grand Dominance City's skyline. It was like the rising of a blurry moon over the river. Instantly, the sword beam flew out 10 kilometers and went beyond Grand Dominance City's vicinity. Finally, it went beyond Qin Yun's perceivable range of the heaven and earth powers. It finally flew dozens of kilometers through the clouds before it gradually dissipated. The sword beam traveled for dozens of kilometers, but it was not a flying sword Dharma treasure but purely a sword beam. It was truly terrifying. I've finally created this move. Qin Yun revealed a smile. I shall call it Bright Moon Over River. A figure flew over and landed in Qin Yun's yard. It was none other than Xiao. What happened?
I sensed a very power shockwave, Xiao said immediately. I felt that it was at the peak Kane true core realm.
I just comprehended a sword move.
It is also the strongest attack in my Misty Rain sword art, said Qin Yun with a smile.
Qin Yun, your strongest sword move? Its strength is only that?
Xiao was puzzled. She knew very well what Qin Yun's strength was.
Qin Yun smiled.
In order to not be detected by the heaven-inspecting mirror, I have produced that strike with a sword breath. I didn't even use my flying sword, but the strength is already much greater than I expected.
Just a sword breath? Xiao is astonished. Just one sword beam? Just one. Qin Yun nodded.
If you were to release 10 or even 100 sword beams, that might, exclaimed Xiao.
Qin Yun shook his head. It is currently my strongest move.
Using it is quite difficult. Being able to release 3 sword beams with such a move is already remarkable. Xiao observed Qin Yun's look and could not help but say, "Look at that smug look of yours. Just a sword breath alone already has such might. If you were to use it with your intrinsic flying sword, how terrifying would it be?"
How is this move so powerful? What is its name? I just gave it a name. Bright moon over river.
Qin Yun looked at Xiao. Xiao immediately understood the underlying meaning behind the move. She immediately thought of the night over the river during mid-autumn. She could not help but blush slightly as she stole a glance at him. That night, my sword intent finally reached a climax, and I stepped into the realm of the sword intent domain, explained Qin Yun. Over the past few months, I have been constantly trying to improve my Misty Rain sword art by perfectly converting my Misty Rain sword intent into powerful attacks. And the one I wished to create the most was a sword art that signified the feeling we enjoyed the moon over the river that night. Today, my intrinsic flying sword reached the 5th grade. When I engaged in swordplay, I gained new insights and naturally created this move. This move represents a new pinnacle in my Misty Rain sword intent.
Qin Yun looked at Xiao.
Of course, it is only the present pinnacle. As I continue cultivating, I will constantly improve this move. As Qin Yun spoke, he walked towards Xiao and extended his hand to hold hers.
Xiao did not dodge.
Only her face blushed slightly.
The path of cultivation is long. Will you walk it together with me?
Qin Yun looked at Xiao. Xiao held Qin Yun's hand and looked up at him. I only wish to hold your hand, and grow old with you, never abandoning you in life and in death.
Never abandoning you in life and in death. Qin Yun nodded.
The couple looked at each other. Qin Yun hugged Xiao as she leaned into his embrace.
The night was silent. The two could hear each other's heartbeats.
Qin Yun, Xiao whispered while in Qin Yun's embrace. Next February, I'll have to return to the Divine Firmament chapter, but...
Return to the Divine Firmament chapter? Is there something? Asked Qin Yun. The spring lightning ushers in the lightning pool.
That is the best opportunity to enter the lightning pool, explained Xiao.
I'm currently cultivating the divine lightning of Khanate breath.
Once I attain perfection, I can cultivate the strongest lightning dharma of the Divine Firmament chapter, Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. The E family has been nurturing me also because they wish I am able to master the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. My master taught me also because she hopes I will eventually grasp it.
It will take 3 months of seclusion cultivation inside the lightning pool. When I'm done cultivating, I'll immediately return to Grand Dominance to meet you again.
All right.
Cultivation is important as well.
Qin Yun nodded with a smile.
It's only 3 months. It will pass quickly.
Xiao nodded gently. Qin Yun and Xiao led lives like an immortal couple in Grand Dominance County. And in a rural village in Prefecture, the entire mountain village's inhabitants were dead. There was a massive battle happening above the village in the sky. Flood Dragon King, don't the lot of you think of escaping today? A white piece of silk flew across the sky as countless white threads reinforced it. An absolutely beautiful woman had 6 furry snow-white tails behind her. Her body was like a mirage and she appeared everywhere.
Scram!
The gigantic black dragon claw resembled a tiny mountain as it peeked beneath the clouds. It ripped lines through the clouds that tore apart a number of the beauty's figures. However, her other figures continued to be sparsely scattered everywhere.
Brother, this fox demoness movement techniques are too powerful. We can't kill her. Let's leave immediately.
The leopard demon said hastily.
Yes, let's go. The angry Flood Dragon King had attempted several moves.
Despite his strength taking the absolute advantage, he was still unable to touch his opponent. As expected of someone with the nine-tailed fox bloodline. When I enter the Khanate Golden Core realm, I'll definitely come for you and torture you to vent the anger in my heart.
Phew. Flood Dragon King led the leopard and cat demons away as they fled immediately. Boom. They fled with all their might. As a dragon that swam through the clouds, he was extremely fast. Although the six-tailed fox demoness was chasing with all her might behind them, they eventually escaped her perception of the heaven and earth powers. Soon, she lost all traces of them. Moments later. Miss Seventh. A golden airship rushed over. There were 3 human cultivators on board and the leader, a white-robed man, said immediately, "Where are the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain? You people were too slow." The six-tailed fox demoness' beautiful face showed anger.
"I have been chasing them for months and after finally finding them, I immediately informed you.
They escaped by the time you come. Rushing here takes time."
"We have already rushed here as fast as we could," explained the white-robed leader.
You people from the Inspector Heavenly Alliance are truly useless. It looks like I'll have to rely on my Sky Demon Palace. The six-tailed fox demoness, 7th Madame Yen, was burning with anger.
"In terms of manpower in the world, no one can match us, humans," consoled the white-robed man.
The evil dragon is just too crafty and he escapes too quickly. 7th Madame Yan's eyes were brimming with tears. She was angry and disgruntled, but she also knew that they were right. The Inspector Heavenly Alliance had truly rushed here as fast as they could. How many powerful cultivators would be like her? She had searched for them all over the world without rest. Upon coming across the tiniest clue, she would constantly fly to every region to investigate. It was hatred that made her act in such a crazy manner. After months of investigations, she was finally lucky to find them. Yet, they had escaped. When would be the next time she could find them again? So what if we can find them? I can't kill them, not a single one of them. If not for me using my movement techniques, I am far from that Flood Dragon King's match. 7th Madame Yen felt bitter. Following that, she thought of the vow she had made in front of a grave. Thinking back to the wonderful days of the past, 7th Madame Yan's heart surged with endless hatred. "Darling, regardless of anything, I will pursue them to the ends of the world to kill them to avenge you, but..." With that, 7th Madame Yen vanished into a cloud and departed. Sigh. The 3 cultivators on the golden ship shook their heads secretly. 7th Madame Yen has nearly gone mad chasing the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain. The white-robed man shook his head. So what if she chases up to them? Flood Dragon King is too powerful. He cultivates in the fiend celestial heritage and has long reached the peak Khanate true core realm. His true form is also a flood dragon. His combat strength is so strong that he can fight a Khanate golden core realm expert. Previously, Flood Dragon King was able to escape even when my uncle master found him. To be able to escape from the hands of a Khanate golden core realm expert, such a great demon is just too difficult to kill, but... Besides, every prefecture only has that many Khanate golden core realm experts. Either they have to watch over an important area, or they have to stay in their own sects or family clans. The 3 demon monarchs from Evil Dragon Mountain are aware of the locations of these Khanate golden core realm experts and avoid those places. Even if 7th Madame Yen were to discover the 3 demon monarchs, the golden core realm cultivators will not be able to rush there in time due to the great distance. There are too many fiendish demons in the world. Although the 3 demon monarchs are powerful, they are more crafty. The confirmed crimes that they are charged with aren't too exaggerated either. The imperial government needs to deal with too many fiendish demons in the world. so they are unwilling to waste too much effort on 3 demon monarchs that are constantly on the run. Forget it, we can't do much to the 3 demon monarchs. Even if we encounter them, the combined efforts of the 3 of us can barely hold them back. As the 3 cultivators conversed, they left while riding the golden ship. Humans and fiendish demons had been fighting since time immemorial. Although humans had the upper hand, fiendish demons were not that easily dealt with. Phew! Flood Dragon King and company were flying in the clouds. That fox Demonis is practically haunting us. We have been scurrying everywhere in the world, but still, she has managed to find us. Leopard Demon King said hatefully. A male human mortal is enough to make her go this crazy? Flood Dragon King said angrily as well. She might have caught us this time, but we will lie low for a period of time. It's best we leave Prefecture, said Cat Demon Queen. Flood Dragon King nodded slightly. Alright then. We might as well head for Jiang Prefecture. Let's go there and slaughter the Qin Yun. Alright. Leopard Demon King nodded. Onward to Jiang Prefecture. When we kill Qin Yun and obtain the immortal crystals, that Qin Yun will probably have quite a bit of treasure. When the time comes, you can attempt another breakthrough, brother. Cat Demon Queen said. Ha ha. Who knows, I might break through to the Khanate Golden Core in one fell swoop. Let's go. Onwards to Grand Dominance County. Floor Dragon King guffawed and immediately changed their direction. Phew. The 3 demon monarchs flew among the clouds and headed for Jiang Prefecture. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Chapter 127, Immortal's Cave Abode. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. On a peak of a nameless hill in Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance's Yangshi province, 3 figures suddenly whizzed and appeared. They were the 3 demon monarchs from Evil Dragon Mountain that had come from Prefecture. This is Grand Dominance County's Yangshi province. Grand Dominance City is north of here and we are about 250 kilometers away from it. We are more than 500 kilometers away from Golden Qin County City. Flood Dragon King nodded slightly. As long as we lay a trap in Yangshi province, we will lure the Qin Yun over. Even if he discovers any danger and summons cultivators from the Inspector Heavenly Alliance to come here, it will take a while to fly here from Golden Qin County. Eldest brother, you are being overly cautious. Once he enters our trap, he wouldn't even be able to cry for help. Leopard Demon King said confidently. If it were up to me, I'll just head into Grand Dominance City to commit crimes and kill the Qin Yun directly, but... Second brother, engaging in murder in human county cities could incur the wrath of the human imperial government if too many human lives are involved, said the Cat Demon Queen. It's not something that can be compared to killing a few villages in secret. A county city has so many people living in it. If the imperial government is angered, human emperor might even personally send terrifying existences over. Leopard Demon King was taken aback as he said in a hushed tone, then, we have to be careful and not implicate too many human lives. That Qin Yun is not to be underestimated, Flood Dragon King said. I am confident of killing him, but I'm not confident of killing him without implicating the humans around. Third sister. I'll leave the matter of laying the trap to you, Don't you worry. Cat Demon Queen said confidently, all I need to do is pretend to be a powerful fiendish demon and wreak havoc in this area. Ordinary mortal soldiers will be powerless against me, so Grand Dominance's county governor will eventually have to request for Qin Yun's help. Even if the imperial government's help is requested, it will eventually mobilize the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's cultivators, which is still Qin Yun. As the one watching over Grand Dominance, he will be the one responsible for wiping out fiends. As long as he comes to wipe us out, the 3 of us can kill him. Cat Demon Queen began feeling a sense of anticipation. Alright, I feel assured with you doing the job. Flood Dragon King nodded. In about half a month, there should be enough of a stir. That Qin Yun will definitely come.
Cat Demon Queen smiled faintly as her eyes suffused a green light.
Grand Dominance City, Qin Manor.
Brother Hong, congratulations on entering the Khanate realm.
This is cause for a great celebration.
Qin Yun smiled as he looked at Hong Lingtong beside him. Thanks to Brother Qin Yun for saving me the other time, or I would probably be dead under the hands of Black Demon King.
Hong Lingtong's face was beaming as well. How could he not be happy from entering the Khanate realm?
He believed that his heritage was impressive, and although his combat strength was incomparable to Qin Yun or Xiao, who cultivated enlightening Dharma, his combat strength could barely reach the level of the Khanate True Core realm. After all, Xiao cultivated in the most orthodox heritage from the Taoist sacred land, Divine Firmament chapter. Once she entered the Khanate False Core realm, she could match ordinary cultivators at the Khanate True Core realm. In the future, she would also cultivate in the best lightning Dharma, the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma.
Lightning Dharma had always been synonymous with force and aggression.
As for sword immortals, they were deemed best at offense, being capable of using a single sword to destroy all Dharma. In terms of combat strength, it was on the same level as the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. However, Qin Yun had long grasped sword intent and had reached a heaven-defying realm of sword intent domain. He was naturally a lot stronger than Xiao. Hong Lingtong, on the other hand, wasn't the most skilled at head-on combat. It's trivial considering our friendship. Qin Yun did not mind at all. Back when Gongye Bing was targeting him, everyone around him was eager to shrink away from them.
Yet, Hong Lingtong had helped him. Qin Yun naturally remembered this favor. I actually have another matter, said Hong Lingtong.
Oh? You just broke through to the Khanate realm but did not hold a banquet, and instead, you came to me. It seems it's something serious, said Qin Yun with a smile.
Hong Lingtong nodded solemnly. That's right. To be honest, I happened to chance upon a treasure. With that said, he flipped his hand and produced an incomplete-looking token. Treasure? Qin Yun looked at the token. Brother Qin Yun, you can try sensing it, said Hong Lingtong with a smile. Qin Yun immediately sent a wisp of his psyche into the token.
Upon sensing it, there was an obstreperous voice sounding from within the token.
With 6 tokens gathered, Scenic Yang's cave abode can be opened. What? Qin Yun revealed a look of shock. Perfected Scenic Yang? Perfected Scenic Yang was a famous figure in the history of Jiang Prefecture's best cultivation sect, Scenic Mountain Sect. Back then, Scenic Mountain Sect was considered a Taoist sacred land. To be deemed a sacred land, it naturally meant that it had produced a few impressive figures. One of them was Perfected Scenic Yang. He had once led the Scenic Mountain Sect with might that oppressed the Divine Firmament chapter. Back in the day, the Divine Firmament chapter was not even a Taoist sacred land. It only slowly became stronger generation after generation. It had uplifted itself in the later stages of its existence. Now, it was on equal footing as Numinous Treasure Mountain and Primordial Chaos Sect. Perfected Scenic Yang was a senior from 3 millennia ago. Back when Qin Yun was still weak, he believed that Perfected Scenic Yang was a powerful Khanate Golden Core expert. But ever since he became an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador and was made aware of several secrets, he learned that Perfected Scenic Yang was in essence soul immortal. Furthermore, he was the leader of the Taoist movement of that generation. Perfected Scenic Yang, Wei Hong. Hong Lingtong nodded. Before he died, he divined that Scenic Mountain Sect would eventually suffer a calamity. Therefore, he thought of means to record many of the manuals of Scenic Mountain Sect. Although the more powerful the manual, the more envy it garners from the heavens, Perfected Scenic Yang's means allowed him to record about 60 to 70% of the most important manuals that Scenic Mountain Sect had back then. Including the treasures he had, they were all hidden in his Scenic Yang cave abode. Following that, he left the 6 tokens that could open the cave abode in Scenic Mountain Sect. Unfortunately, Scenic Mountain's sect was later overrun by fiendish demons.
It lost a great deal of its strength and most of the 6 tokens were lost.
Qin Yun nodded. I know about that.
The Scenic Mountain sect has always been in search of the 6 tokens. However, I heard that some of the tokens are in the royal family's hands. There are tokens in the hands of huge sects and family clans. They are all scattered everywhere. However, the Scenic Mountain sect has already confirmed the locations of 5 of the tokens.
Is yours the 6th? Yes, the 6th token.
Hong Lingtong said confidently. As long as I bring this over, all 6 will be gathered and the immortal cave abode can be opened.
Qin Yun looked at Hong Lingtong in surprise.
Brother Hong, Providence has shined its light on you for you to obtain such a treasure.
Even I'm envious of you. The light that shines from Providence is only external.
What matters is a person's strength, said Hong Lingtong with a smile.
By taking it out, aren't you afraid I'd snatch it from you? Qin Yun looked at Hong Lingtong.
Then, it can only be blamed on me for having a bad judge of character. Hong Lingtong was confident before he said, besides, I know that I wouldn't get many treasures if I go alone. The Scenic Mountain sect has also publicly professed that every token would allow entry to 2 cultivators. I wish to invite you to join me when the time comes. Qin Yun was astonished.
With me?
The only one I trust and is sufficiently strong is you, Brother Qin Yun, said Hong Lingtong. I remember that the Scenic Mountain sect has said before that other than the manuals left in Scenic Yang Cave Abode, it will give up all rights to the other treasures, allowing them to be vied for by others. Qin Yun said, and it is nearly certain that the numinous treasure, the Tuta Divine Fire Talisman amulet which perfected Scenic Yang carried with him is also in Scenic Yang Cave Abode. Any numinous treasure placed in a Taoist sacred land could be used as a cornerstone treasure of the sect. For example, the Heaven Inspecting Mirror was a cornerstone numinous treasure. Other than the manuals, many of the treasures will be up to us to vie for. Hong Lingtong said, but I'm weak in strength and need a powerful expert to help me. When the time comes, there will be experts from the royal family and the large family clans entering. In order to prevent evil people from snatching the treasures, perfected Scenic Yang had established several powerful array formations in his abode. And with the Scenic Mountain sect having lost so much of its heritage, it is probably unable to crack many of the array formations. The information given by the Scenic Mountain sect is that the Scenic Yang Cave Abode forbids entry to Essence Soul Immortals, Hong Lingtong said.
And if Khanate Golden Core Realm experts enter, they might lose their lives in the face of the array formation set up by perfected Scenic Yang.
And every Golden Core expert is extremely important to their sect and family clan.
They are not to take risks easily. I believe that very few Golden Core experts will be entering.
Most of them will be at the Khanate True Core realm.
You and me, trying to vie with the royal family, the large sects and family clans? Qin Yun said with amusement.
I don't dare flaunt about anything else, but I'm most skilled at divining danger.
I'm also adept at array formations. Hong Lingtong smiled.
By joining forces together, I believe we can take a few treasures out from Scenic Yang Cave Abode.
Qin Yun nodded.
Just a few of the treasures left behind by the mighty perfected Scenic Yang is enough for us to make a great profit.
As for whatever we obtain, we will split it equally, Hong Lingtong said.
I'm not trying to take advantage of you, Brother Qin Yun.
You will understand once we enter. The token is provided by you. By splitting it equally, I think I'm the one taking advantage of you. Qin Yun nodded.
All right, I agree with your proposal. Qin Yun was truly confident. His present strength was already comparable to ordinary Khanate Golden Core experts. Besides, by the time they entered, his strength would have improved again.
All right. Hong Lingtong was overjoyed. Now, with me holding onto the 6th token, it will be up to me to decide on the date of entry. I have just made a breakthrough, so there's no hurry in entering it. I need half a year's time to consolidate everything.
I will also cultivate in some Khanate realm methods.
Next summer, we will enter together. Next summer it is. Qin Yun agreed on the date.
Qin Yun had always been curious about the methods available to Essence Soul Immortals. As for perfected scenic Yang being so famous, he was probably one of the best Essence Soul Immortals. By visiting his cave abode, he could also gain an inkling of that. Unfortunately, my Sword Immortal legacy does not have Dharma cultivation formulations that lead to the Essence Soul Immortal stage. Qin Yun shook his head silently. After becoming an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, he knew that all the Sword Immortal legacies in the world, including the origins of the Taoist moment, Numinous Treasure Mountain, peaked at the Khanate Golden Core realm. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 128.
Chapter 128, Young Master Qin lends a hand.
Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. In Grand Dominance's Yanxi province, a village was in a chaos. Avian demons swooped down, grabbing men and women, especially the beautiful women, and even some children. Demons, stop. Kill them. Kill these demons. The village watch looked on in anger as they aimed their crossbows. Ha! The avian demons flew down wantonly and easily killed the village watchman. Some were even caught alive. Soon, the large group of avian demons flew off with some of the humans, leaving the villagers feeling devastated. Nearly 100 villagers had died in the attack, and more than 100 villagers had been abducted. People lost their friends and family. My child. Child. Mother. Mother. Father. There were sobs coming from every corner of the village. Early in the morning. Grand Dominance County Governor Manor. County Governor Son was holding a huge spear as he practiced his spear arts on the training grounds. It was the last month of the year and it was very cold. After some practice, County Governor Son's body warmed up greatly. Phew! He exhaled a breath of air that turned into a white mist. This year is much colder than usual. County Governor Son placed his spear to the side, and was immediately handed a fox fur coat by a nearby servant. County Governor Son felt a lot warmer after putting it on. The commander standing beside him said with a smile, "Lord County Governor, it's best you focus on cultivation. If your chi refinement realm attains a higher stage, you might even be able to endure a little cold." Sigh, I really lack the talent. I'm helpless, said County Governor Song with a laugh. Lord! Lord! A guard dashed over from afar as County Governor Song turned around. The guard respectfully handed him an envelope. A letter from Yangshi Province. Oh? County Governor Song took it calmly, but his expression changed when he opened it and read its contents. What happened? The commander walked over. Old Sang, take a look. County Governor Song handed the letter to the commander. After a careful read, the commander could not help but exclaim, ever since Water God was killed, Grand Dominance County no longer has any powerful great demons. Furthermore, the imperial government had sent manpower to kill the demons. Now, throughout all of Grand Dominance County, the demons are all very careful. If they attack humans, they do so covertly and would never dare to do it so blatantly. From the looks of it, another new great demon has appeared in Grand Dominance. Humph. County Governor Song grunted coldly. This new great demon led a large group of demons, and most of them were avian demons. They wreaked havoc in Yanxi Province in such an unbridled fashion. Old Sang, think of a way to send men to storm the area and vanquish that group of demons. My Grand Dominance County will not allow demons to establish themselves again. Lord County Governor, the commander shook his head and said. It's written in the letter that the new great demon can control the wind and fly. As long as it can fly, the troops we send will not even be able to touch it. Besides, great demons are not stupid. Since it dares to act so arrogantly, it probably has something backing it. Our only option is to implore truly powerful cultivators to deal with it. Yes, he can fly. County Governor Song whispered, Old Sang, do you think I should report the matter to the higher-ups, or should I get young Master Qin to lend a hand? Young Master Qin is an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. It is their job to slay fiendish demons, said the commander.
Besides, young Master Qin reviles fiends. He killed the water ape great demon. He is also a citizen of our grand dominance. If we ask for his help, I believe he will take action. Okay. This is the first time I'm seeking his help ever since I took this job. County Governor Song nodded. Let's go to Qin Manor. Soon. Qin Manor. Qin Liehu led County Governor Song and Commander Tseng to Qin Yun's compound.
County Governor Song.
Qin Yun and Xiao were playing chess before the county governor arrived. They immediately rose to greet him. Young Master, Miss E, County Governor Song immediately bowed. I'm here to seek young Master Qin's help. There is no need for such formalities. Qin Yun immediately extended his hand and held County Governor Song up with heaven and earth powers, preventing him from kneeling.
County Governor, please speak your mind.
County Governor Song sighed and said, When I became County Governor of Grand Dominance, I had a thought that my job should be rather relaxed and simple, considering how Water God had been recently killed. But it turns out that with Water God gone from Grand Dominance County, a new great demon has appeared to take his place.
What? Another great demon has appeared?
Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer.
Where? Which great demon? This great demon is currently wreaking havoc in the Yangshi province of our Grand Dominance County, County Governor Song elaborated. The great demon is adept at controlling the wind, allowing it to fly. It comes and goes without leaving a trace. As for what great demon it is, no one knows since it's new. Perhaps some demon leader has recently broken through to the Khanate realm. At the moment, I have no means to deal with it. I can only implore young Master Qin to lend a hand and save the local citizens from the misery. Qin Yun had grown up in a village from a young age, and so had witnessed his fair share of demons abducting villagers. The period when Water God wreaked havoc in Grand Dominance County was the darkest 2 centuries in Grand Dominance County's history. As an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, slaying fiendish demons is my responsibility, said Qin Yun. County Governor Song, do you have more detailed information? County Governor Song was delighted upon hearing that. Young Master Qin, you are truly righteous. This is a letter sent from Yangshi province. The information you seek is written in it. Qin Yun took the letter and gave it a look. More than 10 villages have been attacked? More than 1,000 abducted and hundreds of villagers killed? Qin Yun was acutely aware that there was little chance that those who had been abducted were still alive. Leave this matter to me, Qin Yun said with a nod. County Governor Song, rest assured. Then, I shall thank young Master Qin on behalf of the citizens of Yangshi province, said County Governor Song immediately. I shall not delay any further. I will set off now, said Qin Yun. County Governor Song, sorry for not being able to entertain you. If I don't act now, more humans might suffer. Definitely. Slaying the demons is of utmost importance, said County Governor Song immediately. Qin Yun, I'll accompany you, Xiao instantly chimed in. Okay. Let's go. Immediately, a beautiful silver flying sword appeared beneath Qin Yun and Xiao. They rapidly took off, tearing through the sky and leaving County Governor Song and company nodding slightly. County Governor Song, Commander Tsang, and Qin Liehu watched with their heads up. Young Master Qin is truly righteous, complimented Commander Tsang. Yeah, he immediately went to slay the demon the moment he heard the news. County Governor Song looked at Qin Liehu wistfully. Old Qin, with an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador watching over our Grand Dominance County, its citizens will enjoy a better life.
Qin Liehu nodded slightly as well as he watched Qin Yun and Xiao disappear into the horizon. Qin Liehu still remembered very clearly. The young Qin Yun had practiced diligently with his sword. At the age of 15, he insisted on roaming the world alone so as to knock open the gate of immortality. In a blink of an eye, Yuner is already able to protect the entire Grand Dominance County, Qin Liehu said to himself. Phew! As Qin Yun wanted to reach Yangshi province as soon as possible, he traveled using sword kinesis flight. As his cultivation realm kept increasing, his speed via sword kinesis flight became even faster.
We have entered Yangshi province.
When they arrived in the first village they encountered in Yangshi province, they scanned the area from above. Many of the villagers were dressed in white funeral garb. There was white paper money flying and many looking disconsolate. Qin Yun noticed at a glance that a woman was hugging a child's cotton jacket while sobbing softly. It was as though she had fallen into a daze. Qin Yun looked down silently. There are immortals.
Immortals.
The villagers in the village saw Qin Yun and Xiao standing on a gigantic flying sword high in the sky.
Immortals, save my wife. Immortals, save my child. Immortals.
Immediately, many villagers knelt down, kowtowing and wailing at floating Qin Yun and Xiao.
Qin Yun watched and whispered, if they are still alive, I'll bring them back. Unfortunately, many of them are probably. Let's go.
Qin Yun nodded at Xiao and continued their flight.
Qin Yun, you are now an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador.
Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors are meant to slay fiendish demons, and I believe the great demon that recently appeared in Grand Dominance County will know that as well.
Yet, it wreaks havoc without restraint. Perhaps, it has something backing it.
Maybe an extremely powerful life preservation ability, said Xiao.
We shall know when we see.
Let's see if the thing it's relying on can match my flying sword,
said Qin Yun. It wreaks havoc around Yangshi province, and mainly in the south. That means that the demon's lair must be in this region.
Perhaps it's in the mountains or the lakes, suggested Xiao.
Qin Yun nodded. Since it's their lair, there will definitely be many demons that have settled there.
We should search the area carefully.
Phew.
Qin Yun's ability to sense the area through the heaven and earth powers allowed him to cover the surrounding 15 kilometers. In the enveloped region, the aura of living beings was concentrated in spots. Qin Yun would visit each area, finding more villages or even the remains of destroyed villages, where villagers were in pain from losing their loved ones.
Qin Yun gradually turned silent. In the deep valley of a huge mountain, there were many demons lurking in an area where few humans tread. Cat Demon Queen was dressed in purple robes as she sat on a stone throne. Her fair legs were crossed as she leisurely looked into the sky as the demons around her waited upon her. Third sister, I sense two life forms rapidly heading for us. Their speed is extraordinarily fast, so they have to be cultivators. It's very likely Qin Yun. Flood Dragon King, who was hiding, sent a voice transmission. Ha, it looks like our prey is here. Leopard Demon King joined in the voice transmission excitedly. The corners of Cat Demon Queen's mouth curled up as she said with a voice transmission, brothers, don't worry. Hold it in. Don't scare away our prey. Once they are trapped, we can slaughter the Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Chapter 129, calling for help would be useless too. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Engaging in sword kinesis flight, Qin Yun and Xiao streaked across the sky as a beam of light and rapidly reached another area. Oh! When Qin Yun saw the distant mountain, he said immediately, there are more than 1,000 living beings gathered in the depths of the mountain. How could villages of that size hide deep in the mountains? It's very likely that we have found the demon's nest. With so many demons gathered, they probably have a great demon leading them, said Xiao immediately.
Qin Yun, for that great demon to dare run rampant in grand dominance, you have to be careful.
Don't worry.
Qin Yun was emboldened by his talent and was filled with confidence.
Phew.
They rapidly flew to the tall mountain, where they overlooked the area beneath them and saw demons gathered in the valley. Now, with the aid of his intrinsic flying sword, Qin Yun could sense a region spanning 3,000 feet. Immediately, he sensed that there was an array formation set up in the valley.
Many places also insulated his psyche probes. Qin Yun did not think too much of it.
After all, it was a place where a great demon had settled in. It would be strange if there were no array formations.
How is it? Asked Xiao. Are there any survivors? About 200 people are alive.
Qin Yun's voice was cold. They had abducted more than 1,000 people.
The rest are probably dead.
There is a huge trench filled with bones by the side.
Xiao's expression changed slightly as well. Let's go down. Qin Yun led Xiao and flew down. Cultivators are here.
They are cultivators.
Quick, tell the queen.
The demons around the valley were on the alert as well. These demons had seen a man and woman rapidly descend on a flying sword and were in a panic.
After all, humans were not flying beasts.
Any cultivator that could fly would typically be in the Khanate realm, entities the ordinary lesser demons were absolutely no match against.
Phew.
Qin Yun and Xiao landed on a pile of rubble in the valley. They saw at a glance large numbers of people being held imprisoned in the distance. They also saw humans that had been tied up while the demons while grinding their knives to slaughter them. These humans were wallowing in despair, but when they saw the man and woman descend from the heavens, they shouted excitedly, "Immortals, save us!
Immortals, save us!"
The people shouted with all their might as some of their voices were already hoarse.
Phew!
Qin Yun's eyes suffused coldness. With a wave of his hand, a sword beam flashed. The flying sword was like an agile fish as it instantly circled the area and bored through the bodies of 200 demons before returning to Qin Yun. The demons that were watching, tying or preparing to kill the humans were seized with horror. Following that, they collapsed to the ground and revealed their true forms. As for the humans that had been hung up, they fell to the ground when the ropes were slit. All of them quickly escaped from their bondage as they hurriedly ran to a wooden prison beside them.
The locks on the prison cells had all been destroyed as well.
And when the demons in the other parts of the valley saw this, they fled far away. It was too terrifying. In a blink of an eye, nearly 200 demons were killed.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
This cultivator is too powerful. It should be the sword immortal, Qin Yun. The local grand dominance demons yelled.
Phew!
The flying sword flew back into Qin Yun's sleeve.
Qin Yun's expression changed slightly.
The surrounding scenery changed as a layer of black energy enveloped the entire valley, isolating it from the external world. Instantly, be it Qin Yun's ability to sense the heaven and earth powers or through the release of his psyche, he was unable to penetrate the obstruction created by the black energy.
What a powerful array formation!
Qin Yun thought to himself.
Ha ha! Accompanied by complacent laughter, 3 figures appeared in the valley.
They were the purple-robed cat demon queen, as well as the black-robed leopard demon king and flood dragon king. The 3 of them had revealed a portion of their demon characteristics. Cat demon queen had grown cat ears and she had whiskers on her face. Her eyes had green vertical pupils. Leopard demon king and flood dragon king had also revealed some of their characteristic features. They were partially humanoid and were able to produce the powers of demons but had many of the advantages a human body had. In terms of combat, most demons' true forms were inferior to partial humanoid forms. Only dragons and a few races were able to exploit the greater advantages of their actual forms.
You 3?
Qin Yun swept his gaze over them.
Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 demon monarchs? Qin Yun.
Xiao was alarmed as she immediately said with a voice transmission, "Two of Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 demon monarchs are nearly the level of an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. As for Flood Dragon King, his strength is approaching that of the Khanate Golden Core realm. With the 3 of them joining forces, they are extremely terrifying. Besides, they have been slaughtering villages frequently in all the prefectures in the recent year. They are extremely cruel and the imperial government has put up a warrant for them. The Inspector Heavenly Alliance must also be trying to capture them. Should we inform the Inspector Heavenly Alliance first?" Qin Yun, you were the one who chose to barge into hell. Don't blame us when you die at our hands." Leopard Demon King held a black spear as he guffawed. Cat Demon Queen gently played with her fingers and said with a chuckle, "Outside the array formation, even the heaven inspecting mirror will not sense any fluctuations in here. Even voice transmission treasures are insulated. No one can save you." Flood Dragon King said with a majestic voice as he guffawed. "That's why, kid, don't waste your strength. Calling for help would be useless." "Waste of strength? Call for help?" Qin Yun looked at the 3 confident demon monarchs in front of him. Why would he call for help? Because of the 3 of them? The 3 of you would immediately flee after destroying a village. You were extremely careful, preventing the Inspector Heavenly Alliance from capturing you. But this time, you came to my Grand Dominance County and deliberately abducted some humans and even purposely gathered the demons here. "This is nothing like your usual modus operandi," said Qin Yun. "You have also set up such a powerful array that insulates the area from voice transmission treasures and even the heaven inspecting mirror. It looks like you have deliberately lain here in ambush to deal with me." Being able to hide from the heaven inspecting mirror was very rare. However, it was common among typical Khanate Golden Core great demons. Their lairs were especially enshrouded by array formations permanently. As such, the heaven inspecting mirror was unable to monitor the ongoings in those great fiendish demons' lairs. The 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain were extraordinary in strength. They similarly had such array formations which needed to be set up ahead of time. "It looks like you aren't dumb." Leopard Demon King scoffed. "Who is behind this?" asked Qin Yun. "Brother and sister, don't bother talking to him. Attack! Let's kill him together." Flood Dragon King was feeling impatient. He thought nothing of a newly promoted Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. He waved his hand and a large azure-colored seal flew out from his hand. As it flew, it rapidly expanded in size to that of a tiny mountain. As for Cat Demon Queen, she instantly pounced on Qin Yun like an apparition. Leopard Demon King had also bravely charged forward with a spear in hand. Most fiendish demons had extremely strong physical bodies, making them skilled at close combat. On the other hand, humans were bad at close combat. "I was thinking of asking about the mastermind, but since all of you have a death wish, I'll fulfill it for you." Qin Yun waved his hand. Shoo! The intrinsic flying sword flew out once again. The shot this time was fiercer than ever. It brought with it rumbling thunder as the sword beam had the intense surging might akin to the Grand Dominance tidal currents. When it struck, it would render the world asunder. What? Cat Demon Queen only felt that the sword beam was extremely terrifying. Instantly, it was in front of her. The overwhelming might made her realize that she was powerless against it. A rope flew out and coiled around her body as protection as she held a blood-colored curved blade to try her best at defending against the strike. Boom! The sword beam was immensely powerful and extremely fast. Her blade ended up blocking nothing, for all she blocked was a phantom. Although the ropes coiled around her managed to block the flying sword, the flying swords might remain domineering as it pressed through the ropes and slashed through her body. Rip! Cat Demon Queen's body tore apart immediately as the flying sword followed a curved trajectory and its mighty momentum reached its peak again. It flew straight at Leopard Demon King in return. Rip! Cat Demon Queen's body reduced to smithereens after her body shattered. All that was left was fluttering fur. Thousands of feet away, in the periphery of the array formation that isolated the valley, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Cat Demon Queen. Two tails were flailing behind her buttocks. I was killed. I lost one life? Cat Demon Queen looked at her tail. 300 years of hard work gone in an instant? She had undergone a long period of cultivation, attaining the two-tail realm at the Khanate realm. She only had her third tail when she reached the Khanate True Core realm. As adding another tail was very difficult, it represented her life. This was a talent only cat demons had. At the moment when Cat Demon Queen lost one life, Leopard Demon King, who had charged ahead, abruptly retreated with a drastic change of expression when he saw the scene. Third sister was killed upon contact? Third sister has 3 lives but I only have 1. Leopard Demon King could not help but panic when he saw the horrifying flying sword streaking at him like a lightning bolt. Brother, I'm here to save you. Flood Dragon King immediately controlled a large seal that was the size of a tiny mountain in a bid to protect Leopard Demon King. However, Qin Yun's flying sword was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it rendered the world asunder. As the seal was flying over with all its might, the flying sword had already arrived in front of Leopard Demon King. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Begging for Mercy. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Leopard Demon King panicked greatly when he saw the flying sword coming at him like a surging tidal wave. Isn't this Qin Yun supposed to be at the Khanate False Core realm? Why is he so powerful? How is he so powerful? He was puzzled, stunned, and horrified. At that moment, Leopard Demon King immediately imbued all his strength into his spear as formless miasma mists burst out around him. When the flying sword came into contact with the mists, it experienced layer after layer of resistance that impeded its flight. This was Leopard Demon King's most important Dharma treasure, 5th grade Dharma treasure, Wispy Thousand Miasma. Its wispy threads came together to form a blockade that was a much greater resistive force than it appeared to be. Phew! Phew! As for Leopard Demon King's spear strikes, the Wispy Thousand Miasma did not hinder them in any way. Its defense appeared impregnable. Bam! The horrifying flying sword tore through the Wispy Thousand Miasma's obstruction and clashed with Leopard Demon King's spear. He put all of his might into his spear, trying his best to deflect the sword. However, the spear received a force so great that the pole flew back and struck his body, leaving a dent in him. A mouthful of blood spewed out as he could not help but fly back. Boom! The large seal finally arrived, colliding with the flying sword that had lost some of its momenta. When the two collided, the large seal shook violently in midair as the flying sword came to a halt. I lived. I managed to survive. Leopard Demon King, whose body had crashed into boulders, was feeling both horrified and delighted. He frantically flew into the distance. That Qin Yun is too terrifying. Even though I managed to barely fend off one strike, without the assistance of brother and his Dharma treasure, I would definitely have died when the second and third strikes came for me. This feeling of being suppressed so much that it felt like the other party could easily take his life terrified Leopard Demon King. The last time he had such a feeling was when the Khanate Golden Core Realm expert appeared. Back then, his brother, Flood Dragon King, had blocked the strike meant for him and led their escape. A Khanate False Core Realm Sword Immortal can match a Khanate Golden Core Realm expert? Leopard Demon King was in disbelief. Boom! Above the valley, the seal that was as large as a mountain clashed with the flying sword. Under the powerful might of the flying sword that resembled a surging torrent, the seal was sent flying away, crashing into the valley's cliffs. Countless rocks burst everywhere, scaring the demons that were hiding under the cliffs. They scampered around while trying to dodge falling boulders. Although they wanted to escape, the array formation had sealed the entire valley, preventing them from doing so.
How terrifying. We have to escape. If not, the shockwaves from these terrifying bouts will be our doom. How do we escape? There are all these black dermic powers surrounding us.
The demons were standing at the boundary of the array formation as they touched the black energy that isolated them from the outside world.
There was no way for them to escape. Qin Yun, don't celebrate too soon.
Flood Dragon King roared as the seal returned to him.
He transformed into his true form, a massive black flood dragon.
He was about 300 feet long and his body spiraled in midair while emitting fiendish demonic gases.
With sizzling sounds, the surrounding trees were corroded and quickly withered to their deaths.
Some tree branches turned to powder directly. Even the vegetation that was strong enough to survive in winter rapidly withered and died.
No.
The humans hiding in the wooden dungeons clustered together as they watched everything in horror, especially when they saw the black fiendish demonic gases emanate and cause the very vegetation to wither wherever it passed.
Oh.
When Qin Yun saw this, he whizzed in front of them with Xiao.
Xiao used a Dharma treasure. Buzz.
A gigantic protective barrier of light protected her and the people behind her.
Don't worry. You will be fine. Xiao smiled at them.
When these people saw that the immortal couple was blocking all the darkness by standing in front of them, they could not help but feel at ease. Qin Yun looked at the distant black flood dragon. From the looks of it, his fiendish body is very powerful.
It's much stronger than Gongye Beng.
He is a flood dragon after all, commented Xiao.
Qin Yun, die.
The black flood dragon flew with his wound body and swept towards Qin Yun before striking out with his massive black claws. As a black flood dragon that was about 300 feet long, a single claw was as large as the entire water ape great demon from before. The dragon's talons were sharp and contained immense strength. He made them even more deadly by pushing his natural talents to the limit. Go! Qin Yun directed with his mind. The sword art used by the intrinsic flying sword changed. It went from the misty rain sword art's lightning tide to blood runs cold.
Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
The silver flying sword instantly transformed into a blood-colored sword beam that even exuded an acute intent. The black flood dragon seemed to hear the slaying sounds of a battlefield and smelled blood. He could see blood drops spraying around the blood-colored sword beam. It was faster and more powerful. Although the raw strength from its purest form was gone, it was now like an assassin, a zealot who was willing to sacrifice himself to die with his enemy on the battlefield.
Block it!
Flood Dragon King used both his claws and all of his strength to fend off the sword. His claws were huge and, rather miraculously, he succeeded in defending against Qin Yun's flying sword.
Boom!
When the flying sword and the dragon claws clashed, Flood Dragon King found it extremely demanding on him. Even his dragon claws felt a faint hint of pain and numbness.
That's bad.
His flying sword is too fast and too mighty.
I might fail to withstand it the next time. Flood Dragon King immediately came to a realization. Pooh.
Immediately following that, the dragon claw fell through empty space as the flying sword tore open a gaping wound in his abdomen. Drops of dragon blood dripped down, corroding the ground beneath due to the fiendish demonic aura that the blood effused. The ground sizzled as the blood sunk through and made large holes. His body is quite strong to be able to withstand one of my strikes.
But can your body last against 10 or 100 strikes?
Qin Yun's eyes were cold.
And far away, beside the boundary of the array formation, Cat Demon Queen and Leopard Demon King, who were ready to flee from the array formation, still felt a sense of anticipation, hoping to see how their brother would deal with Qin Yun. Eldest brother is from the dragon race. The fiendish body he has cultivated has reached an extremely high level. Yet, he can't withstand the flying sword? Leopard Demon King's eyes widened. Is this Qin Yun really only at the Khanate False Core realm? Cat Demon Queen was in greater disbelief.
Second brother, Qin Yun shouldn't be this strong even if he has grasped sword intent.
When Xiao, who was standing in front of the people, saw this scene, she turned to look at Qin Yun beside her and felt proud. She thought to herself, how could you know that Qin Yun had grasped sword intent at the postnatal realm? The Khanate False Core that he condensed has reached an apex.
In terms of purity, his dermic powers are just as potent as many people at the Khanate True Core realm. Compared to the Khanate Golden Core realm, he is only one full realm apart from them. But in terms of concepts, he is a full realm above many at the Khanate Golden Core realm. Even if a true Khanate Golden Core expert were here, it is hard to tell who would win.
In the sky,
Flood Dragon King used all his strength, defending with his claws and tail. But with a boom, the flying sword struck him, sending the massive Flood Dragon's body flying back. The Flood Dragon crashed into a cliff, staining it completely with blood.
Eldest brother, this Qin Yun is too powerful. We are no match for him.
Leopard Demon King sent an anxious voice transmission. Eldest brother, if we try to carry on this fight, one or two of us three will perish.
Let's admit defeat. Cat Demon Queen sent a voice transmission as well.
Both of them were truly afraid.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Flood Dragon King shouted suddenly as his voice reverberated through the valley. Qin Yun was slightly startled. The silver flying sword paused in midair.
What do you have to say?
Qin Yun looked at the hovering Flood Dragon King. The lesser demons that were hiding along the boundary of the array formation looked up at the massive black Flood Dragon. As Flood Dragon King descended, he transformed into a partial humanoid form and cupped his hands.
Fellow Taoist Qin Yun, it was our fault for offending you. The three of us admit defeat.
Yes, yes.
We admit defeat.
Leopard Demon King shouted from afar as well. Sword Immortal Qin Yun, please be magnanimous and spare us.
Cat Demon Queen yelled at the top of her voice.
Instantly, the humans and lesser demons that were watching this scene turned agape.
They are actually begging for mercy?
Even Xiao was astonished.
The three of us no longer wish to continue this fight.
Flood Dragon King said immediately, we admit defeat and are willing to compensate you.
May fellow Taoist Qin Yun be tolerant and generous enough to let us off. We are willing to compensate you. Cat Demon Queen and Leopard Demon King echoed immediately. The three demon monarchs lowered their stances greatly. Begging for mercy? You are begging for mercy? Asked Qin Yun.
Flood Dragon King felt a little embarrassed as he said with a chuckle, if we really go for broke, one or two of us might die here, but the villagers around here might also die from the resulting shockwaves. It might even be possible that the beauty beside fellow Taoist Qin Yun would be harmed as well.
That wouldn't be nice, would it?
Flood Dragon King words were veiled threats. He was hinting to Qin Yun that if they truly went for broke, they would still be able to hurt the surrounding people even if they couldn't kill him.
We are willing to compensate you. Can you let us off?
Flood Dragon King said with a smile.
Fellow Taoist Qin Yun, please spare us.
Leopard Demon King said immediately.
Cat Demon Queen was also looking pleadingly at Qin Yun.
The three demon monarchs begged sycophantically.
You want me to spare you?
Then who is to spare the countless villagers that were slaughtered by you?
Qin Yun looked at the trio. Back when they were crying and begging for mercy, did you ever show mercy? No.
Hear this, the three of you shall all die today.
Not one of you will escape.
Qin Yun's cold voice echoed throughout the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 131.
Chapter 131, Flood Dragon King, how ruthless you are.
Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin.
Qin Yun's words brimmed with killing intent, and they were like a basin of cold water being thrown at the three demon monarchs' hearts, leaving them chilled to their cores. Flood Dragon King might have escaped from the hands of a Khanate Golden Core expert in the past, but that was because his opponent was not particularly quick. If they had been fast and continued the pursuit, then Flood Dragon King and company would have eventually died. As for Qin Yun? Ignoring the fact that Sword Immortal's sword kinesis flight was famous for its speed, just a flying sword alone could pursue an enemy for 15 kilometers. Flood Dragon King and company were cognizant of the fact that they were unable to get more than 15 kilometers away. Besides, Qin Yun would definitely be chasing after them. Do you really want to fight it out, leading to internecine outcome of both fish dead and nets torn? Flood Dragon King roared as his voice boomed. Cat Demon Queen and Leopard Demon King's eyes were frenzied as well. Leaving both fish dead and nets torn? Do you think 3 fishes like yourself can tear my nets? Qin Yun scanned them with a glance. Flood Dragon King clenched his teeth. He sent out a hasty voice transmission to the other 2. Brother, sister. This Sword Immortal's flying sword is extremely fast. He can probably control the sword for several kilometers. The chances of us being able to escape are minute. We can only give it our all and try our luck. Sword Immortals are weak at close combat. In this hopeless situation, let's at least struggle for survival. As long as we can get close to him, we will have a chance of killing him. We'll fight it out with him. If we have to die, let's at least try to take him with us. Leopard Demon King replied with a voice transmission. The only way is to do our best to get a chance at survival. Cat Demon Queen also understood. Although she had 2 lives, it was only enough to let Qin Yun's flying sword bore through her a few times. As they transmitted their voices, Flood Dragon King, Cat Demon Queen, and Leopard Demon King's bodies suffused a dark greenish halo amid booms. Countless runes appeared between the 3 of them, forming a gigantic array formation. As the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain, they also had a formation that allowed for joint assaults. However, Flood Dragon King was a lot stronger than the other 2. As a result, the formation did not increase Flood Dragon King's strength much. There was no need for them to use such a formation except for a desperate final assault. 1 strong and 2 weak? Yet, you are trying to use a formation to conduct a joint attack? Qin Yun shook his head gently. The weakness is too obvious. Kill. Flood Dragon King and company transformed into phantom images as they hurtled forward from 3 different directions in a joint assault. Only through close combat will there be a chance to kill him. Flood Dragon King was nearing a deranged state. While flying, his body had transformed into a black flood dragon. Leopard Demon King charged bravely with his spear in hand, while Cat Demon Queen brandished her blood-colored curved blade to do her utmost while being augmented by the formation's might. They want to use their advantage in numbers and fight you in close quarters. Xiao stood by the side and readied a Dao talisman in her hand. She was prepared to act at any time. Advantage in numbers? Although I'm alone, I have many flying swords. Qin Yun waved his hand. Shoo! 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 The purple and black flying swords hurled straight for Cat Demon Queen and Flood Dragon King. The 2 8th grade flying swords were not intrinsic flying swords. While using them, Qin Yun could only produce about 40% of his usual strength. However, just 40% alone allowed the black flying sword to hold Flood Dragon King back. After all, the formation only gave him a minuscule increase in strength. The other purple flying sword repressed Cat Demon Queen completely. She struggled to fend against it. My strength has been greatly enhanced by the formation, but I still can't withstand it. Cat Demon Queen panicked. Darn it! I can't shirk this flying sword off. Flood Dragon King was anxious and furious. The black flying sword enacted an impregnable defense. Flood Dragon King was unable to gain any ground, much less get close to Qin Yun.
Brother, sister, help me.
Leopard Demon King was feeling the most horrified because Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword was heading straight for him.
Your strength is more limited than Cat Demon Queen and you only have one life.
So I'll take care of you first. Qin Yun had already made his plans.
Although a formation can increase one's strength, how strong can you get considering your own body's foundations? Boom! Boom! Boom!
The intrinsic flying sword surged over like a tumultuous tidal current.
Or perhaps it was more like bolts of lightning that struck down incessantly.
Thankfully, Leopard Demon King still had his Dharma treasure, Wispy Thousand Miasma, protecting him. He used all his strength with his spear again to continue blocking several strikes.
I can't hold out any longer.
Brother, sister, I can't hold on any longer.
Leopard Demon King desperately withstood the attacks. He didn't even dare to attempt an escape. If he did, a flaw in his defense would be exposed.
The flying sword would likely penetrate his body.
Brother, I'll save you.
Flood Dragon King intended to charge to him, but the black flying sword obstructed him completely. He waved his hand, hurling the seal out, but, with a loud clang, the seal was intercepted by the black flying sword. Attempting to break through Qin Yun's intercepting defense proved too difficult.
No! No! No!
Leopard Demon King revealed a look of despair.
The rift between them was just too huge. Boom, dot.
With Qin Yun's angry blow, not only did the flying sword possess terrifying might, the surging tidal wave made it difficult to discern the flying sword's true body.
After the eighth attack, a chink in Leopard Demon King's defense finally appeared.
He failed to deflect the force properly. But due to the great difference in strength, this tiny chink allowed the whistling flying sword to bore through his body. It cleaved off an arm and gashed a huge wound into his body.
Spare me. I'm willing to submit. I'll listen to your every order.
Leopard Demon King pleaded urgently with a voice transmission. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to his siblings.
Cat Demon Queen also said with a clear and eager voice transmission, "We are willing to submit. Spare us." Swoosh, dot.
But the flying sword curved around and continued its assault.
The heavily injured Leopard Demon King finally failed to keep up.
With a boom, his chest was penetrated as his heart was impaled. The spear that Leopard Demon King was brandishing came to a halt as well. He looked at the distant Qin Yun in a daze and then at Flood Dragon King, who was fighting the black flying sword with all his might. Next, he saw Cat Demon Queen, who was similarly in a dire predicament.
I'm dying. He once stood aloof over the woods.
He once dominated many lesser demons before becoming sworn siblings with Cat Demon Queen and Flood Dragon King.
They feasted on humans and led unbridled and joyous lives. Phew!
His body plummeted as he began to return to his true form. It was a gigantic black panther. Leopard Demon King of Evil Dragon Mountain was dead. Brother, Cat Demon Queen felt heart-stricken as she could not help but say, "Qin Yun, we are willing to submit.
Why are you so bent on destroying us?
Brother!" Flood Dragon King was crushed. Leopard Demon King's death made him feel that death was coming for him next.
Qin Yun said coldly, "Submit? Death even upon submission. Qin Yun would not dare to collude with demons like you."
Xiao sneered by the side as she said, "Even if you did obediently submit now, there might come a time when you suddenly backstab Qin Yun.
Leopard Demon King is already dead. It's your turn now." Qin Yun bellowed.
With a thought, his intrinsic flying sword whizzed straight at Cat Demon Queen.
No! Cat Demon Queen panicked.
Pooh! In Cat Demon Queen's panic, she forgot that the formation had been broken upon Leopard Demon King's death. The purple flying sword that had been completely repressing her swiftly penetrated her skull.
Phew!
Cat Demon Queen's corpse instantly reduced to countless fur that scattered in the wind. Her body appeared beside the distant Flood Dragon King. At that moment, she only had one tail left.
"Brother, we can't survive against him."
"Let's escape with all we got," said Cat Demon Queen with a voice transmission.
Swoosh! The Black Flood Dragon's massive body transformed into a partially humanoid form and stood beside her. "Sister, we won't be able to escape." Flood Dragon King looked at Cat Demon Queen.
"His flying sword is too fast, Dut." "Then, let's offer a sacrifice and summon the Fiend Celestial," said Cat Demon Queen.
"Let's make it our final stand." Pooh!
However, Flood Dragon King's claw pierced through Cat Demon Queen's chest. Her heart literally shattered. Cat Demon Queen's eyes widened as she looked down at her penetrated chest before looking back up at the Flood Dragon King in front of her.
She said in disbelief, "Brother, you..."
The amount of flesh and blood that has been offered to the Fiend Celestial has just crossed the halfway mark. If you join in the summoning, the Fiend Celestial will bestow powers to the both of us. Now, I will be the only one bestowed by the Fiend Celestial since the both of you are dead," Flood Dragon King said with a gentle voice transmission.
"If the bestowed power is divided, we might not be able to live. As the only recipient, my strength will be greatly enhanced. That way, I can avenge you and brother. That way, the both of you won't die in vain."
Cat Demon Queen's eyes looked deranged as she glared at Flood Dragon King. "Flood Dragon King, how ruthless you are.
You are really ruthless.
Second brother and I will be waiting for you to join us in death."
"You won't." Just as Flood Dragon King's words faded, Cat Demon Queen's body transformed into her true form. She was a large cat. "You were always of some use. But now, with your deaths, you will provide me with the greatest help."
Flood Dragon King wrung his claw and threw Cat Demon Queen's corpse aside.
Flood Dragon King turned to look into the distance. The distant Qin Yun and Xiao witnessed this.
The silver flying sword in midair also came to a halt. It was in no hurry to launch further attacks.
"Fratricide?" Qin Yun said. "Don't your ties run deep? Aren't you great siblings?" "Ha ha. Demons have always abided by the law of the jungle."
Flood Dragon King scoffed.
"If killing me allowed them to live, do you believe that the both of them would hesitate to kill me?" Hua!
Just as his voice faded, a huge rift opened up in the void behind him.
It revealed a humongous figure's head that appeared far away. This unknown biological creature was massive in size.
Through the spatial rift, one could only see the figure's head. A pair of ruby-red eyes were watching the area filled with cruelty and killing intent as though it was watching a bunch of ants.
Flood Dragon King took out a Fiend Celestial figurine that emitted a red glow. However, in the spatial rift behind, the terrifying head's ruby-red eyes were glowing out of phase with it.
The gigantic head in the spatial rift emitted tumultuous power that landed on Flood Dragon King.
"Other realm Fiend Celestial." Xiao was alarmed.
So it's true that they massacred villages in order to offer sacrifices to a Fiend Celestial.
Qin Yun suddenly took the situation a lot more seriously.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 132. Chapter 132, I Have a Strike. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Go.
Qin Yun waved his hand. The purple flying sword that was sheathed in a scabbard hanging at his waist instantly shot out like a purple stream of light. However, Flood Dragon King was surrounded by a rich Fiend Celestial aura through which the flying sword could not penetrate.
The rumors are true. Qin Yun retracted his 8th grade purple flying sword.
The powers bestowed by other realm Fiend Celestials are unassailable unless one has strength at the level of Essence Soul Immortals. I heard that the 9 lineage fiendish demons gained their heritage from other realm Fiend Celestials, added Xiao. Every other realm Fiend Celestial is mysterious and unfathomable.
I never expected I'd have the opportunity to see one. Even just vaguely being able to see that massive head makes me feel like if this other realm fiend celestial chose to descend upon this world, he could probably destroy us in one strike. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. However, there's no need for worry. Only by creating a passage through the powers of sacrificed human flesh and blood will the other realm fiend celestial be able to bestow its power. If the amount of sacrifice is sufficiently high, it can bestow 2 treasures. By the way, Xiao, come to my side in a while. Qin Yun alerted her. All right. Xiao nodded. Qin Yun watched from afar as Flood Dragon King was infused with power. I don't believe that he can go from the Kane True Core realm into the Kane Golden Core realm in one fell swoop. So even if he breaks through, I'm not afraid of a newly enhanced Flood Dragon King. Despite saying so, he knew in his heart that he had to proceed carefully. This time, he had been commissioned by County Governor Song to slay great demons. Qin Yun had not thought much of it. Even though he discovered that the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain had laid an ambush for him, and he suspected that the Zhengli family was behind the matter, he was unperturbed. Wasn't it just 3 Kane True Core Realm demon monarchs? So what if one of them was a flood dragon? Qin Yun even wanted to use the 3 of them as fodder to hone his flying sword. After all, an opponent at such a level that would engage in a desperate fight was a rare practice partner. His newly created sword art of Lightning Tide had been tested properly, even though it was done casually during the temporary clash. It had still managed to kill 2 of the demon monarchs. Now, only Flood Dragon King remained, and he began consecrating the Fiend Celestial. Against a legendary other realm Fiend Celestial, Qin Yun did not dare hold back even if it was only bestowing a tiny amount of its power. On the other side, Flood Dragon King offered the powers of flesh and blood he had accumulated into the Fiend Celestial figurine at once. A passage was opened up as he made contact with a distant other realm Fiend Celestial. Oh, great Fiend Celestial! Flood Dragon King transmitted his voice through the figurine. Please give unto me your power. I have 3 servants who offer me flesh and blood for my power. Where are the other 2? From afar, the other realm Fiend Celestial's voice came. It was transmitted into Flood Dragon King's mind through the powers that befell him. My brother and sister are dead. Flood Dragon King said hurriedly, it's all because of the human sword immortal, Qin Yun. It's true that I cannot sense the other 2 servants' aura. Tell me, what do you want? The more you sacrifice, the more you will obtain from me, asked the other realm Fiend Celestial. I want to enhance my strength. I want my fiendish Mahasvarat cultivation to reach the 10th level so that I can kill that human sword immortal, pleaded Flood Dragon King through a voice transmission. Reach the 10th level? The amount of sacrifice you have is still insufficient, replied the other realm Fiend Celestial. Flood Dragon King felt heart-stricken. It was indeed as expected. The powers given in exchange for sacrificed flesh and blood were separated into several realms. The amount the 3 demon monarchs had gathered was barely in the range of the 2nd to the 3rd level. It was stuck in the middle of the 2 levels, and it was actually quite a waste. But there was no other way around it. Under pressure from Qin Yun, he would definitely die without using the sacrifice, therefore, he could only try his best. That is true. However, great Fiend Celestial, perhaps you can bestow me with a method that will allow me to deal with the human sword immortal in front of me, said Flood Dragon King with a voice transmission. This human sword immortal's strength can nearly rival the Khanate Golden Core realm. I shall bestow you with vibrant powers. It is something you can use even at your level. It will increase your strength greatly, but once it's depleted, your strength will return to normal. This is the fastest way to increase your strength in a short amount of time. Do you accept it? Asked the other realm Fiend Celestial. I accept it. I accept it. Flood Dragon King didn't have time to ask for anything else.
Although it was somewhat a waste of the flesh and blood offerings, all that mattered was that his strength would increase, allowing him to save himself. As for the flesh and blood sacrifices, he could slowly gather more in the future. Alright, as you wish. The other realm Fiend Celestial immediately bestowed a special power. It was a drop of green liquid that was filled with an endless vibrancy, and it was directly transmitted into Flood Dragon King's body. Wah! When the green droplets seeped into his body, Flood Dragon King felt his flesh absorb the green liquid immediately in a frenzied manner. Every part of his body underwent a transformation as his body began to expand. His partial humanoid form grew to about 60 feet tall. A layer of black scaled armor that was marked with dark green patterns appeared over his body. Flood Dragon King only felt that his body structure was undergoing change as his strength surged, allowing him to reach a whole new level that made him much more powerful than before.
The Khanate Golden Core realm is probably this.
Flood Dragon King sensed that the drop of green liquid in his body had shrunk greatly. As he stayed in this transformed state, the green droplet continued shrinking at an extremely slow rate. Flood Dragon King surmised that once it was completely drained, his strength would go back to what it was prior.
My servant, I wish that you will sacrifice more flesh and blood the next time. The more you sacrifice, the more you will receive.
The other realm Fiend Celestial's voice resounded in Flood Dragon King's mind.
Following that, the immense power rapidly receded. The rift in the void also closed up. Flood Dragon King put away the Fiend Celestial figurine.
When he sensed the immense power in him, he immediately let out a rapturous laugh.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha! Unbridled laughter echoed everywhere as though tidal waves were sweeping across every spot. Using a protective Dharma treasure, Xiao protected her surroundings, including the group of humans behind her. However, the lesser demons bore the brunt of the sound waves. They clenched their heads in pain.
Stop shouting! Your Majesty, stop shouting! Your Draconic Majesty!
The lesser demons cried out in pain. Flood Dragon King stopped and looked at Qin Yun.
Qin Yun, we were willing to give you gifts. Wouldn't it be good if you had agreed to that?
Instead, you have forced my sibling's death and drove me to sacrifice the flesh and blood powers that I had prepared for so long.
Now it will all amount to your death. Haven't you made quite the mistake?
Flood Dragon King, your sister died by your own hand, said Qin Yun.
It was because you forced me,
said Flood Dragon King angrily. Now, I'll have you accompany my siblings in death.
Boom!
Flood Dragon King transformed into a beam of light that shot straight at Qin Yun with astounding speed.
Go!
The intrinsic flying sword hovering in front of him instantly transformed into a fierce tidal wave that surged over like a lightning storm. As for Flood Dragon King, it was beneath him to dodge. He waved his claws and swiped down directly.
Bam!
The sharp claws clashed with the flying sword for an instant.
A terrifying shockwave blasted out in every direction, shattering the surrounding boulders.
When the remnant waves reached some of the lesser demons a distance away, they were immediately pulverized. The flying sword was sent backward from the strike, but Flood Dragon King's body only jolted to a halt. He revealed a smile and guffawed, your flying sword can't do a thing to me.
Flood Dragon King, I have one strike that I have not used against an enemy ever since I comprehended it.
Today, I'll let you have a taste of it, said Qin Yun with a smile. His voice was still reverberating throughout the valley.
Hua!
The intrinsic flying sword instantly tore through the sky. At that moment, everyone who saw that strike, be it human or demon, felt as though the sword was a moon that rose after breaking through substantial river waters. It was too fast, so fast that it was like a dazzling beam. It was also very beautiful as the bright moon. A bright moon rose above the river. A distance of more than 1,000 feet was instantly traversed.
No, begone!
Upon sensing the threat, Flood Dragon King waved his claws, but the obstreperous and beautiful strike seemed like a sword art of heavenly immortals. It broke through his claw's defense and stabbed into his chest despite him using all his strength.
Boom, dot.
Flood Dragon King flew backward quite a distance in midair before grinding to a halt on the ground after several steps. The black armor that had formed on his body had a huge laceration on the chest. Large amounts of blood were spewing out of the wound. Flood Dragon King looked at his chest before looking up at the distant Qin Yun.
He said, confounded, "What is the name of this sword art?" "Bright Moon over River." Qin Yun nodded. "You are the first one to die by this sword art of mine. Your strength is absolutely at the Khanate Golden Core realm. However, you can't kill me."
Flood Dragon King suddenly turned to flee.
"You won't escape," said Qin Yun.
So? It seemed like a river's waters were surging in the sky as a bright moon rose above those waters.
Another strike hit Flood Dragon King, sending the escaping demon flying backward once again. Bright Moon over River represented the apex of Qin Yun's present sword moves. This strike was extremely fast, and just the production of a sword beam could easily allow it to traverse tens of kilometers. Although it was fast, it wasn't ferocious. Instead, it was beautiful. It was so beautiful that it did not seem like an attack from the mortal world. Bam! 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 Bam!
The moonlight stream struck Flood Dragon King, preventing him from escaping at all.
No! Flood Dragon King was truly horrified. He felt that the sword flashes endlessly inundated him. Although they were very beautiful, they were also very fast. He could not dodge them no matter how hard he tried. Even though his body was many times stronger than before, his injuries only worsened. How is this flying sword art so terrifying? How is it so fast? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Stop. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Flood Dragon King's body was extremely tough. If it were any other Khanate Golden Core realm opponent, he might have been able to fight them easily. However, sword immortals were known to be best when it came to attacking with their flying sword arts. They were also extremely fast. Just flying alone was inadequate for him to escape, so the only thing he could do was face Qin Yun head-on. If he could not fend against the flying sword, he would be at risk of perishing. If Qin Yun had just broken through to the second realm of sword intent recently or had just comprehended Lightning Tide, he would not have been capable of killing Flood Dragon King in his present state. However, that was all a what-if. His intrinsic flying sword had reached the 5th grade, allowing him to produce strength at the 3rd grade. Most importantly, Qin Yun had created the pinnacle sword move from his Misty Rain sword art, Bright Moon over River. When sword immortals attained sword intent, they would work hard at creating sword formulations that best suited them. The more perfect the sword formulation, the better the delivery of the sword intense power. And the move, Bright Moon over River, was infused with Misty Rain sword intent and Qin Yun's own emotions. It was a pinnacle sword move that truly contained rich emotions. This move's speed far exceeded any of Qin Yun's previous sword moves, but it did not possess any mist or flames. When the sword move reached a certain state of perfection, it created a picturesque scene that stirred the heart with its beauty. Bam! 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 Like a bright moon, the sword flash broke through Flood Dragon King's defenses time after time. It lacerated his body as the gashes on his armor expanded. His flesh and bones that rivaled Dharma treasures were cracking. Flood Dragon King felt despair. I have already sacrificed all of my flesh and blood powers to the Fiend Celestial and gained a huge increase in strength, but I'm still not his match? How is he this strong? It feels like he's on the same level as a true Khanate Golden Core Sword Immortal. But he's only at the Khanate False Core. Sword Immortals were capable of wielding a single sword to destroy all Dharma. They were best at offense.
Khanate Golden Core sword immortals had quite a reverential strength among Khanate Golden Core experts.
They left the hearts of fiendish demons trembling.
After all, the particular skills of a given Khanate Golden Core expert were varied. Those from the Godfiend lineage would have robust bodies at the Khanate Golden Core realm.
They were terrifying in close combat and could even master divine powers.
But if one was fast enough to escape, they would be safe. But how many fiendish demons could claim that they were able to successfully flee from a Khanate Golden Core realm sword immortal's flying sword? Khanate Golden Core experts that were well versed with talisman arts were limited by the usage radius of their talismans.
But what about flying swords? Khanate Golden Core realm sword immortals could easily send their flying swords out a distance of 50 kilometers. Legends speak of some that could even reach 500 kilometers. How terrifying would it be if a flying sword pursued you for 500 kilometers?
Another scary aspect was that Qin Yun was still very young. Although his soul was constantly strengthening because of his extremely high realm, it was akin to human growth. The strengthening of the soul needed time.
Currently, his flying sword could fly out 15 kilometers. In a few more years, it would be easy for him to release his flying sword to a distance of 50 kilometers to slay his enemies. Even if he was limited by his young soul and the flying sword's range, its strength was in no way inferior to true Khanate Golden Core realm sword immortals.
Phew! The intrinsic flying sword flew back into Qin Yun's sleeve. In midair, Flood Dragon King glared intently at the distant Qin Yun. There were grotesque wounds streaking across his body and his heart had finally been penetrated. Qin Yun had struck him dozens of times before succeeding at breaking through the numerous protections his body provided him, stabbing right through the heart that was securely protected. The heart was the vital spot of nearly every fiendish demon.
You have attained intent domain, right? Flood Dragon King looked at Qin Yun.
I never expected that you, who was at the Khanate False Core realm, grasped a realm that most Khanate Golden Core realm experts can't reach.
Impressive. Truly impressive.
His voice reverberated, but Qin Yun controlled the heaven and earth powers to isolate his voice, preventing the lesser demons and humans from hearing him. And after Flood Dragon King finished his statement, the glow in his eyes dimmed. The massive figure plummeted from midair in a listless manner. As he plummeted, his body underwent rapid changes. The sorry armor that had dark green patterns crumbled directly as a green aura dispersed and diffused back into the world. Since he was dead, the powers bestowed upon him by the other realm Fiend Celestial naturally dissipated. His body returned to its true form, a black flood dragon.
Finally, his corpse crashed to the bottom of the valley with a loud boom. Qin Yun turned to look at the lesser demons far away.
The few lesser demons that survived the effects of the battle immediately knelt down and begged for mercy.
Immortal, spare us. Please spare us.
Some of the lesser demons immediately began their escape. Some spread their feathery wings and took to the sky while others burrowed into the ground. With the death of Flood Dragon King, the operation of the array formation surrounding the area came to a halt. They were no longer isolated from the outside world.
Do you think you will live after killing and eating humans?
Qin Yun waved his hand.
Who?
3 sword beams flew out, each fully expressing strength at the Khanate True Core realm. They went one round and, be it those kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, those flying in the sky, or burrowing in the ground, they were all penetrated by the sword beams. In a blink of an eye, the demons died one after another. They widened their eyes upon death. Some were indignant, others cursing furiously, but everyone eventually returned to their true forms.
Well killed.
Well killed. Kill. The villagers that were being protected behind shouted. Many of them had tears streaming down their cheeks.
Qin Yun waved his hand again.
The sword beams circled in the valley. The treasures left behind by the Flood Dragon King, Leopard Demon King, and Cat Demon Queen's corpses were carried towards Qin Yun.
Even the array formation that was set up was carefully extracted by Qin Yun. After all, the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain were infamous. They must have spent quite a substantial amount to obtain an array formation that could insulate them from the heaven-inspecting mirror's probes. Qin Yun was planning to set it up in Qin manner. After all, he did not want the heaven-inspecting mirror to detect him when he was practicing his flying sword arts. Who didn't want to have their own tiny secrets? So much treasure, said Xiao with a smile. Treasures found after spending years hunting around the world can't beat the treasures obtained from slaying fiendish demons. But to slay fiends, you must ensure that you are stronger than the fiend you mean to slay, said Qin Yun. As he spoke, he took out a cosmic bag. The treasures flew over and entered his cosmic bag before he hung it by his waist. Qin Yun picked up one of the items that flew to his side. It was a fiend celestial figurine. At that moment, the fiend celestial figurine's eyes glowed red as it emitted a voice. My servant, the more you sacrifice, the more you will obtain. Even if you want to reach the Khanate Golden Core, or become an essence soul immortal, as long as your sacrifice is sufficient, I can satisfy your every whim. Before it finished its statement, Qin Yun tightly squeezed the figurine. Ka. The fiend celestial figurine began to crack. Stop. The fiend celestial figurine emitted a voice. Don't you want Dharma treasures? 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade, transcendent grade Dharma treasures, and even numinous treasures. I can grant you all of that. Oh? Then give it to me. Give me a 1st grade Dharma treasure, then I won't destroy this figurine, Qin Yun said deliberately. You need to sacrifice enough weight. Stop. The fiend celestial figurine bellowed. As Qin Yun continued squeezing it, the number of cracks in the figurine increased. I don't have anything to sacrifice to you, Qin Yun was still continuing. Don't you want to have everlasting youth? As a sword immortal, don't you want Dharma formulations for becoming an essence soul immortal? Said the fiend celestial figurine immediately. I can satisfy your every wish. Qin Yun's heart stirred. In this world, sword immortals reached their apex at the Khanate Golden Core. There were no Dharma formulations to cultivate beyond that. There are no Dharma formulations for that in the entire world, but you can give it to me? Qin Yun sneered. Numinous Treasure Mountain, Divine Firmament Chapter, Primordial Chaos Sect, the 3 Daoist Sacred Lands. And all the senior experts in history, immortals in every generation have yet to find Dharma formulations that allow sword immortals to enter the essence soul realm. And you are saying you can give it to me? Who are you trying to fool? You must believe me. If you believe me, you can get anything. Stop. Pa! Qin Yun completely shattered the fiend celestial figurine. The figurine shattered into 7 or 8 pieces as the red glow from its eyes dissipated. The special energy entrenched in it also disappeared. Believe you? Flood Dragon King believed you, and look how he turned out. Besides, I'm human. You want me to believe an other realm fiend celestial? Qin Yun looked at the cracked figurine in his hand. To be honest, the other realm fiend celestial's claims were enticing, but Qin Yun knew better. Despite the changes of times, there had been numerous legends but no actual Dharma formulations that allowed sword immortals to enter the essence soul realm. Why should he believe he could obtain them from an other realm fiend celestial? Even if there was a sliver of chance to obtain them, he would probably degenerate into a fiendish demon as a result. Qin Yun, every one of these fiend celestial figurines are extremely precious to fiendish demons. It is a treasure that allows them to communicate with an other realm fiend celestial. Destroying one itself is a meritorious deed, said Xiao. Yes. Destroying this fiend celestial figurine and killing the 3 demon monarchs that have a warrant on them are both meritorious deeds, agreed Qin Yun. I'll inform the Inspector Heavenly Alliance now. The Inspector Heavenly Alliance will detect your strength.
The Zhengli family will also learn about your strength, said Xiao worriedly.
Don't you worry, Qin Yun said. Those villagers could not make out the battle at all. The wounds that Leopard Demon King and Cat Demon Queen's corpses have are rather ordinary. As for Flood Dragon King, he eventually returned to his true form, and it can't be discerned that his strength had once surged. Killing a Flood Dragon King might surprise the Zhengli family, but they will only be able to figure out a portion of my strength, but Xiao nodded gently. After Flood Dragon King's sacrifice, his strength had increased tremendously, yet Qin Yun managed to slay him. If this scene was seen by the Zhengli family, they would be utterly confounded. After that, it was very likely that they would cease their schemes, but there was a very slim chance of them preparing even more sinister means. Phew! Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out the Inspect Heavenly token and began informing the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. In midair, the six-tailed fox Demonis was flying while overlooking the world beneath her. At the same time, she was holding onto a jade token that allowed her to contact friends from everywhere. 13th Sister, is there any information from Qin Prefecture? 7th Sister, there's temporarily no news of any village being massacred in Qin Prefecture. As for demons wreaking havoc and the abduction of humans, there are some reports of that. None were massacred? Alright, gather the information about demons wreaking havoc. Six-tailed fox demon, 7th Madame Yen, contacted friends from every area. Sky Demon Palace was the most powerful faction among demons. 7th Madame Yan's fellow disciples were scattered across the world, and the Sky Demon Palace was stronger than any of the 9 lineage fiendish demons' lineages. Many demons that were unwilling to get involved with humans would choose to enter the Sky Demon Palace. Of course, if the 9 lineage fiendish demons combined forces, they were much stronger than the Sky Demon Palace. That was something only the joint forces of humans, the Four Seas Water Race, and the Sky Demon Palace could withstand. 7th Madame Yen was drained and exhausted. Darling, I will avenge you. As long as I find them again and the Inspector Heavenly Alliance comes quickly enough, there is a chance of me killing the 3 demon monarchs, 7th Madame Yen murmured. The beautiful memories of her love, and the hatred for the 3 demon monarchs, motivated 7th Madame Yen in her unceasing search for the trio over the past year. Suddenly, Miss 7th, the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain are at Iron Hawk Mountain in Grand Dominance County's Yanxi province. They have been killed by Qin Yun. A cultivator from the Inspector Heavenly Alliance contacted 7th Madame Yen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, Myriad Temple's New Price. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Flying at a high altitude, 7th Madame Yen was instantly left in a daze. Killed by Qin Yun? They have been killed? The 3 demon monarchs have been killed? 7th Madame Yen had been pursuing them without sleep or rest for the past year as though she was going deranged. At the instant she received the news, she was somewhat in a daze. Even her mind was buzzing with confusion. After a few seconds, she repressed her chaotic thoughts and completely came to her senses. Fellow Daoist Chen, did you say that the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain are dead? Asked 7th Madame Yen immediately. They are dead. They were just killed by Grand Dominance County's Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun. Where are the 3 demon monarchs' corpses? Are they in Iron Hawk Mountain of Grand Dominance County's Yanxi province? 7th Madame Yen asked again. Yes, the corpses are there. Please immediately pass a message to fellow Daoist Qin Yun that he has to retain the 3 demon monarchs' corpses. 7th Madame Yen said, especially the head. I need to use their heads in a ritual to honor my husband. Miss 7th, I'll immediately pass your message. Let's hope that fellow Daoist Qin Yun has yet to destroy their corpses. As 7th Madame Yen sent her messages, she changed directions and immediately headed straight for Zheng Prefecture.
In Iron Hawk Mountains Valley. Qin Yun put away all the treasures and looked at the 3 demon monarchs' corpses. Leopard Demon King and Cat Demon Queen's corpses were nothing worth mentioning, but Flood Dragon King's corpse was truly massive. Qin Yun, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance will also know that they were killed by you.
This scene has been recorded by the Inspect Heavenly token.
Should we destroy the 3 corpses? It can prevent others from determining your flying sword's moves, suggested Xiao. Qin Yun pointed at Flood Dragon King's corpse and said with a laugh, "It took me dozens of strikes to break through his physical defenses and impale his heart. I left behind this corpse for others to see. To let them know that my flying sword's strength isn't that great."
You used dozens of strikes to break through the strength-enhanced Flood Dragon King's body, quipped Xiao.
But others do not know that, said Qin Yun with a smile.
Suddenly, a phantom projection appeared beside the Inspect Heavenly token. The projection was that of a middle-aged Taoist. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yun, please retain the 3 demon monarchs' corpses."
"Oh? Why so?"
Qin Yun inquired. "The scene recorded by the Inspect Heavenly token should be sufficient to ascertain the meritorious deed, right?" "It's a request from Heavenly Demon Palace's 7th Madame Yen," said the middle-aged Taoist.
"Everything that happened has been recorded in the dossiers."
Phew! A dense series of text appeared inside the Inspect Heavenly token. Qin Yun and Xiao were taken aback when they read it.
"The 7th Madame Yen sure is pitiful," said Xiao softly.
"Love between humans and demons."
Qin Yun shook his head gently.
"Fellow Taoist Qin, sorry for the trouble," said the middle-aged Taoist. "Fellow Taoist Chen, please inform 7th Madame Yen that I will leave the 3 corpses intact till she arrives," said Qin Yun. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Qin Yun.
The people sent by the Inspector Heavenly Alliance will soon arrive in Iron Hawk Mountain," said the middle-aged Taoist with a smile before the transmission was cut.
Xiao whispered, "The records say that 7th Madame Yan's husband is only immortal. After his village was massacred by the 3 demon monarchs, 7th Madame Yen has been pursuing them ever since.
She did not sleep or rest for nearly a year. The 3 demon monarchs had been discovered by 7th Madame Yen twice, but they were fast at escaping. By the time people from the Inspector Heavenly Alliance came, the 3 demon monarchs had fled. Yet, she has been pursuing them constantly."
Qin Yun extended his hand and held Xiao's hand.
Xiao turned to look at Qin Yun.
"Regardless, we will walk the cultivation path together," said Qin Yun.
"Okay."
Xiao smiled and nodded gently. The people from the Inspector Heavenly Alliance arrived first.
A golden ship flew over and the leader was Taoist Yen. Behind him was a group of cultivators. Many of them were postnatal cultivators that had just knocked open the gate of immortality. They were responsible for trifling matters. There was no need for Inspector Heavenly ambassadors like Qin Yun to handle them.
"Come, each one of you, report which village you are from.
Those from the same village, stand together.
Separate yourselves." The postnatal cultivators immediately handled the villagers.
Taoist Yen, who was the leader of the golden ship, landed beside Qin Yun and Xiao with a smile. When he saw the corpses of the 3 demon monarchs, he exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Qin, you sure are impressive.
Even the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain have perished under your hand. Especially this Flood Dragon King. He's very infamous but also extremely powerful. Even I am not his match."
"I was lucky," said Qin Yun with a smile. "There is no such thing as luck in a life and death struggle. By the way, the body that Flood Dragon King cultivates can match that of a Dharma treasure. Its pair of claws is especially powerful."
"Can you sell me the claws? I have some use for them." Taoist Yen noticed at a glance that the claws of Flood Dragon King were most extraordinary.
"Sure," said Qin Yun.
"But we have to wait till 7th Madame Yen arrives." "7th Madame Yen?" Taoist Yen nodded slightly. A few moments later. Seventh Madame Yen is here. Qin Yun, Xiao, and Taoist Yen turned to look over. A peerless beauty with 6 furry tails flew from afar. Her extreme speed left Qin Yun and Taoist Yen astounded. In terms of looks, 7th Madame Yen was almost as good as Xiao. However, her beauty was different from Xiao as she had a stunning seductive charm. However, her eyes were brimming with tears at the moment. When she landed, her tails were retracted. After all, she had used all her dermic powers to rush here. Evil Dragon Mountain's 3 demon monarchs. 7th Madame Yen noticed the 3 corpses when she landed. Her teary eyes were filled with hatred. Fellow Taoist Qin Yun, 7th Madame Yen turned to look at the trio and immediately came forward to bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for doing the deed of killing the 3 demon monarchs. If not, I would have no idea when I would be able to settle this vendetta. Slaying fiendish demons is a responsibility of mine, said Qin Yun. Miss 7th, there's no need for you to be bothered by it. I have a presumptuous request. I need the 3 demon monarchs' heads to honor my husband, said 7th Madame Yen. Of course, I'm willing to gift you something in exchange. Feel free to take it away, said Qin Yun. There's no need for any treasures. 7th Madame Yen was taken aback as she saw Xiao standing beside Qin Yun. The two looked like an immortal couple and they looked intimate. 7th Madame Yen smiled and waved her hand. A translucent robe flew from her. This is a shadow concealment robe refined from the skyfox's tail fur. My master had given this to me to protect me. However, having accomplished my cultivation, this shadow concealment robe is no longer of use to me. I'll give it to this young sister. With that said, the translucent robe flew towards Xiao. Xiao said immediately, "This is too expensive. Sister, just keep it. Fellow Taoist Qin Yun has helped me settle my revenge. I don't even know how to thank him, so this robe is nothing," said 7th Madame Yen. As she spoke, she turned and headed for the 3 demon monarchs' corpses and cut off their heads. Xiao looked at Qin Yun. "Take it," said Qin Yun. He had heard of the shadow concealment robe before too. Only the Skyfox clan from the Heavenly Demon Palace was able to refine them. They were 5th grade Dharma treasures and their rarity was not inferior to 4th grade Dharma treasures. With the shadow concealment robe, Xiao's life preservation abilities would also be enhanced greatly. Fellow Taoist Qin and this young sister, let's exchange transmission marks with each other. 7th Madame Yen walked over after putting away the demon monarchs' heads. In the future, if there's any help needed, feel free to ask. I'm Xiao, a disciple of the Divine Firmament chapter, Xiao introduced herself. A nice name, said 7th Madame Yen with a smile. I seldom see a female human more beautiful than our Skyfox race. It's no wonder fellow Taoist Qin Yun has fallen for you. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could tell that Qin Yun and Xiao were very close. Xiao blushed slightly. Both parties left a transmission mark with each other. Then, I won't be staying here any longer. Both of you are powerful cultivators. You will be more blissful than me and my husband. 7th Madame Yen smiled before flying away. After having her vendetta resolved, she was a lot calmer. All she wanted was to honor her husband and later, return to the Heavenly Demon Palace to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Yun and Xiao looked up as they watched 7th Madame Yen leave. Indeed, the matter of Qin Yun killing the 3 demon monarchs stirred some humans and demons. Ignoring the repression of Black Demon King as he was not killed, but for Qin Yun to kill the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain alone, with one of them being Flood Dragon King, that was an appalling piece of news. Qin Yun's strength among all the Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors in Zhang Prefecture probably ranks him as one of the best. Scenic Mountain Sect's Palatial Lord Essence Charm, as well as the incumbent sect master, were discussing the matter. He's already this powerful at present. When he enters the Kane True Core realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to take him down anymore, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. He is unaffiliated and also a Jiang Prefecture local. He can help our scenic mountain sect too.
The Jiang Prefecture's cultivation world was happy to have their strength enhanced. Elsewhere, in the Kong Prefecture, where the Zhengli family's fief, Li City, was, Matron Lu was inside a luxurious residence.
What?
Seated there, Matron Lu looked at the phantom that appeared in midair in front of her.
The flood dragon with dark red scales was looking over from the projection when Matron Lu could not help but say, "You are backing out?"
"Yes, we are backing out of the assassination mission."
"The 3 immortal crystals will be refunded to you, Matron Lu," said the flood dragon.
"How can you back out?"
"If there's one failure, try a second time."
"If there are 2 failures, try a third time," Myriad Temple said.
"Isn't it your Myriad Temple's rule of doing it once the mission is accepted?"
The flood dragon said, "Yes, and if we can't do it, the immortal crystals will be fully refunded."
"Refunded?"
Matron Lu stared at the flood dragon through the projection. "The 2 assassination attempts we planned have failed completely," said the flood dragon. "According to our judgments, the strength of this human sword immortal, Qin Yun, is a lot higher than we previously anticipated. Therefore, the 3 immortal crystals will be refunded. If you want our Myriad Temple to continue the assassination, more immortal crystals will be needed."
"How much?"
Matron Lu frowned.
30, said the flood dragon with a faint smile.
His dragon whiskers were flailing about in the water.
30? Matron Lu was shocked and incensed. How is it that much? Even a newly promoted Khanate Golden Core cultivator would only need 50. Don't you think I'm not aware?
That Qin Yun had to use dozens of strikes from his flying sword to tear through Flood Dragon King's body before slaying him.
He is stronger than Flood Dragon King because of his successful restraint on him.
The Flood Dragon smiled. Our Myriad Temple does not care about the process, only the outcome.
The outcome is that 3 demon monarchs are dead.
Flood Dragon King didn't even have a chance of escaping the valley before being killed. Then, to kill Qin Yun would require 30 immortal crystals.
As for the wounds on the corpse, that can be faked. Matron Lu was taken aback. 30 immortal crystals. Do you want to continue the assassination?
Asked the flood dragon with dark red scales.
Matron Lu clenched her teeth and took a deep breath. There's no need.
All right, the 3 immortal crystals will be returned to you tomorrow at your residence, Matron Lu. After saying that, the transmission was severed.
Matron Lu had an ugly expression as she clenched her teeth and said, killing Qin Yun alone needs 30 immortal crystals? To think they dare offer such a price, do they think I'm dumb?
As she spoke, she could not help but wave her hand, sending the teacups on the tea table flying before they shattered onto the ground.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Departure, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
News of Qin Yun killing the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain made the humans, demons, and the 4 seas water race peoples of the world notice the existence of a powerful Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. But it only made them prick their brows up at him. After all, no matter how powerful Flood Dragon King seemed, he was only a Khanate true core fiendish demon. The slaying of a fiendish demon at that level was not a big deal when placed against the backdrop of the entire world. However, it was quite a rare feat to make everyone in the world aware of his existence. Before he slew the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain, Qin Yun had little fame. Many demons and the 4 seas water race were unaware of him before. When Qin Yun became a Khanate Golden Core cultivator or killed a Khanate Golden Core Realm Great Demon, that would be the day his name became famous throughout the world. He would join the ranks of the Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. After that battle, it was the New Year. The New Year was a festive season. Many places in Grand Dominance City had performances, and it was one of the rare occasions where the commoners changed into beautiful clothes as they visited their relatives and elders.
As for the Bailey family of the Jiang Prefecture's East Gong County, it was a time of bleak silence. Patriarch, not a single clue could be found. A middle-aged man knelt in the middle of a hall. Your father and all his men vanished without a trace?
The Bailey family's patriarch, Bailey Qin, was sitting on a chair, eyes filled with anger. There was nothing, said the middle-aged man with a helpless murmur.
Continue investigating the matter. Use every means possible.
Bailey Qin waved his hand.
Yes, Patriarch.
The middle-aged man immediately departed. In the empty hall, Bailey Qin muttered, "Who is targeting our Bailey family? Chomer and the rest are mostly cultivators.
Chomer has even entered the Khanate false core realm. Did he vanish without even sending me a transmission call for help? Who? Who could do that? Who did my Bailey family offend? Why are they so ruthless? I will definitely investigate the matter. Regardless of who it is, I'll make you pay the price."
Bailey Qin's eyes were filled with bloodlust.
Suddenly. Ah!
Bailey Qin suddenly held his head as he growled in pain.
Patriarch, what's the problem?
The guard outside the hall rushed in when he noticed the disturbance. But just as he entered, the patriarch collapsed to the ground silently.
He was no longer breathing. A hex!
Bailey Qin curled onto the ground in pain as he clenched his head. His soul was rather strong, so he attempted to withstand the pain with all his might. However, he failed, for the rift between him and the perpetrator was too huge.
Which Heaven Magus could it be? How would I, Bailey Qin, offend a Heaven Magus Senior?
Please tell me. I, Bailey Qin, will definitely make recompense.
Senior Heaven Magus, spare me. Spare me, please.
Bailey Qin begged. Such a powerful Magus art meant that it was done by a Heaven Magus from the Magus lineage.
The rank was equivalent to the Khanate Golden Core realm.
No, Bailey Qin felt his soul dissipating as he pleaded.
Spare me.
Your Bailey family had once connived with demons to rob commoners, implicating the family of a disciple of my Magistress Mountain.
My destruction of you is the result of that karma.
A cold woman's voice rang in Bailey Qin's ears.
Magistress Mountain? Bailey Qin found it unbelievable. Top cultivation sects were afraid of offending the Magistress Mountain the most.
Everyone knew that, as the only cultivation sect of the Magus lineage, Magistress Mountain would seek revenge in a ruthless manner if it was provoked.
Connived with demons to rob commoners?
In Bailey Qin's stupor, his soul was finally dispersed.
Bailey Qin, dead. Hexes targeted only the soul. If the soul could withstand it, survival. Otherwise, death. After Bailey Qin's death, even his body was destroyed secretly by the Magistress Mountain's expert.
Not a single trace was left behind, since powerful cultivators could guess at hexes during post-mortem examination. With the Bailey families Bailey Qin and Bailey Chong, two Khanate realm cultivators, vanishing, as well as the disappearance of the powerful elders in the clan, leaving no corpses behind, rats left a sinking ship as they do. Naturally, some distinguished mercenaries departed immediately, causing the Bailey family to collapse suddenly. And as the Bailey family usually engaged in ruthless acts, it had quite a number of enemies.
It naturally received backlash. Even some of the demons they controlled turned on them. The Bailey family that once flourished disbanded from then on. Chen Shuang and a red-dressed woman stood above a cloud as they overlooked the distant Grand Dominance City. Grand Dominance, whispered Chen Shuang. This is my hometown. I have never left Grand Dominance since I was young. When you become the incumbent Magus Maiden, you can return at any time, said the red-dressed woman with a smile. When that time comes, you will also be a cultivator. Flying in the sky and burrowing in the ground will be trivial. Return?
Chen Shuang looked down with a conflicted gaze. I don't even know if I can come out of the Magus Matriarch cave alive.
Perhaps I might perish there. What are you talking about? The Magus Matriarch likes you quite a bit. You will definitely survive, said the red-dressed woman. Chen Xuan looked down. Brother Yun. Chen Xuan thought to herself, I wonder when I will be able to meet you again. If I were to die in the Magus Matriarch cave, I hope you will not forget me, but. Let's go, said Chen Xuan. All right. The red-dressed woman nodded. Phew. Immediately, they departed on a cloud and headed for Magistress Mountain. Qin Manor. Qin Yun held the letter in his hand and saw what was written. Brother Yun, I wish to venture out into the world, taking in the scenes from everywhere. If I do not come back, please don't forget me. Qin Yun looked up at Auntie Shui, who was standing in front of him. He asked immediately, Auntie Shui, when did Xiao Xuan leave? I do not know either. I found the letter when I entered her room, said Auntie Shui. Also, there's another matter, but I'm not sure I should inform you of it. Speak, said Qin Yun eagerly. Years ago, Xiao Shuang's brother, Xiao, had led the escort company on a job. They encountered demons and hundreds of men, including Xiao Shuang's brother, died. Only a few managed to flee and survive, said Auntie Shui. Back then, Xiao and company had discovered that the East Gong County's Bailey family had connived with demons to plunder their company's hall. An elderly survivor of the escort company passed the information to us. East Gong County's Bailey family? Qin Yun was astonished. The death of Madman and his brothers at the escort company was masterminded by the Bailey family? Yes. Auntie Shui continued, Xiao Shuang barred me from telling you, afraid that she would trouble you. I'm informing you now that the Bailey family has been eradicated, young Master Qin. Also, I believe that Xiao Shuang had known they would be destroyed before it happened. Just a few days after they were eradicated, Xiao Shuang left. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Qin Yun felt a little anxious. Young Master Qin, don't worry. Xiao Shuang left the letter in her own handwriting. Clearly, she wants to go out into the world by herself. With the grudge settled, Xiao Shuang probably wants to lead a life of her own, said Auntie Shui. The pressure of holding on to the grudge for the past few years has made Xiao Shuang suffer. Qin Yun fell silent. The Bailey family was eradicated silently. Their experts vanished without even leaving corpses, Qin Yun whispered. If it has something to do with Xiao Shuang, she must have gotten to know a powerful cultivator. It's even possible that it's a Khanate golden core cultivator, but even if he was the one taking action, there was no way he could do it so cleanly without leaving a trace. Xiao Shuang. Although Qin Yun was consoling himself, he was still somewhat worried. However, the world was vast, so there was no way of knowing where she had gone. February. The vegetation returned. Even old trees began sprouting. Qin Yun, look at you. It's as though I'll be gone for years. It's only 3 months. Xiao and Qin Yun held hands while standing by the little mirror lake. Xiao said with a smile, I'll return after 3 months. All right. Qin Yun was somewhat reluctant to part as he said, I heard that there is some danger when entering the lightning pool. You have to be careful. The lightning pool attracts the natural lightning of the world, so there's definitely some danger. However, with the accumulated experience of my Divine Firmament Chapter's seniors, as well as the establishment of so many array formations, problems seldom happen. Even when there's a problem, it's not fatal. Xiao smiled. Entering the lightning pool for cultivation is a dream of all lightning Dharma cultivators. It's a rare opportunity. I'm leaving. Xiao looked at the sky. If I don't leave now, it will be dark by the time I get to the Divine Firmament Chapter. Alright, take care. Message me if there's anything you need, said Qin Yun. Alright. Xiao nodded. See you in 3 months. See you in 3 months. Qin Yun smiled.
Xiao went forward and kissed him before retreating with a smile. Then, she departed on a cloud. Qin Yun watched as Xiao left before murmuring, "See you again in 3 months." A day not long after Xiao's departure. Far away from Grand Dominance City, a fat monk was chortling in the sky. He waved his hand and sent out a stream of light that flew for more than 50 kilometers before it landed in Grand Dominance County's Qin Manor. Oh! Qin Yun was sitting cross-legged by the lake and cultivating his flying sword arts. Suddenly, he sensed the stream of light flying at him at high speeds. He immediately beckoned with his hand. Shoo! A sword beam flew out and wrapped around the stream of light, bringing it towards him. This is? Qin Yun looked at the dazzling crystal in front of him. An immortal crystal? One immortal crystal? Qin Yun was alarmed. An immortal crystal was extremely precious. Even the combined treasures that Dong Yebing had left behind were worth slightly less than an immortal crystal. Who is giving me an immortal crystal for no reason? Qin Yun was puzzled. When he sensed it, he remarked, "There's a mark on the immortal crystal?" Qin Yun took out his Inspect Heavenly token. He conjured the mark into the Inspect Heavenly token and immediately contacted the other party. In a floating projection in front of him was the interior of a water palace. There was water flowing around as a flood dragon covered in dark red scales coiled there. His dragon whiskers were flailing and he had an unfathomable aura. His dragon eyes were looking at Qin Yun as though they were smiling. "I'm Myriad Temple's ambassador. That immortal crystal is just a tiny gift my Myriad Temple is giving to you, Sword Immortal Qin Yun." Myriad Temple? Qin Yun was baffled as he said with a smile. "Sorry for my scant knowledge. This is the first time I'm hearing of Myriad Temple. However, to give an immortal crystal on our first meeting as a gift, your Myriad Temple sure is generous." The flood dragon smiled and said, "My Myriad Temple encompasses all myriad phenomena. Dharma treasures, cultivation techniques, spirit fruits, strange artifacts, even beauties from every race, high positions, and riches, or anyone you want to kill or be a disciple of, any immortal pill you want. As long as you can pay the price, my Myriad Temple can help you achieve it." End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Sixth Token. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Near the end of spring, under the shade of the summer woods, Qin Yun sat on a boulder beside the lake, watching the sunlight scatter through the tree's shade onto the surface of the lake. Ripples were left behind when birds flew past. The swallows have returned and the flowers have fallen. It's almost May, and I wonder how Xiao's cultivation at Divine Firmament Chapter's lightning pool has been going. Qin Yun was in a good mood as he waved his right hand. Shoo! A flying sword that resembled misty rain shot into the sky and flew freely around him, leaving behind shockwaves in midair. "My intrinsic flying sword has also reached the 4th grade, Qin Yun muttered to himself. However, reaching the 3rd grade will be difficult. Even if I attain the sufficient realm and amass the treasures needed, it would still take a year or two." An intrinsic flying sword was easy to nurture and cultivate in the early stages. For example, a 9th grade flying sword? It would eventually succeed even if scrap metal was used. But as the intrinsic flying sword increased in grade, the materials it demanded became more stringent. Reaching a 4th grade flying sword required the grasp of sword intent. Only by nurturing an intrinsic flying sword with sword intent would it reach the 4th grade. One had to attain a sword intent domain before the intrinsic flying sword could be nurtured, only then would it have a chance of reaching the 3rd grade. Upon reaching the sword intent paramount realm, coupled with numerous natural treasures, it would reach the 2nd grade. By grasping sword Dao, and using it to nurture the flying sword's soul while allowing it to extract the powers of the heaven and earth, an intrinsic flying sword could be enhanced to the legendary ranks of first-grade Dharma treasures. Therefore, the higher the Dharma treasure's grade, the harder it became to raise it.
However, its strength would also become immense. For example, an owner using a first-grade Dharma treasure would be able to deliver strength that matched that of numinous treasures.
Numinous treasures were deemed as cornerstone treasures of sects or races. The way they were used determined the fate of an ancient sect or an entire race. It was obvious how powerful such a treasure could be. What a pity, then, that they were so rare. It was extremely rare to grasp sword Dao. In the many sword formulations from Daoist Chen's lineage, there were only 3 sword formulations that could attain the level of sword Dao. The oldest sword formulation was even created more than 10,000 years ago.
4th grade intrinsic flying sword. With this, I should be able to contend with various figures at the Khanate Golden Core realm.
Qin Yun smiled faintly. Suddenly, he sensed something and beckoned with his hand. With a whoosh, the flying sword that was engaging in sword arts a distant away flew back into Qin Yun's sleeve.
Second young master Hong Lingtong wishes to seek an audience. A Gui's voice came from outside.
Qin Yun flicked his sleeve. The door opened.
Brother Hong, come on in.
Qin Yun looked at Hong Lingtong, who was standing outside the yard.
Hong Lingtong walked in with a wooden stave in hand before a Gui closed the door. Qin Yun looked at Hong Lingtong in astonishment.
At Qin Yun's realm, his sensitivity towards the heavenly Dao charms was deep. He immediately felt that Hong Lingtong walked with a mysterious rhythm.
He could not help but say, Brother Hong, it's been several months since we met. You have improved tremendously. Have you grasped a sliver of the heavenly Dao?
Brother Qin Yun, you think too highly of me, said Hong Lingtong with a smile immediately.
How can the heavenly Dao be that easily understood?
I have just attained heaven-man unity, so grasping the heavenly Dao's charms would take me at least a decade of hard work to even stand a chance. Of course, over the past few months, I have consolidated my strength and it has improved tremendously as well. I dare say, it gives me the courage to step into the scenic Yan cave abode.
Oh? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Do you plan on entering already?
Yes.
Hong Lingtong nodded.
It will be difficult for my strength to make any significant improvements for the time being.
It's time to enter. Besides, I'm entering with Brother Qin Yun.
You have just killed the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain and you are now famous.
I don't have to fear a thing if I'm entering with you. Don't flatter me, said Qin Yun. We should prepare before entering. You should be aware of my capabilities.
I'm only skilled at the flying sword art.
I wonder which things you are skilled at. Hong Lingtong smiled and said with confidence, divining to pursue good fortune and avoid danger, and array formations are what I'm good at. I can also do inference forecasting, a little of the past and future.
Qin Yun was alarmed. Forecast the past and future, Just a little, said Hong Lingtong. He had entered the Khanate realm half a year ago and he had mastered the various Khanate techniques in the heritage he had. In addition, he had successfully refined his heritage Dharma treasure which emboldened him to make such claims. The art of forecasting in this world is an extremely rare thing, especially those that dare claim to forecast the past and future. I have never heard of anyone dare make that claim at the Khanate False Core realm, quipped Qin Yun. There are 3 lineages, including mine, that are capable of doing that at the Khanate False Core realm, elaborated Hong Lingtong. One of them is a heritage from Numinous Treasure Mountain, and the other is a heritage of Magistress Mountain.
However, I've heard that the heritage of the clairvoyance magus art of Magistress Mountain is also incomplete. In fact, mine is incomplete as well.
Qin Yun said with a smile, to have such an achievement despite it being incomplete is still impressive. It appears that I'll be relying on you during our trip to immortal Scenic Yang's cave abode. When fighting enemies head-on, I'll still greatly rely on you, Brother Qin Yun, replied Hong Lingtong.
What I learn is considered unorthodox, after all. Also, please keep it a secret. Don't worry. Qin Yun nodded. In that case, let's not delay this any further.
I'll arrange to meet Scenic Mountain Sect's Palatial Lord Essence Charm tomorrow, said Qin Yun. Now is the end of April. It's best we enter the Immortal's cave abode, near the end of June.
How does that sound? May was when Xiao came out of seclusion. Qin Yun wanted to meet her before entering the cave abode. All right. I'll leave everything up to you, Brother Qin Yun. Hong Lingtong flipped his hand and produced an incomplete token. I'll leave this token with you. When the time comes for us to meet the people from the Scenic Mountain Sect, you can say that you were the one who found it. After all, I'm afraid that the people from the Scenic Mountain Sect would rob it from me. I do not have the confidence to hold on to it. The token flew towards Qin Yun. You trust me that much? Qin Yun took a glance at the token and could not help but look at Hong Lingtong.
If I didn't trust you, I would not have invited you to join me on this trip to the cave abode, answered Hong Lingtong. Qin Yun immediately extended his hand to take it from him.
All right, come with me tomorrow to Vessel Altar County. Scenic Mountain Sect. What's all the mystery about? I asked him what it was about, but he refused to tell me in detail. He insists on telling me in person. Palatial Lord Essence Charm, with his white beard and Taoist robe, took a step forward onto a cloud and flew up. When the disciples responsible for the Scenic Mountain Sect's defensive array formation saw that it was Palatial Lord Essence Charm, they naturally let him pass. After he flew out of the Scenic Mountain Sect's defenses, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and headed straight for Vessel Altar City. Inside Vessel Altar City, Palatial Lord Essence Charm quickly landed beside a restaurant. The people around him did not seem to notice him and naturally ignored him. He leisurely entered the restaurant and came to a private room on the second floor before pushing the door open. Inside the private room, Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong stood up. Senior Essence Charm. Qin Yun was rather polite. Although his strength was rather close to his, Qin Yun still remained reverential to Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Firstly, he was a local Khanate golden core cultivator of the Jiang Prefecture. With his lightning dharma that was faster than the flying sword art, he had the highest number of fiendish demon kills among the Khanate golden core cultivators in the Jiang Prefecture. Qin Yun was naturally impressed by him. Secondly, back when he had escaped into the East Sea, it was Palatial Lord Essence Charm that led a convoy to him and inducted him into the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. Back then, he was reeling in despair. The excitement he received when Palatial Lord Essence Charm arrived and invited him to join the Inspector Heavenly Alliance was something Qin Yun would never forget for the rest of his life. He was naturally on good terms with Essence Charm. Qin Yun, what is this that you can't just tell me through a message? You didn't visit the Scenic Mountain Sect and instead wanted to tell me in detail in an ordinary restaurant in Vessel Altar City? Palatial Lord Essence Charm chuckled as he sat straight down. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked a piece of fish to eat. This person beside you must be Grand Dominance County's Hong Lingtong, right? Greetings Senior Essence Charm, I'm Hong Lingtong. Hong Lingtong was very humble towards the top cultivator of the Jiang Prefecture as well. This is something of the utmost importance. Also, it has to be highly confidential. Therefore, I chose to meet you in this ordinary restaurant, said Qin Yun. Confidential? Palatial Lord Essence Charm was astonished. Tell me, what is it? Scenic Young Cave Abode, said Qin Yun. Palatial Lord Essence Charm was taken aback and he stared at Qin Yun. The news of my Scenic Mountain Sect's perfected Scenic Yang leaving behind a cave abode isn't confidential. Why are you raising the matter? I know that to enter the abode, 6 tokens are needed, Qin Yun said. Also, the Scenic Mountain Sect has already confirmed the location of 5 of the tokens. Palatial Lord Essence Charm stared at Qin Yun. And I have the sixth token.
Qin Yun flipped his hand and a token fragment appeared in his hand.
What? Palatial Lord Essence Charm could not help but stand up as his white beard trembled in excitement.
He stared intently at the token and, with his sharp senses, he instantly perceived every angle of the token.
He could not help but be delighted. Excellent, truly excellent. I finally managed to see the sixth token while still alive. The 6 tokens have finally been gathered.
As he spoke, his eyes were brimming with tears.
The Scenic Mountain sect had once been overrun by fiendish demons. Back then, a Taoist sacred land was robbed of its accumulated treasures. Many of the powerful heritages were severed as well. Only the top heritages of the sect were left hidden in Scenic Yang cave abode by perfected Scenic Yang.
To reclaim them was something Scenic Mountain sect disciples of every generation yearned for more than anything else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Sis Yuqing. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Palatial Lord Essence Charm quickly calmed himself and sat down.
He smiled at Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong before sighing.
Sorry for the outburst. I made a fool of myself in front of you too.
Senior Essence Charm, you were just excited over your sect's future, commented Hong Lingtong.
Palatial Lord Essence Charm nodded and said with a smile, I'm already an old man.
I'll probably not see the day my Scenic Mountain sect is restored to being a Taoist sacred land. But if all the manuals are returned, my Scenic Mountain sect will constantly increase in strength, with each generation being stronger than the other. In several hundred years or even 1,000 years, my Scenic Mountain sect will definitely be restored to a Taoist sacred land.
Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong nodded.
In fact, the major factions of the world did not covet the Scenic Mountain sect's heritage. First, it was impossible that the Scenic Mountain sect would just hand the manuals to outsiders.
Second, the various major factions had their own heritages.
Qin Yun, for example, cultivated a sword immortal legacy, and the dermic powers he wielded were that of a sword immortals. There was no way he could convert his cultivation into other styles.
Xiao was the same. She cultivated in the lightning dharma and could not cultivate in anything else.
Only those who cultivated in superficial dermic formulations could convert their cultivation path with powerful dermic formulations.
And the better the sect, the more unlikely they would convert. My friends, I won't lie to you, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm.
The other 5 tokens have their rightful owners.
None of them are with my Scenic Mountain sect. But my Scenic Mountain sect has also made arrangements with the other 5 parties. Each group can send 2 cultivators at most. And my Scenic Mountain sect will send 3 cultivators. However, we have already announced that among all the treasures in the Scenic Yang cave abode, we only want the manuals. The numinous treasure or Dharma treasures, the holders of the 6 tokens will have to vie for them, and may the best man win. However, the manuals must be returned to my Scenic Mountain sect. The location of the Scenic Yang cave abode has long been covered with arrays. Without my Scenic Mountain sect's permission, no can enter even with the tokens, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Although Scenic Mountain sect did not have any tokens, they still heavily secured Scenic Yang cave abode. I'm a sword immortal and there's no way I can convert my dermic formulations, said Qin Yun. I naturally will not take any of the manuals. I believe you, Qin Yun. Palatial Lord Essence Charm nodded. It's just that I have to make things clear ahead of time. Also, about the possessors of the other 5 tokens. I can give you general information on them. One of them is in the royal palace. 3 of them respectively belong to 3,000-year-old family clans, and the final token is in the hands of a Khanate Golden Core cultivator. These 5 factions are forces to be reckoned with. Palatial Lord Essence Charm smiled.
The treasures left behind by ancestor Scenic Yang are coveted by the imperial government and the thousand-year-old family clans.
Even Essence Soul immortals want it.
However, the array formation set up by ancestral master Scenic Yang is very impressive.
It completely forbids even Essence Soul immortals from entering.
As for those at the Khanate Golden Core realm, the array could end their lives.
Other than that danger, even if you finally leave the place with treasures. It would be fine if the treasures are ordinary, but what if you obtain a numinous treasure?
Qin Yun, I'm afraid that the imperial government and the various large family clans will try to take anything valuable from you forcefully, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Even if you are willing to sell it, the treasures needed to exchange for a numinous treasure are just too much.
It will also lead to demons and other humans coveting them. Without strength, one will not be able to secure any treasures. Palatial Lord Essence Charm smiled as he looked at Qin Yun. Senior Essence Charm, what do you mean?
Qin Yun looked back at him.
My Scenic Mountain sect only wants the manuals and not the treasures. In that way, we are detached from any conflicts.
The other factions would not vie with us for the manuals, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. I'm telling you this to warn you, my friend.
Without enough strength, you won't be able to secure any treasures. Even Khanate Golden Core cultivators would not dare claim to be capable of securing a numinous treasure alone unless they were among the top few.
At your strength, you probably might not even be able to secure a first-grade Dharma treasure, explained Palatial Lord Essence Charm. After all, most first-grade Dharma treasures are in the hands of Essence Soul immortals. And entering the Immortal's Cave alone is a great risk. Yet, you risk losing the powerful treasures after obtaining them. And the trip wouldn't be worth it to only obtain ordinary treasures.
That's why I suggest that you sell the token.
Sell it to the imperial government or the thousand-year-old family clans, Palatial Lord Essence Charm suggested. That way, there is no risk and you still gain a large amount of treasure without others knowing.
How much could this token exchange for? Asked Qin Yun. I estimate a third-grade Dharma treasure would be possible, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. It will be difficult to ask for anything more. After all, the expedition will be very risky and it's not even certain that you will receive something better in the abode. Qin Yun and Han Lingtong exchanged looks. There's no need to do that. Han Lingtong said with a voice transmission.
With the both of us, we will definitely obtain treasures worth more than that.
And as long as we take treasures in secret, who would know about the things we obtained if we do not say or show them publicly?
We still plan on entering the Immortal's Cave abode to take a look, said Qin Yun. When Palatial Lord Essence Charm saw the scene play out, he nodded.
All right then. Now, with all 6 tokens gathered, my Scenic Mountain sect will prepare for the expedition. When do you plan on entering? It's now the end of April.
Let's do it in June, preferably towards the end of June, said Qin Yun.
All right. I'll return now and inform the other 5 parties. Once the date is settled, I'll inform you, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. On your side, the both of you will be the ones entering?
Palatial Lord Essence Charm had guessed it when Qin Yun brought Han Lingtong to meet him.
However, he was somewhat puzzled. Why would Qin Yun bring Han Lingtong to the Immortal's Cave abode? Why didn't he invite someone more powerful? Could it be that Qin Yun secretly schemed to take more of the treasures because Han Lingtong was easily repressed due to his weak strength? It will be the 2 of us, said Qin Yun.
Senior Essence Charm, please keep the news of the 2 of us confidential.
Don't worry.
But on the day of entry, the 6 parties will meet and it will no longer be a secret, said Palatial Lord Essence Charm. That will be when we enter, so there's naturally no need to keep it a secret, said Qin Yun.
All right, I'll be returning first. I have to thank you, Qin Yun.
You have allowed my Scenic Mountain sect to have a chance of regaining our lost heritage. Palatial Lord Essence Charm raised his cup, as Qin Yun and Han Lingtong raised theirs in response.
After drinking the wine, Palatial Lord Essence Charm got up and pushed open the door.
The moment he walked into the open corridor, he streaked through the sky as a whizzing bolt of lightning, vanishing into the distant horizon as he headed straight for scenic mountain sect.
He's fast. Hong Lingtong had gone out into the corridor as well.
As he held the railings, he looked into the distance.
In terms of flying and escape arts, Senior Essence Charm should be ranked number 1 in all of Jian Prefecture, I suppose? That's right. His escape art is indeed the best in Jian Prefecture.
Fiendish demons that he locks on to have no way of escaping.
Qin Yun walked to the railing. We are about to enter the Immortal's cave abode. I'm truly a little nervous, said Hong Lingtong.
Qin Yun looked at him.
I'm rather impressed that you dare enter the abode with your present strength. Brother Qin Yun, isn't that because I'm under your huge banner? Hong Lingtong smiled and said, Brother Qin Yun, let's return to grand dominance now?
Qin Yun shot a glance into the distance and looked deep in thought.
You return first.
I have something else to tend to, said Qin Yun.
All right. Hong Lingtong immediately departed silently.
Qin Yun looked into the distance and was somewhat astonished.
I swear I saw that clearly. Although it was several kilometers away, Qin Yun's extraordinary vision allowed him to discern the other person's looks clearly.
Immediately, he took a step forward and vanished from the restaurant. Of course, the bill had been paid. As good cultivators, there was no way they would dine and dash.
Qin Yun walked among the crowds on the street.
He had also naturally cast his divine concealment spell, so none of the passers-by noticed him.
He strolled leisurely, but he was extremely fast.
In a blink of an eye, he had traveled several kilometers.
Oh! Amid the noisy crowd, Qin Yun looked ahead. I wasn't wrong.
She's Sis Yuqing after all. But why is she in such a dire state?
Qin Yun had practiced his swordplay in Western Mountain Sword Garden in his youth. Back then, there were about 40 members, mostly young males.
There were very few females, one of which was Sis Yuqing.
Wasn't it said that Sis Yuqing's father was posted to the South Bright County and she had left with him? She is apparently married to a sickly young master of the wealthy Guihai family in South Bright County. Qin Yun was secretly perplexed. On the streets, Li Yuqing was adorned with a headscarf and dressed in ordinary cotton clothing and shoes.
She carried a baby behind her. She had a sword hanging by her waist as she swept her surroundings with her keen gaze. There was a group of guards obstructing her, and right in front of her stood a youth with triangular-shaped eyes and a mole on his face.
He was sneering at Li Yuqing. Sister-in-law, you sure can run. You even managed to run all the way to Vessel Altar County. However, do you think you can run from me? Guihai Chang, my husband has just recently passed away, yet, you are forcing your younger brother's wife in such a manner?
Li Yuqing clenched her teeth.
My third younger brother is dead and you still want to remain chaste the rest of your life for him? The youth scoffed. Besides, I'm his elder brother. Shouldn't I take care of his wife and daughter after his death?
You are forcing me, Li Yuqing said through clenched teeth. Your sword arts are not bad, but how are you to resist against me?
Said the youth with a scoff.
Li Yuqing looked at the guards blocking her path, and with the sound of singing metal, she unsheathed her sword and brought it straight to her neck. If you force me any further, I'll kill myself. Li Yuqing's eyes were filled with tears.
However, the youth said, why, you don't want to be with your daughter anymore.
I'll die with her. Li Yuqing said with a stare. Her eyes showed her determination. The youth looked at the woman in front of him. She had caught his eye ever since his brother married her. She was truly beautiful. She was different from the renowned courtesans in the brothels and the commonly seen beauties. As his sister-in-law, Li Yuqing liked sword arts and her talent in them was high. She had a natural bearing of a sword hero. With her excellent beauty, he had been coveting her all this while. After a long wait, his sickly brother finally passed away.
Li Yuqing's father had died while dealing with demons and she lacked someone to fall back on.
Finally, the lovely flower would fall into his hands. However, he never expected her to be so unyielding in her moral integrity. She would rather escape the family with her daughter than submit to him. "Brother Li, are you confident that you can take her down?" "You must not let her die," said the youth with a voice transmission. He too was a cultivator. This woman's sword arts are at quite a high proficiency. However, I'm very near to her, and if I suddenly cast a Dharma spell, there is a 90% chance of taking her down while preventing her suicide.
"Second young master, do you want me to take action?" asked another cultivator with a voice transmission. Li Yuqing was extremely nervous at that moment. She could feel the heat coming from her daughter behind her. She wasn't even 2 years old. Lian, don't blame mommy."
Li Yuqing's eyes were brimming with tears as she muttered under her breath, "Mommy wishes she could bring you up, but mommy can't do it." As she whispered, she focused on her surroundings warily.
"Sis Yuqing, it's been a long while." A voice sounded.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Reunion of Old Friends. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Li Yuqing's heart palpitated intensely.
No one had addressed her as Sis Yuqing in years. Back when she was young, she was independent and insisted on joining the Western Mountain Sword Garden that was comprised mostly of young men. She was one of the few girls among them. She had practiced her swordplay there, and the boys addressed her as Sis Yuqing, also because she was the youngest. Eventually, when she grew older, her father barred her from going outside all the time.
And when her father was transferred to South Bright County, she was quickly betrothed and married into the Guihai family.
From then on, she was the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. She was left in the deep recesses of the compound all the time and seldom left the residence.
After all, the Guihai family was one of the wealthiest family in South Bright County. That meant that it had many rules.
She spent most of her time doing embroidery and accompanying her husband in the backyard. Occasionally, when no one else was around, she would practice her swordplay in front of her husband. With her husband still alive, her days were quite all right. However, after he passed away from his illnesses, days became worse as she had only given birth to a daughter.
"Sis Yuqing?"
Li Yuqing turned over to where the sound came from.
"Who is calling out to me?"
She looked over. She saw a young man walking over with a smile.
"Sis Yuqing, do you still remember an old friend from Western Mountain Sword Garden of yesteryear?"
Qin Yun walked over and completely ignored the guards surrounding Li Yuqing.
Most people would have avoided the weapon-wielding guards out of fear.
"Oh?" The youth with the triangular-shaped eyes frowned as he looked at Qin Yun.
"Scram!"
Immediately, 2 guards that were standing in front of Qin Yun bellowed as they brandished their blades.
"I have no grudges with you, but you greet me by waving your blades? That isn't nice," Qin Yun said with a smile as he walked over.
He even dodged the blades that came swinging at him with an alarmed expression. However, as he dodged, his fingers gently tapped the 2 blades, causing their trajectories to change. The 2 guards now cleaved at each other's arms, and although they had held back at the last moment, it still left them bleeding. The blades in the 2 guards' hands dropped to the ground as they held their injured arms.
"Your job is to be a guard.
You shouldn't be that ruthless towards ordinary people, or you might harm others as well as yourselves," said Qin Yun as he walked to Li Yuqing's side. As for the other guards, they were astonished. Even the youth with the triangular eyes was startled. They could tell that this busybody was extremely strong. While barehanded, Qin Yun had simply tapped twice to injure 2 guards at the 6th stage of the Qi refinement realm. "Friend, don't stick your nose into other people's business," bellowed the youth coldly.
However, Qin Yun looked at Li Yuqing.
The lively girl of the past, Sis Yuqing of Western Mountain Sword Garden, was now the wife of someone. She was dressed like a female commoner, and she had even dirted her face deliberately. The baby girl on her back was still sleeping soundly.
You are lunatic Yun?
Li Yuqing recognized him. Although Qin Yun had matured greatly, he still very much resembled his 15-year-old self.
Sis Yuqing, it's been so many years since we last met, and the first thing you call me is lunatic Yun?
Qin Yun said in an amused tone.
Brother Yun.
Li Yuqing's heart warmed up. However, when she saw the Guihai family around her, she immediately added, "These people are from the Guihai family.
Don't bother with me. Leave quickly."
Sis Yuqing, I was the god of swords of our Western Mountain Sword Garden back then, said Qin Yun with a smile.
Now that 8 years have passed, I'm a lot stronger than before. Why should I be afraid of a few hooligans?
Humph.
The youth with the triangular eye sneered and said, he intimately calls her sis, and she calls him Brother Yun? I say, sister-in-law, aren't you unwavering in loyalty towards my dead brother? Why are you flirting with this pretty boy? Pretty boy? Qin Yun looked in astonishment at the youth. It's so rare that someone calls me a pretty boy. Do I have what it takes to make a living with my face?
Oh well, but compared to you, with those looks of yours, Qin Yun revealed a look of aversion. Any random person on the streets is probably a pretty boy when compared with you.
You sure have a witty mouth.
The youth's face sunk. Brother Yun, he is Guihai Chang from the Guihai family.
He's a cultivator, said Li Yuqing immediately. The Guihai family is powerful and not to be provoked. Don't concern yourself with me. The Guihai family naturally had to be powerful to become one of the wealthiest clans in the county. Guihai Chang sneered, you want him to flee now? It's too late.
With that said, he signaled a subordinate beside him with his eyes.
Yes.
A one-eyed guard standing beside him immediately swung his arms, sending a flying dagger straight at Qin Yun.
However, he was unwilling to directly murder someone in the city streets.
The flying dagger was aimed at Qin Yun's arm.
Phew!
However, after the flying dagger was thrown, it curved and fell to the ground. The surroundings guards were appalled. The flying dagger had flown weakly as though it was thrown without any strength. It eventually fell to the ground without touching Qin Yun.
Oh! The Cyclops widened his eye. How could his flying dagger technique have failed so miserably? He had clearly used his quintessential chi that could even penetrate a boulder. So why did it fall to the ground so lightly? Lone Wolf, did you not put your strength into the flying dagger?
A companion beside him could not help but whisper under his breath.
Guihai Chang frowned as well.
He had seen the flying dagger fly out with his own eyes. No one had touched it, but the flying dagger had gently fallen to the ground.
I didn't.
The one-eyed guard refused to have his beliefs shaken.
He threw a second flying dagger immediately. Phew!
As though a child was throwing it, the flying dagger remained lacking in strength.
After flying dozens of feet, it fell to the ground as a spent force before reaching Qin Yun.
Qin Yun wore an appalled look as he looked at the flying daggers on the ground.
Then, he looked at the one-eyed guard standing beside the youth in the distance and said immediately, Hey, Cyclops, what's wrong? Did you not eat properly today, or are you unwilling to hurt me? Any child would probably throw it farther than you. Have I encountered a ghost?
The one-eyed guard's face flushed red as he threw 6 more flying daggers, but all of them fluttered to the ground and landed at Qin Yun's feet. Standing beside him, Li Yuqing was in a daze.
Stop! Guihai Chang bellowed and the one-eyed guard stopped. It looks like you are also a cultivator. Guihai Chang looked at Qin Yun.
I have no idea where you learned those unorthodox Dharma spells from.
Are you trying to scare us? Unorthodox Dharma spells?
Qin Yun said in astonishment.
What Dharma spells are they? Why don't I know about them?
A cultivator hidden in the midst of the guards sent a voice transmission to Guihai Chang. Second young master, I believe the constables of Vessel Alter County will be rushing over here soon.
They are about 500 meters away already.
Although we didn't kill anyone, there will be trouble if the constables arrive.
Let's take action quickly and leave as soon as possible.
Alright, join forces with me and take down that punk who's trying to act mysterious, replied the Guihai Chang with a voice transmission.
The two attacked nearly simultaneously. Guihai Chang flicked his sleeve. Boom! A flame flew out and engulfed Qin Yun.
Standing beside him, Li Yuqing's expression changed drastically.
Brother Yun, leave quickly.
Meanwhile, an azure-robed guard instantly sent 3 emerald green needles at Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled as the speed of the flame and emerald green needles decreased. When they came in front of Qin Yun, the flame froze in midair. Similarly, the 3 emerald green needles remained motionless.
This scene left many agape with astonishment. The flame came to a halt? Even the needles too? They aren't falling to the ground?
The guards were dumbfounded.
Li Yuqing was astonished as well.
Guihai Chang and the azure-robed guard had a drastic change in expression.
Phew. Qin Yun exhaled lightly and the flame that was floating in front of him was directly extinguished.
He then turned to look at the floating needles. Just a look at the needles caused them to disintegrate and scatter as dust.
Guihai Chang and the azure-robed guard could not help but gulp.
They felt their throats dry as their legs went limp.
My Dharma artifact turned to dust with a look?
The azure-robed guard felt cold sweat breaking out all over his body.
Horror left him stifled. Plump. Guihai Chang immediately knelt down. Senior, spare me. Spare me. I, Guihai Chang, have offended you. Senior, I was ignorant. Senior, please spare me.
The azure-robed guard knelt down as well.
Senior, I was just following orders. Senior, please spare me.
The duo was knowledgeable.
They knew that the scene they had just witnessed was exceedingly terrifying. It was absolutely only made possible by fearsome legendary cultivators.
Brother Yun, this is, Li Yuqing was staring at him, tongue-tied.
However, she was overjoyed as well.
She felt her head buzzing, but she knew one thing.
She was saved. Her daughter was saved. They did not need to die. I'm a son of the Guihai family. My name is Guihai Chang.
Senior, please spare me, pleaded the youth with the triangular eyes.
Qin Yun said indifferently, South Bright County's Guihai family? It doesn't mean much in front of me.
As for how you will be punished, I will let Sis Yuqing decide that. Sis Yuqing, feel free to tell me if Guihai Chang and these guards did anything to you.
None of them will escape.
Li Yuqing clenched her teeth and pointed to 3 guards.
Those 3.
However, Brother Yun, I only care that Lian and I managed to survive.
There's no need to get into a fight.
You feel soft-hearted for them, but they are very ruthless to you, quipped Qin Yun.
Phew.
At that moment, the constables rushed in from afar. The one leading them was a silver badge constable.
What is going on here?
The silver badge constable bellowed the moment he arrived.
Qin Yun flipped his hand and produced the Inspect Heavenly token.
When the silver badge constable saw the token, his expression changed drastically to one of fright. He immediately greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 139. Chapter 139, The Day of the Immortal Abode's Opening. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador?
Guihai Chang and the azure-clothed guard, who were both kneeling on the ground, turned pale in the face.
He's actually an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador.
The two of them were cultivators, so they naturally knew what it meant to be an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador.
The patriarchs of many second-tier cultivators' sects were unqualified to be Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. Very few could become one in the Jiang Prefecture. As for Li Yuqing, who was carrying her daughter on her back, she was looking at Qin Yun in a daze. She was once the daughter of an official's family. She naturally knew of Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors. It's only been 8 years and Brother Yun has become an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador? Li Yuqing found it unbelievable. The youth that was obsessed with practicing his swordplay at Western Mountain Sword Garden was already an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador? Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, if there are any instructions for a lowly official like me, I will definitely do my utmost best. The silver badge constable added politely. The constables behind him also bent their backs. Qin Yun nodded. The people here are from the Guihai family of South Bright County. I'll be taking 5 of them with me. Send the rest of them back to Six Fans Gate and question them properly. After the investigations are done, send a letter to inform the South Bright County's Guihai family, as well as a letter to Grand Dominance's Qin Manor. Grand Dominance's Qin Manor? The silver badge constable immediately understood. He bowed again. Yes, I understand. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Grand Dominance's Qin Manor? He's Qin Yun? Guihai Chang's lips were already trembling. I heard he killed the 3 demon monarchs from Evil Dragon Mountain last year. The leader of the trio, Flood Dragon King, had once fought a Khanate Golden Core expert head-on but eventually escaped with his life. Yet, he eventually died under Qin Yun's hand. Not one of the 3 demon monarchs survived. The azure-robed guard sent a voice transmission. My master mentioned that this Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun is unfathomable in strength. He's probably the strongest Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador in Jiang Prefecture. Cut it out. Do you think I'm not aware of that? Now, we need to think of a way to survive. Guihai Chang said anxiously with a voice transmission. The Guihai family is nothing worth mentioning in front of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun. To survive, it will depend on that young widow, said the azure-robed guard with a voice transmission. If that young widow were to put in a few good words for us, we might be able to live on. She? Helping us? Guihai Chang anxiously thought of solutions. At that moment, Qin Yun said to Li Yuqing, Sis Yuqing. If you don't have a place to call home, why don't you follow me to Grand Dominance? There are many of your friends in Grand Dominance. Li Yuqing nodded with brimming tears. Yes, to Grand Dominance. I've been on the run, hoping to escape back to Grand Dominance. Only in Grand Dominance do I have the most friends I can deem as sisters and brothers. Ha ha. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Qin Yun swept his gaze past the duo as well as the 3 guards that Li Yuqing had pointed out. Immobilize. Qin Yun said softly. The heaven and earth powers instantly surged into the 5 people's bodies under the dermic powers guidance. Like invisible chains, they were completely trapped. None of the 5 could move. The Dharma spell, immobilizing spell. One had to reach the Khanate realm and attain heaven-man unity before one could cast it. Phew. Qin Yun immediately used his flying art and a cloud rose. The 5 were also thrown onto the clouds. Sis Yuqing, let's go. Qin Yun led Li Yuqing and the 5 as they departed rapidly on the cloud. Immortal. There is an immortal. The passers-by from afar were excited as they looked up to see Qin Yun and company leaving on a cloud. Only then did the silver badge constable stand up. He immediately shouted clearly. Quick, apprehend all these people from the Guihai family and throw them into the dungeons. All of them will be interrogated. Yes. The constables immediately went forward to apprehend them. None of the guards dared to resist. If this were any other time, a silver badge constable would let the matter rest considering the South Bright County's Guihai family's reputation.
However, since Qin Yun had spoken, the silver badge constable naturally had to be impartial. "I'll report this to Lord County Governor immediately," thought the silver badge constable. After leaving Vessel Alter County City, they headed straight for Grand Dominance. On the cloud, the 5 men were shuddering with fear. However, with an immobilizing spell on them, none of them could move. Li Yuqing carried her daughter and looked somewhat nervously down the clouds. She commented, "Brother Yun, you were the best among our group at Western Mountain Sword Garden. You attained 1 with the sword at 13 and you were the best in Grand Dominance County's youngest generation at 15. After 8 years, you are already an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, a legend among cultivators." "You didn't hear of me becoming an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador?" Qin Yun asked. "The Guihai family is also a large family clan." "Never heard of it." Li Yuqing shook her head gently. "After I married into the Guihai family, I never left the manor or even step out of the compounds. I spent nearly all my time in the inner compound. Furthermore, my husband was not feeling well and he seldom left the manor. As such, I spent all my time accompanying my husband in the inner compound. Sometimes, I might converse with Sister Shinger and a few old and young maids. How would I know anything about what was happening outside, much less know about someone becoming Inspector Heavenly Ambassador?" "What about your father?" asked Qin Yun. "He just watched you get bullied by the Guihai family?" "My father had led the troops to fight demons and was killed by them." Li Yuqing's eyes were brimming with tears. Qin Yun sighed lightly. "The government's troops dealt with demons but they similarly could perish. My father had passed away. And when my husband died of his illness, I no longer had anyone to rely on. Perhaps I gave birth to a daughter, so the Guihai family didn't care about me at all." Li Yuqing looked at her daughter in her arms. "If not for Lian, I would have long committed suicide to accompany my husband in death." "What's the matter with the 5 of them?" asked Qin Yun. Guihai Chang and company looked at Li Yuqing with pleading expressions. However, she clenched her teeth as she glared at the 5 with tears welling up in her eyes. "After my husband died, this Guihai Chang showed me great concern and took rather good care of me. I thought he was a kind person since he was my husband's elder brother. Who knew that he was a wolf with a savage heart? He machinated against me time and time again. Sister Shinger that joined the family with my marriage was raped by them and eventually killed. If I had not been accomplished in chi refinement, I would have probably been raped by them. After they drugged me, I escaped with great difficulty using my sword arts. I knew that if I continued staying in the manor, I would definitely not be able to escape their evil claws. Therefore, I escaped with my daughter. We headed north all the way, hoping to escape back to Grand Dominance." Qin Yun nodded. "The 3 guards you pointed out?" "Yes, the 3 of them. They are the underlings of Guihai Chang. The 3 of them have committed the most atrocities. Sister Shinger was raped to her death by the 3 of them," said Li Yuqing. "I see." Qin Yun nodded. The 3 guards revealed a pleading expression of horror. Qin Yun glanced at them. "Xie! Xie! Xie!" The trio immediately turned to dust and vanished from the world. The sword intent domain was excellent at destroying a corpse completely. The youth with the triangular eyes, Guihai Chang, and the azure-clothed guard were frightened out of their wits. The 3 of them turned to dust and just vanished? Would he deal with us like that as well? The 2 of them were horrified with unease. Li Yuqing was somewhat astonished as she said solemnly, "Sister Shinger, if you can see this in heaven, I hope you rest in peace. These 3 vile men have gotten their retribution." She was also considered quite a tolerant person. The 3 guards were Guihai Chang's underlings she hated the most. For the 3 underlings to be this ruthless, Guihai Chang must be the mastermind behind this, right? Asked Qin Yun. "Brother Yun, he is, after all, a cultivator from the Guihai family.
Li Yuqing could not help but say. It's because you are too tolerant. Qin Yun shook his head. However, there's no rush in killing the two of them. When the people from the Guihai family comes, we'll have a good chat with them. Is this how they bully a daughter-in-law of the Guihai family? Li Yuqing whispered, the Guihai family might not think too much of me either. Regardless, the Guihai family still needs to give an explanation, said Qin Yun. Back in Grand Dominance County City, they entered Qin Manor. Men, throw these two into the dungeons. Qin Yun ordered his servants. The both of them had been sealed off their strength. Yes. There were already a lot of servants and guards in Qin Manor. Guihai Chang and his guard were quickly escorted to the dungeons. Sis Yuqing, be at ease and live here, said Qin Yun. All right. Li Yuqing hugged her daughter and only felt at ease. She had been living the past few days in horror. Now, she could finally calm her mind. Yun. Changlan walked over from a distant corridor. When she saw Li Yuqing, she said with a smile, is this your friend? Mother, do you not know her? She's Sis Yuqing from Lord Li's family, said Qin Yun. Miss Yuqing? Changlan was astonished as well. The woman in commoner garb was carrying a daughter, and that stood in stark contrast to the heroic young girl from her memories. However, she could still identify her from her looks. Li Yuqing immediately said softly, Madam, greetings. I'm Yuqing. How's your father now? Changlan asked out of curiosity. My father was killed by demons while leading troops to deal with them, said Li Yuqing softly. Changlan was taken aback. Mother, help her settle down. Let Sis Yuqing stay in my Qin manor for now, said Qin Yun. All right. I'll settle it. Changlan looked at Yuqing with a pained heart. Immediately, she accompanied Yuqing in conversation. After understanding the situation, be it Qin Liehu, who had ties with Lord Li, or the kind-hearted Changlan, they were furious over the actions of the Guihai family. They also pitied Li Yuqing greatly. Early the next morning, Qin Yun was practicing his flying sword arts in his compound. Oh! Qin Yun was a little astonished as he flipped his hand to produce the inspect heavenly token. Buzz! A phantom projection appeared beside it in midair. It was Palatial Lord Essence Charm. Senior Essence Charm, greeted Qin Yun. Qin Yun, my friend, Palatial Lord Essence Charm said with a smile. After returning to the Scenic Mountain sect yesterday, we quickly discussed the matter internally and communicated with the other 5 parties that possess a token. The date for entering the Scenic Yang Cave abode has been decided. It only took a day to determine it? That sure is fast. Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. My Scenic Mountain sect has been waiting for this day for too long. Palatial Lord Essence Charm smiled. The date is fixed to be June 12th. Gather at my Scenic Mountain sect before noon, alright? Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll definitely be there before noon on the 12th of June, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140. Chapter 140, Xiao exits seclusion. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Yu Prefecture, in the southern domain of the region. There were many tribes, but there was also an ancient sword immortal sect, Yu chapter. Similarly, it was ranked as one of the top cultivation sects in the world. Compared to the might of the Shu Prefecture's sword tower, the Yu chapter was slightly weaker, and it also kept a much lower profile. In ancient times, the Yu chapter was once extremely famous. It was the leader of all sword cultivators in the world. However, as time passed, there were several sword immortal sects that prospered and declined. Although the Yu chapter managed to last till the present day, it was only considered ordinary among all the top cultivation sects in the world. The sky was still dim.
In Yu chapter, there was an elder sitting cross-legged on a mat in White Ape Cave. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. There, a middle-aged man was approaching under the guidance of a Yu chapter disciple. "Master is cultivating in White Ape Cave," the disciple that attended to the middle-aged man said with a smile. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and looked at the land around him. There were many Yu chapter disciples practicing their swordplay while facing the morning sun.
All of them were cultivating with utmost dedication.
Regardless, being able to become a sword immortal of the Yu chapter was the dreams of countless, at least in Yu prefecture. After walking for some time, the middle-aged man came in front of White Ape Cave.
It was a huge cavern and very simple.
The inside of the cave was covered with sword scars.
"Brother Fong, come on in."
A voice was heard coming from within. The middle-aged man entered.
"Deacon Yuan."
The middle-aged man cupped his hands before crossing his legs to sit on another mat.
"I'm curious, Deacon Yuan. Why did you summon me so urgently?" The middle-aged man was rather respectful to the other person. The elder was the Yu chapter's incumbent Deacon Yuan. His ordinary name was Wanmao. The Yu chapter had a Deacon Yuan every generation, and its status was not at all inferior to the Yu chapter's sect master.
"Brother Fong," Deacon Yuan said with a smile.
"Do you still remember the matter about the Scenic Yang cave abode I mentioned to you some time ago? Scenic Mountain Sect's Scenic Yang cave abode?"
"Of course. Deacon Yuan, you mentioned that one of the tokens to the Scenic Yang cave abode is with you.
If one day the cave is opened, you would invite me to accompany you?"
The middle-aged man's eyes lit up.
"Why, is it about to be opened?" Deacon Yuan nodded slightly.
"The Scenic Mountain sect has found the 6th token.
Soon, the Scenic Yang cave abode will be opened. Brother Fong, do you still wish to enter with me? I couldn't wish for anything better,"
the middle-aged man said delightedly.
"With Deacon Yuan accompanying me, what's there to be afraid of? In addition, by joining forces with Deacon Yuan, considering my skill in array formations, we will definitely obtain many treasures.
As for the splitting of treasures, we shall do it as you mentioned.
80 for you, 20 for me.
And all treasures related to sword immortals will be yours."
"Yeah." Deacon Yuan nodded with a smile. "Brother Fong's skills in array formations are the best in Yu prefecture.
With you helping me, I'm also confident of obtaining the flying sword, White Dew."
I'll be congratulating you ahead of time then.
When you obtain White Dew, combined with the flying sword, Azure Water, of your Yu chapter, the 2 swords of White and Azure, combined would be able to match a transcendent grade Dharma treasure, praised the middle-aged man.
Deacon Yuan nodded slightly. White Dew and Azure Water were first-grade Dharma treasures.
They were flying swords that were handed down since ancient times in the Yu chapter.
However, White Dew ended up being lost.
It landed in the hands of fiendish demons, and after exchanging hands several times, it found itself in the hands of perfected Scenic Yang, whose Scenic Mountain sect was a Taoist sacred land of that time. Back then, perfected Scenic Yang was the leader of the Taoist movement, and there had been some conflict between the Yu chapter and the Scenic Mountain sect. Perfected Scenic Yang even angrily placed White Dew in his own Scenic Yang cave abode, causing the Yu chapter's white and azure-colored swords to be separated for thousands of years.
"Brother Fong, go make your preparations. Come to me again on 11th of June, said Deacon Yuan.
"All right. I'll make my preparations on my side."
The middle-aged man got up immediately. "I'll bid you farewell. Jinger, send your uncle Master Fan off," instructed Deacon Yuan.
The attendant disciple outside the cave warmly led the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man was feeling an upheaval of emotions.
He was secretly excited.
That is a cave abode of an essence soul immortal. Furthermore, he was the leader of the Taoist movement of that era. The Yu chapter might be powerful, but it is only a sword immortal sect. No true essence soul immortal has ever been produced. In terms of heritage, it's far weaker than the scenic mountain sect.
However, Qin Yuan's flying sword arts are indeed impressive.
By entering with him, it will be an unprecedented opportunity for me, even if I was allocated 20% of the treasures. I have to make sufficient preparations and be careful of Qin Yuan going back on his word. The middle-aged man secretly made his plans. Fang Yu was at the Kane True Core realm, and he was also an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador.
However, his array formation arts were extremely brilliant. He could instantly set up an array formation that even a Kane Golden Core realm expert would not be able to break free in a short amount of time. He dared to call himself the best in array formation arts in the Yu Prefecture. This was the reason why Qin Yuan had invited him.
And at that moment, inside White Ape Cave, Scenic Yang Cave abode, Qin Yuan thought to himself. All these years, the 6 tokens have never been gathered. However, the allure Scenic Yang Cave abode has is too great. There were cultivators that were close to their deaths who would forcefully probe it.
However, none of them walked out alive after barging in.
In addition, the treasures on them end up being lost inside Scenic Yang Cave abode. Those without a token could forcefully enter, but none of them managed to come out again. Although the Yu chapter had always wished to obtain the flying sword, White do the most. They did not take the risk. Only cultivators that were close to their end would take such risks. My Yu chapter has been investigating Elder Sword. According to the records he left his juniors, he eventually went to Scenic Yang Cave abode.
Qin Yuan thought to himself.
Elder Sword is a senior expert that managed to gain insights into the Sword Dao. He had been hard at work to create a cultivation formulation that would allow sword immortals to enter the essence soul immortal realm. Although he had left behind many treasures to his descendants, his entry into the Scenic Yang Cave abode means he must have brought his intrinsic flying sword along with him, even if the other treasures are ignored.
As for that numinous treasures and transcendent grade Dharma treasure, there is no need to vie for them.
But White Do and the belongings of Elder Sword must be obtained.
Qin Yuan's ambitions weren't that high.
He also knew that even if could get his hands on the numinous treasure, the Yu chapter had no means to hold on to it.
Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance. Qin Manor's entrance. Sister Yuqing, you don't have to send us off. Sister Yuqing, we'll come find you again in 2 days. 2 women dressed in dignified and elegant clothes bade Li Yuqing farewell. Li Yuqing also bade them farewell with a smile.
After being on the run for so long, she was also very happy to chat with her best friends from her childhood.
Sister Daiqing, join me on my carriage. At least I'll have a companion on the road.
2 noble women immediately boarded a carriage and soon, their servants and guards led the carriage away.
Li Yuqing watched it go far away before turning around to leave. In the carriage, the 2 young beautiful noble women began whispering in gossip.
Sister Yuqing spent her time with swords in her youth, but she still didn't marry someone better than us.
One of the noble women chuckled softly and said, she married a sickly invalid and was bullied by the Guihai family.
If not for second young Master Qin helping her, who knows what state she would be in now. In the past, she acted rather haughty in front of us.
Now,
the other noblewoman said as she laughed while covering her mouth.
Of course. There are benefits to spending her time with swords. Don't you see?
Look at how skilled she is at clinging to second young Master Qin.
She actually caught second young Master Qin's eye? Don't say that.
Now that she's staying in Qin Manor, who knows when she might become a concubine of second young Master Qin.
The Qin Manor will want her with that baggage of hers. I refuse to believe it. Second young Master Qin is one of those immortals.
He doesn't care for mortals' rules. Besides, they had a friendship in their youth, so it's hard to tell.
Very hard to tell. Indeed, it's really hard to tell. The 2 young noble women gossiped.
They couldn't be bothered to show such enthusiasm if not for Qin Manor. Prefecture, Divine Firmament Chapter.
Lightning Pool.
The lightning pool was within a mountain which directed lightning from the world into the lightning pool.
Boom! The mountain entrance opened loudly. 5 cultivators of all ages and genders walked out.
Other than one of them being responsible for protecting the other 4 disciples, the other 4 were rather young disciples of the Divine Firmament chapter.
None of them reached 100 years in age.
Xiao and Shui Yong were among them. It was the first time Xiao was qualified to enter the lightning pool. She had no chance of doing so in other years.
Those that could enter the lightning pool were the absolute elites of the Divine Firmament chapter.
They were genius disciples that the Divine Firmament chapter was certain would have a chance of entering the Khanate Golden Core realm. Among the 4, Yelda's senior brother Shui Yong and the Divine Firmament Zhang family's Zhang Wuling were at the Khanate True Core realm. They had also grasped the charm of the heavenly Tao.
Junior sister Xiao, congratulations.
Junior sister Xiao, I'm truly envious of you grasping the heavenly Tao's charms at such a young age. Among a bunch of Divine Firmament chapter disciples that were waiting outside the lightning pool, many of them were congratulating Xiao. Even Xiao's elders were smiling at her. Although there was a tiny mishap which caused the divine lightning to surge through your body, you managed to emerge safely. Not only did you absorb the divine lightning, you even gained insight into lightning intent.
A Taoist-robed woman smiled at Xiao. Master, I was lucky too.
I had risked it all when the divine lightning struck me. I forcefully directed it into my organs, said Xiao.
Thankfully, I absorbed it successfully. It's because you have a robust foundation, said the Taoist-robed woman. All right, go back and have a rest.
It must have been tiring on you for the past 3 months.
All right. Xiao nodded.
Xiao quickly returned to her residence, but before she sat down to rest, she sensed a fluctuation coming from her communication treasure.
Oh?
Xiao flipped her hand and took out a Divine Firmament token.
Buzz. A middle-aged man's projection appeared in midair.
Patriarch. When Xiao saw this, she immediately bowed.
The middle-aged man was the Yi family's patriarch. He was a famous and terrifying powerhouse in the world.
Xiao, said Patriarch Yi with a smile.
I learned that you had grasped lightning intent while cultivating in the lightning pool?
Yes.
Xiao nodded. All right. Your divine lightning of Khanate breath should have reached perfection, right? Asked Patriarch Yi.
It has reached perfection, replied Xiao respectfully.
I'll get someone to teach you the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma. Patriarch Yi nodded. Then, I'll bestow you with a 4th grade Divine Firmament Talisman Amulet.
Patriarch Yi and the Divine Firmament chapter had close relations.
It could be considered as them sharing the same roots. Typically, the cultivation of Yi family children would be done in the Divine Firmament chapter.
Patriarch Yi's arrangement of someone to teach her the Divine Firmament Lightning Dharma was naturally genuine.
Divine Firmament Talisman Amulet?
Xiao was astonished. A 4th grade Divine Firmament Talisman Amulet was not inferior in value to a 3rd grade Dharma treasure.
Yes. Cultivate well and be prepared.
A month later, I'll arrange for you and your second uncle to do a very important task, Patriarch Yi said with a smile.
It can also be considered as a tiny challenge for you.
After learning that Xiao had grasped lightning intent, Patriarch Yi clearly began to nurture her as best as he could.
Important task? Xiao was perplexed. Scenic Young Cave Abode will be opened in a month's time. My Yi family will arrange for 2 people to enter.
You can enter with your second uncle, said Patriarch Yi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Touching Pitch. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Xiao was somewhat astounded. Patriarch, I can enter the scenic Young Cave Abode as well? I'm afraid I It's just a little challenge for you. Whatever treasures you obtain will be up to fate. Patriarchy instructed with a faint smile. Yes. Xiao immediately accepted the order. This is some of the information regarding Qin Yun cave abode. The divine firmament token in Xiao's hand suffused dense lines of text before the communication was severed. Xiao looked down and read the text and felt somewhat hesitant. We'll be entering on June 12th? And this month, my seniors still need to teach me the divine firmament lightning dharma, and I'll have to gradually cultivate my lightning dharma. I might not have the time to go to grand dominance. Following that, she had a thought. Wang. A phantom projection floated in midair. It was Qin Yun's figure. Xiao. Qin Yun looked delighted. You are out of your seclusion? Yes. Xiao nodded slightly as she gave a faint smile. On the other side. In Qin Manor's compound, Qin Yun was looking at Xiao's figure that appeared beside the inspect heavenly token. He felt his heart turn warm from seeing her smile. How was the seclusion in the lightning pool? Asked Qin Yun. There was really some minor trouble. Xiao could not help but say, the lightning pool triggers lightning from the heaven and earth after all. The heaven and earth lightning are at times powerful and at times weak. It's impossible to control the intensity like how cultivators do it. While I was cultivating, there was a boom from spring lightning. It was extremely terrifying in might, a rare sight that is seen once in many years. Furthermore, the spring lightning happened to be in the vicinity of the lightning pool. It was pulled in and there were 4 juniors cultivating inside. I was the weakest and was unable to insulate myself from the divine lightning's effects, causing the divine lightning to surge through my body. Qin Yun's heart tightened. Despite knowing that Xiao was completely fine, he still felt worried when he heard her recount. Thankfully, the lightning pool itself has many array formations directing it. Even if I failed to resist it, I would at most be heavily injured and have my foundations damaged. I wouldn't have lost my life, said Xiao with a smile. I refused to back down, and since the divine lightning was in me, I decided to risk it and lead the divine lightning into my 5 organs, hoping to absorb it. It was indeed a perilous situation. I also personally experienced the horror of the heaven and earth lightning. But it also gave me inspiration towards lightning intent. I also successfully absorbed the divine lightning, and now, my divine lightning of Khanate breath is perfected. The sect will soon teach me the divine firmament lightning dharma. After he heard that, Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief and beamed. It was truly a silver lining. You are already cultivating the divine firmament lightning dharma. That is the best lightning dharma in the world. In terms of her cultivation, Xiao's path was a lot wider. The divine firmament lightning dharma was considered the best lightning dharma. The cultivation path was clear, and with that, she could eventually condense her essence soul and become an immortal, having everlasting youth. As for the sword immortal lineage, they were capable of destroying all dharma with a single sword. It might seem powerful, but they would peak at the Khanate Golden Core realm. There is something I have to tell you, whispered Xiao. I won't be able to go to grand dominance in the near future. Why? Qin Yun was puzzled. Is there something? They had previously agreed to reunite in grand dominance after she came out of seclusion. In the short term, I'll have to cultivate the divine firmament lightning dharma. Furthermore, I'll be going to the Qin Yun cave abode a month later, whispered Xiao. It's an order from my family's patriarch. I cannot disobey the order. Qin Yun cave abode? Qin Yun was astonished as he blinked his eyes. What's that look of yours? Xiao could not help but ask. You aren't worried about me or puzzled. Instead, you look silly. I was about to tell you something too. Qin Yun could not help but laugh. A month later, Hong Lingtong and I will be entering Qin Yun cave abode. Ah, Xiao was also a little dumbfounded. This is what happened. Qin Yun explained in detail.
There was also no need to conceal the matter from her.
After chatting for a while,
I never imagined such a coincidence.
Xiao smiled.
I heard that the 6 tokens belong to different parties, and 3 of them belong to 1,000-year-old family clans, said Qin Yun.
Thankfully it's the Yi family and not the Zhengli family. If not, there will be some trouble.
Xiao smiled and said immediately, you have to be careful. From what I've heard, out of the 6 parties, your side is the weakest.
What do you mean weak?
In actual fact, I can match a Khanate Golden Core realm, said Qin Yun.
At least on the surface, your side appears the weakest, Xiao said with a smile.
Following that, she warned him.
You still have to be careful.
It has to be kept a secret before entering the scenic Yan cave abode. Even if you obtain any treasures inside, make sure no one notices it and that you do not make it public. According to what I know, there are many treasures in there that essence soul immortals covet greatly.
Not only is it us humans.
Fiendish demons might not be able to enter, but after we are out, there is a chance for them to rob us.
Yeah. Qin Yun nodded.
He was very happy that Xiao showed him concern.
Then, cultivate well.
Increase your strength more so that it will be safer when you enter the scenic Yan cave abode.
Great.
By the way, tell me what you have been doing for the past few months while I wasn't in Grand Dominance.
Me? Alright, I'll tell you one by one.
Qin Yun and Xiao looked at each other's projections as they chatted through their communication treasures. Southbright County, the Guihai family's only Khanate realm cultivator, Guihai Jing, had returned from the South Sea. He was sitting in a hall seat of honor with a gloomy expression. All of the other elders of the Guihai family were standing and none dared to make a sound.
Fools. A bunch of fools. Guihai Jing scanned the elders in front of him.
The elders' expressions changed slightly.
Third brother, one of the elders could not help but mutter. Shut up. Guihai Jing bellowed.
I gave all of you face in the past, but you have disappointed me just too much.
The elders immediately shut their mouths as they could sense Guihai Jing's fury. I have been dedicating myself to cultivating in the South Sea. The entire Guihai family was left to all of you to manage. How did you manage it? All you did was cause such a huge problem for me.
Also, the officials sent a letter to our Guihai family.
And you know it involves Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun, yet you did not try your very best to find me quickly? It dragged all the way till today? Guihai Jing was infuriated.
Third brother, we searched for you. You were in the South Sea, so it took us some time to find you, said an elder.
Fools. All of you are truly fools.
I was cultivating arduously in the South Sea, so if you can't find me, just go straight to my fellow disciples or find my master.
Let them send a message to me. Wouldn't that have worked? Guihai Jing was incensed.
I only learned of it 11 days after the letter from the officials reached us.
And that Guihai Chang, there are so many women in this world, but he actually targeted his sister-in-law? Ah. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to our Guihai family if it spreads out?
A fat old man said, Third brother, Chenger is one of the few children of our Guihai family that has managed to knock open the gate of immortality.
Besides, that Li Yuqing is only a woman. We thought nothing of it. Thought nothing of it. But she's a good friend of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun. Guihai Jing was flaring with anger. Do you know that the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain died under his hand?
Not a single one of them escaped.
A puny person like me will not even be able to survive one strike from Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin Yun.
Thankfully, he is not a merciless person. If we were to truly meet the people that show no mercy, our Guihai family will be doomed.
Doomed, do you understand? None of the Guihai family elders dared to make a sound.
Take that fool, Guihai Chang, for example. There are only a handful of people who have knocked open the gate of immortality in our Guihai family, yet, he did not focus on his cultivation? Instead, he is promiscuous and even targeted his sister-in-law. How do you teach the juniors? It looks like it was also my fault for not handling these affairs. This time, I'll be ensuring that the family is run properly.
Guihai Jing was indeed hopping mad with anger. What about the Li family? Shouted Guihai Jing. We have invited the members of the Li family to our residence. They have been settled in and we have already made compensation. An elder answered immediately. All right, I'll meet them now. Guihai Jing stood up. On the day Guihai Jing returned to his family clan, he visited the Li family personally and sent many generous gifts. At noon, he brought the Li family along with him and departed South Bright County. As he had to bring a group of people while engaging in long-distance flight, his speed wasn't fast. It was only late at night before he arrived in Grand Dominance County. The next day at noon, he brought the Li family members with him to pay Qin Manor a visit. Mother! Brother! Li Yuqing rushed to the entrance of Qin Manor and saw her mother and brother. Immediately, she leaped into her mother's embrace and began crying. She had not been able to confide in the hardship she had gone through all this time. Her tears could not help but flow when she saw her family. Yuqing, Guihai Jing, who was standing by the side, said with a sigh, "It's all because of my lack of discipline. Actually, among the young generation of my Guihai family, Xiao was the most intelligent one. Unfortunately, he had a poor fate. He passed away early from his illness. Regardless, you are a daughter-in-law of my Guihai family. On this matter, the Guihai family has done you wrong. I will naturally answer to you and wish that you will not bear a grudge." Li Yuqing did not say a word. "My master has been waiting for you. Please." A cultivator, Qin Yun, came personally to escort them. Guihai Jing led his subordinates with a solemn expression. Soon. Qin Manor. A grand hall for welcoming guests. Qin Yun was sitting in the seat of honor. Beneath him knelt Guihai Chang and the azure-robed guard. They were both terrified. "Master, the Guihai family is here." Qin Yun led the people to the hall and immediately stood aside to await orders. Guihai Jing instantly saw a youth sitting in the hall. Following that, he walked straight in and sensed an invisible pressure bearing down on him. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles as he bowed immediately. "Greetings, Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin. I'm Guihai Jing, a disciple of the South Seas Illumination sect." "Third uncle, save me. Save me." Guihai Chang pleaded softly. However, Guihai Jing glared at Guihai Chang angrily. "Fellow Taoist Guihai," Qin Yun said casually. "If I had not passed by Vessel Altar County, my sis Yuqing and her daughter might have perished. Yes, the officials have sent me a letter and I already know the situation." Guihai Jing nodded. "It's all because I have been out cultivating and did not tend to the internal affairs of my family clan. It allowed the young ones of the family clan to act in such an unbridled manner." Guihai Jing walked toward Guihai Chang and said coldly, "Changer, I was happy for you when you knocked open the gate of immortality. However, I never imagined that you did not focus your mind on cultivation. Instead, you were a curse on women. You even extended your curse onto your own sister-in-law. It hasn't been long since Xiao passed away, so how can you be this ruthless? Fiendish thoughts have plagued your mind. The stronger you are, the more you will be a scourge. Forget it. I'll send you myself. Don't blame your third uncle, me, for being ruthless while in the netherworld." Guihai Chang widened his eyes. "Third uncle, you want to kill me?" Qin Yun simply watched by the side. "Touch pitch and you shall be defiled," Guihai Jing said. "You have touched too much pitch. Don't kill me. Third uncle, don't kill me." Guihai Chang pleaded. I'll change. I'll change. The wages of sin is death. Gue Haijing shook his head and smacked down with his palm. Invisible quintessential essence struck Gue Haicheng's forehead as his body quivered. Blood flowed out his nose before he slumped to the ground. As for you. Gue Haijing looked at the azure-robed guard who was seized with terror and anxiety. Even a son of the Gue Hai family was killed, so what would happen to him? You are Changer's guard. You have not done anything evil, but you did not advise Changer. You shall experience the pain of having your meridians sealed for 3 years. I'll unlock them 3 years later. Gue Haijing tapped in the air as a charmed rune flew out and entered the azure-robed guard's body. Instantly, his face turned red from pain, but he immediately kowtowed respectfully. Thank you for sparing me, Lord. Just experiencing 3 years of pain, without the maiming of his dantian, was enough to delight the azure-robed guard. However, there was no way he could escape from the 3 years of torment. Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin, I have been spending all my time cultivating in the South Sea. I did not know any of this. In the future, I will definitely make it up to the Li family and to Li Yuqing, said Gue Haijing. Qin Yun looked at Gue Haijing and nodded. In the cultivation world, your reputation isn't bad. What follows will depend on how your Gue Hai family treats Sis Yuqing, but... Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin, feel free to watch over the matter, Gue Haijing said with a smile. By the way, this is my first time meeting Inspector Heavenly Ambassador Qin. I prepared some simple gifts that I hope you would not look at with disdain. If there's nothing else, I'll bid you farewell, said Gue Haijing. I won't send you off, said Qin Yun. Gue Haijing bowed slightly as his subordinates standing beside him immediately carried Gue Haicheng's corpse and left with him. Qin Yun watched him leave. Master, are we letting Gue Haijing go just like that? Will he bear a grudge? By the side, Shu Yuan asked under his breath. I have done my investigations over the past few days. Gue Haijing's character is still alright. He focuses on cultivation and doesn't like to deal with mortal matters. Qin Yun nodded. This matter is settled. If Gue Haijing had a bad reputation and was a lowlife as well, Qin Yun would not have easily spared him. In a blink of an eye, it was 12th of June. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the grass as his flying sword circled around him in flight above his palm. Second Young Master Qin. Young Master Hong is here. Gue's voice was heard from outside. Only some of the older members of Qin Manor were accustomed to addressing Qin Yun as second young master. With a thought, Qin Yun sent the flying sword into his sleeve. The wooden door opened. Hong Lingtong, who was holding a wooden stave, looked extraordinary in bearing. He walked over with a smile and looked at Qin Yun. Brother Qin Yun, it's time we set off. Qin Yun nodded and got up. Right, it's time to set off. He had already made arrangements for the manor. Let's go. Onwards to Scenic Mountain Sect. Qin Yun led Hong Lingtong and with a whoosh, they transformed into a beam of light that tore through the air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142. Chapter 142, Gathering of the Six Parties. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. While Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong headed for Scenic Mountain Sect, the other 5 parties that possessed tokens were on the way as well. Some of them had already arrived in Scenic Mountain Sect. On a cloud stood a stocky young man and a youth. The youth, whose waist hung a saber, was smiling. Eighth brother, I do not know anything about array formations. Seeing you eat and sleep before waking up to eat and then sleep every day, are you really that confident to handle the array formations set up by immortal Scenic Yan? I have no idea what patriarch is thinking to get me to go with you. The stocky man grumbled. I think I would be more at ease if second grandpa was the one bringing me there. Don't you worry. Second grandpa is inferior to me when it comes to array formations. Just listen to me and nothing will go wrong.
The youth sat cross-legged on a cloud. He took out packaged desserts from the cosmic bag by his waist and began eating them. Besides, eldest brother, your primordial chaos true body has cultivated to the 6th level. Your body resembles a Dharma treasure, so why should you be afraid of danger? It's better to be safe than sorry, grumbled the stocky young man immediately. The youth shot a glance at his eldest brother. Among the 3 Taoist sacred lands, the primordial chaos sect followed the physical establishing sage lineage. The eldest brother cultivated in the cornerstone Dharma formulation of the primordial chaos sect, primordial chaos true body. He had also cultivated to the 6th level. It could be said that in the entire world, be it the imperial government's godfiend lineage, the 9 lineage fiendish demons' fiendish body cultivation formulations, or the 4 seas dragon race's cultivation formulation, his eldest brother definitely stood atop everyone at the Kane true core realm when it came to the strength of his physique. It's just that you are too gutless, grumbled the youth. Eldest brother, on our expedition to Scenic Mountain Sect, there will be the royal family and other large family clans.
Don't you disgrace our Zhu family. I'll follow your every instruction, said the stocky young man.
Okay. The youth nodded. The Yuan Prefecture's Zhu family was also a 1,000-year-old family clan. It was one of the handfuls of large family clans. It was in no way weaker than the Kunlun Prefecture's Yi family or the Kong Prefecture's Zhenli family. It was even possible that they were stronger. The reason was that the Yuan Prefecture's Zhu family was a lineage of the primordial chaos sect, one of the 3 Taoist sacred lands.
Just like how the Yi family and the Divine Firmament chapter shared the same roots, the Yuan Prefecture's Zhu family children would typically enter the primordial chaos sect.
Furthermore, the Zhu family children lived up to their expectations.
Many of the primordial chaos sect's astoundingly mighty figures were from the Zhu family.
It could be said that about 30% of the disciples of primordial chaos sect came from the Xiao family. It had to be known that the physical establishing sage dermic formulation was the strongest in the cultivation of one's physique. It was more powerful than the godfiend or fiend celestial lineages.
The disciples from the Zhu family were also famous for their invulnerability.
Elsewhere,
2 women were traveling on a cloud.
They were extremely beautiful, but one of them leaned towards coldness while the other was a lot warmer.
Sister, I wonder who the other 5 parties are.
A red-dressed woman said with a smile. This time, our Bai family has to think of means to obtain the numinous treasure, Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet. Such a numinous treasure would only be wasted if placed in the hands of the present Scenic Mountain sect.
Yeah. A white-dressed woman had a cold expression, but she said with a nod, back then, perfected Scenic Yang was truly impressive, but now, the Scenic Mountain sect is way weaker than in the past. They would not be able to utilize most of its strength even if the Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet was given to them. In this world, the one who can control the Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet the best should be our 3rd patriarch. With you and me joining forces and the treasures bestowed upon us by Patriarch, there is a chance for us to obtain the Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet. Filled with fighting spirit, the red-dressed woman nodded. The Bai family was the most ancient family clan in the world.
Legend spoke of a time when the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure first preached the Tao on a nameless mountain. He handed down the Tao tradition, allowing Taoism to spread in this world.
That nameless mountain then became Numinous Treasure Mountain.
And the Bai family's patriarch was one of those who had attended the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's teachings of the Tao. And despite a long time in between, the Bai family has been able to continue its lineage. It was the #1 family in Numinous Treasure Mountain, the origins of Taoism.
Grand Dominance County was rather close to Vessel Altar County.
Furthermore, Qin Yun's usage of sword kinesis flight was a lot faster at present. In less than an hour, they arrived at the foot of Scenic Mountain Sect.
Fellow Daoist Qin, Daoist Yin flew over to welcome him warmly. This must be fellow Daoist Hong Lingtong.
To enter the Khanate realm at such a young age, you truly make an old Taoist like me envious. People like us who have one foot in the coffin have one fewer day with each passing day.
Isn't the scenic Yan cave abode opening? When the time comes, many manuals will be taken out.
Fellow Taoist Yen, perhaps, you will have your strength improved, allowing you to enter the Khanate Golden Core realm, said Qin Yun with a smile.
That way, you will have another 200 years of lifespan. Taoist Yen laughed till his mouth slanted. Ha, I'll count on your blessings. Let's go. I'll bring you in.
Among the 6 parties, 3 have already arrived.
Okay. Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong were led into Scenic Mountain Sect. Scenic Mountain Sect was on high alert that day with numerous array formations activated. Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong did not dare move around recklessly. With Taoist Yen guiding the way, they soon came to an elegant garden. There were a few cultivators chatting idly in it. Oh! Qin Yun noticed an elder at a glance. Similarly, the elder was looking at him too. This is the Yu chapter's incumbent Qin Yuan. When Taoist Yen saw the situation, he immediately did the introductions. Qin Yuan, this is Jiang Prefecture's Grand Dominance's Qin Yun. Although I'm from the Yu Prefecture, I have heard of Qin Yun's name. Despite being an itinerant cultivator without any sect, he managed to knock open the gate of immortality, and at such a young age, killed the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain. Impressive.
Qin Yuan said with a smile. A middle-aged man beside him cupped his hands slightly.
Greetings fellow Taoist Qin, I'm Feng Yu.
When Qin Yun saw this, he immediately said, Greetings Qin Yuan and greetings fellow Taoist Feng.
I'm Qin Yun. Hong Lingtong also went forward to bow. Both parties had a simple chat.
Qin Yuan and Qin Yun struck up a conversation pretty easily as both of them were sword immortals.
On this trip to Scenic Yan Cave Abode, it appears you and I are the only sword immortals, Qin Yuan said with a smile. When the time comes, we can join forces. After all, the array formations set up by immortal Scenic Yang are extremely impressive. Even if everyone works together, it will probably be fraught with difficulties. If we were to engage in internal strife, things would become even more dangerous.
When the time comes, Qin Yuan will be the one guiding juniors like us, said Qin Yun humbly. He could tell at a glance that there was more than one person at the Khanate Golden Core realm present.
As such, he naturally kept a low profile. I'm a junior, I'm only an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador.
By letting the other 5 parties lower their guard against him, it was possible that he might obtain even more treasures.
After some chatting, Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong went to a corner to wait. The Bai family is here.
That is Numinous Treasure Mountain's #1 family clan, the world's oldest family clan. It has also sent a Khanate Golden Core cultivator.
Hong Lingtong recognized the duo and said with a voice transmission, a family clan has sent a Khanate Golden Core to risk a trip into an immortal's cave abode. The Bai family truly has deep roots. People like Qin Yuan are also at the Khanate Golden Core realm. Primordial Chaos Sect Shu family have sent 2 at the Khanate True Core realm. However, ignoring the Primordial Chaos Sect's 8th Shu's ability to forecast the past and future, just his skill in array formations is probably no less inferior to mine. Hong Lingtong made a judgment with a voice transmission. The royal family is here too. It is without a doubt the #1 family clan in the world at present. I do not know that old man, but from the looks of it, he has the strongest aura among the people here. He should be at the Khanate Golden Core realm. The person beside him is 16th Prince, who Human Emperor favors a lot. Qin Yun took a glance. 16th Prince was a thin and cold young man. He also looked at Qin Yun and his eyes remained cold and heartless. I heard that he is also pursuing Xiao, thought Qin Yun. The Yi family is here as well. Hong Lingtong looked at the distant entrance. The Yi family did not send anyone at the Khanate Golden Core. Indeed, it appears that the Yi family only has one Khanate Golden Core realm cultivator at present. They are unwilling to take the risk. Well, among the 6 parties, you chapters Qin Yun, the royal family, and the Bai family have sent people at the Khanate Golden Core realm. The Yi and Zhu family, as well as us, do not have anyone at the Khanate Golden Core. The situation is still alright. We aren't considered too weak, said Hong Lingtong with a voice transmission. However, Qin Yun's gaze had landed on a figure walking in through the entrance. The figure was none other than Yi Xiao. Miss Yi Xiao! 16th Prince shouted loudly as his expression was filled with passion. Yi Xiao looked at 16th Prince and nodded. Following that, Yi Xiao walked towards Qin Yun, and he walked over to her. After being separated for 4 months, the both of them missed each other. Qin Yun. Yi Xiao. The couple stood together as they looked into each other's eyes in an obviously intimate manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, known by everyone in the world. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. 16th Prince's expression froze as he glared at Qin Yun and Yi Xiao, who were chatting a distance away. I never expected an itinerant cultivator to successfully seduce Yi Xiao. That Yi Xiao truly has low standards. To think I thought so highly of her in the past, 16th Prince thought hatefully. However, he could not curb the pangs of jealousy in his heart. After all, Yi Xiao was the most beautiful and dignified woman he had ever seen. She was also the one that stirred his heart the most. How dare an itinerant cultivator snatch her from me? He truly has a death wish. The elder standing beside him was brawny and bald. Although he was covered in long robes, they could not hide the fact that his body was the most powerful and grandiose of the people present. His neck and wrists were exposed, and the skin there suffused a golden glow. He was also the person with the strongest aura among the people present. When he scanned his surroundings, his eyes were cold. Be it the Yi family or the Zhu family, or even the Bai family from numinous Treasure Mountain, the elder only looked at them coldly. He couldn't even be bothered to force a smile. But when he saw 16th Prince warmly greet Yi Xiao, the young lady from the Yi family, only for her to go off to a corner with Qin Yun, he understood what was going on. He especially knew thanks to the ugly expression on 16th Prince's face. Hong Yi. The bald elder sent a voice transmission to the 16th Prince standing beside him. Do not let trivial things like the affairs of the heart affect what is important. Elder Lai, don't worry. Father Emperor picked me especially for the mission of coming here with you. I will naturally do my best to help Elder Lai get his hands on the numinous treasure, Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet, said 16th Prince with a voice transmission. The bald elder nodded slightly and said with a voice transmission, we'll have to fight for the numinous treasure, Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet. Similarly, the transcendent grade Dharma treasure, Golden Core Cauldron, must be obtained as well. Long ago, perfected Scenic Yang created the Golden Core Outer Pill 3 volumes. 2 of the volumes are currently in the Imperial Palace's treasury. But to this day, no one has been able to refine a Golden Core Outer Pill. Perfected Scenic Yang was the only person in history to refine it. His Majesty has said that in order to refine the Golden Core Outer Pill, one would probably need to use perfected Scenic Yang's alchemical cauldron Golden Core Cauldron to stand a chance. Elder Lai, I understand. I'll follow your every instruction, said 16th Prince with a voice transmission immediately. All right. His Majesty thinks highly of you. It is a rare opportunity to challenge yourself. Grasp this opportunity well. As for that young lady, Yi Xiao, is she the one you like? The bald elder said laughingly with a voice transmission, if there's a suitable chance, we can just silently cause Qin Yun to die. 16th Prince's eyes lit up as he said with a voice transmission, all right. We should place importance on the more serious matters. If we do act against Qin Yun, however, Yi Xiao must not see it.
It would be problematic if Xiao were to bear a grudge.
Do you need to teach me something so trivial? A smile suffused the bald elder's lips.
Yes, 16th Prince said immediately. As for Qin Yun and Xiao, they were chatting in a corner of the yard.
Hong Lingtong knew better than to disturb them.
Qin Yun, among the 6 parties here, 3 of them have experts at the Khanate Golden Core realm, Xiao explained with a voice transmission. They are Yu Chapter's Qin Yuan, the Bai family's fairy Junyue, as well as the strongest person present, the royal family expert, Ji Lai.
Qin Yun was alarmed as he asked with a voice transmission, Ji Lai? He's the strongest?
Yeah. Xiao immediately passed the information to her lover. The way she saw it, Qin Yun's side was lacking in heritage. They also did not have many powerful treasures, which worried Xiao.
Ji Lai is like you.
He has reached the level of intent domain. But he is at the Khanate Golden Core realm. Furthermore, with the royal family being what it is, they will definitely bestow him with powerful treasures.
Qin Yun was secretly alarmed.
Among the 6 parties, Ji Lai is undoubtedly the top when it comes to raw strength. He alone can match the collective efforts of the rest, said Xiao with a voice transmission.
The second person is Fairy Junyue.
She is from numinous treasure mountains by family. Since the Bai family is taking action, she must be carrying powerful treasures with her. With those treasures, she is probably the only one capable of matching Ji Lai in a battle. Although Qin Yuan is a Khanate Golden Core Sword Immortal, he is only ranked 3rd. Qin Yun, your strength should be close to Qin Yuan's, but in terms of Dharma treasures, you are lacking, said Xiao. My intrinsic flying sword has reached the 4th grade now. Qin Yun could not help but comment with a voice transmission.
Don't you think too lowly of me?
Qin Yuan is a Khanate Golden Core Sword Immortal that has cultivated for centuries. His intrinsic flying sword has also been nurtured to the 4th grade, explained Xiao.
However, it's only still there because he lacks insight.
Furthermore, as Yu Chapter's Qin Yuan, the chances of him bringing a 1st grade Dharma treasure into scenic Yang Cave abode is very unlikely.
However, he will bring 2 or 3 2nd grade Dharma treasures and some life preservation treasures. That is certain. As for you?
All you have is a 4th grade intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun was rendered speechless as he grumbled through a voice transmission.
Alright, I get it. I'm only an itinerant cultivator, after all. Qin Yuan's background was considered the weakest.
But he was also one of the only 2 Khanate Golden Cores in Yu Chapter's present generation. The Yu Chapter was unwilling to risk a 1st grade Dharma treasure, but for it to have survived since ancient times, the Yu Chapter's heritage was strong enough to compensate. It was also normal for the Yu Chapter to let Qin Yuan bring 2 or 3 2nd grade Dharma treasures and other life preservation items with him. In bouts between cultivators, external objects were as important as combat skills. There was no need to elaborate on the Bai family or the Ji family from the imperial lineage. They were the 2 strongest family clans in the world. They no doubt had their eyes on the numinous treasure and transcendent grade Dharma treasures within the cave. Even the Yi family and the Zhu family, both 1,000-year-old family clans, had only sent people at the Khanate True Core realm. Qin Yun, you also have your advantages.
You are close to Qin Yuan and Fairy Junyue in terms of strength.
However, you are lacking in Dharma treasures and have fewer resources at your disposal, said Xiao with a voice transmission. As such, they probably do not think of you as a true opponent.
That too is a great advantage.
Yes. Qin Yun was elated that Xiao was so considerate of his feelings.
Everyone. Suddenly, a few Taoists walked over. The person speaking was a fat Taoist.
Sect Master Gong.
Greetings, Sect Master Gong.
The royal family, the Bai family, and everyone present, including Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong, bowed hurriedly.
The fat Taoist was Jiang Prefecture's strongest expert.
Among the Jiang Prefecture's 6 Khanate Golden Core realm experts, only Sect Master Gong had reached the level of intent domain.
Of course, that strength was on the surface.
According to what Qin Yun knew, Scenic Mountains sect was once a Taoist sacred land.
Even though it had declined, it still had an essence soul immortal presiding over it in secret. However, having only one essence soul immortal and 2 Khanate golden cores was basically like having little cats and dogs that had made them far from being a Taoist sacred land. One had to know that if the Buddhist and Taoist sacred lands joined forces, they would be even stronger than the imperial government. Since everyone is here, Sect Master Gong said with a smile, we shall not delay any further. Now, let us set off for Scenic Yun Cave Abode. All right. We will follow your instructions, Sect Master Gong.
Soon, Sect Master Gong led the group on a cloud away from Scenic Mountains sect and headed for the Scenic Yun Cave Abode. The 6 parties that are entering Scenic Yun Cave Abode are Numinous Treasure Mountains by families by Junyue and by Junyu, the Yi families Yifenggu and Xiao. The imperial government immediately received the information. It was not only limited to the imperial government. The Primordial Chaos sect, Divine Firmament chapter, Numinous Treasure Mountain, as well as the large family clans that participated all received the information.
Once so many people learned of the news, it was no longer a secret. The Scenic Yun Cave Abode has been opened? The Scenic Mountains sect and experts from 6 parties are entering together?
Similarly, Myriad Temple received detailed news of the matter.
This information is rather valuable and can be sold for a good price. The demons and the 4 Seas water race will probably be very interested in it. Cloud Fiend Mountain.
As a home of the 9 lineage fiendish demons, legend described it as a fiend mountain that floated above the clouds. In fact, Cloud Fiend Mountain was situated above the clouds that hung over Qian Prefecture.
Array formations were activated perennially that spewed black mists around it. Even if typical cultivators and demons were to fly around its vicinity, they would not be able to find Cloud Fiend Mountain. And at that moment, 2 fiend celestials met in Cloud Fiend Mountain. One was a plump white-robed elder and the other was a handsome man holding a fan.
This is news from Myriad Temple.
Take a look.
The fat elder smiled as he waved his hand. Text began appearing in midair beside him. The handsome man read the floating words as he gently swayed his fan.
With a look of surprise, he exclaimed, Scenic Yun Cave Abode has been opened? I've heard that perfected Scenic Yang was extremely powerful. Mountain Lord, you nearly died under his hands back then, correct?
Yeah.
The fat elder nodded with a smile.
Back then, I had just established the Cloud Fiend Mountain lineage. I was highly spirited and challenged that old fool, Scenic Yang, to a battle above the East Sea. I was defeated in that battle. However, he was too hard-headed and was tarnished by too much karma. He eventually died from the tribulations. Let that be a lesson that one should not mess around too much once one becomes a god or immortal. His cave abode is opening, and it is located in the Zheng Prefecture. Back when the 9 lineage fiendish demons handed out territories, the Zheng and Qian prefectures were placed under my Cloud Fiend Mountain's jurisdiction. If my Cloud Fiend Mountain were to ignore the treasures stored in Zheng Prefecture's Scenic Yun Cave Abode, wouldn't we be the ridicule of the world? Of course, we need to vie for them. The handsome man snapped his fan and immediately said, however, we can't enter the immortal abode. Perfected Scenic Yang set up array formations that spell certain doom for fiendish demons if they enter. The most opportune time to attack will be when they bring the treasures out from the immortal abode. Then, I'll leave this matter to you, said the fat old man. All right. The handsome man smiled as he looked at the text in midair and pointed at a paragraph. He said with a smile, look. Among the 6 who entered, 5 of them are as expected. They all have a substantial background, but this party is made up of itinerant cultivators? Qin Yun? Hong Lingtong? The entire world, humans, demons, 4 Seas water race, and the top factions rapidly learned about the Scenic Yun Cave Abode's opening. They also learned the backgrounds of the experts from the 6 parties. As such, information about Qin Yun and Hong Lingtong appeared in front of various powerful entities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 144. Chapter 144, Immortal Abode opens. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan.
The cultivators from the 7 parties, including those from the Scenic Mountains sect, flew on a cloud as they headed for Scenic Yun Cave Abode.
In just an hour, a huge lake appeared beneath them. In the middle of the lake was an island with clouds lingering above it. We are here at Scenic Yun Cave Abode, Sect Master Gong and Palatial Lord Essenscharm took in the sight beneath them with no attempt to hide their excitement. It's been 3,000 years. We have been useless descendants. We only now managed to gather all 6 tokens, Palatial Lord Essenscharm could not help but mumble. Furthermore, all treasures other than the manuals are to be given to outsiders before we can even have a chance at obtaining the manuals. As descendants, we are truly useless. Useless. He said this all verbally, but he insulated his voice from others. Sect Master Gong had mixed feelings as well. We are here. Scenic Yun Cave Abode. The royal family's Ji Lion 16th prince, as well as the Bai families by Junyue and her sister, were all looking on with anticipation as their eyes shimmered. I care not about numinous treasures or transcendent grade Dharma treasures. But the flying sword, White Dew, as well as any items left behind by Elder Sword must be obtained, Deacon Yuan thought to himself. 8th brother. We are here to challenge ourselves. Whatever treasures we vie for will be decided by you. The stocky young man and the youth from the primordial chaos sex Zhu family were communicating by voice transmissions. Yifengdu and Xiao similarly only had thoughts of challenging themselves. Whatever treasures they obtained would be purely determined by luck. Despite the Zhu family and the Yi family being 1,000-year-old family clans, the Shu family only had 2 Khanate golden cores in the current generation while the Yi family had 1. They did not wish to risk the lives of their Khanate golden cores. Although the chances of death were likely very low in the expedition to Scenic Yun Cave Abode, with perfected Scenic Yun unlikely to be overly ruthless to humans, it would still be very difficult. No one knew how ruthless perfected Scenic Yang might have been when setting up the Guardian Array formations during his final days. Only the royal family and the Bai family could easily send a Khanate golden core. The Yu chapter's Deacon Yuan was also advanced in his years, so he was risking it all on this one bet with the hopes of returning White Dew to the Yu chapter. That way, the Yu chapter would have an additional cornerstone Dharma treasure. Once we enter the cave abode, everything will depend on our own skills and methods, Hong Lingtong said with a voice transmission that was filled with fighting spirit. A low profile. Keep a low profile, said Qin Yun with a chuckling voice transmission. Our side appears to be the least striking at first glance. Phew. The cloud descended onto the periphery of the island. Sect Master. There were Scenic Mountain sect disciples already on the island that came to greet the group. All right. Sect Master Gong nodded. Following that, he smiled at Qin Yun and company. Everyone, please follow me. They proceeded on a tiny path made of granite. Soon, a rugged mountain door about 100 feet tall towered in front of them. On the door was written 2 massive words, Rosy Dawn. However, outside the door was a gigantic 8 trigram that slowly spun as it sealed the door. Sitting cross-legged beside the door were 8 Taoists. At that moment, the 8 Taoists saw Sect Master Gong and company walking over from afar. They stood up and bowed, "Greetings, Sect Master. Guardians of Scenic Yun Cave Abode, it has been tough on you. From this day forth, there will be no more need for you to guard it," Sect Master Gong said with a smile. The 8 Taoists nodded slightly. However, they did not have the kindest expressions when they looked at the cultivating experts from the 6 different factions behind Sect Master Gong. They also knew the expedition into the abode would only end up with the Scenic Mountain sect taking away the manuals. The treasures would all be taken by the 6 parties. These were treasures left behind by their ancestral master, Scenic Yang. However, there was no other way about it. They could only blame themselves for being weak. Deactivate the array formation, instructed Sect Master Gong. Yes. The 8 Taoists immediately took action, and soon, the 8 trigram seal that sealed the entire door began to dissipate. The Rosy Dawn door revealed its full nature. It was extremely unadorned and very simplistic. However, upon careful inspection, one could sense great horror. The 8 trigram seal from before might appear ostentatious, but in fact, it could only ward off people that were beneath the essence soul realm. And although the mountain door was ordinary, it contained a power that would strike terror into the hearts of immortals and fiend celestials. Scenic Yang Cave Abode was ancestor Scenic Yang's other cultivation residence, Sect Master Gong explained with a smile. Later on, ancestor Scenic Yang predicted that my Scenic Mountain sect would suffer a calamity in the future. Therefore, he prepared and hid manuals and many treasures in here, leaving them for the descendants of my Scenic Mountain sect. Today, we have all come here together. My Scenic Mountain sect will only be retrieving the manuals and will not take any of the treasures. Those will be up for grabs among the 6 parties gathered here, said Sect Master Gong with a smile. In front of us is the main door, Rosy Dawn door. It is the only door and also the only correct way to enter the cave abode. All these years, my Scenic Mountain sect has only guarded this Rosy Dawn door. As for the entering the cave abode through other areas on the island, that would be seeking death. Many cultivators have tried to enter from other spots throughout the years, but none have returned alive. The treasures of the cultivators that died inside are also up for grabs. Yeah. Qin Yun and company had long known this fact. The mountain door is the only correct entrance. Without the token, it would be most dangerous to forcibly barge in. Weaker immortals or fiend celestials would be crushed to death by the entire Scenic Yang Cave Abode's array. Even the stronger immortals or fiend celestials that are capable of breaking down the door would not dare do so. That's because once it is broken open, the entire Scenic Yang Cave Abode's array formation will stir up the heaven and earth powers in 150 kilometers radius. By breaking it forcibly, you would cause everything within a 150 kilometer radius to turn to dust. Countless mortals and demons would be sacrificed and wiped out in the devastation. Such immense karma. How terrifying would this negative karma be? Even immortals or fiend celestials would not be able to withstand it. The payback will immediately take effect in the form of an eruption that would equal certain death, Sect Master Gong said with a smile. And that power is not limited to the mountain door. No matter which area the immortals or fiend celestials enter from, if they enter Scenic Yang Cave Abode sneakily, they will be sensed by the arrays and everything in a 150 kilometer radius will be reduced to dust. Therefore, no immortal or fiend celestial has attempted to forcibly gain entry for 3 millennia. How relentless! Hong Lingtong sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun. Tying all the lives in a 150 kilometer radius to the cave abode, it really shows that an immortal that's about to die is willing to do anything. Therefore, immortals of fiend celestials do not dare enter, said Qin Yun with a voice transmission. Everyone, please take out your tokens. One has only 30 seconds to enter when the mountain door is opened. After that, the door will close again. Sect Master Gong said, as for coming out, there's no need to worry. The mountain door only prevents outsiders from entering, but it will not obstruct those coming out from the inside. Qin Yun and company had long known the basic information. The 6 parties took out their tokens. With the 6 tokens taken out, they immediately flew out one by one towards the mountain door. Hum. 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 The 6 tokens joined up together and formed a circular disc and merged into the middle of the mountain door's rosy dawnwards. What looked like an ordinary mountain door was, in fact, blocked by an invisible spatial membrane. It was something weaker immortals or fiend celestials would not be able to break apart. And at that moment, the spatial membrane vanished. According to what my Scenic Mountain sect has declared in the past,
there will be 3 from our sect entering.
Sect Master Gong walked straight in front.
Behind him, 2 Kane True Core Realm disciples followed.
Sect Master Gong is entering himself?
The other 6 parties were somewhat astonished.
Sect Master Gong was number 1 in Jiang Prefecture. Why was he taking such a risk?
It is imperative that my Scenic Mountain sect obtains the manuals. Sect Master Gong scanned the people behind him.
Everyone, let's enter together. The royal family's Ji Lai knitted his brows tightly. He had been the strongest out of all of them. Now, Sect Master Gong was entering as well. Sect Master Gong's strength was definitely not inferior to his. Furthermore, Ji Lai knew that Scenic Mountain sect was truly going for broke.
Even the sect master was risking his life, so it was obvious that he would bring along extremely powerful treasures.
This Scenic Mountain sect master will not backstab us when we enter, right?
In terms of knowledge regarding the Scenic Yan cave abode, no one can compare to the Scenic Mountain sect, Ji Lai ruminated in secret. But even if they are 10 times more emboldened, they would not dare act against the royal family. If I were to die in here, with no way to send a message to the external world, His Majesty would definitely be able to infer what befell me.
Human Emperor had unified the world and was presiding over it.
It was unlikely that the Scenic Mountain sect would dare provoke the royal family. Following that, the group entered.
Qin Yun.
A voice sounded in his ear.
Qin Yun turned to see 16th Prince's cold gaze.
There was a mocking smile hanging from 16th Prince's lips as he continued his voice transmission.
You are only an itinerant cultivator, but you dare enter the Scenic Yan cave abode. How bold of you! However, I have to warn you of one thing.
The news of the 6 factions entering Scenic Yan cave abode has probably been spread throughout the world. Not only to us humans, but even the top factions of demons in the 4 seas water race of every corner of the world have learned of this expedition.
Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. Had it been made known to the entire world?
He knew that once the 6 parties gathered, he and Hong Lingtong would be exposed. However, for the news to spread throughout the world so quickly, including to the demons in 4 seas water race, it startled Qin Yun somewhat. It's very dangerous to enter an immortal abode to retrieve treasures, but it's even more dangerous to bring those treasures into the outside world.
I urge you to give up quickly.
That way, you can still survive, said 16th Prince with a voice transmission.
If not, you might die in the immortal abode. And out of it, you will definitely die. In short, death for you is certain. What I just said is for your own good. If you give up now, you will be able to live. This is your only chance of survival. The smile on 16th Prince's mouth turned more intense.
Qin Yun could tell that the prince was up to no good. At the same moment 16th Prince made the voice transmission, the group had entered. They passed through the Rosy Dawn door.
Soon,
the Rosy Dawn door's array formation began activating as the spatial membrane appeared once again, isolating them from the external world.
No one from the outside could enter again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145. Chapter 145, Treasures Everywhere. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan.
Qin Yun looked back at the Rosy Dawn door and scanned it carefully with his perception. He could vaguely sense that the Rosy Dawn door had a subtle layer that isolated them from the outside world. As a result, his senses could no longer reach the outside world.
The array formation set up by immortal Scenic Yang is truly powerful, thought Qin Yun.
However, 16th Prince was shooting a glance at Qin Yun as he said with a voice transmission.
Since you have the guts to enter, you better be careful.
The array formations that Senior Scenic Yang left behind will show no mercy. It would be such a pity if you die in the immortal abode at such a young age.
Your Highness, you have to be careful too. Immortal scenic Yang's array formations cannot identify you as a prince.
Just like with me, it will show no mercy, said Qin Yun laughingly with a voice transmission.
16th prince did not speak any further.
The 7 factions present, including the scenic mountain sect, made for a total of 15 experts. They proceeded down a granite path. At the end of it, Qin Yun and company saw an immortal mansion about a kilometer away.
That is?
Qin Yun cast his gaze and saw that, on the desolate lands far away, there were remnant clothes with Dharma treasures strewn around them. A huge seal was emanating colorful light and there was a black stone pole stabbed into the mud. Although the pole seemed simplistic, Qin Yun and company could sense the runic fluctuations coming from the stone pole's surface. It was an extremely powerful Dharma treasure. There are Dharma treasures there too. The experts from the royal family, the Bai family, and the Yi family discovered the treasures one after another. They were just barely beginning their journey, and already the desolate lands outside the mansion were randomly filled with clothes and Dharma treasures. Due to the immortal cave abode, one was unable to release one's psyche to sense the area. But just the naked eye alone could see about 12 spots with remnant clothes and black bloodstains in the vicinity around them. There were scattered Dharma treasures as well as fragments of gold and silver. Although the Dharma treasures were discovered, no one moved immediately. They were in an immortal cave abode after all. If they stupidly made a rash move, it was likely that they would throw their lives away. Everyone, Sect Master Gong scanned his surroundings and said with a smile. In the periphery of Ancestral Master Scenic Yang's mansion, there is a Winds End array set up. Once any living entity enters the array's confines or even has a fluctuation of dharmic powers, the Winds End will be triggered. Even connate golden core cultivators would be ground to mush. Qin Yun and company drew a cold gasp. Just the outer array formations are that powerful? Thought Qin Yun. My scenic mountain sect has only been protecting the mountain door all these years. Over the past 3 millennia, there have been many cultivators that forcibly barged into the immortal abode from other spots on the island. Perhaps they were trying to obtain treasures to increase their strength or to extend their lifespans. Either way, for the past 3,000 years, there have been quite a number of cultivators that have entered to risk it all for treasure. Nearly all of them have died in the periphery array formation. Only a few extremely strong ones have managed to continue into the depths of the abode. Explained Sect Master Gong. Of course, now the 6 tokens have opened the mountain door properly. Many of the array formations in the immortal abode are mainly a test and are not there to ruthlessly kill. But even if they are tests, those that get killed by a weakened array formation because they are too weak, can't blame anyone but themselves, said Sect Master Gong with a smile. Sect Master Gong. The handsome youth from the primordial chaos sect Xiao family, 8th Xiao, had his eyes lit up. Do you mean that the various array formations in the immortal abode have greatly decreased in strength? This Winds End array is also drastically weakened? Sect Master Gong smiled and nodded. That's right. Its strength has been drastically reduced. Once the mountain door is opened, entry into the Winds End array only triggers a Wind Blade array and not the compounded Winds End array. Its strength is about 10 to 20% of the true Winds End array. Just as his voice faded, the stocky young man, Zhu Feng, standing beside 8th Xiao, charged out abruptly with a whoosh. His steps were like lightning and, in a flash, he traversed a great distance. The air above the desolate land began to gently distort into a wind blade that came slashing at him. There's no hurry. 8th Xiao shouted immediately, but it was too late. Pwa! 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 The wind blades struck Xu Feng's body. With grinding sounds, the blades slashed his clothes to no avail. Some struck his neck, but not a single mark was left behind. This left Qin Yun, Xiao, Han Lingtong, Qin Yuan, and company somewhat astonished. As expected of primordial chaos sect's lunatic Xiao. His physique has been cultivated to such an immense state. According to the intelligence, be it the humans, demons, versus water race, out of any being in the entire world, the primordial chaos sex lunatic Xiao's body is the cream of the crop at the Kane true core realm, Fa Qin Yun. In terms of physical cultivation, the Taoist sacred land, primordial chaos sect, was the undisputed number one. As for lunatic Xiao, he was also the strongest person at the Kane true core realm and primordial chaos sect. As the wind blades came hurling at him, Zhu Feng chuckled. He extended his hand and grabbed the Dharma treasures on the ground and threw them into his cosmic bag. Sigh, what's the rush? The handsome youth, 8th Xiao, held his palm to his face and looked somewhat helpless.
As for the rest, they finally ascertained the strength of the array formation. They are indeed only wind blades. They're not particularly strong. Every wave of the wind blades contains about as much strength as a peak Kane true core realm. So, Qin Yun moved as well. Stepping on a purple flying sword, he flew straight to a distant spot that had numerous Dharma treasures. More quickly took action, Ji Lai, Bai Junyue, Qin Yuan, and Yifenggu. After all, despite the winds and array only being able to produce a wind blade array, it was not something a typical Kane true core realm cultivator would just barge into. Ji Lai, Bai Junyue, Qin Yuan were naturally unafraid. They were at the Kane golden core realm. As for lunatic Xiao, he was the person with the most terrifying physique in the Kane true core realm of the present generation. He could even match some people at the Kane golden core realm who cultivated in physical formulations. Qin Yun had recently slain the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain, so he was naturally confident. Yifenggu was also an experienced person at the Kane true core realm who had been personally selected by the Yi family. He too could exchange 10 to 20 blows with a Kane golden core. As for the rest, 16th Prince had recently broken through to the Kane true core and was unwilling to take the risk. Xiao had also just grasped lightning intent. She was strong on the offensive but rather weak at life preservation. Fang Yu, Bai Junyu, Hong Lingtong, and 8th Zhu were adept at array formations, so they were also unwilling to risk themselves. Even if the winds and array is operating at a mere portion of its full strength, it's not that easy to withstand. A Khanate false core realm sword immortal wants to charge in? 16th Prince scoffed lightly. Many people simply stood by and watched. The people from the Scenic Mountains sect only watched without taking action. They had made it clear that they only wanted the manuals and not treasures. Who? At the moment Qin Yun charged forward, wind blades roused together as one in midair before the huge wind blade came whizzing at him. It was extremely fast and mighty. However, a red flying sword flew out from Qin Yun's hand. The purple and red flying swords were 2 brand new 5th grade Dharma treasures that he had exchanged for. Typically, one's intrinsic flying sword stayed with them throughout their cultivation, while the other flying swords would be constantly changed as one's strength increased. Pwa. Dot. The red flying sword flew in the vicinity, leaving behind trajectories that easily blocked the wind blades. Qin Yun was most skilled at defense, so the trifling wind blades gave him no pressure at all. Furthermore, Qin Yun still had his intrinsic flying sword in his sleeve that he could release at any time. In the Immortal's cave abode, Qin Yun did not plan on relaxing even for a single moment. Treasures. Qin Yun flew to a spot and released his quintessential essence to sweep up the Dharma treasures on the ground. The Dharma treasures whooshed into his opened cosmic bag. This is a 4th grade Dharma treasure. A 4th grade Dharma treasure. This is a 2nd grade Dharma treasure? Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge seal that emitted colorful light in his hand. I've no idea who the deceased is, but I'd guess it to be some Khanate golden core cultivator. If he was going to risk entering this place, he should have left some treasures behind for his descendants and only brought in the most common Dharma treasures. But even so, the yields from this spot are already a lot more than what I received from killing the 3 demon monarchs of Evil Dragon Mountain. Qin Yun felt a little excited. What a joke. A second-grade Dharma treasure. He withstood the wind blades that easily? 16th Prince frowns secretly a distance away. He's not that weak after all. And at that moment, Qin Yun was visibly excited by the second-grade Dharma treasure. Quick, quick, quick! Snatch it, snatch it, snatch it all. I'll get a lot if I'm fast, but nothing if I'm slow. Qin Yun suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, 4 flying swords flew out. They were the 8th grade flying swords he had been using for a long time. They paired off and each pair headed for a different spot. Phew! 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 The flying swords contained immense dharmic powers that emanated as fluctuations. They also stirred the wind blades to gather and lash down onto the flying swords. But under Qin Yun's control, even the 8th grade flying swords were enough to withstand the wind blades. A flying sword fended off the blade wind and the other flying sword would begin sweeping up the Dharma treasures of that area. With such cooperation, they rapidly brought the treasures back to Qin Yun. Qin Yun was controlling 4 flying swords at the same time. There was also the sword he was riding, flying him towards another corner. It was equivalent to executing 3 simultaneous operations. This scene was witnessed by the people standing afar. People like the Scenic Mountain sect group, Xiao, Hong Lington, 16th Prince, 8th Zhu, and company were all astounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Dao Repository. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Our young friend Qin sure has impressive flying sword arts, said Scenic Mountain sect Master Gong as he stroked his beard. Despite controlling so many flying swords simultaneously, he is still able to withstand the wind blade array. He simply lucked out, getting so many treasures. 16th Prince was feeling irked. Xiao watched with a smile. She knew Qin Yun's strength pretty well. Qin Yun, slow down. Primordial Chaos Sect's lunatic Shu ran like a bolt of lightning. He was originally grinning, but when he saw that Qin Yun was able to collect treasure from 3 different spots simultaneously, he could not help but anxiously shout. However, he soon discovered that Qin Yuan and Bai Junyue had begun deploying their resources. Qin Yuan had also released his flying swords. After all, as the incumbent Qin Yuan, he carried quite a number of 7th and 8th grade flying swords. However, to be able to withstand wind blade array's attacks while controlling flying swords, Qin Yuan could only collect treasures from 3 spots at the same time, just like Qin Yun. Meanwhile, there were stellar streams flowing across the surface of Bai Junyue's body. Suddenly, the stellar flows split into 3 and shot off in various directions. She was capable of collecting treasures from 4 different spots. Phew. The bald elder, Ji Lai, who was the strongest person present, was a cultivator in the God-fiend lineage. He was only powerful in close combat and not adept at controlling Dharma treasures from a distance. He yelled deeply while flying maniacally, his arms rapidly expanded. Each arm expanded to the size of hundreds of feet as his palms became massive. This was the divine power arms. It was also the divine power that Ji Lai was most skilled in. With his arms expanding abruptly, each massive palm was bigger than a house. As they enveloped the area, he grabbed the Dharma treasures a distance away and rapidly rushed to another spot. All he could do was rely on his speed to vie for the treasure. The periphery of the immortal mansion was wiped clean in seconds due to the insane speed the cultivators were working at. Qin Yun opened a cosmic bag and the flying swords came back from afar and swept the Dharma treasures into it. Cultivation requires dharmic formulations, money, companionship, and land. I already have my dharmic formulation. Money is important too. Xiao's cultivation of charms requires a lot of materials. I cultivate my intrinsic flying sword, so other than the requirement of my sword intent becoming higher,
I also need all sorts of rare treasures. Also, my Qin family has many dependent cultivators. When the younger generation of the Qin family cultivates, each one of them will need large amounts of treasure. Only by entering an immortal abode will I be able to harvest treasures so easily.
Chances like this don't come too often. Qin Yun was overjoyed.
I took treasures from 6 spots.
I even got 1 second-grade Dharma treasure. There are 2 third-grade Dharma treasures and 8 fourth-grade Dharma treasures, as well as some miscellaneous treasures, thought Qin Yun. Khanate golden core cultivators would typically only use 4th-grade intrinsic Dharma treasures.
That was because an intrinsic Dharma treasure could only be enhanced slowly through one's own hard work.
The requirements for one's realm and various other aspects were extremely stringent.
People like Qin Yun and Qin Yuan only had 4th-grade intrinsic flying swords, but
when it came to non-intrinsic Dharma treasures, they would typically use 3rd-grade Dharma treasures.
To be able to use a 2nd or 1st-grade Dharma treasure, one would need to have the accumulated heritage of a sect or family clan backing them. Sects and family clans would not permit a cornerstone Dharma treasure at the 1st or 2nd grade to be brought on risky expeditions such as the one to Xiao cave abode. Therefore, Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover a 2nd-grade Dharma in his harvest. Then again, it depended on the situation. With the 6 tokens gathered, the mountain door had been opened. Compared to those that had forcibly barged into Xiao cave abode, Qin Yun and company were magnitudes safer. Therefore, Qin Yuan, Bai Junyue, and Jilai had brought some powerful Dharma treasures with them. If they were entering with a higher chance of death, Qin Yuan might have only brought his intrinsic flying sword and 1 or 2 life preservation Dharma treasures. They sure made a killing out there.
So many treasures. The 2 Khanate true core realm cultivators from the Scenic Mountains sect were envious.
Xiao looked at Qin Yun, who was flying back on a sword, with a smile.
There was a flying sword circling Qin Yun too, easily blocking the wind blades. Phew!
Qin Yun landed on the granite path. You made quite a killing this time, Xiao smilingly said with a voice transmission. From what I saw, Fairy Bai should have obtained the most. She harvested 8 spots.
You and Qin Yuan harvested 6 spots.
Jilai took 4, while Zhu Feng and my second uncle did 3. Qin Yun glanced at Fairy Junyue who had landed beside him, but she still had a cold expression on her face. This Fairy Bai appears to have used the legendary minor stellar heavenly cycle of the Bai family, said Qin Yun with a voice transmission.
Yeah. It's extremely powerful. Xiao nodded.
The numinous treasure mountains Bai family had a cornerstone numinous treasure known as the stellar heavenly cycle. It had shown greatly in ancient times, as well as through many historical transitions. Over the ages, the Bai family succeeded in refining 2 minor stellar heavenly cycles. While not entirely equal to the original stellar heavenly cycle, they were still 1st-grade Dharma treasures. A set of the minor stellar heavenly cycle was comprised of 36 stars.
Each star alone was a 4th-grade Dharma treasure. Combined together, they became a 1st-grade Dharma treasure.
The minor stellar heavenly cycle was deemed to be a perfect Dharma treasure that was good for both offense and defense. With Bai Junyue bringing it in, it showed how serious the Bai family was about the expedition.
Minor stellar heavenly cycle.
Jilai flew back and shot a glance at Bai Junyue as his pupils contracted. Even 1st-grade Dharma treasures have their pros and cons, said Xiao with a voice transmission. But the minor stellar heavenly cycle is one of those that is nearly perfect. The slowest ones, Yifenggu and Lunatic Shu, returned as well. The treasures that were left behind by the cultivators who died from the winds and array over the past 3 millennia have been taken by the 6 parties, Sect Master Gong said with a smile. Of course, those who died at the outer periphery to the winds and array could not be considered very strong. The truly powerful ones would have been able to resist the full brunt of the winds and array. They would have continued venturing deeper and died in a particular spot of the abode.
The eyes of everyone present lit up.
Of course, those that died at the periphery were the weaker ones. Let's make haste and enter, said Sect Master Gong with a smile. He was extremely calm and composed, not thinking much of the treasures. The scenic mountain sect might have been weak, but it also had an essence soul immortal presiding over it. It was also a Taoist sacred land once. Some of the treasures that were handed down had been lost, but some were still with them. In terms of foundational heritage, they were a lot stronger than top sects like the Yu chapter.
Everyone proceeded forward.
This is for you, said Qin Yun with a voice transmission to Hong Lingtong.
Hong Lingtong looked at the cosmic bag Qin Yun was handing him. He immediately received it and was given a fright when he sensed it. He sent a voice transmission back to Qin Yun. That's too many. This is way too much. There are 2 third-grade Dharma treasures and 6 fourth-grade Dharma treasures in here. That's way too much. I happened to obtain a second-grade Dharma treasure. If we measured it, I'm sure the prices would be equivalent.
Qin Yun said with a voice transmission.
We agreed on splitting everything evenly. Without your token, I wouldn't even be here. Even so, the amount you just harvested is way too much.
We only passed through the mountain door and haven't even gone into the mansion, yet we already have so much, Hong Lingtong said with a voice transmission. Although I'm ambitious as well, I'm already satisfied with having this much.
After all, I'm currently weak. I'll be afraid if I have too many treasures.
Why don't we do this? If there are any treasures that really catch my eye, just hand me those.
The rest are no longer important. We agreed on an even split.
Besides, you might even obtain a powerful treasure.
Would you really just give it to me?
Qin Yun said with a voice transmission. Also, if I go back on my promises now, it will mar my Tao heart.
All right. Hong Lingtong said with a voice transmission. However, let's do the splitting after we leave this immortal abode. You have given me too much. I'm afraid that they will target me. Look at my tiny arms and legs. I won't be able to hold them back. Qin Yun laughed. All right then.
Since it's only the treasures from the periphery, they won't think too much of them.
Besides, I only gave you a cosmic bag.
They probably think that there aren't a lot of treasures in it, said Qin Yun with a voice transmission.
We shall split them after we exit later. The two chatted.
Soon, the group of people covered about half a kilometer and arrived in front of the massive mansion's door. Sect Master Gong examined it for a moment before pushing the door open.
Boom! The mansion's door rumbled open.
Everyone carefully passed through the door, and were met by a massive yard upon entry. The front yard was huge, probably spanning 2,000 feet across. To the left of the front yard was a building. Inscribed on it were the words, Tao Repository.
Tao Repository?
The eyes of Sect Master Gong and the other two from his sect lit up.
Everyone, it was agreed upon that all manuals belong to my scenic mountain sect. The rest will be up for grabs. Sect Master Gong pointed to the hall ahead. After entering the grand hall, there will be many dangerous spots. There will also be treasures hidden inside. My scenic mountain sect will not accompany you further. I can only tell everyone that the more powerful the treasure, the more powerful the array formation guarding it. Treasures are great, but life is equally important. Act as you see fit. Let's go. With that said, Sect Master Gong and company rushed for the Tao Repository. Qin Yun and the other cultivators looked at the repository. Ji Lai's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, the Tao Repository is where the most core manuals of the Scenic Mountain sect were placed during perfected Scenic Yang's time. If they obtain those, the various dharmic formulations of the Scenic Mountain sect would probably close the gap between them and the Divine Firmament chapter and Primordial Chaos sect. As he spoke, Ji Lai shot a glance at the cultivators from the Yi and Shu family. It seems the Divine Firmament chapter and Primordial Chaos sect do not have any thoughts on the matter. Yi Fengdu said with a smile, all Taoist formulations in the world stem from the same source.
Cultivating our own dermic formulations to their peak is already extremely difficult, so why should we covet the manuals of other sects? Our primordial chaos sect is about the physical establishing sage. We do not care about these manuals, the handsome youth, Xiao said as he curled his mouth.
You two itinerant cultivators aren't interested in those manuals? Ji Lai shot a glance at Qin Yun and Han Lingtong. I'm a sword immortal, so there's no way to convert my cultivation. What would I use those manuals for?
Qin Yun said with a smile. Han Lingtong also said immediately, we might be able to obtain some Dharma treasures through great difficulty. As for those manuals, I'd probably lose my life before I could even touch them if I enter after the scenic mountain sect disciples entered. When it came to a sect's heritage, manuals were the most important things.
Alright, then let's continue venturing deeper. Ji Lai smiled faintly, for he was in a good mood.
Since Sect Master Gong and company had entered the Dao repository, he was the strongest among the remaining 6 parties.
Now, I'm the strongest one here again. The numinous treasure and other items that perfected scenic yang left behind will naturally be mine, thought Ji Lai.
Qin Yun and Han Lingtong kept a low profile and followed the group, heading for the central hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 147. Chapter 147, White Dew Flying Sword. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen.
On the 2 sides of the hall's entrance were 2 columns.
The left column wrote, Receive my scenic mountain sect's treasures. The right column wrote, Experience my scenic mountain sect's karma.
Qin Yun and company walked past the massive front yard that spanned about 2,000 feet and came into the grand hall in the middle. The text on the 2 columns by the entrance seemed to possess a mysterious power that constantly influenced the 12 people. It made Qin Yun and company involuntarily look at the text with the contents of the words drilling into their heads.
Heart-planting spell.
Bai Junue frowned slightly and said, Perfected Scenic Yang has set up a heart-planting spell on these columns. By planting the 12 words into our hearts, it will be impossible to forget them.
As long as we enter to obtain the scenic mountain sect's treasures, it would be considered as accepting and experiencing the karma that derives from it. We will just help the scenic mountain sect in the future if there's an opportunity, said Ji Lai with a laugh. Besides, only immortals and fiend celestials are afraid of karma. For us who have yet to become immortals or fiend celestials, karma doesn't concern us much. Oh, I'm wrong.
I cultivate the god-fiend lineage.
The Dao hearts isn't that important.
You people are Daoist cultivators, so you place a great importance on the Dao heart. Bai Junue, Qin Yuan, Qin Yun and company all placed a great importance on the matter. Although it was said that immortals and fiend celestials were afraid of karma and the ensuing tribulations, the strongest ones among them were only at the Khanate Golden Core realm. Logically speaking, there was no need to be afraid of karma. However, if they benefited greatly and did not repay the scenic mountain sect, it would affect their Dao heart and their cultivation speed would greatly slow down.
It might even end up coming to a halt. I have good relations with the scenic mountain sect anyway.
Even without the immortal's cave abode, I would help the scenic mountain sect if I can. Qin Yun was rather unperturbed.
Phew. Ji Lai waved his hand as his arms expanded and extended into the hall. Phew. Phew. Phew.
The grand hall suddenly turned blurry. An array formation began activating, preventing people from seeing the internals of the grand hall with the naked eye.
Sect Master Gong had previously mentioned that there are many spots fraught with danger upon entering the Grand Hall.
The treasures are also in there. The more powerful the treasure, the more dangerous it would be. Those who are afraid of death or are unwilling to experience the karma, don't come in.
Bai Junue said coldly before leading the way in.
Her sister, Bai Junyu, followed as well. A star about the size of a fist was circling around them.
Let's go. Li smiled before leading 16th Prince straight in. Let's go.
Instantly, everyone entered without any hesitation. Qin Yun proceeded together with Xiao, Han Lingtong, and Yifenggu. His sword intent domain enveloped the area and it could already span 80 feet. At the moment they entered the Grand Hall, they felt their perception influenced upon entry into the array formation. The scene before them also changed. Whoosh! It was a dark and silent space. There was surging lake waters beneath them. Bai Junyue, Ji Lai, Qin Yun and the rest were riding on a cloud as they flew carefully above the lake.
Han Lingtong looked down at the dark and silent lake waters. This lake has horror within. I sense that one will lose their life upon entering it. Don't touch the lake's water, said Qin Yun. Wasn't it said that many of the array formations have had their strength reduced in the immortal abode? That it is only a test? Lunatic Shu, who was standing in front on the left, could not help but comment. The handsome youth, 8th Shu beside him said, Brother, if the strength isn't reduced greatly, we would definitely die upon entry. In history, even Elder's sword that had grasped the sword Dao had entered without coming out. The combined strength of the 6 parties here would die from one strike of Elder's sword if we were in front of him. Qin Yun nodded. Whoever that grasped the sword Dao was an extremely illustrious existence in history. For example, in the present era, Numinous Treasure Mountain, Sword Tower, and the Yu chapter all had sword immortals. Qin Yun was also considered an itinerant sword immortal. However, in this era, there was no sword immortal that had grasped the sword Dao. Elder's sword barged in but failed to escape alive. It's obvious how terrifying the immortals' array formations are, 8th Shu said. Now, the strength has already been greatly reduced. However, it is still dangerous if you want to obtain any treasure. There's no such thing as getting treasures easily without any risk. We aren't Scenic Mountain sect disciples, so if we were to obtain the treasures, immortal Scenic Yang would be unhappy as well. Will he cause us to die if he's unhappy? Lunatic Shu was worried. We are humans after all. Immortal Scenic Yang would not dare to be that ruthless to form grudges for his descendants, 8th Shu said confidently. Since Sect Master Gong allowed us entry, it also probably illustrates how the array formations have greatly weakened. They flew as they spoke. Ji Lai suddenly sensed something. Phew! Phew! His hands expanded to hundreds of feet abruptly. His palms were like tiny hills that struck 2 areas. Some of the water droplets splattered. Be careful. Qin Yun's psyche senses were affected, however, his sword intent domain was able to cover 80 feet of his surroundings. He could also sense that a water droplet was flying at him like a bolt of lightning. He waved his hand and a purple beam flew out, striking the water droplet. Miss Xiao, be careful. At that moment, 16th Prince deliberately came closer to Xiao. At the same time, he brandished the whip in his hand. The whip expanded rapidly and struck a spot where a flying water droplet was. 16th Prince said with a smile, Miss Xiao, this array formation is very dangerous. Father Emperor has bestowed me with life preservation treasures. You will be a lot safer following me. There's no need. Xiao leaned closer to Qin Yun. It's fine. Let's just help each other. 16th Prince's eyebrows ticked up but he remained very warm. Qin Yun frowned slightly. 16th Prince sure was thick-skinned. Qin Yun had used his sword intent domain to discover the water droplet hidden in the darkness, but 16th Prince had also managed to notice it. It indicated that the treasures bestowed by human emperor were extraordinary. If he lacked strength, treasures could make up for it. Juniors with weak strength could destroy powerful seniors with powerful Dharma treasures. That was also something that commonly happened. The effect Dharma treasures had on strength became more obvious from the 4th grade. The 6 parties moved out together and warded off the water droplets that silently assaulted them.
The water droplets had strength at the peak Kane true core realm, but their advantage was their unpredictability and that they could not be seen with the naked eye. It was very difficult to discover them using normal methods.
This is only the beginning.
The first array formation after entering the Grand Hall.
Qin Yun thought to himself. We haven't even seen a single Dharma treasure.
So, Qin Yun, who was up ahead, suddenly transformed into a stream of light that shot forward. As he charged ahead, the rest discovered that at the dark end far ahead there was a Dharma treasure slowly flying over that was wrapped in a gas bubble. Inside the gas bubble was a flying sword. White Do flying sword. A first-grade Dharma treasure.
Ji Lai and Bai Juinyue's eyes lit up immediately. In the Winzen array in the periphery of the immortal abode, many treasures had been seen.
However, there were only 2 second-grade Dharma treasures. Those treasures combined were far from a first-grade Dharma treasure. The higher the grade of Dharma treasures, the harder it was to raise a grade. Their strength would also become increasingly powerful. Qin Yun had the means to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, so he knew very well what materials a first-grade flying sword required. It was 5 times the amount of materials needed for a second-grade flying sword. Furthermore, it had to be cultivated by a senior that had grasped the sword Dao. An existence that had grasped the sword Dao could only produce one intrinsic flying sword their entire life. Therefore, how difficult was it to produce a first-grade flying sword? A first-grade Dharma treasure was worth at least 7 to 8 times and up to 10 times more than a second-grade Dharma treasure.
The number of first-grade Dharma treasures in the world were limited.
Furthermore, the Yu chapter's flying swords, Azure Water and White Dew, were cultivated by 2 of the most illustrious female sword immortals in Yu chapter's history. The duo had an extremely close relationship and was adept at joining forces. Even the first-grade intrinsic flying swords they cultivated could fuse with each other. The Yu chapter only had 3 first-grade Dharma treasures at present. The 3 combined could not even match the fusion of the White and Azure swords. The White and Azure swords were also the most important cornerstone treasures of the Yu chapter. Every generation, the Yu chapter's sword immortals would wish for the 2 swords to reunite again.
Phew! When Qin Yun approached it, the gas bubble burst, unleashing countless water droplets in an assault.
Every droplet had the might of the peak Kane true core realm. Such a concentrated barrage of attacks made it a lot more terrifying. I think it's better that this White Dew flying sword becomes the possession of my Ji family.
Ji Lai flew over as well.
Simultaneously, he extended his hand and his palm expanded to several hundred feet long as he smacked out directly.
Break! Qin Yun's face was flushed red.
3 flying swords around him flew out and spun around, tearing through all the water droplets in front of him.
He extended his hand to grab White Dew, his eyes filled with maniacal glee.
However, the gigantic palm behind him came striking over.
Out! Qin Yun waved his hand. A dazzling white beam streaked through the air as it headed for the gigantic palm.
A first-grade Dharma treasure, White Ape, flew out. Not including the White Dew, the Yu chapter only had 3 first-grade Dharma treasures. One of them was not a flying sword. This time, they had brought an important flying sword, White Ape, along. The bald elder's face suffused a hideous smile as a black metallic layer appeared over his palm. With the Ji imperial family's heritage, he had naturally brought along a first-grade Dharma treasure, the Fiend Annihilation Hand.
The Divine Power, Power Arms. The Dharma Treasure, Fiend Annihilation Hand. Seal.
Ji Lai watched everything with a hideous smile.
Boom! Although White Ape was fast in its telekinesis, it was still sent flying backward with a loud explosion before returning to Qin Yun's side. Whoosh! 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 Stars began to fly over.
Bai Junyue was watching over coldly as she said sternly, "Leave the flying sword, White Dew, behind."
As long as they obtained White Dew, they could think of means to force the Yu chapter to hand over Azure Water.
In time, they could use treasures to entice the Yu chapter. With the carrot and stick approach, and the fact that the U chapter had no hope of obtaining white dew, it was possible that the U chapter would submit.
Once the flying swords, white dew and azure water fused, they could match a transcendent grade Dharma treasure. Boom! Boom! The bald elder's gargantuan palms came pressing down.
The stars came hurtling over.
Although Deacon Yuan controlled his flying swords to block them, his face turned increasingly red.
Pfft! A mouthful of blood spewed out. He was not Jilai's match to begin with, much less when Bai Junyue took action as well.
Even if I die, I'll send white dew back to my U chapter. Deacon Yuan suddenly controlled his sword to plummet down into the lake.
He had nowhere to escape to, so he could only struggle for survival in the hopeless situation.
This lake might possess great danger, but immortal Scenic Yang should have left behind a chance for survival. Boom! The lake water splashed with a quake.
Deacon Yuan had already controlled his sword to fly into the depths of the lake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 148. Chapter 148, No one is to snatch it from me. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun and company watched the lake.
The battle between the two parties was just too fast.
The moment Deacon Yuan grabbed the white dew, he was besieged by Jilai and by Junyue.
The imposing might they exuded was something that made even Qin Yun refrain from taking part. Jilai's advantage was his domineering power. With his god-fiend lineage physique, coupled with his divine powers, the might of his palms was astonishing. Even Deacon Yuan's first-grade flying sword at full strength was sent flying. Qin Yun knew that even if he were to use all his strength, it was unlikely that there would be much of a difference between his strength and Deacon Yuan's. If Jilai's advantage was his pure physical dominance, then Bai Junyue's advantage was her odd ruthlessness. 16 of the stars she controlled could be launched in a ballistic attack, forcing one to put all their focus on defending against each and every one of the stars. With the two of them joining forces, Deacon Yuan instantly realized that he was outmatched. He knew he would likely lose his life in a few moves, so he decided to escape into the lake waters.
Boom!
The lake's waters surged violently. After an explosive hum was emitted, blood began to permeate the surface of the lake.
Sister, is he dead? Bai Junyue asked. Bai Junyue remained very cold as she looked down.
He managed to escape quickly.
However, he's only injured.
This bit of blood was probably a result of him deliberately spitting some out to confuse us. But from what I can sense with my Dharma treasure, I can tell that he is still alive and escaping rapidly.
He sure has some guts, said Jilai with a scoff.
They did not pursue him as there were still many treasures in the immortal abode that were more important than white dew.
Phew! Everyone continued flying.
However, Qin Yun and company were beginning to feel the pressure.
Trouble. This is going to be trouble.
8th Zhu conversed with his elder brother, Zhu Feng, who was standing beside him. Brother, Jilai and the Bai family are too ruthless.
Even Deacon Yuan failed to resist them.
Even if we align ourselves with the Yi family and Qin Yun, we might still not be Jilai's match.
Jilai's divine powers are too ridiculous and his realm is extremely high. How are we to fight him? Any treasure we obtain will be snatched away. How infuriating. Jilai won't be able to kill me, Lunatic Shu said with a voice transmission. 8th brother, I'll be able to withstand him. You can withstand him, but can you fight back? Can you pose a threat to him? 8th Shu replied with a voice transmission. Lunatic Shu was immediately silenced.
When we obtain treasures, brother, just escape immediately with whatever you have it in hand.
It's not like Jilai can kill you, said 8th Shu with a voice transmission.
Of course, I estimate that if it's only a first-grade Dharma treasure, Jilai will not bother to kill us even if he takes action.
Yeah, Lunatic Shu nodded as well. Our Shu family isn't one to be messed with. 8th Zhu and lunatic Xu, as well as Yifenggu, might have been feeling some pressure, but the entities backing them were extremely powerful. If it was only a first-grade Dharma treasure, the royal Ji family might not dare to kill them over it. However, if it were a transcendent-grade Dharma treasure or numinous treasure, the royal Ji family was definitely capable of abandoning decorum. After all, it was only the killing of 2 juniors. In the whole group, only Qin Yun and Qin Yuan were the ones with insignificant backgrounds. To be precise, Qin Yun's background was the most meaningless. There was also one person, the array formation expert, Fang Yu, who had come with Qin Yuan. After Qin Yuan escaped, Fang Yu did not dare jump into the lake. He could only follow the group obediently, silently staying right in the back while keeping a low profile. I wouldn't dare to snatch powerful Dharma treasures, but if it's something weaker, such as 3rd or 4th grade Dharma treasures, I should be fine getting 1 or 2, right? They wouldn't kill me to snatch that kind of treasure, right? Fang Yu thought to himself. The group rode on a cloud and quickly flew out of the dark lake's vicinity. The surroundings gradually turned cold. Beneath them was a vast expanse of snow. There were snowflakes fluttering in the sky and the temperature was so cold that even cultivators like Qin Yun could not endure it. They immediately manipulated their quintessential essence to insulate themselves from the biting cold. Clearly, they had entered the field of another array formation. We have already passed through the previous array formation? Xu Feng said immediately. It didn't feel that dangerous. It's fine if you do not attempt to seize the treasures, but it will become dangerous if you attempt to do so, 8th Zhu said. Qin Yuan was forced to escape into the lake. What happened to him is still a mystery. Take good care of yourselves first, said 16th Prince with a scoff. Next, 16th Prince smiled and said to Xiao, Miss Xiao, with me and Elder Lai here, you can feel at ease. Xiao did not say a word. Qin Yun shot a glance at 16th Prince, and 16th Prince looked right back at him. He said with a faint smile, Qin Yun, we have just entered and we haven't even seen any transcendent grade Dharma treasures or numinous treasures. Are you already afraid? If you are afraid, it's best you return now. You cannot return, 8th Zhu said immediately. We entered by following the array formations. They make it so it's fine to enter, but make exiting very difficult. The safest way is to follow immortal scenic Yang's arrangements and follow the path. Do not go against the array formations and try to walk about randomly. Oh, 16th Prince said with a smile. So it's already too late even if you did want to leave now. Your Highness, there's no need for you worry about me, said Qin Yun. I'll definitely protect Miss Xiao. As for you, I won't help you at all. 16th Prince scoffed. I do not need your Highness's help either. My family's patriarch has given me enough treasures to fend for myself. Xiao retorted. 16th Prince faltered slightly but smiled through his thick skin. Suddenly, 16 of the stars that were revolving around by Junue flew out and struck a snow layer a distance away. Immediately, a gargantuan snow giant stood up from the layer of snow and rushed forward. The snow giant was as huge and mighty as a mountain. Humph, Bai Junue grunted coldly. Bam! 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 The 16 stars circled around the snow giant and unleashed a barrage of attacks on it, eventually dissipating it. It melted, leaving behind a palm-sized ice block. The ice block was crystalline with countless runic patterns on it. First-grade ice talisman amulet? When Jilai saw this and the 20 stars revolving around by Junue, he frowned slightly. As a Dharma treasure, this minor stellar heavenly cycle is indeed powerful. Its perception of the world is much more powerful than my intent domain range. I didn't even sense the danger lurking under the snow, but she discovered and destroyed it ahead of me. Furthermore, the minor stellar heavenly cycle is famous for its defense. It can create a perfect defense, not to mention she probably has other life preservation items on her. The only person present that left Jilai vexed was Bai Junue.
Without her treasures, Bai Junyue was probably on Qin Yuan's level. However, Bai Junyue's Dharma treasure, minor stellar heavenly cycle, was too perfect. Although it was first grade as well, the minor stellar heavenly cycle was much more valuable than the white dew and the ice talisman amulet.
Phew! Bai Junyue extended her hand and held the ice talisman amulet.
Her cold expression finally revealed a hint of a smile. Suddenly, the blob of light in the sky expanded. It emitted beams of light that scattered through the fluttering snowflakes. They brought with it frosty blasts of wind that blew at extremely fast speeds and bombarded Qin Yun and company.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Qin Yun released a flying sword to circle his surroundings, protecting himself, Hong Lington, as well as Xiao and Yifenggu. "Young Master Qin, your flying sword arts are truly powerful," said Yifenggu thankfully with a voice transmission.
"Let's go."
"The array formation is about to trigger," said 8th Shu immediately.
"Let's leave quickly." Hong Lington's countenance changed slightly as he sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun.
"This array formation's might will only keep growing stronger."
Whoosh! 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 The group quickly flew off.
More and more of the beams of light that the blob of light in the sky released were scattered by the snowflakes, increasing the frosty beams of light exponentially. Qin Yun also faced them seriously.
So,
the group finally rushed out of the snowland and came to a vast plain. Occasionally, the sky would send a bolt of lightning crashing down.
Boom! Boom!
In between the heaven and earth, there would be occasional bolts of lightning that appeared like dendritic lightning branches.
The divine firmament lightning dharma is currently the world's best lightning dharma.
Jilai smiled when he saw the scene as he said, "But a long time ago, when Scenic Mountain Sect was still a Taoist sacred land, the best lightning dharma in the world was the capital heaven divine lightning. Back then, the divine firmament chapter was only a top cultivation sect.
If I'm not wrong, hidden within this array formation is the first grade capital heaven talisman amulet.
With the capital heaven talisman amulet, Khanate golden core cultivators that are skilled in the lightning dharma can use it to produce capital heaven divine lightning."
Bai Junyue nodded as well. Unfortunately, the Scenic Mountain Sect's cultivation formulations are incomplete.
It has been a long time since this world has truly seen the capital heaven divine lightning.
It's unknown if Sect Master Gon will be able to find the cultivation formulations of the capital heaven divine lightning in the Tao repository.
Qin Yun, Xiao, and company were secretly alarmed.
Capital heaven divine lightning?
It was extremely domineering, with it being able to vanquish gods, immortals, and fiends. Unfortunately, the capital heaven divine lightning and divine firmament lightning dharma had never appeared in the same era before. It was unknown which was the better of the two. According to what I know, immortal Scenic Yang only left behind 3 first-grade treasures.
The white dew has already been snatched by Qin Yuan. As for the first-grade ice talisman amulet, Fairy Bai has taken it. Now, this first-grade talisman amulet shall be mine. Jilai scanned his surroundings intently. No one is to snatch it from me. If you try, don't blame me for being ruthless.
As the strongest person present, Jilai was fuming that he had not received a single powerful Dharma treasure. "Who gets the treasure depends on each person's capabilities," said Bai Junyue softly.
Jilai turned to look at Bai Junyue as his face sank. Bai Junyue's expression remained cold.
She couldn't be bothered to look at him.
Everyone rode the cloud and flew carefully into the lightning world. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Suddenly, a lightning bolt appeared above Qin Yun and company. Dozens of lightning bolts then gathered together before collectively striking at them.
Oh no! Be careful! Block it!
The lightning came too fast.
Everyone quickly used all their might to withstand it.
Qin Yun released his flying sword to defend his surroundings. He protected himself, Xiao, Hong Lington, and Yifenggu.
Scatter! Xiao held up a 4th grade divine firmament talisman amulet.
She directed the surrounding lightning and diverted it elsewhere.
She was the only one present that was adept at the lightning dharma.
Furthermore, she was already in the beginning stages of the divine firmament lightning dharma.
Phew!
Accompanied by the violent and surging lightning, a stream of light flashed and shot toward Xiao's bosom directly.
Xiao extended her hand to grab it.
A green-colored talisman amulet that resembled a jade talisman appeared in her hand.
It had countless profound runic patterns engraved on it, and there were lightning bolts crackling around it. The Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet? The 1st grade Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet?
Xiao found it unbelievable as well.
It actually came straight into my hand? At that moment, Qin Yun, 16th Prince, Hong Lingtong, 8th Zhu, and everyone else turned to look at Xiao.
They were all somewhat dumbfounded.
The 1st grade Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet had taken the initiative to enter Xiao's hand?
Bai Junyue and Jilai also looked at the dark green talisman amulet that was crackling with lightning bolts in Xiao's hand.
Give it to me. Jilai glared at Xiao.
His eyes were filled with bloodlust as he bellowed coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 149. Chapter 149, 16th Prince's Clout. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
There were still lightning sparks crackling around, but Jilai, with his godfiend lineage, was not bothered by the lightning bolts.
They only felt like an itch even if they struck him.
At that moment, his eyes were staring at Xiao with bloodlust. Young lady, I've already said that the Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet is mine.
Hand it over to me now, do you hear me?
Jilai believed that such a weak junior had no means to resist him. Senior Jilai, Xiao looked up at Jilai as she felt her heart tighten. She said softly, this Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet had taken the initiative to fly toward me.
That's right, Elder Lai.
16th Prince said under his breath, that Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet had indeed flown toward Miss Xiao on its own accord.
That's truly strange. Perhaps it's truly fated with Miss Xiao.
As he spoke, 16th Prince continued smiling at Xiao. Xiao also felt the pressure on her alleviate slightly. In addition, 16th Prince even sent a voice transmission, Elder Lai, our goal here is for the Transcendent Grade Dharma Treasure, Golden Core Cauldron, and the Numinous Treasure, Tuta Divine Fire Talisman Amulet. Compared to a Transcendent Grade Dharma Treasure and a Numinous Treasure, this Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet is comparatively unimportant.
Besides, Xiao comes from the Yi family after all. There is no need for us to lose decorum with the Yi family over a 1st grade Dharma treasure, isn't that so?
Jilai frowned and turned to look at 16th Prince.
With a deep voice, he shouted, "Shut up!"
16th Prince's expression stiffened.
Shut up?
Was he asked to shut up?
Furthermore, he was berated openly?
There was Xiao around, as well as experts from various parties.
16th Prince could not help but feel pangs of fury rise up in him. Elder Lai, 16th Prince gritted his teeth and said with a voice transmission, I didn't say anything wrong. It's only a 1st grade Dharma treasure, not a Transcendent grade Dharma treasure or Numinous treasure. Why do you need to be so angry that you aren't even giving me face?
When Jilai heard the voice transmission, he turned even more infuriated.
Fool!
There were a total of 3 1st grade Dharma treasures. Qin Yun and Bai Junyue had both obtained one.
He was bent on obtaining the final one. He had even said so in advance.
The treasure was his and he had demanded Xiao directly for it. If anyone dared to obstruct him, he was prepared to strike out with a slap. Who knew that the person that objected to it was his partner, the 16th Prince? It wasn't appropriate to beat him, so it only made Jilai turn increasingly vexed. He could ignore it if others came forward to stop him.
You, a member of my party, actually came to smack me in the face? The way Ji Lai looked at 16th Prince turned a lot colder and harsher. Ji Honey, do you think so little of a first-grade Dharma treasure? 16th Prince was taken aback. Ji Lai added coldly, I have already reached the intent domain realm. I have fought in wars for His Majesty, and all I use is a second-grade Dharma treasure. If not for this trip to the immortal abode and to vie for the numinous treasure, I'll probably not have a chance to use the first-grade Dharma treasure, Fiend Annihilation Hand. Besides, most Khanate golden core cultivators in this world only use a third-grade Dharma treasure. It's already very rare to use a second-grade Dharma treasure. Fairy Bai. Your minor stellar heavenly cycle was also bestowed upon you only for this trip to the immortal abode, right? Bai Junyue frowned slightly. She grunted and spoke no further. However, it was the truth. The first-grade Dharma treasure, minor stellar heavenly cycle, was something Bai Junyue was unqualified to use most of the time, but due to a lack of strength, bringing along overly powerful Dharma treasures out could result in powerful fiendish demons murdering and robbing them away. Bai Junyue could fight Ji Lai in a battle with the help of her Dharma treasure, but in this world, there were many people that were stronger than Ji Lai at the Khanate Golden Core realm. It's something I'm not even qualified to use. As for you, you will probably not use a first-grade Dharma treasure your entire life. Ji Lai looked at 16th Prince. For a mere woman, you are actually giving her a first-grade Dharma treasure? Elder Lai. 16th Prince's expression was ugly. Remember His Majesty's instructions. Keep your mind clear. Ji Lai said coldly. He was still somewhat courteous with the 16th Prince on account of His Majesty. But did he truly think anything of a prince in his heart? Human Emperor was a terrifying expert that stood atop at the pinnacle of the world. He had established an empire and ruled the world. He had reigned for 3 centuries and there were a bunch of princes and princesses. Even if 16th Prince died of old age, Human Emperor would probably remain extremely young as he continued reigning from his throne. Although the royal family nurtured 16th Prince as best as they could due to his above-average talent, even so, his growth was inferior to true geniuses like Xu Feng, 8th Xu, and Xiao. He was not even comparable to the heaven-defying Qin Yun, who was only an itinerant cultivator. The chances of him reaching the Khanate Golden Core realm were low, and even if he truly entered the Khanate Golden Core realm, that would only give him a lifespan of 500 years. 5 centuries later, Human Emperor would still remain alive and well, but 16th Prince would have been reduced to dust. It was the same with the Yi family, the Bai family, the Xu family, the Zhengli family, and many other ancient families. Their patriarchs became immortals or gods with extremely long lifespans. They would remain alive as their descendants grew older and died. Why would Ji Lai bother about a junior that would forever be a prince? He reprimanded the 16th Prince directly, making him know his place so that he would not give him any further trouble. Failure was not an option for the mission. If Ji Lai rendered meritorious service, Human Emperor might reward him heavily in his joy. Therefore, Ji Lai naturally wanted to obtain as much as possible from the immortal's cave abode. After being reprimanded by Ji Lai, 16th Prince fell silent. He did not even look at Xiao again. This 16th Prince sure is dumb. 8th Xu said to Xu Feng with a voice transmission. There are so many princes and princesses in the imperial government. And with time, there will only be more. So what if they are princes and princesses? Their statuses are inferior to Khanate Golden Core realm cultivators. Xu Feng nodded and said with a voice transmission. When the 16th Prince dies from old age, his father would still be sitting on the throne. Do you think Ji Lai will be afraid of him? 16th Prince got rebuked from speaking out. From the looks of it, this old fellow was bent on obtaining that first-grade capital heaven talisman amulet. That's right. The transcendent grade Dharma treasure and numinous treasure are too valuable, so they will likely be delivered to higher powers. As for this first-grade capital heaven talisman amulet,
it might be possible that human emperor might bestow it to the old fellow in his joy, said 8th Shu with a voice transmission. The Yi family's name is not enough to scare him. After rebuking the 16th prince, Ji Lai looked at Xiao with a sunken expression.
Quick, hand it over. Don't force my hand.
Yifenggu, who was standing beside Xiao, bellowed immediately, Ji Lai, all of us entered with the tokens. The vying of treasure by the 6 parties depends on our capabilities and luck. Now that the treasure has landed in Xiao's hand, you still want to rob it from her? Isn't that going overboard? Does my Yi family not have the right to take even a first-grade Dharma treasure? If we go according to your wishes, we might as well have a sparring contest outside the immortal abode. And all the treasure will simply be given to whoever is strongest.
Yifenggu, Ji Lai scoffed. Didn't Fairy Bai obtain the ice talisman amulet while Qin Yun obtained the flying sword, White Dew?
As long as one is strong and ruthless enough to escape from me, you can completely take it for your own.
If you cannot withstand it, then there's no other way. Ji Lai shook his head. Fairy Bai was right. The snatching of treasures depends on each person's capabilities. If you lack the capability, hand the Dharma treasure over. Yifenggu had a grim expression. If it were a transcendent grade Dharma treasure or numinous treasure, we wouldn't even think of vying over it.
With our patriarch only sending Xiao and me here, it is equivalent to us giving up the transcendent grade Dharma treasure and the numinous treasure.
Are you not even leaving a first grade Dharma treasure for our Yi family?
Bullshit.
Ji Lai scoffed.
You sure made it sound good.
Isn't it only because your Yi family has one person at the Khanate Golden Core realm in this generation? And that person fears to take the risk? Yifenggu clenched his teeth.
Ji Lai's expression turned cold as he looked at Xiao.
Miss Xiao, it's on account of your patriarch that I have not directly taken action. If you do not obediently hand it over, it looks like I'll have to take action personally.
Yifenggu and Xiao looked at each other.
Ji Lai thought nothing of the Yi family. So what if he bullied them? Him obtaining the first-grade Dharma treasure was a true and salient benefit.
Consider the Yu chapter, a top cultivation sect that had existed since ancient times to present day. If not for them obtaining White Dew, the sect only had 3 first-grade Dharma treasures.
When Qin Yun and company traveled the world, they typically did not bring first-grade Dharma treasures with them.
Without the strength to protect it, they would rather place it in the sect.
Sects had array formations set up over generations.
Unless immortals or fiend celestials came storming the sect, it was extremely difficult to be overrun.
What do we do, second uncle? Xiao asked Yifenggu. Yifenggu was the decision-maker in the Yi family's expedition. Second uncle, we are no match for Ji Lai.
I have no patience to. Ji Lai extended his hand as his arm expanded rapidly while whizzing over.
Phew!
A flying sword that resembled mist or rain clashed directly with Ji Lai's palm.
A loud boom was produced as a shockwave blasted outward.
It even left the clouds beneath their feet vibrating in response.
Oh! Ji Lai retracted his palm as his expression sank. Everyone around looked over.
Qin Yun had taken a step forward to stand in front of Xiao. As he protected Xiao behind him, he looked at Ji Lai and said, "With me here, you won't touch her." Xiao turned anxious when she saw this. "Qin Yun, don't clash with him. At most, I'll give him the Capital Heaven Talisman Amulet." The competition for Dharma treasures was done for their family clans. Xiao would rather give it up than see Qin Yun risk himself. "Xiao," Qin Yun turned to look at her and said with a smile. "Since this Ji Lai disparages your Yi family, it probably shows how little he thinks of an itinerant cultivator like me. If I were to obtain any powerful Dharma treasure, he will still take action. In that case, it's better to settle it now. I want to let him know that he doesn't have the right to be presumptuous." Ji Lai could not help but laugh when he heard that. What an audacious tone. You? A junior at the Khanate False Core realm?
and Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, a dot.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 150. Chapter 150, Engaging in Combat, Part 1 half. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Ji truly found it laughable. What a joke! An Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador dared to make the claim in front of him that he didn't have the right to be presumptuous? Brother Qin Yun, what are you doing? Hong Lingtong was left a little flabbergasted.
He hurriedly sent a voice transmission.
That is Ji Lai. Even the Khanate Golden Core Realm Sword Immortal, Qin Yun, was not his match. You want to resist him? Qin Yun was no match because Ji Lai and Bai Junyue were joining forces. But in the end, didn't Qin Yun still escape?
Said Qin Yun through a voice transmission.
But you aren't Qin Yun. Qin Yun is still a Khanate Golden Core Realm Sword Immortal after all. Brother Qin Yun, you are being too rash. Hong Lingtong found it inexplicable. Why was he clashing with the strongest Ji Lai? Didn't he see that the Bai family, the Shu family, and the rest were maintaining their silence? Standing by the side, Bai Junyue and Bai Junyu were also somewhat astonished. Interesting.
Bai Junyue watched the scene unfold before her indifferently.
Sister, is that what's called love? Love makes one go blind? Bai Junyu asked with a voice transmission. Watch.
Bai Junyue looked at how Qin Yun was protecting Xiao while standing in front of her. This could not help but stir up memories of her past. The coldness in her face also seemed to melt slightly. Zhu Feng and 8th Shu stared with widened eyes as the situation unfolded. Fan Yu held his breath as he dodged to the side. He was afraid of being implicated. He was the weakest person present and had no backing. All he wished was to scavenge the benefits, afraid of involving himself in any of the conflicts. 16th Prince was standing aside. He had an ugly expression after being rebuked. At that moment, he was shooting a glance at Qin Yun, who was protecting Xiao behind him, and thinking to himself, fool. I haven't even dealt with you, but you have volunteered to send yourself to your death. Are you trying to contend for her favor by standing up for Xiao at this moment? If you don't have the strength to resist, don't you go blaming others when you lose your life. All the parties present were astonished at Qin Yun's actions. They believed that he was overestimating his strength and that it was a pointless endeavor. After all, the difference was truly huge. At that moment, Ji Lai was still guffawing to the point of tears brimming in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. A junior at the Khanate False Core Realm dares to be this arrogant after having a lucky chance of becoming an Azure Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. As expected of an itinerant cultivator, you really do not know a thing. Ji Lai looked at Qin Yun. Kid, do you know that many Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors are not my match? That Qin Yun is also a Purple Token Inspector Heavenly Ambassador. If not for him escaping quickly, I could have smacked him to death. Qin Yun is a sword immortal and can engage in sword kinesis flight. He naturally can escape quickly, said Qin Yun. This is the advantage of the sword immortal lineage after all. He is a Khanate Golden Core Realm sword immortal, while you are only at the Khanate False Core Realm. Do you think you can escape from me? Ji Lai's expression gradually sank. He smiled hideously as he said, all right, since you want to be a hero in front of a woman and have a death wish, I'll grant you your wish. Die. With that, he decisively showed no mercy. He struck out with his palm as his arm expanded to several hundred feet. His hill-sized palm began to blanket the area as his eyes were filled with coldness. He had previously agreed to the 16th Prince's request of finding an opportunity to have Qin Yun killed. Killing Qin Yun was a trivial matter, so even though 16th Prince had rebutted him, he was still planning on fulfilling his promise. However, in his original plan, he wanted to use the immortal abode's array formations as they searched for the transcendent grade Dharma treasure and numinous treasure. In a dangerous situation, he could secretly give Qin Yun a nudge that would send him to his death. Others would not know of it and it would be done cleanly.
Wasn't that better?
However, with Qin Yun challenging him defiantly as though he was courting death, Ji Lai had no qualms about giving him the killing blow. After all, he was only a mere itinerant cultivator.
There were no repercussions from killing him at all. Go!
A sharp glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as he released his intrinsic flying sword. At the same time, he sent the cloud that Xiao, Yifenggu, and Hong Lingtong were standing on backward. He opened up a gap between them while protecting them.
Boom!
Thundering sounds rumbled as the flying sword flew out like a bolt of lightning or a tidal wave. It was ferocious in might and even the flying sword's body turned into a blur. It directly and powerfully clashed with the massive palm. Half a year had passed since he had slain the 3 demon monarchs of evil Dragon Mountain. Qin Yun's sword intent domain had already increased its range to 80 feet. From one angle, this reflected Qin Yun's insights into the heavenly Tao. Even the Misty Rain sword art had turned more complete and its strength had improved. The move that improved the most was Lightning Tide.
This strike was extremely domineering.
At the moment the flying sword clashed with the palm.
Boom! Visible concentric shockwaves blasted outward. Even the cloud beneath the feet of those watching from afar vibrated vigorously. Ji Lai could sense that the palm he struck out received waves that inundated his palm, penetrating it when it clashed with the flying sword. Each wave was stronger than the other, as though they contained the might of the heaven and earth. It caused his strike's might to drastically reduce. How is his flying sword art so powerful? Ji Lai was alarmed. He is only a mere connate false core realm sword immortal. Why is his flying sword's might not inferior to Qin Yuan's? However, he was unaware. Half a year ago, Qin Yun's flying sword art was enough to match a connate golden core realm sword immortal. If not for Qin Yuan having the first great flying sword, White Ape, he was probably weaker than Qin Yun. Impressive. He's only slightly at the disadvantage? Ji Lai probably will not be able to take down Qin Yun with only one hand. Watching from the side, 8th Zhu, Zhufeng, and company were rather astonished. Hong Lingtong was astounded. I only sense that Qin Yun is very strong but I never expected him to be this strong. But Ji Lai had only used one palm because he was overly confident. If he were to turn serious, Qin Yun would be in trouble. Hong Lingtong remained worried. Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the situation. She had a little confidence for she knew that Qin Yun's strongest sword move was Bright Moon over River. Take another one of my strikes. Ji Lai bellowed. This time, he did not dare to go easy. He struck out with both his hands, with arms expanding to what seemed like 2 towering pillars. The 2 gargantuan palms enveloped the area. Kill! As Qin Yun watched the 2 massive palms hurling at him, his mind stirred. The misty rain-like flying sword suffused to redness and turned extremely harsh. The air seemed to smell of blood as combat roars sounded. Shoo! Shoo! The blood-colored sword beam flashed in a distorted fashion in midair as it directly struck the 2 gigantic palms only to be sent tumbling away eventually. It was like a brave warrior in the battlefield that charged forward fiercely, only to be eventually sent retreating helplessly. Misty Rain sword art's blood runs cold. The difference is still too great, thought Qin Yun. Once this Ji Lai turns serious, my ordinary flying sword arts pose no threat to him. For an itinerant cultivator to have such strength, you are truly talented. Unfortunately, Ji Lai's eyes suffused coldness as his hands showed no mercy. 2 of his massive palms continued smacking forward. Please receive another one of my attacks, said Qin Yun loudly. Following that, a flying sword streaked across the sky. It was too fast, so fast that it transformed into a dazzling beam of light.
Even the spectators could feel that the sword resembled a bright moon that rose after splitting a river apart. A bright moon rose above the river.
The strike was as beautiful as a dream.
This was no longer a technique to kill but a piece of art, a poem. It left people involuntarily attracted to it and be intoxicated by it. A sword beam began to rise like a bright moon as it instantly appeared in front of Ji Lai.
That's fast.
Ji Lai could not help but panic as he used all his strength to strike forward with his palms.
Boom, dot.
The flying sword was blocked.
Shoo.
However, the flying sword continued its barrage. It formed a moon-like sword beam, attacking time and time again. Ji Lai frantically brandished his palms, blocking in every direction. Thankfully, his palms were large enough. But even so, he had to use all his strength to ensure an impenetrable defense so as to prevent Qin Yun's flying sword from coming within 30 feet from him. The reason why he maintained a 30-feet radius was to protect 16th Prince.
It's too fast.
His flying sword is too fast.
How is it so fast?
Ji Lai did not even dare to increase the size of his arms any further.
If it became too long, the region he needed to defend against increased. He lacked the confidence of having a successful defense. It was too fast.
It was even too beautiful, so beautiful that it touched one's soul.
This. Ji Lai is only defending? He has been forced to defend? Everyone was stunned agape.
Bai Junyu could not help but say, "Sister, why do I feel that Qin Yun's flying sword is stronger than Qin Yuan's flying sword?"
You aren't wrong.
Qin Yun's flying sword is faster. Ignoring the previous flying sword moves, this attack is truly beautiful.
Bai Junyu nodded.
In terms of state, this flying sword strike of Qin Yun's is on a higher level than Qin Yuan's flying sword.
However, his quintessential essence dermic powers are weaker. If not, this attack would be a lot more terrifying.
That powerful?
Bai Junyu was taken aback. Bai Junyu nodded.
Even I find this sword art so beautiful that it seems otherworldly. I believe that not only has Qin Yun reached the realm of intent domain, he has also perfectly fused his strong emotions and sword intent insight. Under certain opportunities, he managed to create such a perfect sword art. Just like when an artist's skill reached an extremely high level, the art they produced would be of a rather high level when they put their mind to it. But works that were truly at the pinnacle numbered 1 or 2 in one's life. The creation of such works depended on unique circumstances, special opportunities, state of mind, and the right feelings. There were also legendary cultivators that might create many attacks, but the truly powerful and legendary attacks were just 1 or 2.
Bright Moon over River was one of those moves. Qin Yun.
Xiao looked at Qin Yun, who was in front of her. He had used his sword art, Bright Moon over River, standing up for her, and as a result, forced Ji Lai to only be capable of defense. At that moment, Xiao felt sweet joy in her heart. She also knew the origins of the sword move.
Great!
Ji Lai laughed as a result of his extreme anger. What an impressive Qin Yun for you to create such a flying sword art.
I have underestimated you. However, do you think this flying sword can do anything to me?
Ji Lai suddenly unleashed a barrage of attacks with both his palms. He completely ignored Qin Yun's flying sword and allowed it to strike at him. He cultivated in the God-Fiend lineage, and at his physical cultivations level, he could withstand the flying sword. He wanted to deal with Qin Yun even at the cost of injury. As long as he ignored the flying sword, he was confident that his body could withstand the flying sword.
As for the 16th Prince? Who was to protect him? Hongi, His Majesty bestowed you with life preservation items. Hold on for a while.
You just need to do so for about 5 seconds, said Ji Lai with a voice transmission. The color in 16th Prince's face drained.
What, Elder Lai, are you abandoning me?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.